Chapter 1. On this day, the sun shone brightly. In the desolate city, Daosheng awoke from his slumber, stretching leisurely as he made his way outside. Away. In the next moment, a middle-aged man appeared by Daosheng's side. City Lord. Daosheng cast a casual glance at the man before inquiring, "Has there been any disturbance in the city today?" Reporting to the city lord, "There have been no unusual occurrences today." Upon hearing this, Daosheng nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, that is splendid." Daosheng, the lord of the desolate city, in a world known as the Tianxian realm, a realm of cultivation, he had once been a diligent young man on Blue Star. Through an unforeseen accident, found himself transported here. Today marked the 18th anniversary of his arrival in this realm. Over these 18 years, he had entertained dreams of achieving greatness in this world. Yet, reality had proven to be a harsh reminder that such aspirations were mere fantasies. With no extraordinary abilities typical of other transmigrators, his ascent to the position of city lord was the extent of his accomplishments in this realm. "Where is Xiao Shui?" "City lord, the young lady has gone to the back mountain to cultivate." At this, Daosheng chuckled softly. This girl, Lu Shui, his daughter, was now 16 years of age. Not long after his arrival in this world, he had fortuitously encountered a woman with whom he shared a deep bond. Their relationship blossomed rapidly, and within 2 years, she bore him a lovely daughter. Regrettably, their happiness was short-lived, as the woman vanished without a trace. Initially, he was devastated, but as time passed, he learned to accept the loss. At the very least, he still had his daughter. "Once Xiao Shui returns, have her come and find me," Daosheng instructed. Upon hearing this, Awei nodded. "Yes, city lord." He then departed. "Sigh, today is my birthday, I should indulge a little," Daosheng murmured to himself. With that, he cheerfully retrieved a bottle of wine from a hidden corner of the room, the rich aroma wafting through the air. He carefully examined the bottle, and a smile graced his lips. "The last bottle, I must savor it." Just then, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Daosheng's mind. "Ding, cultivation assistance system successfully activated. System binding in progress." Stunned by the system's announcement, Daosheng froze in place. Crash! The wine bottle slipped from his grasp, shattering on the floor. "Am I dreaming? Oh, after 18 years, I never expected a system to truly arrive." At this moment, tears of excitement streamed down Daosheng's face. Even the loss of his cherished wine did not affect him in the slightest. What was a system? As a native of Blue Star, Daosheng understood its significance all too well. With a system, all problems would cease to exist. 1-10-30-99. System error. System error. System binding failed. What? System binding failed? How is that possible? Daosheng's face was a mask of disbelief. Yet, there was no further response. It was as if the system had never appeared. In one moment, Daosheng was elated, and in the next, he was engulfed by despair. Such is the roller coaster of life. "Whoa, my precious wine. I haven't even had a sip." Coming back to his senses, Daosheng pained himself to gather the shards of the broken bottle, the intoxicating aroma tantalizing his senses. Why treat him this way? Why offer a glimmer of hope only to plunge him into despair? Such cruelty. Just as Daosheng was consumed by sorrow, another mechanical voice resounded. "Ding! System binding successful." Detecting the host's esteemed Chinese identity, the cracked cultivation assistance system is at your service. Upon hearing this announcement, Daosheng was momentarily taken aback, cautiously asking, "System? Here?" Almost fainting from the shock of the response, Daosheng thought, "This time, it must be real." "System, what was that about earlier? What does crack mean?" Regaining his composure, Daosheng recalled the phrase cultivation assistance system cracked. It seemed the first system was referred to as the cultivation assistance system. As a host of noble Chinese descent, arriving in this realm of cultivation, how could one cower in fear? That inferior system was unworthy of assisting you. Henceforth, this system shall eliminate all your difficulties. In the next moment, an information panel materialized before Daosheng's eyes. Name, Daosheng. Identity, Lord of the Desolate City. Realm, Spirit Master Realm Level 9 Upgradable. System Points. System Store. This realm is upgradable? Lu Daosheng stared in astonishment at the information panel. He had been stuck at Spirit Master Realm Level 9 for several years. With his innate talent, breaking through would likely take many more years. Yet now, gazing at this, a wild and daring hypothesis began to form in his mind. Still, he felt it was improbable and decided to inquire further. As a transmigrator, if one still needed to toil at cultivation, that would be the fault of this system. With this system at your disposal, you need no longer cultivate, simply choose to upgrade, and your realm shall rise automatically. Hearing the system's words, Lu Daosheng gasped in astonishment. Does that mean I would be invincible? Indeed, invincible. At that moment, Lu Daosheng also noticed the system points and the system store below. He knew precisely what the symbol meant. Nervously, he opened the system store. Instantly, a dazzling array of products overwhelmed his senses. There were all manner of spiritual artifacts and various elixirs, most of which he had never even heard of. After perusing the items, Lu Daosheng finally recognized one, the cleansing marrow pill. With a mere thought, he received the notification of a successful purchase. Lu Daosheng slowly opened his hands, revealing a pill, as translucent and lustrous as jade, materializing in his palm. Feeling the energy emanating from the cleansing marrow pill, Lu Daosheng finally confirmed. This was not a dream. He tucked the cleansing marrow pill into his pocket. He'll save this for Xiao Shui. Such an item would be nearly impossible to obtain, even if he drained the entire city lord's estate. Observing Lu Daosheng's demeanor. Host, what on earth have you experienced? Can't you be a little more extravagant? Clearing his throat, Lu Daosheng felt a bit embarrassed. System, can I really buy these without any cost? Is there truly no price to pay? None. No price whatsoever. You may choose freely, and this system will cover the expenses. All right. Hearing the system's assurance, Lu Daosheng cast aside his reservations. With that, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to indulge extravagantly. At that moment, a sweet voice rang out from outside. Father, I'm back. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lu Daosheng's face lit up with joy. In the next instant, a young girl pushed open the door and entered. Xiao Shui, you're back. Seeing the girl, a tender smile spread across Lu Daosheng's face. This girl was none other than his daughter. Lu Shui. Father, what about the wine? At that moment, Lu Shui noticed the shards of the wine bottle beside Lu Daosheng and hesitated. In response, Lu Daosheng laughed heartily. Don't worry, I accidentally broke it. I can just buy another bottle. With such an invincible system at his disposal, why would he care about one mere bottle of wine? However, observing Lu Daosheng's nonchalant demeanor, Lu Shui felt a pang of sorrow. She knew that this was her father's favorite wine, yet he pretended not to care. With this thought, Lu Shui's heart ached inexplicably. Then, she produced a small wooden box, exquisitely carved, signifying its considerable value. Father, happy birthday. This is a gift from your daughter. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng accepted the wooden box and laughed. Haha, my daughter is grown up. Father, aren't you going to see what it is? Lu Daosheng shook his head. What is doesn't matter. What is important is that it is a gift from my daughter, and that is enough. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui's eyes reddened, and she couldn't help but step forward to embrace Lu Daosheng. Father, Xiao Shui. The two shared a heartfelt embrace, a moment that stirred the heavens and earth. Just then, Lu Daosheng suddenly remembered something and took out the cleansing marrow pill. Come here, Xiao Shui. Open your mouth and consume this first. All right. Upon hearing her father's words, Lu Shui did not hesitate in the slightest, not even glancing at the object, and promptly swallowed the cleansing elixir. Instantly, a tremendous surge of medicinal power flooded through Lu Shui's limbs and bones. Ugh, father, what is this? Lu Shui exclaimed, sensing the unusual sensations within her body. Oh, it's nothing, just a cleansing elixir, Lu Daosheng replied nonchalantly. At this, Lu Shui's sparkling eyes widened in astonishment. A cleansing elixir. Just that. Can you believe it? Yet, in the next moment, Lu Shui let out another shriek. A foul odor began to emanate from her, and black muck gradually surfaced on her skin. That was the impurities within her body being expelled by the elixir's potent essence. In a flurry, Lu Shui hastily covered her face and dashed out. As she ran, she called out, "Father, I'm going to take a bath first, and then I'll come back to talk to you." Standing in place, Lu Daosheng watched his daughter flee in a fluster and couldn't help but chuckle before turning his attention back to the system. "System, let's level up." "Certainly. How many levels would the host like to ascend?" Upon hearing the system's response, Lu Daosheng fell into contemplation. After living in this cultivation world for over a decade, he had become exceedingly cautious in his actions. Leveling up would enhance his cultivation, and although Lu Daosheng had always resided in this remote corner, he was well aware that some terrifying beings could obliterate a city with a mere wave of their hand. If he were to hastily elevate his cultivation and inadvertently cause destruction to his own city, it would be a grave miscalculation. Thus, to be prudent, Lu Daosheng inquired, "System, does this upgrade solely enhance my cultivation?" "Not all. This system is designed to consider the host's needs comprehensively. The upgrade will not only elevate the host's cultivation, but will also impart all corresponding knowledge and skills into the host's mind. Therefore, the host's concerns are entirely unwarranted. For powerful beings, their mastery over their own strength reaches unfathomable levels." Relieved by this explanation, Lu Daosheng said, "System, I lack a clear concept of the subsequent realms. Since you are so considerate, I will leave it in your hands." Lu Daosheng initially thought to request an immediate max level, but that seemed unrealistic. After all, cultivation is an endless pursuit. The notion of a max level is rather absurd. He understood this principle well. Ding, the host has authorized the upgrade, and the system is now automatically leveling up the host. Character panel. Name, Lu Daosheng. Identity, Lord of the Desolate City. Realm, Destiny Realm upgradable. System points. System store. The Destiny Realm. This is the realm Lu Daosheng currently occupies. As the system's notification concluded, Lu Daosheng found himself enveloped in a peculiar state. Simultaneously, an unfathomable volume of knowledge began to flood into his mind at a terrifying rate. Such an extraordinary feat, aside from the system, would be impossible for anyone else to achieve. For an influx of this magnitude could easily overwhelm a person's mind. Not to mention, Lu Daosheng had initially been at the Spirit Master level. After a moment, Lu Daosheng slowly opened his eyes. "Is this the Destiny Realm?" Lu Daosheng murmured to himself. At this moment, there was no change in his outward appearance, yet internally, a revolution had taken place. "I am the Destiny. I hold dominion over the life and death of all beings." Lu Daosheng lifted his gaze, and with a mere sensation, he could perceive the entirety of the desolate city and the surrounding desolate prefecture. In that instant, all living beings appeared as insignificant as ants in his eyes. He had no doubt that should he desire it, he could annihilate the entire desolate prefecture, even the whole of the Tianxian world with a mere gesture. The Destiny Realm transcended the Tianxian world by leaps and bounds. Lu Daosheng could even sense realms beyond the Tianxian world. He was now striking from a higher dimension, akin to starting a game at max level in a novice village. Just then, Lu Shui's voice echoed once more. "Father!" Instantly, Lu Daosheng quickly reined in his aura and donned a tender smile. Soon after, Lu Shui rushed in with a furrowed brow. Upon seeing Lu Daosheng, she paused, sensing that her father seemed somewhat different in the blink of an eye. But she quickly recalled her purpose. "Father, you must honestly tell me, where did you acquire that cleansing elixir?" Lu Shui glared at Lu Daosheng with indignation. Little did she know, this expression was utterly adorable in her father's eyes. Observing his daughter's demeanor, Lu Daosheng felt a surge of amusement, momentarily at a loss for words. Noticing her father's silence, Lu Shui grew anxious. "Father, we didn't sell the Lord's manor, did you?" She understood that their family's financial standing could never afford the cleansing elixir. This was a treasure reserved for the core disciples of truly formidable factions. It was no exaggeration to say that a single elixir could alter the course of a person's destiny. Wait, even selling their home wouldn't suffice, would it? After all, who would want such a dilapidated city and its crumbling manor? Could it be that Father has sold himself? Impossible, utterly impossible. How could Father possibly sell himself? At this moment, Lu Shui's mind was in turmoil. Observing his daughter in such a state, Lu Daosheng gently cleared his throat and smiled. My dear daughter, in truth, your father is quite wealthy. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui sighed. Father, if you are unwilling to speak, then so be it. She understood that her father cherished her deeply. Throughout their lives, it had always been the two of them relying on each other. Now that she had consumed the cleansing elixir, she could not disappoint her father's expectations. She must strive to become a formidable force so that she could protect him. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Lu Shui continued, Father, there is something I wish to discuss with you at that moment. Lu Daosheng, still somewhat bewildered, responded, What is it? After a brief silence, Lu Shui replied slowly, Well, an elder mentioned that I possess remarkable talent and wishes for me to become his disciple. However, the condition is that I must accompany him. Father, I wish to give it a try. No. Lu Daosheng interjected coldly the instant Lu Shui finished speaking. How could he possibly allow his precious daughter to leave his side? Moreover, he was no longer the person he once was. In an instant, Lu Daosheng's consciousness locked onto a powerful cultivator within the ruins of the city. The hierarchy of realms includes Qi refinement, innate, spirit master, void breaking, concentration, soul division, divine mansion, life union, and saint. This particular concentration realm cultivator was the strongest to have emerged from the ruins, excluding Lu Daosheng himself. While this individual was indeed formidable by current standards, Lu Daosheng was far from satisfied. He could distinctly sense that the cultivator's vitality was rather superficial, clearly someone who indulged excessively. Furthermore, he was an old man. If his daughter were to follow such a person, it would likely drive Lu Daosheng to despair. I recognize you. Liang Yu being sure. No, absolutely not. Witnessing Lu Daosheng's vehement reaction, Lu Shui immediately lowered her head, feeling utterly aggrieved. Father, I merely want to try it. I cannot stay in the ruins forever. And besides, I will return to be by the end. Her voice had dwindled to a whisper. Yet Lu Daosheng continued to shake his head. I've said it. No. Suddenly, the sound of her weeping filled the air. Hearing his daughter cry softened Lu Daosheng's heart. He gently patted Lu Shui's head and said helplessly, Little Shui, the world of cultivation is fraught with unpredictable hearts. Stay by your father's side, and I will protect you. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui wiped her tears and said, But father, I also want to become strong so that I can protect you in the future. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng sighed. That it seemed his daughter was resolutely determined to seek a master for proper training. After all, this remote area had scarce spiritual energy. Whether one could become strong hinged upon having a capable master to provide resources. Lu Daosheng had considered teaching her himself, but ultimately abandoned the idea. The gap between him and Lu Shui was simply too vast. She would likely not comprehend what he had to say. After pondering for a moment, Lu Daosheng slowly said, Little Shui, since you wish to find master, I shall seek one for you. It was merely a matter of finding a master. With his current abilities, how could he not find a suitable one? Even if he had to bind someone, he would ensure to bring back a worthy master. Upon hearing Lu Daosheng's words, Lu Shui hesitated. Father, can I trust the master you find? Noticing her skepticism, Lu Daosheng flashed a confident smile. Just wait and see. With that, Lu Shui sighed and chose not to press the issue further. After all, when the time came, she could simply compare the person her father found with the one she had sought. By then, her father would likely have no objections. Subsequently, Lu Shui departed. Lu Daosheng, undeterred, extended his consciousness. Instantly, his awareness enveloped the entire celestial Xian world, all the formidable forbidden areas that caused living beings to tremble, as well as the unknown lands, were laid bare before his eyes. Sensing the entities within the celestial Xian world, Lu Daosheng shook his head with a sigh. Those once deemed unattainable in his eyes now appeared as mere ants. Soon, Lu Daosheng's focus settled on a location known as the Abyss of the Evil God. It was said to suppress a legendary evil deity and was the most terrifying forbidden ground. No living being could escape from it, for once one stepped in, the horrifying, devouring power of the abyss would consume all. Even saints were no exception. In the next moment, Lu Daosheng materialized above the abyss of the evil god. Simultaneously, the inexhaustible devouring force surged toward him, yet could not touch him in the slightest. Surveying the surroundings, Lu Daosheng's gaze fell upon a middle-aged man with long hair cascading over his shoulders. Sitting cross-legged in the void, a commanding aura emanated from him, exuding an unyielding presence. This man was Lu Daosheng's intended target. After all, he could not possibly seek that so-called evil deity to become his daughter's master. At that moment, the middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes and looked at Lu Daosheng. His gaze was filled with profound weariness, as if he had been here for an eternity. "Who are you?" he inquired, scrutinizing Lu Daosheng with a furrowed brow. Puzzled, he found it impossible to see through the person before him. Lu Daosheng offered a slight smile and replied, "I am Lu Daosheng, the Lord of the Ruins. I have come to request your assistance." After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man responded, "My name is Guchun, and I am known to the world as the Mortal Emperor." Mortal Emperor? Lu Daosheng's heart surged with astonishment. The figure before him was none other than the legendary Mortal Emperor. Having spent over a decade in the celestial Xian world, Lu Daosheng had certainly heard of the tales surrounding the Mortal Emperor. "A figure from 1,000,000 years ago. The world believes you to be dead," Lu Daosheng remarked. This. The Mortal Emperor fell silent. 1,000,000 years ago, during the dark turmoil, the Mortal Emperor had single-handedly quelled the chaos, sacrificing his life to repel the darkness. This was the world's narrative of the Mortal Emperor. Clearly, tales were merely tales, not entirely grounded in reality. After a prolonged pause, Guchun spoke slowly, "You may leave. No matter what your request is, I cannot assist you." With his keen insight, Guchun could naturally discern that Lu Daosheng was no ordinary individual and sensed no malice from him. Thus, he treated Lu Daosheng with a degree of courtesy. From a distance, Lu Daosheng made no move to depart, that he gazed down at the abyss and said, "You possess the strength to leave the celestial Xian world. Why do you remain here, below, in the abyss?" Lay endless evil entities, creatures that thrived on destruction and slaughter. The Guchun's presence here was to suppress these malevolent beings. Should he depart, the celestial Xian world would be plunged into peril. Outside, it seemed no one acknowledged your sacrifices. Then Lu Daosheng continued. A heavy sigh escaped Guchun's lips. He looked up at the starry sky, his eyes filled with longing. In my younger days, I too contemplated fleeing. But if I do not stand up, who will? With great power comes great responsibility. I cannot simply watch as the celestial Xian world crumbles. Clapping his hands in admiration, Lu Daosheng could not help but applaud. Truly, this was a man worthy of being called the most promising emperor. Had it not been for the dark turmoil back then, Guchun would undoubtedly have achieved far more by now. At that moment, Lu Daosheng found himself increasingly impressed by Guchun. This was the kind of figure his daughter should have as a mentor. "You shall do. Let us make a deal, shall we?" Lu Daosheng proposed. Hearing this, Guchun turned his gaze toward him. Lu Daosheng continued, "I will help you eliminate these evil entities, and in return, you will accompany me for a while. What do you say?" Upon hearing these words, Guchun was momentarily taken aback. To vanquish these malevolent entities. If it were that simple, he would have done so long ago. However, these fiends are indestructible. Once slain, they would soon resurrect. Ultimately, he had no choice but to personally confine these evil beings within the depths of this abyss. Yet, it was not solely the demons that were imprisoned. He too was ensnared. After a brief silence, Guchun spoke calmly. "If you are truly capable of eradicating these fiends, I would have no objection to accompanying you." "Very well, it is settled," Lu Daosheng replied promptly upon receiving Guchun's consent. At that moment, a chilling, sinister laughter resonated from the depths of the abyss. What audacity for a mere child to speak so brazenly. "You think you could defeat us? You are utterly deluded. If it weren't for the injuries I sustained back then, would you have had the fortune to subdue me?" Ignoring the taunts, Guchun merely cast a faint glance at Lu Daosheng, as if to say, "Go ahead, show me." In the next instant, Lu Daosheng sprang into action. With a mere gesture, a terrifying force of attraction surged forth. What is this? A grotesque and ominous creature was drawn into the palm of Lu Daosheng. World of the palm, die, with Lu Daosheng's command. A piercing scream erupted from the demon's mouth. "You cannot kill me. No, it's impossible. What is this power? Senior, spare me. Senior, please." As the cries gradually faded into silence, the demon was utterly obliterated, leaving only a concentrated essence of energy residing in Lu Daosheng's hand. Observing the spectacle, Gu Qin's eyes widened in disbelief. For the first time in half a lifetime of invincibility, Gu Qin found himself at a loss for words. This technique was beyond anything he had ever encountered. Yet he understood one thing. The enigmatic man before him, Lu Daosheng, was significantly stronger than himself. Consequently, a flicker of respect emerged in Gu Qin's gaze that a true strong man deserves reverence. Moreover, Lu Daosheng's annihilation of this malevolent deity was indeed a deed of immeasurable merit. At that moment, Lu Daosheng slowly raised his right hand, an indescribable force coalescing from his palm. This time, he intended to eradicate all the malevolent beings from the abyss. The demon god perished. The entire abyss began to tremble. Fear, an overwhelming sense of dread, poured forth from the depths. Witnessing this, Gu Qin was taken aback. So, these creatures are capable of fear as well. However, in the face of absolute power, they were utterly helpless. With a swift motion, Lu Daosheng extended his hand, and the entire abyss was enveloped beneath his palm. In the next moment, countless dark specks converged towards Lu Daosheng's hand. If these specks were magnified 100-fold or 1,000-fold, one would discover that each was a malevolent entity. Spare himself from hearing their anguished cries. Lu Daosheng severed their voices entirely. Moments later, silence reigned within the abyss, leaving only the essence of energy in Lu Daosheng's grasp. "Are you the lord of the wild city?" Gu Qin inquired from the side. Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng nodded. "Do you know the wild city?" The wild city had apparently been established not long ago. How could Gu Qin, a figure from a million years ago, be aware of it? Gu Qin shook his head. "I have not heard of it, but I am quite eager to see what the wild city looks like." "I shall accompany you," Gu Qin declared, thoroughly impressed by Lu Daosheng's strength. Such a formidable individual. He could only guess how long it would take him to reach such prowess. However, Gu Qin might be disappointed by the appearance of the wild city. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng rubbed his nose. "The wild city remains as it was. I have yet to alter it. However, I am confident that in the future, it will be far beyond what it is now." "This is for you," Lu Daosheng said, offering the pure energy left behind by the vanquished fiends to Gu Qin. Extract the essence and discard the dross and present. What Lu Daosheng possessed was the very essence of those malevolent entities. Seeing this, Gu Qin hesitated for a moment before accepting it. This substance was exceedingly precious. Although Lu Daosheng had no use for it, it was something Gu Qin desperately needed. The stronger one becomes, the more terrifying the resources they require. "Where is the wild city located?" Gu Qin asked. "In the wilderness prefecture of the celestial profound world," Lu Daosheng replied. Upon hearing this, Gu Qin fell into contemplation. Yet, no matter how he pondered, he could not recall any major powers or cities within the wilderness prefecture of the celestial profound world. As for the wild city, he had never even heard of it. "Just follow me," Lu Daosheng said with a smile. Noticing Gu Qin's perplexed expression, he then lightly waved his hand, and a temporal passageway appeared before him. "Let us be on our way to Jiyu Chun," cast a glance at Lu Daosheng before stepping into the portal. The wild city, inside a tavern. "Has your father not consented yet?" A tipsy old man frowned as he addressed Lu Shui before him. Lu Shui shook her head. "Senior, please, do not rush. My father will agree soon." "It's just what?" The old man's expression grew increasingly unsavory. Was it truly such a hassle for a dignified condensation realm expert to recruit a disciple in this decrepit city? Were it not for the girl's remarkable talent and her captivating appearance, he would not have bothered to wait at all that moment. Lu Shui lowered her head and said, "My father mentioned he would find me a master." Upon hearing this, the old man couldn't help but scoff. In this remote corner, what kind of strong master could that so-called city lord possibly find? Perhaps a mere void realm expert at best. "Very well, I shall accompany you to see what sort of master your father has found." The old man relented, albeit reluctantly. Hearing this, Lu Shui nodded. However, the old man added, "But let me make it clear, if the person your father finds is not as formidable as I am, I shall leave with you immediately." At once, Lu Shui hesitated once more. "Senior, could you not be so hasty?" she was reluctant to part ways with her father. After all, she had never truly left Lu Daosheng's side throughout her life. Observing Lu Shue's demeanor, the old man internally snickered and calmly remarked, "In that case, I shall not bother any longer. You may seek another master. Farewell." With that, the old man turned on his heel and departed. Realizing that the formidable figure she had finally encountered was truly leaving, Lu Shue panicked. "Senior, wait. I shall agree to your conditions," the old man, amused, thought to himself. "Do you really think I cannot handle a naive little girl like you?" He then offered her a way out and proceeded toward the city lord's manor. Meanwhile, within the city lord's manor, Gu Chun surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowed. "Is this truly your wild city? It appears rather desolate, a savage land." Lu Daosheng chuckled awkwardly before replying earnestly. "A mountain is not measured by its height, but by the presence of a celestial being. A river is not judged by its depth, but by the existence of a dragon. This humble abode may be simple, yet it reflects my virtue." Upon hearing this, Gu Chun refrained from rebutting. Given Lu Daosheng's formidable strength, he was indeed deserving of such a saying. However, if Lu Daosheng possessed such extraordinary power, this place should not merely be like this, as Gu Chun pondered. Lu Daosheng coughed lightly. You remember what I said?" Upon hearing this, Gu Chun ceased his musings and promptly replied, "What do you wish for my assistance with?" Since Lu Daosheng had helped him resolve the menace of the fiends, Gu Chun was more than willing to lend a hand within his capabilities. Lu Daosheng smiled and said, "It is not a difficult task. I intend to renovate this wild city, which may require some time. Moreover, I have a daughter who is in need of master, so, do you wish for me to assist you in watching over your daughter?" Gu Chun inquired, taken aback. He could hardly fathom that such a formidable individual would traverse great distances merely to request his help in overseeing his daughter. He had steeled himself for the prospect of risking his life, only to find himself engaged in a trivial matter. Observing Gu Chen's expression of disbelief, Lu Daosheng cleared his throat and remarked, "My daughter is quite remarkable as well." Before departing, he had taken a moment to assess Lu Shue's physical condition, and it seemed she possessed considerable talent. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen shook his head with a sigh. "Very well, but I must make it clear that I shall not be at your service indefinitely. After a century, no, a millennium, I shall take my leave." He had initially intended to say a century, but recalling Lu Daosheng's deeds, he opted for a millennium instead. Although he felt somewhat guilty towards Lu Daosheng, the reality was that he simply did not have the luxury of time. Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng readily assented. A century. 10 years would suffice, for soon, the desolate city would undergo monumental changes, and Gu Chun would swiftly forget this agreement. Subsequently, Lu Daosheng smiled and said, "Come, allow me to introduce you to my daughter. She has a great admiration for powerful individuals, and will surely take a liking to you." At that moment, Lu Daosheng scrutinized Gu Chun once more, then waved his hand, causing Gu Chen's overwhelming aura to dissipate entirely. "Do not frighten my daughter." Gu Chen merely nodded in silent acknowledgement. "Dad." Not long afterward, Lu Daosheng spotted Lu Shue approaching from a distance, accompanied by an elderly man. Upon seeing the old man, Lu Daosheng's brow furrowed slightly, for he held a strong aversion to him. "Shue, come here." Maintaining a smile, he beckoned to Lu Shue, who obediently approached, her gaze furtively darting towards Gu Chun. Could this be the master that father had found for her? Instantly, Lu Shue shook her head internally. What kind of person could her father possibly find for her in such a short span of time? Thus, her confidence in Gu Chun was minimal. Meanwhile, Gu Chun was also assessing Lu Xue as, this is Lu Daosheng's daughter. Externally, she appeared quite ordinary aside from her delicate features, yet with his strength, he discerned that she was anything but simple. Lu Shue possessed a unique constitution, and her bloodline seemed extraordinary as well. However, the specifics required further investigation. Simultaneously, the elderly man, Yu Qing, was scrutinizing Lu Daosheng and Gu Chun. Although he could not glean much from them, he still did not regard either as particularly noteworthy. Point one was merely the lord of this broken city, and the other was a master summoned by that same lord. How formidable could they truly be? It was then that Lu Daosheng spoke up. "Come, Shue, this is Elder Gu Chun, who will be teaching you cultivation during the upcoming period. Quickly greet your master at this. Lu Shui hesitated. Witnessing her reluctance, Lu Daosheng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Meanwhile, Gu Qin's expression darkened. Since becoming an emperor, countless individuals had sought to become his disciple, yet here was a mere girl in the qi refinement stage hesitating. Truly, times had changed at that moment. Yu Qing let out a cold laugh and remarked, "You must be Lu Shui's father. This girl possesses a unique constitution, the rare Xianbing physique, which allows her to excel in ice-based techniques and martial arts. She is indeed a remarkable talent, but not just anyone can teach her." It was evident that this comment was directed at Gu Qin. Hearing this, Gu Qin turned his gaze towards Lu Daosheng, who immediately understood. "Come, Shui, these two have matters to discuss. Let us step aside for a moment." Lu Shui was momentarily taken aback, but before she could respond, Lu Daosheng had already led her away. Left behind, Gu Qin's gaze turned icy as he regarded Yu Qing after Lu Daosheng and his daughter departed. Having endured endless years of existence, he was not one to overlook the intentions of this individual. Instantly, a terrifying pressure surged forth, bearing down upon Yu Qing. In the final moment, Yu Qing's eyes were filled with profound dread. Moments later, within the chambers of the city lord's residence, Gu Qin entered the room. "Have you resolved the situation?" Lu Daosheng inquired with a smile upon seeing Gu Qin. Yu Qin nodded, refraining from elaborating and instead directing his attention towards Lu Shui. This time, Lu Shui approached without hesitation, performing the customary greeting to her master. Disciple Lu Shui pays her respects to master. Though she may have appeared somewhat dazed, she was not foolish. She had come to understand the disparity between the man before her and Yu Qing. At the very least, he was stronger than Yu Qing, and besides, she had never particularly liked Yu Qing. Now that she had a superior option, one provided by her own father, what was there to hesitate about? "Rise that in the time ahead. I shall guide your cultivation," Gu Qin said, nodding at Lu Shui. Meanwhile, Lu Daosheng observed the exchange with a sense of satisfaction in his eyes. Concurrently, he began to investigate Lu Shui's constitution and bloodline. Suddenly, a hazy eye appeared on Lu Daosheng's forehead, and a mysterious gaze fell upon Lu Shui at Heaven's Fate Eye. This was a formidable divine ability of the Heaven's Fate realm. When cultivated to its zenith, it could even penetrate the destinies of living beings. As that gaze enveloped her, both Lu Shui and Gu Qin felt as though their secrets were laid bare. Yu Qin remained composed, but Lu Shui's cheeks flushed slightly. After a brief moment, Lu Daosheng withdrew his gaze. "Father, what were you just doing?" Lu Shui asked, her face still slightly flushed. In response, Lu Daosheng smiled and said, "Nothing of consequence, merely a minor technique to examine your condition." Lu Shui nodded in understanding, choosing not to pursue the matter further. "Very well. You may take your leave for now. I have matters to discuss with the Master Gu Qin." "All right, then I shall take my leave." "Farewell, father. Farewell, master." After Lu Shui departed, Gu Qin approached Lu Daosheng. "City Lord, have you discerned her constitution and bloodline?" He referred to Lu Daosheng as City Lord. However, Lu Shui's constitution was far more complex than the Xianbing physique as described by Yu Qing. In Yu Qing's eyes, the Xianbing physique was impressive, but to a being of Gu Qin's caliber, it held little significance. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng fell silent. He recognized that Lu Shui's constitution and bloodline were extraordinary. Yet he could not pinpoint their specifics. Though he had gained strength, his knowledge was still woefully inadequate. "I should make time to study more," he mused. However, even if he was unaware, he possessed an all-encompassing system. "System, please analyze my daughter's constitution and bloodline." Affirmative, commencing analysis. Analysis complete. Name: Lu Shui. Constitution: extreme ice spirit body, the sovereign of ice-based constitutions, extremely rare, with a high awakening difficulty requiring abundant ice energy and innate ice artifacts. Due to its awakening difficulty, only one renowned individual has emerged in eons, known for freezing an entire star system with a mere gesture. Bloodline: Nine Heavens Ice Phoenix bloodline, rumored to descend from a branch of the Phoenix clan residing in the Nine Heavens. Belonging to the Ice Phoenix lineage. Upon seeing the system's analysis, Lu Daosheng was momentarily stunned. The constitution was impressive. Indeed, extreme ice spirit body, a name that spoke volumes. However, The bloodline was puzzling. Ice Phoenix bloodline? Where had his daughter acquired such a lineage? Bloodlines are inherited, and he understood that well. But from whom had Lu Shui inherited this bloodline? Her mother. That could not be right, as Lu Daosheng distinctly recalled that Lu Shui's mother was of the human race. How could she possibly be of the Phoenix clan? Even less, so the Ice Phoenix clan, it appeared he would need to investigate this matter thoroughly in the future. Meanwhile, seeing Lu Daosheng's silence, Guchen assumed that he too had not discerned the truth, and shook his head in disbelief that it was then that Lu Daosheng finally spoke. Extreme Ice Spirit Body, Nine Heavens Ice Phoenix Bloodline. Upon hearing this, Guchen's expression turned to one of astonishment, although he had never encountered it before. It certainly sounded impressive. Well then, the awakening of Xiao Xue's physique and bloodline is in my hands. You just focus on teaching her diligently, he stated. Jiu Chen nodded, but hesitated again, saying, it seems others, including your daughter, are unaware of your true strength. In response, Lu Daosheng chuckled. I tend to keep a low profile. In the next moment, Wei pushed the door open and entered. Lu Daosheng smiled. Please arrange accommodations for Brother Guchen. Yes, City Lord. With that, Guchen said nothing further and departed with Wei. Left alone, Lu Daosheng sighed. His wife appeared quite enigmatic, yet he was unbothered. Their love was genuine, and that sufficed for him. He could never forget those blissful moments they had shared. However, as the years passed, she had left behind only their daughter, and a tinge of resentment lingered in Lu Daosheng's heart. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on matters of the heart, and began preparing for his daughter's awakening of her physique and bloodline. At present, his daughter was his everything. As for the necessary items, they would naturally be sourced from the system shop. Upon opening the system shop, a dazzling array of products appeared before Lu Daosheng's eyes. Oh my, where did the system obtain such treasures? He mused to himself as he began to make selections. He acquired an enormous piece of innate ice jade, several hundred bottles of transformative elixirs, and the essence of ice. But that was just the beginning. In the next moment, Lu Daosheng soared into the void and gestured with his hand. Instantly, the boundless laws of ice began to coalesce from his fingertips, a truly earth-shattering act. In less than a moment, he held a necklace materialized from the laws of ice. Finally, Lu Daosheng adorned the necklace with the essence of ice, enhancing it slightly until it transformed into a stunning piece of art. After admiring it for a moment, he smiled with satisfaction. Xiao Xue should certainly appreciate this. Simultaneously, due to the significant depletion of the ice laws, glaciers began to melt in the Xintian world, causing sea levels to rise. The culprit behind all this chaos was none other than Lu Daosheng, who was at home trying to please his daughter. Time passed, and Lu Daosheng returned to the city lord's residence. This should be sufficient for Xiao Xue's awakening. He nodded, then set to work. First, he prepared to refine the innate ice jade he had obtained from the system shop. Before him lay an enormous piece of innate ice jade, larger than himself. This jade was an exceedingly precious material for crafting ice-based artifacts. Typically, adding even a small piece the size of a fingernail to certain ice artifacts would exponentially increase their power. Thus, innate ice jade served primarily as a supplementary material due to its rarity. Using it as the main material was quite uncommon. Now, Lu Daosheng possessed a piece larger than any ordinary individual. He had merely purchased one from the system shop, and if he had procured more, he could likely craft an entire city with it. With determination, Lu Daosheng began his work. While others might employ a forging furnace to craft artifacts, he relied solely on his hands, eschewing even the use of a hammer. As he exerted his strength, the massive piece of innate ice jade began to transform. After a moment of humming and vibrating, a large vat materialized before him. Indeed, Lu Daosheng had fashioned a sizable tub from the innate ice jade. Not bad, but it feels like something is missing. With a gentle wave of his hand, a spark of intelligence emerged from the ice jade tub. With a bare-handed touch, he awakened its spirit. Boom! Instantly, a chilling aura surged forth from the tub, causing the temperature throughout the entire city to inexplicably drop several degrees. Observing this, Lu Daosheng hastily waved his hand to suppress the frigid energy. He examined the tub crafted from innate ice jade with satisfaction. Xiao Xue will surely enjoy a warm bath in this. Next, he retrieved the hundreds of bottles of transformative elixirs and poured them all into the tub. Before long, the vat brimmed with the elixirs. At that moment, in a room filled with a youthful aura within the city lord's residence, Lu Shui sat cross-legged in meditation when suddenly she heard her father's voice resonating in her mind. Xiao Xue, come here. Father. Lu Shui opened her eyes, a look of confusion crossing her face as she scanned her surroundings. After a moment of silence, she made her way to Lu Daosheng's room. Inside, the door creaked open. Father, did you call for me? Upon entering, Lu Shui immediately felt an overwhelming chill. Gazing at the icy, jade-like tub before her, she was momentarily stunned. Father, where did you find such a peculiar bathtub? Lu Daosheng smiled gently and replied. Xiao Xue, this is a special gift from me. Quickly, undress and step inside, ate his words. Lu Shui's expression turned slightly perplexed. Father, did you call me just to take a bath? Lu Daosheng nodded. Xiao Xue, you possess remarkable talent. This will awaken the potential within you to as a result. Your cultivation speed will significantly increase. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? That sounds wonderful. However, her expression soon shifted as she lowered her head. Noticing this, Lu Daosheng paused. Xiao Xue, what troubles you? Lu Shui slowly replied, Father, are you hiding something from me? During this time, Lu Daosheng had undergone considerable change. As his daughter, she could not possibly remain oblivious to it. She sensed that her father was grappling with something significant, yet he was keeping it from her, which made her feel uncomfortable. Taken aback by her words, Lu Daosheng hesitated for a moment before responding. Xiao Xue, there are indeed matters I have not disclosed to you. How about this? You take your bath first, and once you've awakened your potential, I will share everything with you. Lu Shui nodded in agreement, saying, all right, Father. But remember, you promised not to deceive me. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Lu Daosheng reassured her, offering a few instructions not to leave the ice jade tub before stepping outside to wait. While he wished to be by her side, his daughter had grown old enough that he could not remain with her during her bath. However, to him, the distance of a door made little difference. Moments later, Lu Shui plunged into the ice jade tub with a splash. Outside, Lu Daosheng began to activate the tub. Sensing his command, the ice jade tub emanated an unearthly chill. Meanwhile, as Lu Shui settled into the tub, her expression shifted dramatically as the transformative elixirs began to bombard her body, flooding in through her skin with an unimaginable energy that a single drop of transformative elixir could alter a person's fate. Once consumed, it would greatly enhance the user's innate talents. Now, with Lu Shui bathing in the elixirs, any powerful beings who learned of it would likely be enraged to the point of spitting blood. Feeling the unusual sensations within her, Lu Shui hurriedly sat cross-legged, attempting to suppress the turmoil inside her. Yet despite her efforts, her cultivation began to soar uncontrollably. Qi refinement stage. Level 6. Qi refinement stage. Level 7. Qi refinement stage. Level 8. Until, with little effort, Lu Shui broke through to the innate stage, and her cultivation continued to rise. Finally, Lu Shui reached the pinnacle of the Spirit Master realm. Before she could fully grasp the situation, she sensed another wave of abnormality. Cold, very cold, intensely cold. Under normal circumstances, cultivators were not typically susceptible to cold, especially now that she had reached the Spirit Master realm. Yet, she found herself trembling uncontrollably from the chill. Father, as the temperature continued to plummet, Lu Shui could no longer contain herself and called out for her father. Outside the door, witnessing his daughter's agonizing expression, Lu Daosheng felt an ache in his heart. Yet he urged, Xiao Xue, hold on. If you persevere, you will never fear the cold again. Hearing her father's words, Lu Shui nodded. Though her face remained contorted in pain, her body trembling uncontrollably from the frigid air that relentlessly assailed her. I can't endure this any longer, father. I truly cannot. Cold vapors escaped her lips, and the tears that streamed down her cheeks crystallized into ice. Trembling all over, she was a sight that nearly shattered Lu Daosheng's heart. As a father who usually dotes on his daughter, he could hardly bear to see her in such torment, and he instinctively moved to push open the door to embrace her. Just then, a figure appeared before him, blocking his path, City Lord, Gu Chun interposed himself in front of Lu Daosheng, speaking earnestly. City Lord, Lu Shui will be fine. The reason she suffers so is that her constitution has reached a critical moment of awakening. If she gives up now, she may never awaken again. You wish to protect her for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng regained his composure. He understood this well, but how could he, as a father, bear to watch his daughter in such agony? If it comes to that, I will protect her forever. Am I not capable of doing so? At that moment, Lu Shui's voice emerged from within the room once more. Father, I will endure a little longer. I can do this. She had heard Gu Qin's words and understood that her father's preparations were no easy feat. She could not let him down. Isn't it just cold? If it comes to it, I could freeze to death. Observing Lu Shui's maturity, Lu Daosheng's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he murmured, Indeed, she is my daughter, Lu Daosheng. Resolutely, he turned his gaze away, unwilling to look further. Suddenly, recalling something, Lu Daosheng pulled Gu Chun to his side. Time passed, and soon a heart-wrenching scream reverberated from within the room. In the next instant, an icy chill more intense than that of the Xianbing jade barrel surged forth from the house. In an instant, the entire city lord's manor transformed into a magnificent ice sculpture. Simultaneously, the cold continued to spread, permeating the city. Witnessing this scene, Lu Daosheng waved his hand, and all the coldness dissipated in an instant, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. It's snowing. In the city, feeling the sudden drop in temperature, many people shivered and looked up at the sky, puzzled that seemed to originate from the city lord's manor. At that moment, an elderly man with considerable cultivation gazed toward the city lord's manor and spoke. Could it be true? Is the city lord in trouble? Come, let us hurry and see. The city lord must not be harmed. Clearly, Lu Daosheng was well regarded as his position as city lord was recommended by the townsfolk. Within the city lord's manor, several guards rushed into Lu Daosheng's courtyard. City lord, you are unharmed, away, accompanied by several guards. Burst into the courtyard, immediately spotting Lu Daosheng and Gu Chun standing by the door. Seeing Away and the others, Lu Daosheng waved his hand and said, I am fine here. You may leave. Go inform the townsfolk that the city lord's manor is safe. Being in the city lord's manor, Lu Daosheng felt a sense of reassurance from the townspeople. Indeed, the people were united. Hearing Lu Daosheng's command, Away nodded and replied, Yes, city lord. He then led the others away. Lu Daosheng and Gu Chun exchanged glances, both smiling that it worked. However, no sooner had the words left his mouth than a phoenix cry resonated from within the house, echoing throughout the heavens in the next moment. An ethereal ice phoenix silhouette gradually materialized above the city lord's manor. Simultaneously, the entire world began to tremble violently as boundless spiritual energy converged from all corners of the Tianxian world toward. Buzz! Then, an overwhelming chill surged forth from the ice phoenix, its wings unfurling, casting a blanket of frost across the land. In an instant, the entire was plunged into an ice age. Countless cultivators were taken aback, especially those who gazed at their surroundings, now scarcely recognizable, coated in ice, their eyes filled with confusion and alarmed of course. The most profound impact was felt by the innumerable beasts of the Tianxian world, who sensed a primal fear stemming from their bloodline suppression. Yet this coldness did not cease. Instead, it continued to spread as if intent on encasing the entire Tianxian world in ice. Finally, this extraordinary phenomenon caught the attention of several formidable cultivators. Only when true powerhouses intervened did the chilling tide begin to abate. What in the world is that monster? Goodness, I'm freezing to death. Don't touch my neck, it's so cold. Has birthed a prodigy in an instant. Countless cultivators throughout the Tianxian world were abuzz with rumors. This previously overlooked wild land had once again captured the attention of the world. Immediately, a multitude of powerful figures set their sights on. On a towering ice mountain stood a colossal entity, the Hall of Extreme Cold, a top-tier force in the Tianxian world. With a mere stomp, the entire Tianxian world would tremble. Within the hall, an extraordinarily beautiful woman, whose coldness penetrated to the bone, gazed toward and coldly commanded, Investigate. No matter who this person is, she can only be my disciple. Yes, home master. Meanwhile, in a chilling abyss, a pair of enormous eyes slowly opened, captivating all who beheld them. The Ice Phoenix bloodline has my master descended. A hoarse voice resonated softly. In the next moment, the being rose, unleashing a thunderous dragon roar that pierced the heavens, ascending into the skies. Its body stretched for miles, overshadowing the entire earth and sky. Waves of terrifying dragon might cascaded down from its form. The IT was a true dragon. 300,000 years prior, it was punished by powerful members of its clan for a grave error and had been confined within the Dragon Suppression Valley of the Tianqian world. It was destined to return to the Dragon Clan upon the emergence of one possessing the Ice Phoenix bloodline. This was the promise made to him long ago, and that individual with the Ice Phoenix bloodline was his savior. He had sworn an oath that when the one bearing the Ice Phoenix bloodline appeared, he would recognize her as his master, regardless of who she was. 300,000 years had passed, and now he could finally return. Instantly, Daosheng's gaze pierced through the boundless void, fixating on the direction of, before he began to spiral away. Within the city lord's manor, Daosheng observed the extraordinary spectacle before him and shook his head. This commotion is quite significant, and it is merely the manifestation of the Ice Phoenix bloodline's awakening that he had suppressed the awakening phenomenon of the extreme ice spirit body. Had he not intervened, the awakening of the extreme ice spirit body could have frozen the entire Tianqian world. However, he was surprised to discover that the Ice Phoenix bloodline was activated by the awakening of the extreme ice spirit body. The two complemented each other, achieving a perfect awakening. Not bad, Daosheng finally praised, the earlier expression of heartache now having vanished. At this moment, Lu Shue's constitution and bloodline had completely awakened, and her path to brilliance had thoroughly commenced. Moments later, the door opened, and Lu Shue, fully dressed, stepped out of the room. Father, master. Upon seeing Daosheng and Guchen outside, Lu Shue beamed with a smile. At this moment, Lu Shue exuded a profound transformation in her aura. Merely drawing close allowed one to sense a penetrating chill. Ordinary individuals would likely find it unbearable to remain near her. Lu Daosheng and Guchen nodded, and Lu Daosheng inquired, Xiao Xue, how do you feel? Father, I truly am no longer cold. Just moments ago, she had been suffering from the biting cold, but now the sensation had vanished, replaced by a profound comfort. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng chuckled, as long as you are not cold. That is good. At this juncture, Lu Shue gazed at Lu Daosheng, hesitating, and said, Father, I have many questions now. Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng smiled helplessly before his expression turned serious. Xiao Xue, you are now 16 years old, and I shall no longer keep secret from you that in truth, your father is an unparalleled strongman. Unparalleled strongman. Then, Father, were you merely feigning weakness all along? Lu Shue replied, somewhat speechless. She could never forget the time when she was pursued by a beast and her father. In his bid to save her, sustained severe injuries. In response, Lu Daosheng awkwardly chuckled and nodded. Indeed. Now that you've grown up, I shall no longer conceal the truth. Beside them, Guchen remained silent for a moment before slightly nodding. I have learned much. It seems children should indeed be raised in hardship. He had witnessed countless children of powerful factions who were utterly arrogant. Yet, observing Lu Daosheng's daughter, who was not only well-behaved and sensible, but also capable of enduring hardships with such remarkable talent, he realized the numerous benefits of raising children in adversity. It appeared that when he had children in the future, he too would need to feign weakness. Hearing Lu Daosheng's words, Lu Shue felt a mix of surprise and speechlessness. After all, who wouldn't wish for a remarkable father? She thought about how no one would dare to provoke her in the future. Then, Father, why do you not teach me cultivation yourself? Why do you seek a master for me? Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng fell silent for a moment before responding. Xiao Xue, your father has been quite busy lately, and thus I do not have ample time to guide you. When I have the opportunity, I will teach you, all right? At this, Lu Shue ceased her inquiries and nodded in agreement. All right, Xiao Xue, you may go and practice diligently. Your father has matters to attend to. All right. Goodbye, Father. Goodbye. Master. Lu Shue obediently departed. After her exit, Guchan glanced toward the distant void and remarked, "It seems that your desolate city shall soon become lively." Daosheng looked up and shook his head slightly. "Now is not the time. Our desolate city has yet to undergo transformation. Once those powerful beings from outside arrive, our little desolate city may not remain intact." With that, Daosheng raised his hand, pressing down with an invisible force that enveloped the entire desolate city in a spherical shield. Simultaneously, his voice echoed throughout the city. "All citizens of the desolate city, I am Daosheng, the city lord. For the time being, entry and exit from the desolate city are prohibited." In the next moment, several individuals suddenly vanished from within the desolate city, all of whom were unmistakably outsiders, though they were merely a few in number. What Daosheng aimed to do next was to completely transform the desolate city, aspiring to make it the strongest faction in the Tianqian world. And indeed, in the entire universe. Suddenly, Gu Qin's aura began to surge dramatically, a wave of pressure unique to the Tiandi realm emanating from him like a tidal wave, causing the faces of everyone within the desolate city to change dramatically. Momentarily stunned, Gu Qin then burst into hearty laughter. He looked up at the sky and turned to say, "City Lord, I appreciate your assistance." Upon hearing this, Daosheng smiled and waved his hand, revealing a gap above the desolate city. "Go forth." "Thank you, City Lord." In the next instant, Gu Qin soared into the sky. Meanwhile, the entire Tianqian world began to hum with activity. Countless ancient beings who had been in seclusion were awakened by this phenomenon, their gazes drawn to the void above the Tianqian world where an aura of grand principle was converging towards a single point. The expressions of all were filled with astonishment. Someone about to attain the Tiandi realm. How could this be possible? It has been ages since the Tianqian world has seen a Tiandi. After the initial shock, these ancient beings were moved to tears that it became evident that the Tianqian world had not fallen into decline. They could indeed cultivate a Tiandi. After merely sensing the aura, they confirmed the location of the mysterious strongman who was about to attain the Tiandi realm, towards the direction of the desolate state. Without hesitation, several elders set off with great gifts and families in tow, heading towards the desolate state. The remaining cultivators, witnessing the recent anomaly in the desolate state, were filled with shock just moments ago. They had envisioned a magnificent city brimming with supreme aura, and they could vaguely see an ancient plaque above the city gates inscribed with the words "Desolate City." Now, with such a phenomenon occurring once again in the direction of the desolate state, including the earlier appearance of the Ice Phoenix illusion, it was undeniable that the desolate state was undergoing tremendous changes. The initially inactive cultivators hurriedly made their way towards the desolate state, while those who had already set off accelerated their pace. This was an opportunity, undoubtedly the fortune of their Tianqian world. Above the desolate city, time passed unnoticed until the aura of grand principle gradually dissipated, and Gu Qin's aura reached an unprecedented peak. In such an environment within the desolate city, achieving the Tiandi realm was indeed a simple feat, largely due to Gu Qin's profound foundation. Having spent 1,000,000 years atop the evil god abyss was no trivial matter. Moreover, with Daosheng having bestowed upon Gu Qin the essence left behind by those evil beings, even without the current desolate city, Gu Qin achieving the Tiandi realm was merely a matter of time. In the void above, Gu Qin slowly opened his eyes and applied a gentle force. Instantly, the entire expanse of the void was riddled with countless cracks. Sensing his newfound power, Gu Qin revealed a long-lost smile. That moment, he recalled something and, with a tremor, returned to the desolate city. "City Lord." Upon seeing Daosheng once more, Gu Qin felt a tremor within. Now that he had attained the Tiandi realm, he was aware that he had grown incomparably stronger, yet he still could not discern even a fraction of Daosheng's strength. Previously, while in the evil god abyss, he had thought Daosheng was merely a Tiandi level expert, and that any stronger being would be above that. However, Gu Qin now realized how narrow his perspective had been. He then bowed deeply to Daosheng. "City Lord, from this day forth, I, Gu Qin, pledge to follow you for eternity and serve the desolate city." Such a person, to whom Gu Qin would submit, held no negative connotations. Without Lu Daosheng, his fate would have been to perish atop the evil god abyss. Besides, with such a delightful atmosphere here, what reason did he have to leave? Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng smiled gently and replied, "Very well. Just ensure you teach my daughter well and do not lead her astray." In response, Gu Chun nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, city lord, from this day forth, I shall treat Xiao Xue as my own daughter." And no sooner had he spoken than Lu Xue's voice echoed from afar that, "Oh, my dear father." She rushed over in a flurry, throwing herself into Lu Daosheng's embrace. Upon seeing her, Lu Daosheng's face lit up with a tender smile. He patted Lu Xue's small head and asked, "Xiao Xue, what troubles you?" Lu Xue lifted her head, her eyes filled with grievance. "Father, you have kept such a heavy secret from me that I the current state of the desolate city you're doing?" At this, Lu Daosheng, taken aback, nodded. "Yes, it was indeed my doing." Hearing this, Lu Xue huffed lightly. "What you have done is far beyond that of an unparalleled strongman, father." "You? What is it?" "Father, you cannot possibly be the legendary sage, can you?" The sage was a legendary existence, the most formidable being she could envision. Beside them, Gu Chun chuckled. "Xiao Xue, do not tease your father." "Teasing? What have I done wrong?" Lu Xue retorted, her demeanor softening slightly upon seeing Gu Chun, though her expression remained forlorn. Witnessing Lu Xue's plight, both Lu Daosheng and Gu Chun erupted into hearty laughter. "Xiao Xue, your father is far stronger than any so-called sage. However strong he may be, he remains unaware of it. Merely the fact that he has yet to attain the status of a celestial emperor means that he could easily subdue a sage with but a single hand. Not to mention Lu Daosheng, who is countless times stronger than himself. Beyond the sages lies the sage kings, and above the sage kings are the semi-emperors, with the great emperors reigning supreme above them." Upon hearing this, Lu Xue's mouth fell agape in astonishment, her face a canvas of disbelief. Her father is actually more powerful than a sage at that moment. Lu Daosheng spoke. "Xiao Xue, from now on, you must diligently train under your master Gu Chun. I shall be away for a while. Ah. Father, where are you going?" Seeing Lu Xue's reaction, Lu Daosheng couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. "I'm merely going out for a short while." "Fear not. I shall return swiftly to Do." "Very well then. Do come back quickly. Rest assured, you are my only precious daughter. How could I possibly abandon you?" Upon hearing these words, Lu Xue's face blossomed into a sweet smile. Meanwhile, Gu Chun hesitated, saying, "Lord City Master." Lu Daosheng waved his hand. "From now on, you all need only focus on your training. The wild city shall not be disturbed." "Yes, Lord City Master, I will certainly guide Xiao Xue in her training." "Xiao Xue, you too must heed your master Gu Chun's advice." Understood, father." Subsequently, Gu Chun took Lu Xue and vanished from the spot. Left behind, Lu Daosheng shook his head. In the next instant, his figure appeared high above the wild city. Magnified countless times, upon sighting Lu Daosheng, the citizens of the wild city erupted in exclamations. "City Master! It is the City Master! City Master, what is happening? City Master, please tell us, is this all you're doing?" Hearing the cheers of the crowd, Lu Daosheng offered a faint smile that "Oh, not panic, everyone. Indeed, this is all my handiwork." His words, the citizens of the wild city erupted into cheers. "The City Master is magnificent." At that moment, Lu Daosheng raised his hand to quell the noise, and the crowd fell silent. "Now, everyone must train diligently. With the current conditions, our wild city shall not be inferior to any external force. Rest assured, with these conditions, Old Li, will surely break through to the spirit concentration realm." Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng's expression turned somewhat awkward. Such ambitions seemed rather lofty. He recalled that Old Li was the butcher in the city, renowned for the fragrant wild boar meat that he sold. As he was the only one in the wild city dealing in meat, he had frequented Old Li's shop quite often. As Old Li spoke, a somewhat more worldly young man scoffed. "Uncle Li, merely reaching the spirit concentration realm is insufficient, especially given our current environment. That I believe that even if we were to break through to the divine abode realm, it would be of little concern." This young man was Zhang Cheng, the son of the owner of the Zhang noodle shop. Previously, his father had invested heavily to send him out for training, broadening his horizons. Thus, Zhang Cheng was aware of many things that the citizens of the wild city did not. including the existence of the far superior divine abode realm. Upon hearing this, Oldly S' expression fell. "You little brat, you've truly gained some knowledge." Instantly, everyone burst into hearty laughter. "All right, everyone, from now on, just do your best. Do not squander these resources that this." Lu Daosheng slowly spoke. Hearing his words, the crowd promptly fell silent. "Rest assured, Lord City Master, we have worked hard to attain such an opportunity. How could we waste it?" "Yes, Lord City Master, we will undoubtedly live up to your expectations this moment." Everyone eagerly agreed. Hearing their words, Lu Daosheng nodded with satisfaction before departing. Upon returning to the City Master's residence, he was immediately met by every member of the household. The crowd paused momentarily, and upon seeing Lu Daosheng, they all bowed in respect. "City Master," Lu Daosheng acknowledged with a sound, turning his gaze to Away. Since he had assumed the role of City Master, Away had consistently remained by his side, unwavering in loyalty. Now, he had reached the formidable destiny realm, capable of discerning the hearts of men. He had initially feared that there might be one or two restless souls within the City Master's residence. However, upon inspection, he found only unwavering loyalty, realizing he had underestimated their integrity. "How long have you all been in the City Master's residence?" Lu Daosheng inquired. In response, the crowd answered honestly, 16 years, 13 years. 9 years, 30 years, 30 years. Lu Daosheng looked toward the elder who had answered 30 years. His name was Jian Yuan, the sole individual who had remained in the City Master's residence since the previous City Master's passing. Lu Daosheng held him in high regard, appointing him as the steward of the residence. Over the years, he had devoted himself to the City Master's household, which had allowed him to live comfortably. Originally, this elder's lifespan had been nearly extinguished. Yet now, in such an environment, he seemed to have found a second spring. Merely spending a short time beneath the tree of life had significantly extended his lifespan. "Elder Jiang, thank you for your hard work over the years," Lu Daosheng said to Jiang Yuan with a gentle smile. Jiang Yuan was taken aback and quickly replied, "City Master, I dare not accept such praise." Hearing this, Lu Daosheng merely smiled and said nothing further. Next, Lu Daosheng turned his attention back to Away. He was Lu Daosheng's right-hand man, the most trustworthy individual aside from his family. Now, he intended to personally cultivate everyone within the City Master's residence. "I will take you to a place where countless opportunities await. How much you can gain will depend on your own efforts." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in unison. "Thank you, City Master, for bestowing this opportunity." They understood that the current City Master was no longer the same as before, although they were unsure of what had transpired. It was of little consequence. What mattered was that their wild city was on the verge of prosperity. In the next moment, the entire group vanished from sight. Lu Daosheng gazed at the people within his palm-sized world, a satisfied smile gracing his features. For someone of his caliber, creating a world with bare hands was certainly achievable. Thus, Lu Daosheng had no intention of wasting this world, in his realm. Everything could be under his control. Therefore, he also arranged numerous legendary treasures from the system shops within his palm-sized world, equal to those in the wild city. After preparing these, Lu Daosheng took one last look at the current state of the wild city. Ensuring nothing was amiss, before turning to leave, he aimed to forge the wild city into the most powerful force, establishing it as an eternal giant city. Surely, he could not do without a competent populace. Previously, the combined total of everyone in the wild city and the City Master's residence was fewer than 100 individuals, as an unparalleled force. Having such a small number was quite embarrassing. No matter how strong he was, he could not possibly handle everything himself. Thus, Lu Daosheng resolved to venture outside, seeking potential talents to cultivate. This was the purpose of his temporary departure from the wild city. Meanwhile, outside the wild city, numerous formidable cultivators had surrounded it, leaving no room for escape. Yet despite their relentless attacks and various tactics, none could breach the protective barrier enveloping the wild city. They could only peer through the barrier, catching glimpses of a vast, indistinct city within, with hints of golden brilliance emanating from it. "Who can tell this old man what is happening?" A voice suddenly boomed from the crowd. Hearing this, someone was about to retort, but immediately sensed the aura of the elder who was at the divine abode realm. The divine abode realm. These were the top-tier powerhouses of the Tianxian world. We cannot afford to provoke him. Senior, we are also newcomers here and know little about this mysterious city. That moment, a young man dressed in opulent attire politely spoke. Upon hearing his words, the old man snorted disdainfully and retorted, "Who is the person in charge here? Is it possible that no one is aware of the sudden appearance of such a colossal city?" Indeed, the thought struck everyone that the person responsible ought to know. Instantly, they began to search for answers. As the saying goes, strength lies in numbers. Within moments, a somewhat timid middle-aged man was pushed to the forefront. Upon seeing this middle-aged man, the old man's brow furrowed slightly. "You are the one in charge of this area, the strongest in this realm," he stated. After all, even if the desolate city were impoverished, it could not be a land without a master. However, this middle-aged man possessed merely the cultivation of a peak void-breaking realm practitioner, which drew scornful glances from the crowd. Truly a reflection of the wilderness. The middle-aged man forced a bitter smile and said, "Elder, I am just as perplexed. There is indeed a city here, known as the Desolate City. Yet that desolate city was small and dilapidated, nowhere near comparable to this mysterious giant city. Beyond that, I am at a loss to that moment. All present were practitioners from large territories, many of whom surpassed his own cultivation. In the past, he had been arrogant and domineering in the wild state. Yet now he trembled in fear as for the sudden emergence of this mysterious giant city. He had no understanding of its origins. Just then, someone exclaimed, "I remember now. This mysterious giant city seems to be called the Desolate City." Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly recalled and subsequently expressed their astonishment. The image of the previously mysterious giant city appeared in their minds. Well known to all, just a brief recollection revealed the two large characters inscribed above the city gates, Desolate City. Moreover, this individual mentioned that there was originally a city named the Desolate City here, making it hard not to ponder any connection between the two cities. Could it be that this is indeed a city? But did that person not say the former Desolate City was small and shabby? "Hey, do you remember who the original lord of the Desolate City was?" someone inquired. The middle-aged man paused for a moment before replying. "I remember. I do know. Then do tell us quickly." The crowd turned their gazes toward him. If they could ascertain the identity of the city lord, perhaps it would lead to some clues. The middle-aged man began to ponder, but suddenly froze. Who was the lord of the Desolate City again? Oh no, why can't I remember all of a sudden? At this moment, he was taken aback. There were only a few cities in his region, and he remembered each city lord distinctly, although he only visited the Desolate City every few years. The name of its lord was certainly unforgettable. Yet now, no matter how hard he tried to recall, all memories regarding the lord of the Desolate City had vanished without a trace as for the lord's appearance. He knew nothing at all. Seeing the middle-aged man standing there in a daze, some individuals furrowed their brows. "You said you remembered, didn't you? Are you toying with us?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man nearly knelt down, his face more dreadful than if he had consumed excrement. "Esteemed elders, Enough," a beautiful woman suddenly interjected. The crowd turned to look at her, gasping in astonishment upon recognizing her face. "It's the island master of Tianyin Island. She has come as well." Tianyin Island, a nearby isle to the wild state, boasted resources and wealth that were world apart from those of the wild state. Moreover, Tianyin Island was one of the foremost powers in the Tianxian world. Its island master, Mu Tianyin, possessed cultivation at the fate harmonization realm, standing at the pinnacle of practitioners in the Tianxian world, looking down upon all. She was also the only openly acknowledged fate harmonization expert present. After all, who could guarantee that there were no other fate harmonization experts lurking in the shadows? Upon seeing Mu Tianyin, the crowd bowed in respect. "We pay our respects to Island Master Tianyin." "Esteemed Tianyin, this lad just claimed he remembered, yet now he is silent. Is he not clearly toying with us?" someone remarked. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, evidently angered. After all, they had traveled a great distance to the wild state, only to find themselves unable to enter the city. Each individual harbored a flicker of indignation within. Suddenly, a foul odor wafted through the air. They turned to see that the middle-aged man had soiled himself in fright. Mu Tianyin frowned at this sight and waved her hand, causing the middle-aged man to vanish from their midst. He was cast out. He is not toying with you. Rather, he simply cannot recall. Mu Tianyin spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, the crowd retracted their disdainful gazes, their expressions filled with confusion. Esteemed Tianyin, what do you mean by that? Is this fellow's memory truly so poor? As practitioners, one would expect their memory to be quite sharp, let alone forgetting a name. Yu Tianyin continued. This is not a fault of his, but rather of the owner of this city. The owner of this city has likely reached an unfathomable level. Without their permission, they could erase all memories of him from others' minds. Upon hearing this, the crowd stood frozen in place. Was it truly that terrifying? In an instant, some among them began to entertain thoughts of retreat. If they were to enter, would they even know how they died? Then, esteemed Tianyin, do you mean to say that the former lord of that city is the same as the current one? A clever individual questioned. However, Mu Tianyin simply gazed solemnly at the giant city before her, saying nothing further. Instantly, the crowd understood to remain silent. Yet, would they merely sit idly by? They had come all this way, and it would be a shame to leave in such defeat. Just then, a hearty laughter echoed through the air. Since this mysterious giant city has appeared here, it surely is not merely for us to gaze upon. I believe it may not yet be the time for the city to open. Therefore, I intend to construct additional buildings around the periphery of this city, to await the day it opens. The crowd turned to see a young gentleman clad in luxurious attire, wielding a feather. F-A-N-I-T is young Master Ji. Young Master Ji? Which young Master Ji? Are you foolish? There's only one young Master Ji in the entire Tianxian world. Ji Shengkai, the only son of the Ji family head. The Ji family was the wealthiest clan in the entire Tianxian world, with their enterprises spanning throughout the realm. While their strength was uncertain, it was well known that they were incredibly affluent. The future heir of the Ji family, Ji Shengkai, possessed a keen business acumen. Having arrived here not long ago, he sensed a substantial business opportunity. Presently, members of his family were continuously making their way to this location. Upon hearing Ji Shengkai's words, the crowd hesitated for a moment before nodding in silent agreement. If it were anyone else, they would have dismissed him. Building anything in this desolate place wouldn't entice them. However, the Ji family was different. Everyone recognized the Ji family's power. They could transform this resource-scarce wild state into a sanctuary for cultivation. If the Ji family desired, they could certainly achieve that. Young Master Ji, do you require any assistance? I am eager to lend a hand at this moment. Someone stepped forward cheerfully. Hearing this, Ji Shengkai lightly waved his feather fan. Raising an eyebrow, "Oh, you wish to work with me? Let me make it clear first. I don't have much money at the moment, so the pay will be minimal." Upon hearing this, the individual remained unfazed. No worries, young Master Ji. I don't need any pay. Just give me a house when the construction is complete. A cough escaped Ji Shengkai as he was momentarily caught off guard. Looking at the smiling man before him, he felt an unfamiliar sense of helplessness. Why don't you just go rob someone? Ji Shengkai stifled his frustration, snorted coldly, turned his head, and said, "Let us discuss this matter later." Now, he dares not reveal his plans prematurely. Otherwise, the funds would dwindle. Yet the individual before him appears utterly unperturbed, boldly approaching Ji Shengkai. Young Master Ji, you ought to give this serious consideration. After all, it is merely a single property, which I believe is not a significant issue. Upon hearing these words, Ji Shengkai's brows furrowed deeply. Does he truly believe himself to be so good-natured? I have no desire to engage in a debate with you. Someone, take him away. In the next moment, two formidable figures with profound auras appeared beside Ji Shengkai. Divine Mansion Realm. The presence of these two Divine Mansion Realm protectors underscores Ji Shengkai's status. Goodness, is that man truly foolish or just pretending? How audacious. Likely intoxicated by desire. Intoxicated? Who is intoxicated? However, the scene of that man being thrown out did not materialize. Instead, the spectacle before everyone left them utterly astounded. The two Divine Mansion Realm Guardians beside Ji Shengkai were now staring ahead. Their expressions filled with terror, their bodies taut, sweat pouring down. Why you? At this moment, Ji Shungsai's expression also betrayed a hint of fear as he instinctively recoiled. Why does this seemingly inconspicuous individual exude such a terrifying aura? In the next instant, the figure before Ji Shankai transformed, revealing an old man who appeared somewhat comical. Little brat of the Ji family, I advise you to seriously reconsider my earlier proposal, or else. Upon witnessing the old man's true visage, Ji Shungsai's face turned pale with fright. Who is he again? In his moment of panic, Ji Shankai could not recall the identity of the man before him. However, Mu Tianyin below recognized the old man, and her expression changed dramatically. Why you are Chungue? Hearing Mu Tianyin's exclamation, the crowd fell silent for a moment, then began to retreat, their faces etched with horror. Chungue, a figure from 100,000 years ago, lacking any sense of justice, he was a petty man known for his vindictiveness. Yet this very individual had ascended to the realm of fate harmonization, becoming a figure at the pinnacle of the heavenly profound world. Subsequently, he disappeared from the eyes of the world. They all believed he had perished. Who would have thought he was still alive? Upon hearing the name Chungue, Ji Shungsai's complexion paled. Naturally, he was well aware of who Chungue was. Although his family was not afraid, this was not within their territory. Moreover, who could predict whether such a person would interfere with the forces behind him? Senior Chungue, I did not recognize your esteemed presence. Ji Shankai hastily bowed, nearly on the verge of tears. For someone of this caliber, not to mention a single property, he would gladly offer an entire building. Senior, once the property is constructed, I will ensure it is promptly arranged for you. Is that so? However, I have changed my mind. I now desire 10 properties, Chungue coldly remarked, observing the trembling Ji Shankai before him. Hearing this, Ji Shungsai's expression drastically altered. Indeed, this old fellow was not one to be trifled with. Just as Ji Shankai was about to concede, a chilling voice suddenly echoed from the void. Chungue, my Ji family is not so easily bullied. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying wave of pressure surged from the heavens. The next moment, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the space tore open, and a spectral middle-aged man stepped forth. Fate Harmonization Realm. Father, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Ji Shankai immediately lamented. This middle-aged man was none other than Ji Shungsai's father, the patriarch of the Ji family, Ji Wuhui, one of the top experts in the heavenly profound world. Upon witnessing Ji Wuhui's physical presence, a flicker of apprehension flashed in Chungue's eyes. You are quite protective of your in the void above. Ji Wuhui coldly regarded Chungue, not uttering a single word. After a lengthy pause, Chungue sneered, turning to Ji Shankai, young man, do not forget my request for that property. With that, Chungue vanished from sight. As Chungue departed, the crowd collectively exhaled, relieved. If a confrontation erupted between these two fate harmonization realm experts, they would have no recourse but to flee. Fortunately, Chungue had relented. After all, he was but one man. While Ji Wuhui represented an entire faction, a conflict at this juncture would yield no benefit for Chungue. Father, Ji Shankai said with a bitter smile as he watched Ji Wuhui approach him, it is merely a single property. In comparison to your safety, what is 10 properties? Upon hearing this, Ji Shungsai's eyes reddened. Indeed, his father was the best. The onlookers observed this heartwarming scene with a sense of envy. Why could he not be their father? Ji Shankai was the sole child of Ji Wuhui, born late in his father's life, thus receiving abundant affection. This was common knowledge among the crowd. Elder Ji, regarding the expansion mentioned by the young master earlier. At this moment, someone inquired of Ji Wuhui. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuhui glanced at his son before responding indifferently. What Shankai means is what I mean. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt their breath quicken. They could envision the monumental changes that would soon unfold in this place. After all, this was the Ji family. Previously, while it was merely Ji Shungsai's word, the true high-ranking experts among them had not taken it seriously. Despite Ji Shungsai's esteemed position, he was not the actual decision-maker of the Ji family. Now that Ji Wuhui had spoken, the situation was entirely different. Patriarch Ji, regarding the expansion of the city, although your Ji family is grand and prosperous, I believe you will encounter some challenges. Tianyin Island is willing to form an alliance. As the crowd contemplated various thoughts, Mu Tianyin suddenly spoke up. Instantly, all eyes turned to her. With a smile, Mu Tianyin gazed calmly at Ji Wuhui above. What is this Tianyin senior up to, while Tianyin Island is strong? Can it truly compare with the Ji family? Although Mu Tianyin and Ji Wuhui both belong to the fate harmonization realm, the influence of the Ji family nearly spans the entirety of the heavenly profound world. While Tianyin Island is merely renowned within a specific region, to form an alliance, one would need a faction of Ji family's caliber. The crowd expected Mu Tianyin to be rebuffed, but to their astonishment, Ji Wuhui actually nodded. Very well, you may discuss this matter with my son. Upon hearing this, Mu Tianyin's smile widened further. Thank you, Patriarch Ji, she agreed so readily. What is happening? Ji Shunkai, beside Ji Wuhui, looked at his father in confusion. Father, why? Their Ji family is one of the foremost forces in the heavenly profound world. No matter how strong Tianyin Island is, it is merely a relatively powerful local faction, unworthy of collaboration with them. Everyone is aware of the immense benefits this matter entails. Did no one see that Chen Gui was willing to offend the Ji family just to secure a single property? Yet now, this lucrative opportunity is so easily being shared with Tianyin Island. Shunkai, that girl's identity is not simple. Just remember, do not engage in excessive conflict with her, but do not go out of your way to accommodate her either. If possible, pursuing her might not be out of the question. Huh? Upon hearing his father's words, Ji Shunkai was immediately struck with astonishment, his expression betraying his shock. The feather fan he held slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. He had never anticipated that the master of Tianyin Island, Mu Tianyin, possessed such a heart-stirring background, compelling even his own father to show deference. What was more astonishing was that his father intended for him to pursue Mu Tianyin. With that thought, Ji Shunkai turned his gaze towards Mu Tianyin in the distance. After observing her for a moment, he fell into silence. Indeed, her beauty was beyond reproach, though she appeared to be slightly older than himself. Yet, as the saying goes, with age comes a richer allure. Wait a moment, what was he thinking? Why should he even consider pursuing her? Just then, as if sensing Ji Shunkai's gaze, Mu Tianyin turned her head to look in his direction. At that moment, their eyes met, igniting a spark between them. Ji Shunkai cleared his throat twice, hastily averting his gaze to conceal his embarrassment, though his handsome face still betrayed a hint of crimson. Haha, Shunkai, what do you think? Observing Ji Shunkai's reaction, Ji Wuhui raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of delight in his eyes. In response, Ji Shunkai composed himself and quickly replied, Father, I still wish to focus on my career for now. Let us not discuss this matter further. Ji Wuhui then revealed a knowing smile, patting Ji Shunkai on the shoulder without uttering another word. Meanwhile, Mu Tianyin furrowed her brow slightly. Had that insufferable Ji boy been gazing at her just now? Did he still hold a grudge? It was merely a matter of real estate, after all, that if she wished, she could easily acquire the entirety of Wilderness State. After a brief silence, several bold individuals with ample funds stepped forward to inquire. Ji Gongzi, may I pre-order some of the properties once they are completed? Ji Gongzi, I too wish to pre-order. Count me in, Ji Gongzi, and me as well. Instantly, a throng of people surged forward, as if fearing they would miss out. Seeing the frenzy unfold, the crowd grew anxious that moment. They lamented their insufficient funds, and after a moment's hesitation, those with money surged ahead while the less fortunate hurried home to retrieve their funds. Gentlemen, indeed, these properties can be pre-ordered, though the pre-order price may be somewhat steep. Witnessing the crowd's eagerness, Ji Shunkai felt a surge of joy and promptly spoke to Ji Gongzi, "You are being overly modest. We can certainly afford the price of property." Yes, Ji Gongzi, please don't keep us in suspense. Very well. In that case, I shall speak plainly. The price is a flat 1 million spirit stones per unit. Once. The crowd was rendered speechless. Ji Gongzi, isn't that rather excessive? 1 million per unit? They had originally planned to purchase 10 units. But at that rate, each would be lucky to afford 2, yet Ji Shunkai simply regarded the crowd with a calm smile. Not at all. Not all. You must understand, The properties crafted by my G family are worth every spirit stone spent. We pride ourselves on honesty. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. However, one individual voiced, 1 million per unit is simply too high. G Gongzi. If you do not lower the price, I shall have to withdraw. A strategic retreat. This individual was clever, but alas, he had underestimated the future heir of the G family. A reduction is out of the question. If you choose not to buy, I can only express my regret. Your absence will not deter others. The man found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Ji Gongzi, please reserve 2 units for me. Immediately, a storage ring was handed to Ji Shunkai. After inspecting it, he revealed a satisfied smile, recognizing the individual as a prominent figure from Qingzhou, whose family assets rivaled those of some major powers. The atmosphere shifted. Once one person made a purchase, the rest could no longer hold back, rushing forward in excitement. Haha. Do not rush. We have just begun, and there is enough for everyone from a distance. The previously cautious individual observed with a grim expression. After a moment contemplation, he too gathered his belongings and stepped forward to make a purchase. Thus, the Ji family secured the contract for the expansion of the mysterious giant city. Before long, construction commenced, with countless cultivators toiling to raise the city, while premium spirit veins were transported from other states. Within just a few days, the spiritual energy surrounding the desolate city had thickened considerably. A testament to the Ji family's formidable strength. Ji family, my Tianxian sect wishes to participate in the expansion. My Moon God sect also seeks to join, and my battle sect as well, as the expansion project gained momentum. Several powerful factions approached to join in. Without question, these factions were capable of standing alongside the Ji family, possessing significant influence throughout the entire Tianxian world. After careful consideration, the Ji family agreed to their inclusion, knowing that refusal might incite a collective backlash. After all, they had never envisioned undertaking the entire expansion project alone. With the addition of these factions, the endeavor would undoubtedly become much more manageable. Meanwhile, in a realm of unfamiliar starlight, a strangely shaped man ambled along, bearing an enormous stone tablet upon his back, inscribed prominently with the characters "Seeking Defeat." In the next moment, he halted, slowly raising his gaze to the front. There he beheld another figure, none other than our protagonist, Lu Daosheng. Here, the distance from the Tianxian world was staggering. Even a powerful monarch would require millennia to traverse such a span. At this moment, Lu Daosheng patiently appraised the peculiar man before him. In terms of strength, there was no question. He was undoubtedly the most formidable opponent Lu had encountered on his journey. Thus, in unknown realm expert. Seeking defeat? What is your name? Lu Daosheng inquired. Boom! The massive stone tablet crashed to the ground, causing the very fabric of the starry sky to fracture. An unimaginable weight. Dead men are unworthy of knowing my name. With a swift flash, a razor-sharp sword appeared from seemingly nowhere. Aiming directly at Lu Daosheng's chest, the blade approached. The strange man's eyes displayed no sign of emotion, as if he were performing an inconsequential act. Yet in the next moment, he found himself stunned. Clink! 2 fingers effortlessly pinched the sword blade, rendering it immovable despite the man's attempts to exert force. Witnessing this, the man appeared both astonished and somewhat exhilarated. Now, am I worthy of knowing your name? Lu Daosheng replied with a faint smile. After a moment of silence, the man spoke. I have no name. Perhaps I once did, but I have long forgotten it. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng was taken aback that it seemed this individual had quite the enigmatic past. Would you be interested in joining me? Instantly, the nameless man raised his gaze to Lu Daosheng. On what grounds? No sooner had he finished speaking than the sword was suddenly pressed against the man's brow at an indescribable speed. Do you find yourself interested now? Lu Daosheng asked with a smile. He had always believed in winning people over with virtue. Was this not what the man sought? This time, the nameless man's expression shifted. As the sword slowly fell into his hand, he pondered for a moment before sheathing it. He then turned and shattered the stone tablet into countless pieces. From this day forth, he would no longer seek defeat, nor would he require it. I will follow you. Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng smiled in satisfaction, extending his right hand as the world within his palm materialized, when the nameless man beheld the realm within Lu Daosheng's grasp. His expression turned to one of astonishment. Such a level of world, could it be that this individual had already taken that crucial step? With a mixture of curiosity and apprehension, the nameless man stepped into the world within Lu Daosheng's palm. As for this fellow, he would remain behind to guard the city gate. In terms of strength, it is undoubtedly sufficient at present. Lu Daosheng lifted his gaze towards the distance, and then vanished from his original spot. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and suddenly, a mysterious heavenly gate appeared in the distance, where Lu Daosheng halted once more. Approaching the gate, crafted from an unknown material, he walked forward with a sense of regret. Stop! Just as Lu Daosheng was about to draw near the heavenly gate, a furious voice rang out unexpectedly. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying pressure surged from the surroundings. In an instant, the entire starry sky began to rumble ominously. Before the heavenly gate, Lu Daosheng's expression remained unchanged as he extended a hand. Buzz! A middle-aged man clad in tattered battle armor was abruptly seized from the void by Lu Daosheng. The middle-aged man felt as if a stampede of horses was racing through his mind. What level of power is this? He found himself utterly defenseless. Gazing at the terrified armored man before him, Lu Daosheng inquired, "What is this gate?" "Senior, this is the gate of rebirth, said to lead to another world." The armored man replied earnestly. "The gate of rebirth?" Lu Daosheng murmured, contemplating the heavenly gate before him. "Another world, perhaps. Should I take a look?" He then slowly advanced towards the gate, disregarding any potential dangers. After all, he was invincible. Seeing Lu Daosheng approach the heavenly gate, the armored man became frantic. "Senior, no! If the gate is opened, unimaginable consequences will follow." Yet Lu Daosheng merely furrowed his brow, his steps unimpeded. "Fear not, I shall bear the consequences alone." The armored man was left speechless at that moment. Several powerful auras suddenly raced towards them. Open the gate of rebirth. You must first pass my test. You insignificant wretch, dare you attempt to open the gate of rebirth? Die. Instantly, countless ancient auras surged forth from the void. Upon sensing these auras, the armored man's face brightened. However, the next moment, he was rendered dumbfounded once more. Lu Daosheng turned and gently pressed his palm downwards. In an instant, several mysterious powerhouses materialized beside the armored man, their auras completely contained. All four stood in perfect alignment, utterly astonished, although they would not dare claim to be the strongest in the universe. They were undeniably among the elite, otherwise they would not be stationed to guard the gate of rebirth. Yet now, this man before them could easily suppress them with a single hand. Could it be that he is an existence beyond the realm of the unknown? Such beings should not be wandering about recklessly. This moment, the four were in disarray. However, Lu Daosheng merely cast a casual glance at the four before continuing towards the heavenly gate. There was no stopping him. Curiosity drove him forward. "Senior, wait. The world behind the gate of rebirth is fraught with peril. Otherwise, those predecessors would not have constructed the gate to seal that world away. You must consider carefully upon hearing this." Lu Daosheng halted. Is it truly that difficult to simply take a look inside? How much do you know about that world? Lu Daosheng turned to ask. In response, the four fell silent. What do they truly know? Nothing but legends. Seeing their silence, Lu Daosheng sighed and resumed his advance. It was far more authentic to witness it with his own eyes. That moment, an elder spoke up. "Senior, should you enter, it is highly likely you may never return. Do you not have anyone you care about in this universe?" Hearing the elder's words, the three beside him shook their heads. Such powerful beings could hardly have anyone they cared for. Those like them had long since become solitary, let alone someone capable of suppressing them with ease. However, upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng paused, not being able to return. "That simply won't do. My city has just begun to develop. If I leave, what will happen to it? What about my daughter?" Lu Daosheng cast a final, deep glance at the gate of rebirth, reluctantly turning away. The four stood there, somewhat bewildered. This senior truly left. Who would have thought such a powerful being would still have someone to care for? How unpredictable the world can be. Just as the four pondered, four spheres of energy suddenly surged into their bodies. Instantly, their expressions shifted to shock as powerful energy and vitality overflowed from within them. Simultaneously, they bowed deeply in the direction Lu Daosheng had departed. Thank you, Senior. Walking through the unfamiliar galaxy, Lu Daosheng continued to reflect on the gate of rebirth. System, is that gate truly a passage to another world? Yes. What kind of world is it? A higher level world, where stronger existences reside. System, my wife is there too, right? This time, the system offered no reply. Lu Daosheng fell silent. He had now reached the Destiny realm, a level where there was no corner of the universe he could not explore. Yet, he could not sense even the faintest trace of his wife's presence. This could only mean one thing. She had departed from this universe. Do not worry, host. Your wife will be found in due time. This system will assist you. Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng shook his head with a smile. Whether he found his wife or not was of little consequence. As long as she was alive, that was enough. For now, he wished to accomplish something significant. Turning his attention away from that issue, Lu Daosheng looked up and discovered a new galaxy that appeared to possess considerable strength to the edge of the eternal galaxy. A massive rift slowly emerged, as if it had been forcibly torn apart. In the next moment, Lu Daosheng stepped forth from within. Impudent! Who dares to intrude upon my eternal galaxy? A furious voice resonated, and a wave of hostile energy surged towards Lu Daosheng. Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng frowned slightly. Why are outsiders always so rude? Rip! The space tore open, revealing an ancient-looking elder clad in a Taoist robe. Who gave you the audacity to trespass into my eternal galaxy? The elder said coldly, releasing a terrifying pressure from his being. Witnessing this, Lu Daosheng remained expressionless. Moments later, the elder's aura waned, and he sheepishly followed behind Lu Daosheng. Senior, I am merely a gatekeeper of the eternal galaxy. Please do not take offense that Lu Daosheng nodded. Which faction do you belong to here? In response, Senior, I am from the Eternal Divine Hall. You should have heard of it. I have not, the Eternal Temple, the most formidable power within the eternal galaxy, nearly rules over half of this vast expanse that is a presence that instills fear in the hearts of all. Yet, the unfamiliar elder before him seems to be oblivious to it. This revelation leaves him both astonished and perplexed. The elder had just claimed to be merely a gatekeeper, but such a statement belies his true strength. He is indeed one of the top experts within the entire Eternal Temple. However, this elder merely waved his hand, effortlessly subduing him, which speaks volumes of Lu Daosheng's formidable prowess. Yet, such a powerful being remains unaware of the existence of their eternal temple. As if it has never crossed his ears, standing still, Lu Daosheng extended his consciousness, and within moments, it enveloped the entirety of the eternal galaxy. One cannot deny that this realm is far more prosperous than the star system belonging to his Tianqian world. In this place, the powerful would likely be reduced to mere shadows of their true selves. Lu Daosheng gazed toward the distant horizon, where the headquarters of the Eternal Temple is situated. Simultaneously, deep within the Eternal Temple, a woman clad in red suddenly opened her eyes and looked up. In the next instant, she vanished from within the hall. The boundary of the Eternal Galaxy. Lu Daosheng suddenly inquired, Is the master of your Eternal Temple a woman? The elder, taken aback by the question, quickly replied with a laugh. Elder, are you not familiar with our Eternal Temple? You even know that the master is female, yet you claim to have never heard of us. It seems I've been overly cautious who in this world has not heard the illustrious name of our Eternal Temple? However, Lu Daosheng interjected, it seems she is approaching. What? As soon as the words left his lips, a woman in a red dress materialized in their midst. You are not of my eternal galaxy, she coldly stated, fixing her gaze on Lu Daosheng. In response, Lu Daosheng offered a polite smile and said, This young lady, I hail from the Tianqian world and am merely passing through this place. Taken aback by his courtesy, the woman momentarily lost her words. She should have regarded Lu Daosheng with vigilance and hostility. For a unique rule exists among powerful galaxies that prevents communication between them, giving rise to the concept of galaxy barriers. Anyone capable of breaching these barriers is an entity of immense strength. One could only speculate the intentions of such a powerful being entering her galaxy. Lu Daosheng scrutinized the woman in red, recognizing her as another individual of the unknown realm. akin to the Nameless Man. Such formidable beings are typically the rulers of their respective galaxies, which explains why the Nameless Man had sought defeat for so many years. These powerful figures are not commonplace. Unfortunately, this woman is already the leader of a faction, rendering her recruitment into the Wild City impossible to a small token. Let this be a gift of introduction. Daosheng casually produced a cosmic crystal and extended it towards the woman in red. Instantly, she stood frozen in place. After briefly feeling the cosmic crystal in her hand, she waved her hand, causing the robed elder to vanish without a trace. I am Ouyang Yanqing, the master of the Eternal Temple. Known to all as the Eternal Sovereign, she declared, accepting the cosmic crystal with a slight bow. Her demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. After all, this was the most generous individual she had ever encountered. Who gives cosmic crystals as a greeting? She once owned a piece the size of her pinky, which she had used during her breakthrough into the unknown realm. Now, this stranger had gifted her an entire piece, nearly the size of her palm, that it would be difficult for her to refuse. Noticing the shift in her attitude, Daosheng smiled subtly. Indeed, wealth holds significant sway. His long-standing experiences have taught him to treat others with kindness and to cultivate friendships rather than enmity. This principle has allowed him to navigate the years in relative peace. Even now, as he stands unrivaled across the universe, he maintains this habit that I am Daosheng, the Lord of the Wild City. Hailing from the Tianxian world. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yanqing's expression grew contemplative. Daosheng, Wild City, Tianxian world. None of these were familiar to her. Nevertheless, from this day forth, these three names would be etched in her memory. Seeing the confusion in Ouyang Yanqing's eyes, Daosheng chuckled. It is quite normal for you not to know. My homeland lies far from here, but if you're interested, you may visit me. That sounds wonderful. Daosheng was momentarily taken aback. I said it sounds wonderful. Ouyang Yanqing reiterated with a smile. Upon hearing her words, Daosheng was lost that I was merely being polite. Why is she taking this seriously? Observing his bewilderment, Ouyang Yanqing laughed. What? Are you trying to trick me? In response, Daosheng laughed heartily that a gentleman's word is his bond. If you wish to go, then I shall gladly take you. However, what do you mean? However, Daosheng inquired with a slight smile. Only you can go. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yanqing hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. Currently, there was nothing pressing within the Eternal Temple, so a brief excursion would pose no issues. How shall we reach your Tianxian world? Ouyang Yanqing asked. Don't you need to prepare? Not at all. Well then, please wait a moment. With that, Daosheng began to remotely activate the time-space divine tower within the Wild City. Instantly, an ethereal time-space tunnel materialized before him. All set, Daosheng announced with a smile. This was a fundamental function of the time-space divine tower. Regardless of the distance, as long as they remained within the same plane, he could open a time-space tunnel at will. This capability is what allowed Daosheng to leave the Wild City without concern. With the time-space divine tower in place, no one could invade his home. As Ouyang Yanqing gazed at the time-space tunnel before her, she inquired, will this lead us to the world you speak of? Although she could also create a time-space tunnel with her bare hands. It was merely a matter of distance. Given that Daosheng appeared quite powerful, she assumed the destination of this tunnel could not possibly extend beyond the boundaries of the Eternal Galaxy. Surely, Daosheng could not belong to the Eternal Galaxy. Noting the confusion in Ouyang Yanqing's expression, Daosheng reassured her. Rest assured, there is no danger within. He assumed her hesitance stemmed from a fear of deceit. In response, Ouyang Yanqing scoffed, who is afraid? I shall go in. With that, she boldly stepped forward into the tunnel. Seeing this, Daosheng shook his head with a smile before following her in. Meanwhile, within the Wild City of the Tianxian world, the space rippled open as two figures surged forth from the time-space tunnel. Immediately, an indescribable sensation enveloped them. In an instant, Ouyang Yanqing found herself frozen in place. This paradise? She murmured, gazing at the breathtaking scenery before her. Beside her, Daosheng also stood in a state of shock. Oh no, this is bad. Suddenly, he whipped his head toward the towering time-space divine tower, which was emanating a strange aura. This aura was continuously altering the flow of time within the wild city. He had only stepped out for what felt like a month, yet nearly 300 years had elapsed within the wild city. System, what is happening? Dear host, this truly has nothing to do with this system. It is due to your authorization of all treasures within the wild city to operate freely, which naturally includes the time-space divine tower. I could see this moment. It is entirely reasonable that the Tower of Time and Space has altered the flow of time throughout the desolate city. Hearing the system's words, Lu Daosheng fell silent. For some inexplicable reason, a sense of fear began to creep into him. Beside him, Ouyang Yanqing, after a brief moment of shock, finally managed to respond, turning her gaze toward Lu Daosheng. Instantly, Ouyang Yanqing was taken aback. What is wrong with you? She was astonished to sense a faint trace of fear emanating from this man, a notion she had not anticipated. Wait a moment, there are so many indescribable treasures of heaven and earth here. And she had been brought by Lu Daosheng, yet now he was exhibiting signs of fear. All these thoughts flooded her mind, and Ouyang Yanqing's expression shifted slightly. Surely, she wasn't truly deceived, was she? Perhaps this place was actually the domain of a terrifying existence, and Lu Daosheng had brought her here to lead her to her demise, or to ensnare her in some way. Otherwise, why would he display such trepidation? With this thought, Ouyang Yanqing glared at Lu Daosheng with anger. How despicably cunning of you! What? Lu Daosheng, momentarily bewildered by Ouyang Yanqing's words, looked confused, just as she was about to articulate her suspicions about Lu Daosheng's intentions. More accurately, her own thoughts. A choked voice suddenly sounded from beside them. Father! Upon hearing this unmistakably familiar voice, Lu Daosheng's entire body trembled, and he turned his head with great difficulty. Before him stood a woman in a blue dress, her long hair cascading down to her waist, with an ethereal beauty that was beyond compare. Gazing at him with tear-filled eyes, it was evident that a chilling aura radiated from her, permeating the air around her. Truly, one fears what one does not wish to confront. In an instant, Lu Daosheng's heart ached unbearably. This woman was none other than his daughter, Lu Xue. That I'm sorry, my dear Xue, for the time lost. Father, please don't say anything more. I understand. Lu Daosheng's words had not yet been completed when Lu Xue wiped away her tears and spoke coldly. Yes, she looked at the woman in the red dress beside Lu Daosheng. An inexplicable sense of distress washed over her. Father, you are no longer the father I once knew. Casting a deep glance at Ouyang Yanqing, Lu Xue turned away. Xue, Lu Daosheng called out urgently, but Lu Xue had already departed without looking back, leaving him standing there in a daze. What on earth was happening? At that moment, a small hand suddenly poked him in the back. Hey, is it your daughter? Lu Daosheng turned to see Ouyang Yanqing, her expression filled with concern. Yes. Ouyang Yanqing glanced around before continuing. You claim to be the lord of the desolate city. Is this indeed the city in question? Yes, Lu Daosheng replied, a sense of despair washing over him. However, Ouyang Yanqing's expression shifted to one of astonishment. It seemed she had misjudged him, and her underestimation of this man was profound. It was no wonder he had been so generous. In the presence of these treasures of heaven and earth, a single cosmic crystal was truly inconsequential. Lord that moment, a figure appeared before Lu Daosheng. Seeing this individual, Lu Daosheng forced a smile. Gu Chun, it has been a long time. Indeed, it has been a while. Gu Chun replied, nodding that at this moment, Gu Chun had significantly advanced in strength. In such a terrifying environment, it was nearly impossible not to improve. Moreover, Gu Chun was no ordinary individual. He had now reached the Dao realm, a level unfamiliar to the Tianxian world. In this realm, it was inconceivable for such a powerful being to exist, as the Dao realm was a level above the heavenly emperor realm. Lord, who is this? Gu Chun inquired, glancing at Ouyang Yanqing with an inscrutable expression. This is merely a friend I met outside. A friend? Gu Chun thought highly of Lu Daosheng. He could distinctly sense a chilling aura emanating from the woman before him, indicating her strength far exceeded his own. Instantly, Gu Chen's mindset underwent a considerable transformation, and the inexplicable confidence he had just gained from breaking through to the Dao realm dissipated in an instant. Noticing Gu Chen's change, Ouyang Yanqing's expression shifted slightly. and she smiled. "You are quite impressive. Thank you for your kind words, esteemed elder," Guchen replied, acknowledging her compliment. Given the woman's extraordinary prowess, addressing her as an elder was indeed appropriate. Observing Guchen's composure, Ouyang Yanqing nodded approvingly and chose not to say anything further. Meanwhile, Lu Daosheng remained in a state of dejection, grappling with the reality of having been away for 300 years, too fearful to face Lu Shui. He had previously told his daughter he would return after a short while. Alas, what a grave misdeed this was. Lord, Lu Shui is likely just temporarily upset. After all, Guchen began, recalling the situation, upon hearing this. Lu Daosheng nodded, letting out a heavy sigh. This was the first time he had been away from Lu Shui, and this absence had stretched for 300 years. He dared not imagine how his daughter had fared in the years without him. Lord of the city, your daughter may have misunderstood. Ouyang Yanqing suddenly interjected with a smile. Huh, what misunderstanding? Lu Daosheng inquired, perplexed. Your daughter likely misjudged me. Tell me, have you brought any other women back with you? Ouyang Yanqing recalled the look in Lu Shui's eyes when she had first seen her and smiled lightly. A woman herself. She was quite perceptive. Upon hearing Ouyang Yanqing's words, Lu Daosheng was momentarily taken aback, but then quickly grasped the implication. He slapped his forehead. How could his reaction have been so dull? He had wondered why his daughter would treat him in such a manner. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. However, it was understandable that after 300 years of absence, his daughter would harbor some resentment against him. After all, he himself felt a tinge of resentment after being away from his wife for over a decade, let alone being a father to his daughter. Lu Daosheng shook his head. I suppose I will explain things to Lu Shui once her anger subsides. Lord, leave Lu Shui to me, Guchen offered. Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng finally displayed the first smile since his return. You have worked hard over the years. He then handed Guchen a cosmic crystal. This will greatly aid you in breaking through to the next realm. Jiu-Chun was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the cosmic crystal, then replied earnestly, You flatter me. Lord Lu Shui is my disciple. It is my duty to assist her. Lu Daosheng nodded in acknowledgement, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, Guchen departed. Meanwhile, Ouyang Yanqing, feeling a tinge of envy, remarked he has just reached the Dao realm, and you give him a cosmic crystal. Isn't that a bit extravagant? Lu Daosheng did not respond but smiled instead. You're the first guest I brought back to the desolate city. If you enjoy your stay here, feel free to linger for a while. Whenever you feel homesick, just come find me. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yanqing understood that Lu Daosheng had pressing matters to attend to. All right, you go ahead. I can explore on my own. Her tone carried a hint of urgency. In this environment, she felt as though she could stay here for eternity. Now that the city lord had spoken, she would not hold back. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng had no further words to say to take care. With that, he vanished from the spot. Once Lu Daosheng had left, Ouyang Yanqing carefully surveyed her surroundings, ensuring there were no lurking dangers. Before a smile gradually spread across her face, if only this were my eternal divine hall. There are so many treasures here. Which one should I choose first? After a moment of contemplation, Ouyang Yanqing bounded joyfully to the ancient tree of enlightenment. It was hard to fathom that the eternal Lord, feared throughout the eternal star system, could appear in such a manner here. In a void somewhere within the desolate city, Lu Daosheng opened up a small spatial realm with his bare hands. In the next moment, with a wave of his hand, dozens of individuals materialized before him. Among them were the guards of the city lord's mansion, miscellaneous workers, and the nameless man along with other beings sheltered by Lu Daosheng from the outside world. We pay our respects to the city lord. Away and the others from the city lord's mansion said with utmost reverence upon seeing Lu Daosheng. Upon noticing Away and the others, Lu Daosheng could not help but smile with satisfaction. You have all worked hard these days. Within the world at his command, the flow of time differed from that of the outside world. This was intentional, as he wished for them to enhance their strength in a short span of time. The results were evidently favorable. This moment, Away and the others had all reached at least the saintly level. Attaining such a realm required not only the accumulation of resources, but also ample time. Within the world at his command, Away and the others had spent over 10,000 years, a testament to the terrifying methods of destiny. During this decade, Lu Daosheng had occasionally provided guidance to them. Now, it was finally time to reap the rewards. Upon hearing Lu Daosheng's words, Wei and the others felt their eyes slightly redden. Their current achievements were a gift from their city lord, Lu Daosheng, a fact they were all too aware of. Their diligent training was aimed at one day alleviating the burdens of their city lord. Observing the unfamiliar crowd around them, they understood that their city lord was about to embark on a significant endeavor. City lord, from this day forth, we shall exert our utmost efforts in your service. Wei was the first to speak. Behind him, the others from the city lord's mansion quickly echoed, City lord, so shall we. Seeing that Wei had attained the quasi-emperor realm, Lu Daosheng felt a sense of gratification. Suddenly, a long sword imbued with a fierce aura appeared in Lu Daosheng's hand. Instantly, everyone present felt a surge of raw power emanating from it. Lu Daosheng lightly caressed the blade, and it fell into tranquility. This sword, named Heaven-Slaying, will henceforth be yours, he said as he handed the long sword to Wei. Accepting the sword, Wei bowed deeply to Lu Daosheng. Thank you for the gift, City Lord. Lu Daosheng nodded and issued a few instructions. From this moment on, the people of the City Lord's mansion would be responsible for all matters of regulation within the desolate city. Anyone who violated these rules could be executed on the spot. Wei was also granted certain privileges, such as the authority to recruit extraordinary talents to expand the ranks of the City Lord's mansion, all under his management. With a wave of his hand, Wei and the others departed. Soon, only the formidable talents he had recruited from outside remained. Nameless, Lu Daosheng called after a prolonged silence, the nameless man finally realizing he was being addressed. City Lord, he responded. Within the realm at his command, he too had received assistance from Lu Daosheng, his power having been elevated, and he had come to understand Lu Daosheng's true identity, the Lord of the desolate city, though he still did not know what the desolate city looked like. He could surmise it was anything but ordinary. Just the existence of that world at his command was beyond his imagination. Gazing at the nameless man, Lu Daosheng pondered for a moment before saying, From now on, you shall be known as Huang Shou. Huang Shou, what does it mean? I require you to be the guardian of my desolate city. Henceforth, you shall serve as the first line of defense for Huang City. Hearing this, the nameless man fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, I shall do so. Initially, after being defeated by Lu Daosheng, he had contemplated striving to surpass him through relentless training. However, in the wake of that defeat, his strength had significantly surged, and his path had expanded further. Yet upon witnessing Lu Daosheng's world at his command, he realized the vast chasm that lay between them, a gap so immense that it seemed insurmountable. He could not afford to be foolish that, if he was to be a guardian, then so be it. Suddenly, another long sword appeared in Lu Daosheng's hand. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of sword intent erupted from the blade. This sword possessed a remarkable spirit. This time, Lu Daosheng did not calm the sword but directly handed it to Huang Shou. Upon receiving the long sword, Huang Shou's expression changed drastically. Boom! An aura of unknown pinnacle erupted from within Huang Shou, causing everyone around him to tremble and struggle for breath. Lu Daosheng pressed his hand downward, and only then did the crowd feel some relief. Within the City Lord's mansion of Huang City, Ouyang Yanqing suddenly looked up at the void, her brows furrowing. Just moments ago, she had felt a disquieting presence. Indeed, the desolate city harbored hidden talents. What a fierce sword! Time passed. It was only after some time that Huang Shou began to gain initial control over the long sword. Having trained in swordsmanship for a lifetime, he had never encountered such a blade. It was clear that the city lord was no ordinary person. This sword shall henceforth be yours. I hope one day you can master it entirely. Lu Daosheng stated. Upon hearing this, Huang Shou respectfully bowed. Thank you for the sword, City Lord. Unless I perish in battle, I shall not allow a single enemy to enter the city. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng nodded in acknowledgement. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and Huang Shou found himself atop the gates of Huang City. Turning to gaze upon the entirety of Huang City, Huang Shou was momentarily stunned. This Huang City? Good heavens, I have struck gold. Looking down at the city walls beneath him, Huang Shou swung the sword, striking it with all his might. Bang! He was immediately jolted back, his arm going numb, while the city walls suffered only a minor, barely noticeable scratch. Stunned for a long time, Huangshou muttered, "Does this city truly require my guardianship?" Before Lu Daosheng stood the remaining individuals, none possessing strength as formidable as Huangshou's. In fact, when they encountered Lu Daosheng, they were all in dire straits. There were elderly nearing the end of their lifespan, beggars on the verge of starvation, and soldiers about to perish on the battlefield. Without exception, these individuals owed their new lives to Lu Daosheng's benevolence, which fostered an unwavering loyalty towards him. "I wish to establish my own army," Lu Daosheng declared to the crowd before him, articulating his vision to transform Huang City into a supreme power. A formidable force was indispensable. The possession of a powerful army constituted a vital condition. Upon hearing this, a man resembling a general stepped forward, exuding an ancient aura that was particularly imposing. However, having just experienced the terrifying pressure of Huangshou's unknown pinnacle, the crowd was not overly affected. Above the heavenly emperor lies the Dao realm, above the Dao realm lies the ancient realm, and above the ancient realm there exists the unknown. "City Lord, I can assist you in building an army," the man stated. Lu Daosheng smiled with satisfaction. This was precisely the response he had been awaiting. After all, why else would he shelter them? He recalled that this general-like figure was someone he had encountered in a desolate star system, which had been in a state of utter ruin, filled with countless corpses scattered across the void. The man had stood there, barely clinging to life, his gaze lost in the horizon. His nation had fallen, his family destroyed, everyone had perished, leaving him as the sole survivor. Severely injured and on the brink of death, Lu Daosheng had ultimately intervened, granting him a new lease on life. From that day forth, the general had pledged his unwavering loyalty to Lu Daosheng. "Then I shall rely on you," Lu Daosheng replied with a slight smile, producing a spatial ring containing an abundance of resources sufficient to forge an invincible army. Upon receiving the ring, the man surveyed its contents, and his eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. "I ask this truly for building an army, and not for assembling a star fleet." Taking a deep breath, the man knelt on one knee and proclaimed loudly, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall not disappoint your expectations." With that, he turned and departed. As he watched the man's retreating silhouette, Lu Daosheng vaguely recalled that his name was Yunqi. Countless years later, this name would become synonymous with terror, earning him the moniker of the god of death. Wherever he set foot, not a blade of grass would flourish. "My lord, what about us?" A man on the brink of becoming an emperor gazed at Lu Daosheng with eager anticipation. While others had received their positions, he could not simply stand by. Who among them did not wish to serve Lu Daosheng? The opportunities he offered were tantalizing, with divine blades and a wealth of resources that made their hearts race with longing. In response, Lu Daosheng turned his attention to the man on the verge of becoming an emperor. After a moment of contemplation, he recognized his identity, a wanderer in the realm of nothingness, unburdened and free. Yet, having crossed paths with Lu Daosheng, his potential was evident to the latter. Possessing the legendary void body, he could traverse the void at will. Once his physique reached its zenith, he could even carve out a realm of nothingness with his bare hands. Within this domain, those endowed with the void body were virtually invincible, unless faced with someone of Lu Daosheng's might, capable of shattering the void itself. Thus, Lu Daosheng had chosen to take him under his wing, offering to awaken his void body. "Anxing, do you wish to dwell in the shadows?" Lu Daosheng asked slowly, gazing at Anxing. Upon hearing this, Anxing hesitated for a moment before resolutely nodding. "For my lord, what sacrifice could possibly be too great?" After all, he had long roamed the realm of nothingness. Accustomed to the darkness, they could see this declaration. Those around them raised their thumbs in admiration, but a model for us all. Lu Daosheng nodded in satisfaction. In the next instant, a peculiar black object flew into Anxing's hands. "Consume this, and your void body shall awaken. When you reach the celestial emperor realm, your void body will reach its full potential." Anxing's expression brightened as he looked at the black object. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you," Lu Daosheng replied with a smile. "Now, I hope you can establish a force within the dark division of the wasteland city, eliminating all threats in their infancy." He then handed Anxing a storage ring. Filled with unimaginable resources, upon receiving the ring, Daosheng gasped, his respect for Lu Daosheng deepening. My lord, what should we name this force? After a moment's thought, Lu Daosheng replied slowly, let it be called Root. Root? Ahem, yes, Root. Understood, my lord. I shall begin assembling it at once. With that, Daosheng transformed into a shadow and vanished from sight. From that day forth, the name Daosheng would become a closely guarded secret of the wasteland city, known only to the highest echelons. The world would only know that the leader of the Roots hailed from the realm of nothingness, an elusive figure. Should anyone dare to speak ill of the Root leader, their head would swiftly find itself severed from their body. Time passed, and Lu Daosheng emerged from a void. All those he had gathered were assigned to their suitable positions, ensuring that resources were utilized efficiently. Gazing down at the wasteland city, it appeared unchanged from a month ago. Yet 300 years had already passed. The population has actually increased. It seems the citizens have not been solely focused on cultivation. In the next moment, Lu Daosheng's figure appeared before all the inhabitants of the wasteland city. Upon seeing him, everyone halted their activities and respectfully saluted. My lord, you have finally returned, a somewhat youthful elder exclaimed excitedly. Seeing the elder, Lu Daosheng raised an eyebrow. Old Li, you have finally fulfilled your wish and broken through to the concentration realm. Hearing this, the elder's face flushed. In truth, he had already reached the sage realm, far surpassing the concentration realm. Lu Daosheng's words merely referred to events from 300 years prior, when the elder had vowed to achieve the concentration realm. At this, the crowd erupted in laughter. My lord, we are but simple folk. We know not how to express ourselves. Rest assured, should any trouble befall the wasteland city, we will be the first to stand up. Indeed, what old Zhang said is true. We will be the first to rise. Once, the sage was a legendary existence, a realm that even those at the fate harmonization realm dared not dream of. Yet now, all of them were at least at the sage realm, a gift from their magnificent lord, Lu Daosheng. Gazing at the promises of the 30 or so individuals below, Lu Daosheng smiled with satisfaction. Once a humble wasteland city, they had stood united against all adversity. Now, as the city had expanded, their solidarity remained unyielding. This was the wasteland city, his wasteland city. Thus, I, Lu Daosheng, express my gratitude to you all. Lu Daosheng smiled. By the way, I am about to open the barrier of the wasteland city. Many will be entering. Do pay attention to your residences. Regardless of the price offered, do not sell them. And engage in trade whenever possible. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. That we will remember, my lord. With their response, Lu Daosheng nodded and then vanished from their sight. Outside the wasteland city, towering buildings arose within a month, forming a bustling panorama. Just a month prior, this had been a desolate wilderness. All of this was due to the center of the new city, a hazy colossal structure. In a month's time. With the combined efforts of the G family, the celestial immortal sect, the moon god cult, and the war sect, the expansion of the city was completed flawlessly. Now, they awaited the day the mysterious giant city would open. As for when that would be, it remained uncertain. Within the tallest building, several powerful figures with profound auras sat together, seemingly in discussion. This giant city has certainly caught our attention. A middle-aged man spoke slowly. Indeed, such a commotion cannot have gone unnoticed by anyone. Another added, let it be known, my G family has no interest in the resources within this giant city. We are content to profit from what lies outside. At this, a woman scoffed. Not interested? I suspect you simply lack the courage to compete with those beings. These individuals were the 4 great powers who had jointly orchestrated the expansion. Upon hearing her words, Wu Hui fell silent. Although their factions appeared formidable in the heavenly mysteries realm, with no other forces daring to interfere in their expansion efforts, they were acutely aware that it was merely because even stronger entities looked down upon such trifles. What truly piqued their interest was this mysterious giant city. Once the city opened, those formidable beings would undoubtedly reveal their true prowess. At that time, there would be no place for them. Just then, a deep rumbling sound echoed suddenly. Instantly, the expressions of the group shifted dramatically, and in the next moment, they found themselves in the void. Before their eyes, the mysterious giant city at the center of the new city began to tremble slightly. Seeing this, they exchanged glances. The city is about to open. With a thunderous roar, the hazy giant city gradually came into focus. As the barrier dissipated, a city radiating supreme energy came into view, causing the onlookers to feel a wave of dizziness. The city has opened. It has opened. Everyone, rush in. A voice erupted from the crowd, and in the next moment, countless individuals surged towards the colossal city, that instant, faced with the overwhelming tide of people. None dared to step forward to obstruct their advance. To do so would incite the wrath of the multitude. It was feared that any attempt to halt the throng would result in a collective uprising. In the void, Ji Wuhui and his companions exchanged knowing glances before joining the rush. Although they had just spoken against it, when the moment arrived, their bodies were undeniably honest. The allure was simply too great to resist. Several powerful cultivators led the charge, intent on flying directly into the giant city, only to be met with a thunderous crash as they were thrown back to the ground. An invisible force enveloped the city, rendering flight impossible. Witnessing this, the crowd redirected their efforts towards the city gates, which, to their surprise, had only a single entrance open. Upon reaching the gates, the throng came to a halt. There, at the enormous entrance, stood two young men clad in simple attire, smiling brightly at the gathering. They were the children of the esteemed Daosheng family, now grown into adulthood. "Who are you?" a voice from the crowd questioned. Bewildered this moment, the multitude regarded the two with a mix of curiosity and caution, reluctant to act rashly in the presence of such a mysterious citadel. Yet the temptation to enter was undeniable. The allure was simply too potent. We are here on behalf of the magnificent Lord of the Wasteland City to collect the entrance fee. If you wish to enter, a fee is required first. Entrance fee? The crowd gasped in astonishment. "Humph. I want to pay. Do you dare to stop me?" A formidable middle-aged man, exuding a powerful aura, stepped forward, glaring at the two with palpable fury. He was none other than a formidable cultivator of the Divine Mansion realm. The crowd erupted in excitement at the sight of someone taking a stand. They eagerly anticipated whether these young men possessed the strength to enforce their demand. As the crowd braced for a spectacle, one of the young men at the gate sneered, "It seems you are not yet aware of the situation at hand. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man was sent flying by a single strike, blood spewing forth as he landed, leaving the onlookers in a state of sheer terror. This was a cultivator of the Divine Mansion realm. Could it be that the young man was a formidable figure of the life harmonization realm? In the distance, Ji Wuhui and his companions watched in astonishment, their hearts racing. This colossal city was indeed extraordinary. Even its gatekeepers possessed such formidable prowess. They quickly discerned that the young man's strength was far beyond mere life harmonization. Could he have already reached the threshold of a half-step saint? At that moment, an overwhelming aura suddenly approached from afar, causing the crowd to instinctively part and make way. An elderly man clad in a Taoist robe slowly made his way forward, followed respectfully by a middle-aged man who bowed his head in deference. The crowd regarded the elder with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Who was this remarkable figure? Ji Wuhui and his companions exchanged wary glances, their expressions filled with trepidation. It was none other than a member of the Hidden South Palace clan, a powerful family whose strength was incomparable to their own Ji family, having been established for countless generations and even producing an emperor among its ranks. As the elder reached the city gates, he scrutinized the two young men standing there, his brow furrowing in concentration. He then lifted his gaze to the plaque above the gates, upon which the words Wasteland City were inscribed. In an instant, the elder was overwhelmed, as if plunged into an endless abyss. The immense pressure emanating from those two characters left him gasping for breath, a wave of primal fear washing over him. With a single glance, the elder collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. "Grandfather, what's wrong?" the middle-aged man exclaimed, alarmed at the sight of the elder's condition. The surrounding crowd, witnessing this spectacle, erupted in hushed laughter. "I thought a formidable figure had arrived. Perhaps this old man is merely a jester," they mocked. This, A fierce rage surged within the middle-aged and "Oh, you wish to die?" With a roar, the aura of a half-step saint radiated from him, causing everyone around to cower in fear and collapse to the ground. You. The elder finally regained his composure and spoke. Upon hearing his grandfather's call, the middle-aged man quickly reined in his aura. His concern evident. "Grandfather, are you all right?" The elder wiped the blood tears from his eyes, shaken. "This city is extraordinary." Hearing this, the middle-aged man fell silent. He understood the gravity of the situation upon witnessing his grandfather's reaction. For the elder was a true saint, a living legend. Such a powerful figure rendered helpless before a mere city was a harbinger of the wonders that lay within. "Dear friends, may I inquire about the entrance fee to this city?" The elder asked, a hint of trepidation in his voice as he turned to the young gatekeepers. "Not much at all. Merely 1,000,000 spirit stones to enter." One of them replied with a smile. "1,000,000 spirit stones?" Gasps of shock and indignation rippled through the crowd behind him. "Why not just rob us? To enter a city requires 1,000,000 spirit stones. This move will surely eliminate the majority of us, leaving only the wealthiest." "Very well. I shall pay," the elder responded with a calm nod. Though in truth, he found the fee somewhat modest. He would gladly part with even the entire South Palace clan as fortune. For he sensed that within lay the chance to become an emperor, of value beyond measure. The elder gestured to the middle-aged man beside him, who promptly produced a spatial ring containing 2,000,000 spirit stones. "Very well, you may enter," the gatekeeper said, accepting the ring. The two members of the South Palace clan proceeded into the city, marking the arrival of the first group to enter Wasteland City. Behind them, the crowd exchanged glances, disheartened. 1,000,000 spirit stones. Most among them could scarcely muster such an amount. Would this grand opportunity truly slip through their fingers? Just as despair settled over them, a tremendous rumble echoed through the air. With a deafening crash, the countless cultivators surrounding the colossal city were sent sprawling, that a torrent of unimaginable spiritual energy surged forth from within the city, transforming the surrounding environment into what seemed to be a legendary sacred ground. As the crowd absorbed the astonishing atmosphere, their jaws dropped in disbelief. "A miracle! A miracle!" They cried in exhilaration. Ji Wuhue and his companions, witnessing this spectacle from the void, were filled with uncontainable joy. They could hardly fathom that the mysterious city would yield such wondrous results. It was an unexpected boon. Realizing the implications, they hastily departed to prepare, leaving the matter of entering the city for another time. After all, the city would not flee. Meanwhile, this sudden upheaval captured the attention of nearly everyone in the Tianxian world. The overwhelming spiritual energy continued to spread, altering the cultivation environment for all that I wish to enter the city. "Me too. Me too. Here's 100,000 spirit stones. Please allow me entry." At that moment, several cultivators capable of producing 1,000,000 spirit stones reacted, hastily approaching with excitement. Just the sight outside the colossal city was enough to suggest that what lay within must be extraordinary. Subsequently, a crowd began to line up to pay the fee. Observing this, the two brothers from the Zhang family exchanged knowing smiles and calmly remarked, "No rush, no rush. Please form an orderly queue." Moments later, the crowd obediently arranged themselves in line. Did they not witness the fate of that person from the Divine Mansion realm? To act violently here would be ill-advised. It was best to adhere to the rules. Upon handing over the spatial ring containing 1,000,000 spirit stones, the Zhang brothers exchanged glances and nodded. "You may enter." Hearing this, the individual's face lit up with joy, and he rushed inside. This collection of entry fees was indeed initiated by Lu Daosheng, intended to provide wealth to the townsfolk. However, it was unexpected that the people within the desolate city held it in disdain, leaving only the two Zhang brothers to volunteer for the task. Meanwhile, inside the city, Nangongyu supported his grandfather as they beheld the scene before them, his eyes nearly bulging with astonishment. The interior of the city seemed like an ethereal realm, filled with majestic towers imbued with an unparalleled aura, vibrant streams brimming with life, and towering trees that appeared to reach the heavens, along with lofty spires. Is this truly the desolate city? Grandfather, is this a dream? Nangong, you exclaimed, utterly dumbfounded. Hearing his grandson's words, Nangong Fong turned, his expression graved at you. We must return immediately to inform our clan, summoning all those with exceptional talents to this place. This, Nangong, you nodded. And you, grandfather? Nangong Fong gazed toward the distant towering trees, his expression solemn. I shall pay a visit to the master of this unparalleled city. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yu's pupils constricted. Indeed, this city was not without a master. The guard at the gate had already indicated that it was their lord who commanded their actions. Thus, the owner of this magnificent city, known as the Desolate City, must be an extraordinary individual. Grandfather, please be cautious. Fear not, my dear. I am well aware. Such a person likely far exceeds our imagination, Nangong Fong assured, and then prepared to depart. That moment, a surge of information flooded into his mind. To be precise, everyone entering the Desolate City received this message. All who enter the Desolate City must abide by its rules and order. And oh fighting, and oh loud noises and oh flying at high altitudes. Violators will be expelled, never to enter the Desolate City again. Those who are severe offenders will face immediate execution. Instantly, dozens of rules etched themselves into the minds of the crowd. Particularly the last sentence regarding immediate execution did not go unnoticed. The atmosphere in this place was far from a joking matter. Take care, grandfather. After hearing the rules, Nangong Yu spoke to his grandfather before turning to leave. Watching his grandson's retreating figure, Nangong Fong turned his gaze toward the center of the city, his expression resolute, and strode purposefully toward the Lord's mansion. Inside the Lord's mansion, in a somewhat chilly chamber, Lu Shui sat at the head of the bed, having cried herself into a state of distress. She could hardly fathom that her father had transformed into such a person 300 years without returning, and now he was with a new woman. How could she possibly accept this? Just then, the door creaked open that Lu Daosheng pushed the door ajar. Leave? Upon seeing Lu Daosheng, Lu Shui wiped her tears and retorted fiercely. Witnessing his daughter's attitude filled Lu Daosheng's heart with deep sorrow. This was the first time Lu Shui had treated him this way. Behind Lu Daosheng, Gu Chan suddenly appeared. My lord, I apologize for not explaining earlier. When I arrived, Xiao Shui was in seclusion. Gu Chan spoke with an apologetic tone. Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng shook his head. Let me explain myself. Explain? What is there to explain? 300 years. Do you have any idea how I spent these 300 years? Lu Shui's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice heavy with dissatisfaction and grievance. Alas, Xiao Shui, I never anticipated it would turn out this way. It's complicated. Lu Daosheng quickly began to explain the situation regarding the activation of the time-space divine tower, which had altered the flow of time relative to the outside world, resulting in 300 years passing within the Desolate City, while merely a month elapsed outside. As for Ouyang Yanqing's identity, that was easily clarified. She was simply a newly acquainted friend visiting the Desolate City. Upon hearing Lu Daosheng's explanation, Lu Shui ceased her tears. Father, you aren't deceiving me, are you? Lu Daosheng replied earnestly. Father never lies. I can let you experience the altered flow of time. He extended his hand and gestured toward the void, conjuring forth a vast, illusory river of time and space, with boundless laws flowing ceaselessly, the essence of the Tao stretching for miles. As the river of time expanded, the segment corresponding to the Desolate City appeared visibly elongated compared to usual. Beside them, Gu Chan stood in stunned silence. My lord, you are truly a remarkable being. That Lu Shui did not fully comprehend the significance. Yet her mouth hung agape in awe. So, Xiao Shui, do you now believe your father? Lu Daosheng inquired at Lu Shui, still dazed, nodded slowly. That moment, a voice filled with immense pressure and fury rang out. Who dares to interfere with the operation of the river of time? Do they seek death? In the next instant, an energy imbued with the power of time surged down the river, aimed directly at Lu Daosheng. Witnessing this scene, Gu Chen's expression turned pale with horror. My lord, is this truly the river of time? Lu Daosheng merely smiled and did not respond, but Jiyu Chun remained silent, realizing the remarkable prowess of his lord. He found himself at a loss for words. That it was said that some exceptionally powerful beings could harness the energy of the river of time for combat or cultivation. Yet even they merely utilized the river's illusion, for the essence of the river was no ordinary matter. It was, after all, the river of time. Any slight disturbance could impact the flow of time across the entire world. Yet here stood their Lord, dragging forth the essence of the river of time merely to clarify matters for his daughter. Meanwhile, as Lu Shui beheld the approaching force of time directed at Lu Daosheng, her complexion paled. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. The adversary was undoubtedly beyond her current capabilities. However, with Lu Daosheng present, Lu Shui had no cause for concern, nor would she feel the slightest discomfort. All of this, of course, was orchestrated by Lu Daosheng himself. Indeed, frightened, Lu Shui promptly dove into Lu Daosheng's embrace. With his scheme successful, Lu Daosheng chuckled and waved his hand, causing the force of time to dissipate instantly. A voice of skepticism echoed from the river of time. In the next moment, an ethereal figure slowly emerged from the river's flow. Upon seeing Lu Daosheng's form, the apparition appeared perplexed. In the vast Hongmeng universe, any being capable of contending with him should be familiar. Why did this individual appear so foreign? Just as the apparition began to speak, Lu Daosheng released a hint of his own aura, deliberately shielding Gu Chun and Lu Shui from it. As they might not be able to withstand the apparition sensed Lu Daosheng's presence. It immediately panicked and knelt before him. Heavenly Destiny Overlord, I am but a fool who failed to recognize greatness. I shall take my leave at once. Suddenly, the ethereal figure fled the scene, as if in a panic. Inside the room, Lu Daosheng shook his head with a smile and waved his hand. Instantly, the river of time and space vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, at a certain point along this river, the figure that had fled an unknown distance finally came to a halt, panting heavily. Destiny, how could a formidable being of the Destiny realm appear here? It terrified me to my core. The figure was still somewhat shaken. That aura was something he would never forget in this lifetime, and equally, something he never wished to feel again. To him, such a powerful entity was beyond his reach, leaving him with nothing to do but look up in awe that if such a powerful being were to fixate on him, or worse, harbor disdain, then he could only pray for a sliver of benevolence, hoping to be granted a chance at rebirth. After cautiously glancing back one last time, the figure finally exhaled in relief. Then, it knelt once more, offering thanks to the great being of destiny for sparing its life. To others, he was the invincible guardian of the river of time and space, and all who sought its power had to heed his presence. Yet before such a terrifying powerhouse, even the river of time and space itself was but a mere plaything. In a room of the desolate city, Lu Shui clung tightly to her father, Lu Daosheng, who wore an expression of joy. Little Shui, with your father here, everything will be fine. Hearing this, Lu Shui slowly lifted her head, her eyes still swollen from tears. Father, can you promise me you won't leave me again? She was afraid, terrified that one day her father would abandon her. Having grown up without a mother, her dependence on her father was profound. Sensing his daughter's emotions, Lu Daosheng understood that she bore him no ill will. That I promise you, I will never leave you. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui finally broke into a smile. Let us make a pact. Agreed. Thus, witnessed by the third party, Gu Chun, Lu Daosheng, and Lu Shui sealed their vow with a gesture. By the way, little Shui, your father has prepared a gift for you. What is it? Lu Daosheng then produced a delicate necklace that radiated a rich aura of ice laws. This was intended for Lu Shui when she was to awaken her innate abilities, but he had withheld it at the time, believing she was not yet ready. Now, however, with Lu Shui having reached the Quasi-Emperor realm, the necklace was perfectly suited for her. Wow, it's so beautiful. Thank you. Father, Lu Shui exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she donned the necklace. Father, do I look good? My daughter looks splendid in anything she wears, Lu Daosheng replied with a smile. Lu Shui then turned to Gu Chun at the door, asking, Master, do I look good? Very beautiful, Gu Chun affirmed with a slight smile and nod. During Lu Daosheng's absence over the past 300 years, he had assumed the role of an elder to Lu Shui. In truth, he had grown quite fond of this obedient and charming disciple, often refraining from scolding her. Thus, Lu Daosheng resolved all matters concerning Lu Shui perfectly, and his spirits soared. Moments later, he exited her room with satisfaction. In the next instant, Lu Daosheng soared into the sky and waved his hand. Immediately, everyone within and beyond the desolate city felt an inexplicable force. Following this, a faint golden aura quietly emerged from the bodies of the crowd. Gradually intensifying, confused, they wondered what was happening. However, some discerning top-tier powerhouses were taken aback. This is the art of great fortune, enhancing one's own destiny with supreme power, a stroke of serendipity. Amidst the crowd, an inconspicuous elder gazed at the distant, ethereal figure. His eyes filled with reverence. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding crowd was equally astonished. Who is that? They're like our great benefactor. The crowd buzzed with excitement, speculating about the identity of this benefactor. At that moment, a young man turned to the elder and asked, "Old elder, do you know who this great benefactor is?" Since this unfamiliar elder could articulate the nature of this technique, he was likely aware of the practitioner's identity. The crowd looked expectantly at the elder, who, with a solemn expression, slowly began, "If one were to enhance the fortune of a single individual, it is achievable as long as their strength surpasses the heavenly laws of this realm. However, to elevate the fortunes of so many is a method unparalleled in history, that I boldly speculate that it is highly likely the work of the master of this supreme city, the Lord of the desolate city." Upon hearing the elder's analysis, the crowd was filled with uncertainty. The master of this supreme city. At that moment, realization dawned upon them. Indeed, while they had been marveling at the grandeur of this colossal city, its master must be even more extraordinary. "Thank you, Lord of the desolate city." Suddenly, one person cried out to the heavens. In the next moment, his own golden fortune began to surge. Observing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Is this even possible? The Lord of the desolate city is incredible. Buzz, fortune is increasing. The Lord of the desolate city is the most handsome. Buzz, fortune is increasing. Zhang San, an inner disciple of the Huaqing sect, sincerely thanks the Lord of the desolate city. The Lord is incredible. With a resounding boom, the young man named Zhang San experienced a tremendous surge in his fortune, akin to a dragon. The crowd exclaimed, "Wang Defa!" Meanwhile, the elder observed all of this with calm detachment, making no move to intervene. Simply turning his gaze toward the center of the city, his expression grave. "It seems I have indeed come to the right place." The elder murmured to himself, then stepped toward the center of the city, vanishing from sight. In the void. Having completed his task, Lu Daosheng savored the admiration of the crowd and smiled slightly. People are truly too enthusiastic. Just then, an extraordinarily chilling aura surged from the outskirts of the desolate city. Currently, Lu Daosheng had divided the city into 3 distinct areas. The outer city accessible to outsiders, the inner city inhabited by the original residents of the desolate city and certain special individuals. And finally, the Lord's residence where Lu Daosheng and his trusted confidants resided. The hierarchy was stark. Without Lu Daosheng's permission, no one was allowed to cross boundaries. In the outer city, the crowd trembled at the sudden chill. What sort of entity has arrived now? They beheld a stunningly beautiful woman emanating an icy aura, approaching slowly from the distance, flanked by several terrifyingly powerful figures. Upon seeing their attire, some in the crowd gasped in shock. The Hall of the Frozen Extreme. What? Are you saying they are from the Hall of the Frozen Extreme in the Tianshan Mountains? If not them, then who else could it be? The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, recognizing the formidable and enigmatic nature of this faction, which resided atop the Tianshan Mountains, indifferent to the outside world unless faced with imminent destruction. They were indeed a transcendent force. Now, these individuals had ventured into the desolate city. At this moment, the woman surveyed her surroundings, her expression one of utter astonishment. She could hardly fathom that the desolate city could be so extraordinary, gazing at the ethereal towering trees and majestic spires in the distance. Yi Hanchuang's breath quickened. "Palace Master, is this place?" A nearby powerful figure from the Hall of the Frozen Extreme stood in a daze. Not just Yi Hanchuang, but everyone who had just entered the desolate city bore a similar expression. Without exception, upon hearing this, Yi Hanchuang regained her composure and replied gravely, "This place is exceedingly extraordinary. We must not provoke trouble. lest we forget our purpose. She had come this time to seek the prodigy endowed with the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix. Such genius can only belong to those from the cold extreme palace that a month ago she arrived here, but the desolate city had yet to open. She tirelessly searched outside, only to find herself waiting for the city gates to unlock. Now that the city is opened, she has entered to seek what she desires. That moment, a surge of information suddenly flooded her mind, revealing the rules of the desolate city. Upon seeing these rules, Yi Hanchuang's expression turned grave. Perhaps she should pay a visit to the city lord first. It would provide an opportunity to inquire about the whereabouts of the prodigious Ice Phoenix bloodline. She firmly believed that it must reside within the desolate city. Just as this thought solidified in her mind, someone voiced their confusion. This desolate city seems rather desolate, doesn't it? Desolate. Look at all these people. No, aside from us outsiders, are there no locals in this desolate city? Hearing this, the crowd began to realize they had just entered the city, overwhelmed by its grandeur, but now they noticed an eerie emptiness. The lofts and houses appeared utterly vacant. What the hell, there's a restriction here. We can't get in. One person attempted to enter a house for a closer look, but found themselves blocked. Others followed suit, only to discover they truly could not enter. What does this mean? Confusion swept through the crowd. That moment, a figure slowly approached from the depths of the city. With a single step, he appeared before them. Witnessing this scene, Yi Hanchuang's expression grew serious. Spatial contraction. A powerful sage. This individual was none other than Zhang Cheng, the son of the original inhabitant of the desolate city. Old Zhang, the very young man who had mocked Oldly 300 years ago. Now, 3 centuries later, he had matured significantly, his sage aura emanating a powerful presence. Upon seeing Zhang Cheng, no one dared to approach him initially. Greetings, everyone. That I am a true native of the desolate city. If you have any questions, I am here to clarify. Zhang Cheng smiled slightly, taking the initiative to speak. To his words, the crowd felt a mix of shock and relief, lowering their guard. Brother, why is it that these houses are unoccupied and restricted from entry? Zhang Cheng's response prompted one cultivator to step forward with a puzzled expression. This question echoed the curiosity of most present. They had paid to enter the city. Surely they couldn't be left to sleep on the streets? Was this some tourist attraction? Even tourist spots had accommodation options. That in response, Zhang Cheng explained, "Let me clarify for you." His voice, though gentle, resonated loudly in everyone's ears, drawing a gathering of newcomers. Moments later, nearly everyone who had entered the city had converged around Zhang Cheng. The desolate city is divided into 3 sections. That we are currently in the outer city. Deeper within lies the inner city, and beyond that is the city lord's residence. The outer city is the only area accessible to those who have paid to enter. Hearing this, one person continued, "Are you saying we are restricted to the outer city?" Zhang Cheng nodded. Indeed, the inner city's environment surpasses that of the outer city, but only those recognized by the city lord's residents can enter, such as those who have made significant contributions to the desolate city. These were insights imparted to him by Daosheng. Can we pay for entry? Most of the individuals had ample funds, and if money could facilitate access, that would be ideal. Unfortunately, Zhang Cheng shook his head. Payment will not suffice. Thus, it is best to earnestly strive to become a citizen of the desolate city. As for the houses, they can be rented, and soon there will be designated personnel to handle these matters. By the way, show them respect. They are from the city lord's residence and possess the authority to enforce strict measures. The rented houses can be used for living or business. Some individuals with a keen business sense began to stir with excitement, such as Ji Shankai among the crowd. This moment, Yi Hanchuang spoke up. "May I inquire how one can meet the city lord?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Cheng paused briefly before shaking his head. The city lord is exceedingly busy. Not just anyone can meet him. If he wishes to see you, he will make it known. Yi Hanchuang furrowed her brow at this response, but refrained from speaking further. She understood that the desolate city was not one to provoke. Though reluctant to admit it, the reality before her was undeniable. However, since meeting the city lord was not an option, she would seek her own path. The environment here was so conducive that her stagnated cultivation began to flourish once more. Renting a house was her immediate priority. Indeed, shortly after, a group of uniformed guards wielding blades arrived in the outer city. Each exuded an aura so formidable that it nearly left the onlookers breathless. Is this what the city lord's residence looks like? Quite terrifying indeed. The leader among them was Ah Wei. Due to the nascent state of the desolate city, they were slightly understaffed, requiring personal appearances. Those wishing to rent a house, please form a line. Ah Wei spoke in a calm tone. The crowd fell silent for a moment before someone stepped forward. Elder, I wish to rent that building. Ji Shenkai was the first to approach, pointing to a distant high-rise. Ah Wei replied, 1 month, 10 million spirit stones. How long would you like to rent it? Ji Shenkai's eyelids twitched at the figure. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, I'll rent it for 6 months. By the way, is renewal an option? Yes, but you must pay half as a deposit first. What is your purpose for renting this? Purpose? Ji Shenkai was momentarily taken aback by the question. His face flushed with embarrassment as he leaned in to whisper his intentions to Ah Wei. Upon hearing this, Ah Wei cast a knowing glance at Ji Shenkai. You rascal, the Ji Shenkai returned an understanding look. After paying the deposit, Ah Wei produced a uniquely crafted golden sheet of paper. Let us sign the contract. Ji Shenkai looked at the paper with confusion, as did those around him. Noticing their bewildered expressions, Ah Wei scoffed lightly before explaining. This is a contract consisting of 2 copies held by both parties. The contents must be strictly adhered to by the renter. Any breach will incur exorbitant penalties, while the desolate city will ensure your safety during your rental period out of course. This was information provided by Daosheng. Upon hearing Ah Wei's explanation, the crowd nodded in understanding. The desolate city was surprisingly advanced, even implementing such a system. Previously, agreements had been verbal, but here, a formal contract was presented. Ji Shenkai nodded, feeling reassured. With the protection of the city lord's residence, conducting business would undoubtedly be safer. Thus, Ji Shenkai signed the contract. After reviewing it, Ah Wei confirmed its accuracy and handed Ji Shenkai a copy along with the keys to the building. Consequently, that building was now Ji Shenkai's for the next 6 months. Thank you, big brother. Ji Shenkai expressed his gratitude before beckoning his team to proceed towards the building. Meanwhile, deep within the desolate city, in the city lord's residence, Lu Shui suddenly felt a tremor throughout her body. Her eyes phoenix bloodline, stirring restlessly. She lifted her gaze, piercing through the endless void, quickly spotting her target. In response, Lu Shui stepped outside her dwelling. Xiao Shui. Just as Lu Shui was about to investigate, Gu Chun appeared by her side. Upon seeing Gu Chun, Lu Shui offered a respectful bow. Master. Ancient Chen nodded slightly and spoke. Do not act rashly for now. It is yet uncertain whether the other party is friend or foe. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui gazed at Ancient Chen with a pleading look and said, Master, can't you accompany me? That way, everything will be fine. Ancient Chen hesitated for a moment before nodding. Very well then. Thank you, Master. With that, Ancient Chen vanished from the spot with Lu Xu this moment. Outside the city, as everyone went about their business in an orderly fashion, a colossal dragon's roar suddenly reverberated through the heavens and the earth. In the next moment, an overwhelming dragon might surged into the city from outside. Boom! Within the city, as they gazed at the seemingly impregnable walls of the desolate city, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. But soon their expressions turned grave. The Tianxian world truly possessed dragons. Such beings had not appeared for an exceedingly long time. Meanwhile, outside the city, a massive ice dragon coiled ominously above the new city. Although its terrifying might had not penetrated the desolate city, it had instilled sheer terror in the hearts of those outside its walls. Esteemed dragon, please restrain your powers. We cannot endure this. Ao Qing paid no heed to the crowd's pleas and regarded the desolate city with a hint of trepidation. A month ago, when he arrived, the city was already here, and he had failed to see through its mysteries. Now that the city had opened, he still could not discern its secrets. Very well, he would enter personally to seek out his master. Once he located his master, he would be able to return to the Dragon Clan and reclaim his exalted status. Thus, Ao Qing twisted his massive form and prepared to force his way through the city walls. The onlookers held their breath, fully aware that entry was forbidden. Yet, exceptions existed. True powerhouses were not bound by such restrictions. Perhaps this ice dragon could indeed break the rule. Boom! Thunderous sounds echoed through the sky as Daosheng's overwhelming strength caused the void to crack and rumble under the sheer force of his physicality. At that moment, an elder stepped forward and charged directly in front of Daosheng. Impudent! This is not a place for you to wreak havoc. The crowd stared in confusion at the elder. Why did such terrifying powerhouses keep appearing? Ones they did not recognize. This elder was none other than the renowned Broken Sword Elder. A figure from hundreds of thousands of years ago, it was perfectly understandable that the crowd did not recognize him. His legendary broken sword had once made him nearly invincible, but after being stuck at the Saint King level for millennia without finding a method to transcend, he had reluctantly retreated from the world. Now, sensing the aura of the Heavenly Emperor, he had come here with reverence, only to find this giant dragon rampaging. Resolutely, he stepped forward. The majesty of the Heavenly Emperor cannot be insulted, the elder pondered for a moment. And in the next instant, a broken sword appeared in his hand. With a swish, the void was filled with countless cracks. In a heartbeat, a torrent of sword intent erupted from the elder's being. It was unfathomable. Moments ago, he had appeared as a feeble old man, and now he had transformed into a legendary sword deity. Upon seeing the broken sword, several sword practitioners below grew visibly agitated. It's him, the Broken Sword Elder. What? The name sent shockwaves through the crowd. He was a revered figure among countless sword cultivators. The Broken Sword Elder had elevated the sword path in the Daosheng world by several tiers and was known as the strongest sword practitioner in the realm. Instantly, all sword cultivators below looked upon him with deep reverence. At this juncture, the Broken Sword Elder had already thrust his sword forward. With a swish, a razor-sharp glint shot forth, tearing through space as it approached its target, Daosheng. The Broken Sword Elder is amazing, one sword practitioner shouted, prompting the others to erupt in cheers. The Broken Sword Elder is incredible. Yet at that moment, Daosheng regarded the elder without a flicker of emotion. Not even pausing in his advance, bang. The sword light struck Daosheng's forehead, but he remained unscathed, not even a scratch. The Broken Sword Elder's expression shifted in astonishment. Get out of my way! Boom! With a resounding crash. The Broken Sword Elder was sent flying. The onlookers gaped in shock, momentarily rendered speechless. This colossal dragon was so fearsome that even the strongest sword practitioner in the Daosheng world was no match for it. As Daosheng barreled toward the desolate city, all the swords outside the city suddenly soared into the sky. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Simultaneously, not just here, but across the entire Daosheng world. Every sword began to rise uncontrollably, pointing towards the desolate state, softly humming as if paying homage to the true god of the sword path. What is happening? The desolate state, once again, was in the spotlight. The Sword Emperor had emerged. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances towards the direction of the desolate state, and the same went for those within the desolate city. Wei Hanshuang gazed warily at the walls behind her, where a mysterious and unparalleled powerhouse seemed to linger. In the next moment, a blood-red, long sword shot forth from the city walls. Swish, a dragon horn soared high into the air, and simultaneously, the entire sky began to crack. In the void, Daosheng had already spotted a long-haired figure seated atop the city walls. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his dragon whiskers, transforming into dragon jade. My apologies for the intrusion. The desolate city harbored such a formidable guardian. Daosheng promptly retreated, transforming into a handsome young man, though the dragon horn protruding from his forehead unmistakably signified his noble dragon lineage. Taking a deep breath, Daosheng slowly walked towards the city gate. If brute force would not suffice, he would adhere to the proper protocol and enter through the gate. 1,000,000 spirit stones. The Zhang brothers hesitated upon seeing Daosheng. This fellow was stronger than both of them. They had not anticipated that such hidden talents lurked outside. I don't have any. After a moment of silence, Zhang Qi suggested, other items can be used as substitutes. Other items? Daosheng frowned. What did he possess? At that moment, Zhang Hai chimed in, that dragon horn will do. Upon hearing this, Daosheng recalled the dragon horn. Meanwhile, in the distance, a brawl erupted over the dragon horn. For no one wished to relinquish such a divine artifact. All of you, get lost. Daosheng bellowed, and instantly the crowd froze. Upon recognizing Daosheng, their faces turned pale, and they scrambled away, grabbing the dragon horn. He handed it to the Zhang brothers, allowing him to enter the city smoothly. Deep within the city lord's manor, beneath the soul-commanding divine tree, Ouyang Yanqing slowly opened her eyes and directed her gaze towards the city walls of the desolate city. In that instant, the guardian of the desolate also opened his eyes and looked over. The two exchanged glances across half the desolate city. Interesting, the guardian of the desolate remarked with a faint smile. Ouyang Yanqing's expression grew serious. Without a doubt, the individual before her was also from the desolate city. I could see this moment. Her curiosity about Lu Daosheng's strength deepened. Just how powerful must he be to command the loyalty of an unknown realm powerhouse? After a prolonged silence, Ouyang Yanqing shook her head. I should focus on my breakthrough first. Once I ascend, all my questions will be answered. For the next realm would be the realm of causality, where myriad causes and effects would not afflict her, and within a mysterious void in the desolate city, Lu Daosheng was present. During these days, he intended to enrich his knowledge. Here, 1 year in the outside world equated to a millennium within. Of course, acquiring this knowledge was not solely for enlightenment, but also to enhance his own prestige. Outside the desolate city, amidst the ruins, the broken sword elder slowly emerged from the rubble. Cough, 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 with a series of heavy coughs. The elder of the broken sword cast a wary glance in the direction where Daosheng had departed. He had not anticipated that the dragon within the Dragon Suppression Valley possessed such formidable strength. Indeed, he had underestimated it. Oh, isn't that the broken sword? A mocking voice suddenly echoed beside him. Startled by the familiar tone, the elder swiftly turned his head, only to find an elderly man clad in a tattered white robe. Reeking of alcohol, the drunken old man beside him stood a middle-aged man, his demeanor amiable and warm. It has been a while. The middle-aged man greeted with a smile upon seeing the elder of the broken sword. I knew you two would come, the elder replied, brushing off the dust from his attire with a huff. The drunken old man was also a figure from hundreds of thousands of years ago, undefeated in his time, who eventually retreated into the mountains to pursue the faintest chance of enlightenment. The middle-aged man was the lord of the first city of the heavenly profound world, Tian City. Alongside the elder of the broken sword and the drunken old man, they were all at the pinnacle of the sacred king realm. Now they had all gathered here for a singular purpose, the emergence of the heavenly emperor. Initially, they speculated that the lord of the ruined city was the recently ascended heavenly emperor, but it seemed that the truth was far more complex. Since we are all here, let us proceed together, the elder of the broken sword suggested. The drunken old man took a swig from his gourd and nodded in agreement. The lord of Tian City, Shi Tiandao, chimed in, then let us go together. Thus, the trio set off towards the ruined city. Meanwhile, at the border of the inner city of the ruined city, Nangong Fong gazed at the inner city, his brow furrowed with concern. He had never anticipated that he would lack the qualifications to even enter. Taking a deep breath, he bowed slightly and declared, I am Nangong Fong of the Nangong clan. Seeking an audience with the lord of the ruined city, that moment, he had lowered his status to an unprecedented level. It was hard to imagine that this man was a venerable figure from the largest hidden clan in the heavenly profound world. Had it not been for the emergence of the ruined city, he might have secluded himself until his demise. Now he found himself nearing the end of his lifespan. Yet as he approached the inner city, he sensed a vibrant life force emanating from it. It was the celestial tree. A bold hypothesis took shape in Nangong Fong's mind, though it felt surreal. Unfortunately, the distance was too great, and there were prohibitions in place. If he could get closer, he could ascertain the truth. Time passed, and a fleeting aura gently brushed against Nangong Fong. In the next moment, he vanished from his spot. Simultaneously, within the ruined city, the drunken old man, the elder of the broken sword, Shi Tiandao, Daosheng, and Yi Hanzhuang all disappeared without a trace. Inside the grand hall of the Lord-S mansion, the newly reconstructed ruined city had incorporated spatial laws, rendering it nearly infinite. The grand hall could accommodate even 100,000 people. Yet, within this vast expanse, there is only one seat at its deepest point, crafted from an unknown material. Moments later, 6 figures materialized within the hall. Instantly, Their expressions shifted to one of astonishment. Who had the ability to bring them to such a place undetected? Upon recognizing one another, the group was taken aback, for they were among the few top-tier powers in the heavenly profound world, all at least sacred kings. Nangong Fong, I heard you arrived quite some time ago. The drunken old man remarked, a hint of inebriation in his voice. Nangong Fong remained silent, clearly uninterested in engaging with the drunken old man, however. The drunken old man continued, have you encountered the heavenly emperor? Upon hearing this, a silence fell over the group. Clearly, Nangong Fong had not encountered him, nor had the others. There's still significance to the heavenly emperor. The drunken old man pondered aloud, prompting the others to turn their gazes toward Nangong Fong. He maintained a stoic expression and replied, I believe the Lord of the ruined city is currently of utmost importance. In his mind, the heavenly emperor now paled in comparison to the enigmatic Lord of the ruined city. The gravity of his words weighed heavily upon the group. Indeed, every corner of this city exuded an unmatched aura. What kind of person could be the master of such a vast metropolis? Surely, it was not as simple as being a heavenly emperor, perhaps someone above the heavenly emperor. The thought was almost unfathomable, especially since they could not even hope to ascend to that level themselves. In a corner, Daosheng looked disdainfully at the others. He was the only non-human present, and the sole being above the sacred king realm. Noticing Daosheng, Yihan Huang turned to him. You are the Ice Dragon clan? Is that even a question? Daosheng replied curtly. Yihan Huang frowned slightly. It seemed that the temperament of the dragonkin was universally irritable. However, she bore no ill will, as she was reminded of the prodigy possessing the Ice Phoenix bloodline. Do you know the whereabouts of the individual with the Ice Phoenix bloodline? She inquired, her tone tinged with intrigue. Upon hearing this, Daosheng's pupils constricted. That is my master. What? Instantly, all eyes in the hall turned toward Daosheng. His strength was beyond doubt, even surpassing that of any present. Moreover, before they had risen to prominence, they had already heard of the dragons within the Dragon Suppression Valley. It could be said that Daosheng was their senior. Master, what do you mean by that? Yihan Huang asked, her initial intention to take the wielder of the Ice Phoenix bloodline as her disciple now seemingly thwarted. After all, this dragon was no ordinary creature. Before Daosheng could respond, a light, rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed through the hall. Though soft, it resonated deeply within their hearts. In an instant, the group tensed, directing their gazes toward the depths of the hall. The next moment, a middle-aged man with a smile entered the grand hall. Despite not sensing any aura emanating from him, they dared not underestimate him that moment. Lu Daosheng had already taken a seat. May I ask who you are? The drunken old man inquired, his brow furrowing. Upon hearing this, the others regarded the drunken old man with disdainful glances. Did they really need to guess this man's identity? Welcome to my ruined city, Lu Daosheng stated without answering. Shock coursed through the hearts of the group. Indeed, this was the Lord of the ruined city. He was no ordinary individual. Greetings, Lord of the ruined city. I am Nangong Fong, hailing from an Nangong clan. Nangong Fong introduced himself first. The drunken old man followed suit. I am known as the drunken old man. The world refers to me as Zue Lao. I am Sure Tian Dao, Lord of Tian City. Yihan Huang, head of the Cold Extreme Palace. I am Jianling Feng, known as the Elder of the Broken Sword. Soon, the grand hall was left with only Daosheng. All eyes turned toward him, including those of Lu Daosheng. Feeling the scrutiny, Daosheng was at a loss for words. He had not intended to speak, for his sole purpose was to find his master. This city had never held any significance for him, as he merely wished to return home. Daosheng, he stated plainly. After the introductions, Lu Daosheng nodded slightly. I am Lu Daosheng, the Lord of the ruined city. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Lu Daosheng smiled gently, exuding an air of humility that felt like a refreshing spring breeze. Instantly, the atmosphere lightened, and the gazes directed at him were imbued with a newfound respect. This was the true demeanor of a significant figure. Lord of the desolate city, I wish to inquire about the whereabouts of the one bearing the Ice Phoenix bloodline. Daosheng spoke up first, his tone earnest. At the same time, Nangong Fong, who was about to voice his own question, was rendered speechless. Just moments ago, he had struggled with his own introduction, yet now he was so eager to inquire. Ice Phoenix bloodline, are you seeking my daughter for a specific reason? The words echoed, and a profound silence enveloped the hall. The bearer of the Ice Phoenix bloodline was, astonishingly, the daughter of the lord of this supreme city. At that moment, Yihan Zhuang felt an overwhelming complexity within her heart. She had even entertained the thought of taking this individual as her disciple. Little did she know, the Ice Phoenix would likely look down upon her humble cold extreme hall. Indeed, while the cold extreme hall was a dominant force in the outside world, it appeared as nothing more than a child in the presence of the desolate city. Esteemed lord, I wish to acknowledge your daughter as my master. Daosheng said, his tone now laced with reverence upon learning of her true identity. Just then, two figures emerged slowly from the entrance of the grand hall. It was Lu Shui and Gu Chun. It's you. Daosheng exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Gu Chun. Over 1,000,000 years ago, Gu Chun had visited the Dragon Suppression Valley and had a fleeting encounter with Daosheng. Daosheng remembered him. Though he had assumed Gu Chun had long since perished, given that he had been merely a practitioner at the Divine Mansion level back then. But now, Gu Chun had made considerable strides. Long time no see, Gu Chun said with a gentle smile as he spotted Daosheng. Meanwhile, Lu Shui curiously scrutinized Daosheng, having just overheard his intention to acknowledge her as his master. Surrounding them, the onlookers also cast curious glances at Lu Shui and Gu Chun. Master, I finally get to meet you. Daosheng suddenly wrapped his arms around Lu Shui's legs, his excitement spilling forth. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by this spectacle. At the highest point, Lu Daosheng shared their bewilderment. Why such a grand reaction? Oh dear, please get up. Lu Shui's cheeks flushed as she attempted to push Daosheng away to her astonishment. Her peak imperial cultivation was rendered utterly ineffective against Daosheng's fervor. In an instant, a gentle force pulled Daosheng aside. Lord of the city, Father, everyone turned to Lu Daosheng, their eyes filled with reverence. Daosheng, if you wish to acknowledge my daughter as your master, I have no objections. The decision lies with her. Daosheng's recognition of Lu Shui as his master would undoubtedly benefit her, the sole potential downside being the karmic repercussions Daosheng might bear. Nonetheless, Lu Daosheng believed he could shoulder any burden, no matter how great. Master, Daosheng implored with beseeching eyes as he gazed at Lu Shui. The surrounding crowd erupted with envy. This was a true dragon, a magnificent ice dragon that have such a being as a servant was not merely a testament to immense strength, but a privilege of significant magnitude. It was evident that the lord of the desolate city was more than capable of managing this. Very well then, I shall reluctantly accept you, Lu Shui replied hesitantly after a brief silence. Her agreement stemmed primarily from her father's lack of refusal. Whether she had this ice dragon or not would not greatly affect her. Upon hearing her words, the crowd couldn't help but twitch their lips. Reluctantly, if you are unwilling, there's no need to force it. Alas, even if Lu Shui were to refuse, it was not for them to decide. Thank you, Master, for accepting me. Daosheng's forehead glowed with a soft light. In the next moment, the light drifted forth and gently imprinted itself upon Lu Shui's arm. Instantly, Lu Shui felt a connection form between her and Daosheng. Her mouth fell slightly agape as she realized the immense power of this ice dragon. In the blink of an eye, Daosheng transformed into a small dragon, coiling around Lu Shui's arm. Having concluded matters with Daosheng, the crowd quickly regained their composure. This was no longer their concern. Lord of the city, I wish to inquire about the identity of the individual who recently ascended to the Celestial Emperor level, Nangong Fong promptly asked. The onlookers turned their attention to Lu Daosheng at that moment. He appeared to them as an omniscient entity. That individual is right beside you. Lu Daosheng replied with a smile that at his words. A shiver ran through the crowd as they all turned to look at Gu Chun, who stood beside Lu Shui. Esteemed elder, may I ask your identity? Nangong Fong inquired respectfully to Jiu Chun. A figure from over 1,000,000 years ago was unrecognizable to them, despite their long lives, which barely reached a few 100,000 years. I'm the mortal emperor, Gu Chun stated calmly. What? Instantly, apart from Lu Daosheng and a few others, the rest of the assembly erupted in disbelief. The mortal emperor? How could this be? Hadn't he perished during the dark turmoil 1,000,000 years ago? Mortal Emperor, what truly transpired back then? The crowd gazed at Guchun, their eyes alight with excitement and fervor. He was the pride of the celestial Xian world and its savior, once the most promising candidate for attaining the status of celestial emperor. Tragically, fate had thwarted his potential, and the dark turmoil had claimed the most gifted and youngest sovereign. Yet now, he stood before them, having reached the celestial emperor realm. They looked towards Guchun, eager for answers. However, he merely shook his head slightly. The past is behind us. I have now joined the desolate city, and am also the master of its lord's daughter. That a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd once more. A bold hypothesis began to take root in their minds. Could it be that this mysterious and powerful city lord had saved the mortal emperor? No, he should now be referred to as the celestial mortal emperor. In an instant, Daosheng's standing in the eyes of the crowd soared to unprecedented heights. Now, do you have any further questions? Daosheng inquired. Esteemed lord of the city, I have a humble request. Nangong Fong said, lowering his head. Speak your mind. Lord of the city, I wish to lead my entire Nangong family to join the desolate city. The statement sent shockwaves through the crowd, and they were quick to condemn him inwardly. What an audacious request! Even Daosheng was momentarily taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, if your Nangong family wishes to join the desolate city, it will depend solely on your own capabilities. The desolate city has just opened its gates, presenting numerous opportunities. Your success will depend on your own efforts. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fong breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was no outright refusal. He was satisfied. Thank you, Lord of the City, for this opportunity. I have no further questions. And the rest of you? Daosheng turned his gaze to the others. The drunken old man and his companions shook their heads repeatedly. They had gleaned all they wished to know. There was no need to inquire further about the path to ascension. They understood that as long as one was within the desolate city, achieving such heights was merely a matter of effort. However, they had also gathered invaluable information that the desolate city was only just beginning and that opportunities would abound. This implied that in the future, the desolate city would attract more and more powerful individuals. Though they stood at the pinnacle of the celestial Xian world, what awaited them beyond its borders? Daosheng sent the group back. Soon, Nangong Fong began to welcome many exceptionally talented individuals from his clan to reside within the outer city of the desolate city. This marked the first family to make a significant migration to the desolate city. Meanwhile, beyond the celestial Xian world, amidst the boundless cosmos, many ancient and formidable beings who had been in slumber and whose lifespans were dwindling began to awaken. Their gazes pierced through the layers of void. Fixated directly on the direction of the celestial Xian world, the tree of life? Heaven help me! In an instant, countless ancient beings set forth, heading towards the realm of Tianxian, upon the walls of the desolate city. The guardian known as Huang Shou slowly opened his eyes, the blood-red sword in his hand humming ominously. Finally, some formidable opponents have arrived. Having sought defeat for countless years, he was evidently exhilarated by the prospect of encountering strong adversaries. However, whether they could truly satisfy him remained to be seen. Thus, the desolate city commenced its prolonged evolution. As time flowed by, an increasing number of cultivators journeyed from distant lands, entering the desolate city to engage in rigorous training. Gradually, the city became bustling with activity. As for those unable to gain entry into the inner city, they settled on the outskirts, where the energy was equally abundant and conducive to cultivation within the desolate city. Influenced by various divine trees and treasure towers, the internal environment began to undergo continuous transformation, affecting not only the surroundings but also the innate talents of the inhabitants, rare physiques and bloodlines, which would typically emerge only after endless epochs began to manifest. Exceptional talents flourished, and the longevity of the elder generation was momentarily assured. Everything had entered a most splendid era. Time and cultivation knows no bounds. And soon, 500 years had passed. This span represented a true 500 years on the timeline. In the realm of Tianxian, the desolate city had now undeniably become the most powerful force. A fact beyond dispute. Countless major factions were clamoring to gain entry into the desolate city. This moment, the outer city was alive with vibrant streets, thronged with people bustling about. Among the notable structures in the outer city stood a tall edifice, Bawa Tower. It was the only legitimate establishment of its kind within the desolate city. Those who entered here could indulge in the joys of life. The proprietor of Baiwa Tower was none other than Ji Shenkai, the heir of the Ji family. 500 years ago, he had leased this building, and from that point his fortune soared. It was said that even individuals from the city lord's residence frequently visited this establishment. Ji Shenkai had cultivated a significant rapport with those in the city lord's court that on this particular day, Baiwa Tower was once again filled to capacity. "Get lost. I was here first," one man shouted. Number 666 has always been mine to choose. This time shall be no exception." The two robust men immediately fell into a heated argument, their demeanor suggesting an impending brawl. Instantly, a crowd of onlookers gathered, pulling out stools and snacks, eager to witness the spectacle. Some even shouted, "Fight him! Fight him!" These individuals were collectively known as the melon-eating crowd, always relishing the drama of others' misfortunes. "Everyone clear out!" a sudden, thunderous voice echoed. Upon hearing this familiar tone, fear flickered in the eyes of the crowd, including the two bickering It was the Huang Wei, a significant superpower within the desolate city, and its leader, Wei, was a favored figure beside the esteemed city lord. "We're finished." The thought crossed the minds of the onlookers, and they scattered in haste. The two men trembled as they beheld the dark golden-robed guards wielding blades. "Please spare us, Lord Huang Wei. We shall never dare again," they pleaded, hastily attempting to bribe the guards with storage rings. Observing this, the guards smirked internally, maintaining their indifferent expressions. The treatment afforded to the Huang Wei was beyond the imagination of outsiders. They would not deign to accept such trifles. "Take them away," came the curt command. "If there's anything to discuss, it shall be in the dungeons." These words, the two men shuddered and collapsed to the ground in despair. The dungeons, a construct established merely a few hundred years prior, were rumored to exact a heavy toll on those who entered, making escape nearly impossible. In short order, the two men were dragged away without a hint of resistance, eliciting a chorus of sighs from the surrounding crowd. "You too can enjoy your ignorance," one remarked, clearly newcomers who know nothing. "Thankfully, it's the Huang Wei this time. If it had been the Jin was among the most enigmatic factions within the desolate city, operating from the shadows with unparalleled infiltration capabilities. Most members of the Jin were intelligence operatives, and it was conceivable that your closest companion, sharing laughs and gaming with you, could belong to the Jin. By day, they might confide in you about matters concerning the desolate city, but by night, the information would reach the Jin headquarters. Before dawn, you could vanish without a trace. This was the terror of the Jin. Its leader remained an enigma, known only to the highest echelons within the city lord's court. Meanwhile, in a room on the top floor of Baiwa Tower, Mu Tianyin awoke from her warm bed. Sensing something amiss, swiftly, she roused the slumbering Ji Shenkai beside her. "Get up, we need to see what's going on." Ji Shenkai, still groggy, instinctively pulled her into his embrace. "Oh, don't worry, my dear. It's just some insignificant characters. I've already established good relations with the city lord's residents. Just sleep peacefully." This. Mu Tianyin rolled her eyes in exasperation. Indeed, 500 years had passed, and the two had become an inseparable pair. However, several centuries prior, they had been rivals, and Mu Tianyin operated a tea house in the desolate city. Yet customers flocked to Baiwa Tower, leaving her establishment nearly deserted. Frustrated, she confronted Ji Shenkai about it. In an unexpected turn of events, Ji Shenkai found himself smitten with her. Initially, Mu Tianyin dismissed Ji Shenkai's methods of wealth accumulation, but she soon found his business thriving, leading to substantial profits. Eventually, Ji Shenkai poured resources into winning her affection. Although Mu Tianyin claimed not to be materialistic, every gesture that touched her heart required significant expenditure. This sparked much intrigue among the city's inhabitants in the inner city of the desolate city. Things were less vibrant than in the outer city, yet the population had certainly increased compared to 5 centuries prior. Many of the original residents had even welcomed great-grandchildren. As City Lord Daosheng would say, "One must branch out and reproduce. It will yield benefits as for marriage and procreation. It was exceedingly simple. Upon announcing the intention to marry into the inner city, women and men seeking to join could be found lining up from the desolate city to the farthest reaches of the Tianqian realm. The stringent requirements for residing in the desolate city left many longing for entry. Old Zhang, I heard your new grandchild was born with a five-element physique. Congratulations. Haha, your child is splendid too. Their birth even triggered a phenomenon in the heavens and earth. As soon as Lao Zhang and Lao Li met, they greeted each other with cheerful laughter, embodying a sense of harmony and joy. Undoubtedly, the Zhang and Li families had now ascended to the status of prominent clans, particularly within the confines of the inner city of the desolate town, within the mysterious confines of the Lord's Manor. Lu Daosheng slowly opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. He had completed reading all the books collected by the system. The entire worldview was now completely clear to him, that he realized that the universe he inhabited was known as the Hongmeng universe, which comprised countless star systems. Some of these systems possessed immense strength, with the most powerful even hosting unknown realms, referred to as first-level star systems. Conversely, there were weaker star systems where the strongest beings only reached the ancient realm, thus classified as second-level star systems, with others following suit in a descending order. The star system where the Tianqian world resided was termed the Xuangu star system, positioned at the lowest tier as a fourth-level star system, with its highest realm being that of the Celestial Emperor. However, that was merely a remnant of the past. Currently, the Xuangu star system could indeed be regarded as a legendary top-tier star system, with entities existing beyond the unknown realm. Throughout the years, Lu Daosheng had ventured out, and through his calculations, he discovered that the Xuangu star system had once experienced an extraordinarily glorious history, which had been erased from the annals of time by certain beings. Rising slowly, Lu Daosheng stepped forth and arrived directly at the Lord's Manor at the same time, beneath the divine tree. Ouyang Yanqing suddenly felt a surge of power, resonating with the sounds of the great Tao. Instantly, the entire desolate town became aware of this commotion. Nevertheless, the onlookers seemed to regard this phenomenon with a sense of familiarity, continuing with their activities as usual. With a thunderous roar, the sky began to rend apart. Were it not for the divine artifacts within the Lord's Manor that had greatly benefited the cultivators over the years, the sheer force of this disturbance alone could have potentially obliterated the entire Tianqian world. Witnessing this scene, Lu Daosheng understood that Ouyang Yanqing was on the verge of a breakthrough, with the next realm being the causal realm. Beside him, Gu Chun and Lu Shui appeared at Lu Daosheng's side. Father, Lord of the Manor, Lu Daosheng smiled at the two. At this moment, Lu Shui had remarkably reached the realm of the Celestial Emperor, while Gu Chun had also made significant progress as one ascends in realm. Breakthroughs become increasingly arduous and time-consuming. The fact that Ouyang Yanqing could now advance to the causal realm was not solely due to her 500 years of cultivation. The accumulation of countless ages was equally crucial. Upon the walls of the desolate town, Huangshou found himself in a unique space, specifically prepared by Lu Daosheng for him. Here, the environment mirrored that of the Lord's Manor, allowing him to benefit from the effects of the divine artifacts as well. This is far too slow at this moment. Huangshou had already attained the causal realm. In light of Ouyang Yanqing's impending breakthrough, only mockery filled his gaze. Behind him stood the lord of the desolate town. He often felt fortunate to have encountered Lu Daosheng and joined the desolate town. Otherwise, he would not have enjoyed such a comfortable existence. With another resounding boom, the sky abruptly changed color as countless streams of light cascaded from the starry expanse. Some of these luminescent trails entered the bodies of the cultivators, prompting immediate enlightenment. Witnessing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment, expressing their gratitude for nature's bountiful gifts. Yet this was not the end. Within the Lord's Manor, several divine trees began to tremble under Lu Daosheng's authorization. In an instant, a torrential rain began to fall upon the desolate town. However, this rain was not genuine. It was a condensation of the essence from the divine trees. Once absorbed, it promised boundless benefits. Consequently, the inhabitants of the desolate town erupted in cheers, repeatedly calling out for their lord. After an indeterminate amount of time, the commotion gradually subsided. beneath the ancient tree of enlightenment. Ouyang Yanqing opened her eyes, feeling the power within her, and could not help but burst into joyous laughter. Ouyang, my lady, tea that moment. Lu Daosheng's voice resonated, startled by his words. Ouyang Yanqing blinked, and in the next instant, she appeared before Lu Daosheng, adorned in her striking red attire. Upon seeing him, her emotions became complex. She had grown stronger, yet she was now more acutely aware of Lu Daosheng's formidable presence. Thank you. She expressed sincerely that in the future, I shall offer my utmost assistance should any difficulties arise in the desolate town. Lacking anything to repay Lu Daosheng, who seemed to have no needs, she could only convey her gratitude in this manner. Upon hearing her words, Lu Daosheng's expression brightened. Are you leaving? Ouyang Yanqing smiled softly in response that of course not. I have no pressing matters elsewhere, so I intend to stay a little longer. You wouldn't mind, would you? She playfully blinked at Lu Daosheng, causing him to feel somewhat embarrassed. Of course I don't mind. Just then, Lu Shui approached from a distance. Upon seeing her, Ouyang Yanqing's expression brightened, and she hurriedly took Lu Shui's hand. Little Shui, your cultivation has improved so quickly. Come, sister will take you out for some fun. Hearing this, Lu Shui hesitated, turning to glance at Lu Daosheng. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng could only smile helplessly and said, Go ahead, but be careful. Thank you, father, Ouyang Yanqing exclaimed as she led Lu Shui away. Initially, Lu Shui had harbored some hostility towards Ouyang Yanqing. However, as Ouyang Yanqing persistently endeavored to stay, she gradually won Lu Shui over. The innocent young girl stood no chance against Ouyang Yanqing's charm, and soon, Lu Shui was completely captivated. This left Lu Daosheng feeling somewhat exasperated, yet he could do little, for Ouyang Yanqing bore no ill intentions towards his daughter and treated her exceptionally well. Thus, Lu Daosheng chose to turn a blind eye. Realm, Qi refining, innate spirit master, void breaking, concentration, soul division, divine palace, life merging, saint king, quasi-emperor, great emperor, celestial emperor, Dao realm, ancient realm, unknown realm, causal realm. Within the conference hall of the Lord's Manor, Lu Daosheng sat at the head of the table. Long ago, following the suggestion of a certain individual, the Lord's Manor began conducting periodic work reports, which gave Lu Daosheng a peculiar sense of office routine. Today marked the day for such a report this moment. In the Grand Hall, Wei and Xing, Yunqi, and others had already gathered, each sitting upright with solemn expressions, their gazes filled with respect as they looked towards Lu Daosheng. Unfazed by this scene, Lu Daosheng touched his nose and calmly said, Wei, you may begin. Yes, Lord of the Manor, in due course. Wei stepped forward and reported to Lu Daosheng the significant occurrences that had transpired within the desolate city over recent days. Under Wei's leadership, the Desolate Guard had grown to a formidable force of over 10,000 members, given the burgeoning population of the desolate city, which now numbered in the millions and was on the brink of surpassing 10 million. A larger contingent of guards was deemed essential for effective governance. That it was estimated that the current populace exceeded several million, with an impending surge anticipated. Fortunately, territorial concerns were not an issue, as when Lu Daosheng had rebuilt the desolate city, he had infused it with the laws of the world and spatial regulations, rendering the city vast, akin to an entire world in itself. Not only could it accommodate tens of millions, but even hundreds of millions would find ample space within its bounds. Soon, Wei concluded his report, as his jurisdiction over the city's discipline and security posed no significant complications. The next moment, Anqing approached. After 5 centuries, Anqing had undergone a remarkable transformation in demeanor. Once a mere vagabond wandering the void, he had now ascended to the position of a leader of a substantial organization, exuding an aura befitting a ruler. Lu Daosheng and his companions, he was a gentle, affable individual, yet to outsiders, he appeared as a formidable demon, causing dread in their hearts. It was precisely due to Anqing's exceptional management that Lu Daosheng felt entirely at ease regarding the affairs of the desolate city. The roots, which Anqing led, had infiltrated the entire city, boasting a membership of at least 100,000. Anyone harboring even the slightest ill intent towards the desolate city would find themselves swiftly eradicated by Anqing. Given that the roots operated from the shadows, handling intelligence gathering, assassinations, and various covert activities, their reporting took longer than a ways. It was not until the afternoon that Daosheng completed his briefing. City Lord, that concludes the matters at hand. Upon hearing this, Daosheng nodded in acknowledgement, feeling the weight of sleepiness descend upon him at that moment. Yunshi stepped forward. Over the course of 500 years, Yunshi had fulfilled Daosheng's expectations by assembling a remarkably powerful army, which he named the Liu Family Army. This formidable force now comprised over 300,000 soldiers, with numbers continually on the rise. Each soldier was equipped to the teeth, a testament to the opulence of their armament. City Lord, everything within the army is functioning smoothly, except what? Daosheng inquired, noting a hint of bitterness on Yunshi's countenance. City Lord, it has been several centuries since the army's establishment, yet we have not engaged in a single battle. The brothers in the army are growing restless with anticipation that in truth, Yunshi himself shared this sentiment. Having poured his passion into building the army for Daosheng, he found it exceedingly vexing to have no battles to fight. Akin to a man who has taken a stimulant but lacks an outlet for his energy, Daosheng, upon hearing this, could not help but chuckle at the irony of the situation. Surely, he could not instigate a war himself. His principle was to refrain from aggression unless provoked. However, should any foolhardy adversary dare to challenge him, he would ensure they paid a most excruciating price out on the spot. Daosheng utilized his divine powers to conduct a brief divination. Moments later, his expression shifted, and he chuckled. Very well. Continue to train diligently, in due course. You shall have your opportunities for action. Upon hearing these words, Yunshi's face brightened with joy. Understood. I will ensure rigorous training and will not disappoint the City Lord. I take my leave. With that, Yunshi exited with a sense of exhilaration. Watching Yunshi depart with enthusiasm, Daosheng shook his head and smiled before returning to listen to the remaining reports from others in the hall. On the city walls of the desolate city, Huangshou slowly rose out on a nearby wall. 6 characters were boldly inscribed. Has it truly been so long since an enemy has come? My sword grows weary from inaction. Instantly, the blood sword in his hand began to hum, as if in agreement with its master. Over the past 5 centuries, many powerful beings, drawn by the aura of treasures within the desolate city, had attempted to seize these precious items. Yet, they had been unable to breach the city gates, meeting their demise at the hands of Huangshou before they could even enter. Among these intruders was a particularly formidable ancient realm expert. Upon encountering this ancient figure, Huangshou had felt a tinge of surprise, as Daosheng had informed him of the impending arrival of many powerful beings from the Xiangu star system seeking to claim treasures. He had expected that those from outside the Xiangu star system would take a while longer to arrive. Thus, it was unexpected to see an ancient realm expert from the Xiangu star system, which had previously been merely a level 4 star system until the arrival of the desolate city triggered its transformation. Huangshou had only realized the truth after he had dispatched the intruder with a single stroke of his sword. The individual was merely an unwitting stowaway who had crossed over from another realm. Gazing up at the endless starry sky, Huangshou's expression remained calm. Regardless of who approached, he would simply extinguish them with a single strike. Meanwhile, at the boundary of the Xiangu star system, despite its classification as a level 4 star system, its protective barrier was not something an ordinary powerful being could breach. However, with a resounding explosion, a massive breach tore through the once impenetrable barrier. In the next moment, a black warship, exuding an eerie aura, slowly emerged from the gaping hole. Who would have thought that such a star system would harbor treasures? A man clad in black surveyed the Xiangu star system with a sinister grin, his eyes brimming with disdain. Beside him, an elderly man, whose teeth were almost entirely gone, urged, "Young master, we must act quickly. Such treasures will undoubtedly attract attention from others." Nodding in agreement, the black-clad young man commanded, "Full speed ahead." Instantly, the black warship accelerated, its pace increasing significantly. The evil cloud sect stood as the most dominant force within the dark star system, which itself was classified as a level 2 star system. However, even among star systems of the same level, there were considerable disparities in their strengths. Some level 2 star systems might have only a single ancient realm expert, while others could boast multiple such beings. As long as no one possessed power surpassing the ancient realm, they could still be classified as a level 2 star system. The Dark Star system was among the elite of the level 2 star systems, with 3 known ancient realm experts in its ranks. This time, the Evil Cloud sect had brought along 2 ancient realm experts, clearly intent on claiming the mysterious treasures that had suddenly emerged in the Tianxian world. Simultaneously, at another boundary barrier, another massive breach abruptly appeared. In the next instant, an enormous sword slowly emerged, akin to a small planet in size, covered in countless living beings. This what a low-level star system looks like. A middle-aged man clad in robes coldly remarked, gazing at the Xiangu star system with an expression full of contempt, as if he stood on a pedestal above all. The Swordmaster. This Xiangu star system is doomed. With the appearance of these treasures, they lack the strength to defend themselves. It won't be long before a great war erupts, leaving the Xiangu star system utterly desolate. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded, choosing to remain silent. Their true adversaries were never the Xiangu star system, but rather the other factions seeking to seize the treasures for themselves. Nonetheless, they would still exercise caution. For who could predict when the terrifying beings from the level 1 star systems would arrive? Within the City Lord's mansion, Lu Daosheng raised his gaze, his expression unchanged. If I dare to be unguarded, then I shall not fear the encroachment of others. In the next moment, at Lu Daosheng's summons, Wei, Anxing, Yunqi, and other high-ranking officials appeared before him. City Lord, they greeted respectfully in unison. Prepare yourselves, for many foes will soon approach the desolate city. It is imperative that we maintain order and security within the city to prevent any disturbances. Wei promptly replied, City Lord, leave this matter to me. Lu Daosheng nodded slightly and continued, Yunqi at your service. As for those enemies, no mercy should be shown. If they dare to approach, not a single one shall be spared. Yes, my lord, I will ensure they do not return. Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng smiled with satisfaction. At that moment, Xing spoke up, My lord, what about me? Lu Daosheng turned to Xing and fell into contemplation. Xing had now reached the Dao realm, and, due to Lu Daosheng's frequent indulgence in distractions, had grown formidable in strength, almost invincible unless faced with an ancient realm expert. Moreover, Xing possessed a body of nothingness, already reaching great mastery, in the void, and Xing was nearly unbeatable, elusive, and exceedingly troublesome. Very well, investigate the identities of the opposing forces. If conditions permit, capture a few key individuals alive. Upon hearing this, Xing nodded, understood, my lord. That moment, Guchen also arrived. My lord, I wish to join as well. Guchen was on the verge of a breakthrough, with the next realm being the ancient realm. Very well. Dad, I want to go too. Absolutely not. Upon hearing Lu Shue's words, Lu Daosheng grew anxious. It would be a great battle. And what if, by chance, she were to get hurt? Instantly, Lu Shue's small face fell. Beside them, Guchen spoke, Shue, you should listen to your father and stay here obediently. Hearing this, Lu Shue had no choice but to acquiesce. Fine. Thus, the group departed. In the next moment, a resounding bell echoed throughout the desolate city. Upon hearing the bell, everyone halted their tasks. They knew this sound signified an enemy attack. The desolate city was about to face an assault. Instantly, everyone felt a surge of tension. They were now bound to the desolate city, sharing both honor and disgrace. Meanwhile, some rejoiced, such as the Nangong family. Wonderful. The opportunity has arrived. Grandpa, what do you mean? Seeing the excited Nangong Fong. Nangong Yu was somewhat baffled. Nangong Fong glared at Nangong Yu, a mix of disappointment and urgency in his eyes. Don't you wish to enter the inner city? The inner city! That was the ultimate dream of all who entered the desolate city. Suddenly, Nangong Yu recalled the requirement. Only those who had made significant contributions to the desolate city qualified for entry into the inner city. Grandpa, are you suggesting? Indeed, the Nangong family must join the fight. Not only for the desolate city, but also for ourselves. If we can secure entry for the entire Nangong family into the inner city, even if I perish in battle, would have no regrets. Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Nangong Yu's eyes reddened. Grandpa, Without another word, Nangong Fong departed to seek out the city lord's officials. Simultaneously, not just Nangong Fong, many others with strength and similar ambitions began to take action. "HM, the Nangong family wishes to participate," Awei asked, somewhat incredulous. "Indeed." Nangong Fong nodded. "We request an opportunity from the Lord." After a moment's hesitation, Awei eventually nodded. "Very well, but I must make it clear. In battle, no one will look after you. If you die, it's truly the end." Nangong Fong did not hesitate. Seeing this, Awei led Nangong Fong to Yunqi, who was organizing the army. Upon witnessing the formidable Lu family army of over 300,000, Nangong Fong stood frozen in a the mysterious army of the desolate city. Terrifying, with over 300,000 members, each possessing at least the strength of the Saint Realm. In Yunqi, just a glance left Nangong Fong feeling overwhelmed. After a century of cultivation, he had successfully broken through and reached the quasi-emperor realm. Soon, he would fully attain the title of emperor. He had thought himself a formidable figure within the desolate city, only to realize how narrow his perspective had been. Gazing at the well-organized and spirited Lu family army, Nangong Fong felt a deep respect. In this battle, he sought neither glory nor merit. He only wished to avoid hindering this mighty army. At that moment, thunderous booms echoed from beyond the skies. In the next instant, a colossal black warship enveloped the entire desolate city, casting a shadow over it. Simultaneously, another resounding boom followed as an enormous sword pierced through the air, appearing not far from the black warship. The Dark Star system, the giant sword system. Upon seeing each other, both parties expressed surprise. But at that moment, an elder on the black warship exclaimed, "Young master, look!" Instantly, everyone in the void turned their gaze towards the desolate city below. A collective gasp echoed through the air. "Ha ha! We've struck gold," the young master of the Evil Cloud sect exclaimed in excitement. The members of the Sky Sword sect were equally exhilarated. What they had initially thought to be a treasure turned out to be a multitude of them. And among them were legendary artifacts. Gazing at one of the towering spires below, a leader from the Giant Sword sect fervently declared, "That tower belongs to the Sky Sword sect, the Sword Tower." Within it lay countless sword wills. All geniuses with swordsmanship potential would enter the Sword Tower to cultivate. Of course, only those from the City Lord's mansion and inner city were qualified to enter the Sword Tower. Upon hearing the Sky Sword sect's claim, the Evil Cloud sect scoffed dismissively. "Only children make choices. I shall take them all. Let us compete based on our abilities." Subsequently, the powerful members of the Evil Cloud sect surged forward. Seeing this, the Sky Sword sect's members changed their expressions and hurriedly followed suit. In the next moment, bang! Everyone was met with an invisible barrier. For reasons unknown, a barrier had appeared above the desolate city. Upon witnessing this, those within the desolate city breathed a sigh of relief. The city lord is incredible. Meanwhile, the sight of the barrier left the Evil Cloud sect and Sky Sword sect members looking rather grim. These lowly natives possess quite a few treasures. Clearly, they assumed this was a defensive artifact on the walls of the desolate city. Huang Shou lay on the ground, gazing at the Evil Cloud sect and the Giant Sword sect above with a disenchanted expression. How he longed to leap up and cleave them in two with a single sword. Unfortunately, Lu Daosheng had forbidden him from intervening. Now, he could only watch helplessly. "All you worthless fools inside, come out. No, hand over your treasures, or else. Ha ha." The young master of the Evil Cloud sect gazed at the land beyond the desolate city, his eyes filled with madness, observing the brazen Evil Cloud sect. Some could no longer contain themselves. Suddenly, several figures soared beyond the barrier of the desolate city and into the void. "You worthless scum, watch how I deal with you today." The newcomers were the Zhang and Li families from the inner city. At this moment, all of them were at the Emperor realm. "Well, a few insects have indeed crawled out," the young master of the Evil Cloud sect mocked. Upon hearing this, Zhang Cheng's face flushed with rage. "If you wish to attack the desolate city, you must first pass me." With that, Zhang Cheng charged forward. The others followed suit. "Let us all charge alongside the Zhang family." Observing the approaching figures, the Evil Cloud sect and Sky Sword sect members were filled with disdain. Low-level systems are indeed low-level. They're all worthless. In the next moment, a powerful figure from the Emperor realm stepped forward. With a single punch, he unleashed a tremendous force that sent Zhang Cheng and the others staggering backward. The young master of the evil cloud sect frowned slightly. What is going on? Why are you holding back? The formidable figure of the Celestial Emperor found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had not held back. He had truly exerted his full strength. Logically, these individuals should have been utterly obliterated. Just as he was about to make another move, an overwhelming aura suddenly descended. Villagers, retreat at once. Boom! In the next instant, a middle-aged man clad in dark golden armor materialized in the void above. It was none other than Yun Shi. Simultaneously, an army of over 300,000 appeared behind him. In that moment, the entire void began to tremble incessantly. Instantly, the members of the Evil Cloud sect and the Heavenly Sword sect realized that the figure before them was extraordinary. You do not hail from the Xuangu star system. A voice from an outsider declared solemnly. Upon hearing this, the members of both sects quickly grasped the situation. They were unable to discern the strength of the armored man before them, who, like them, was also from outside the Xuangu star system. However, Yinqi merely regarded them coldly and spoke with indifference. Those who infringe upon my wild city shall be hunted down, no matter the distance. In the next moment, the 30,000 soldiers behind him erupted into a furious roar and charged toward the members of the two sects, their momentum akin to a raging torrent. The void around them began to fracture. A quantitative change had led to a qualitative transformation. Yet, Yinqi had no intention of intervening. He silently commanded from behind, for he had already attained the unknown realm, as long as no one from the unknown realm intervened. He would not make his move. Should he act, it would be a matter of dimensional descent. These trained troops still required honing. Charge with the Liu family army. Brothers, together, long live Wild City. In an instant, several powerful auras soared into the sky, joining the Liu family army to confront the external foes. What shall we do, young master? On board a black warship, an elder inquired with concern to T.O. this, the young master of the Evil Cloud sect. Mo. Siedon replied coldly. What shall we do? What else? Attack. Everyone charge forth and annihilate these natives. In the next moment, the members of the Evil Cloud sect surged toward the Wild City army. Not far away, the Heavenly Sword sect similarly prepared to engage. All members of the Heavenly Sword sect execute without mercy. At last, the two forces collided. Boom! With a deafening roar, a massive black hole suddenly appeared in the void. Its terrifying gravitational pull voraciously drawing everything nearby, evoking an unsettling sensation. Below, within the Wild City Lord's mansion, Lu Daosheng sat in the courtyard, watching the battle above with satisfaction. These individuals had not been trained in vain. After investing such abundant resources, they were not meant to be idle. If he had to personally intervene in matters like this, what was the purpose of establishing his power? He might as well have taken his daughter on leisurely excursions, exploring the myriad realms. Moments later, and Xing appeared in the courtyard, carrying a black sack. He then approached Lu Daosheng and knelt on one knee. Lord, I have successfully captured the enemy's leader, just as you hoped. Oh, that was quite fast. Your efficiency is commendable. Lu Daosheng regarded Xing with a look of appreciation, then smiled. Rise. Thank you, Lord. And Xing replied, excitement flooding through him, but he understood that his ascendance was imminent. Although he had already achieved a certain level of success, he was eager to reach even greater heights. Xing then stood and discarded the sack onto the ground. Lord, these two factions are the Evil Cloud sect from the Dark Star system and the Heavenly Sword sect from the Giant Sword system. Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng nodded. He had anticipated this outcome and had merely sent Xing to ascertain the leader's strength. Clearly, Xing had not disappointed him. Open it, as the sack was unfastened. Mo. Sidon's figure emerged before Lu Daosheng. They could see that moment. The expression on Mo. Sietion's face was one of sheer terror, as if he had encountered some great horror. In the next instant, Lu Daosheng flicked his finger. Mo. Sietion immediately regained his composure. Who dares to ambush me? Mo. Sietion shouted in a panic. but quickly realized that the scene had changed dramatically. He raised his gaze to the unassuming middle-aged man before him. He felt a chill run down his spine. His years of experience warned him that this individual was anything but ordinary. At that moment, Sieton noticed the battle raging above. Realization dawned upon him. He had been captured in the enemy's stronghold. But these not forces from a lower-tier star system. Why were they so powerful? It was utterly abnormal. Sietion, Lu Daosheng spoke slowly, upon hearing his name. Sietion's body trembled uncontrollably. What do you want? Lu Daosheng smiled. Shouldn't I be the one asking? What do you want? Sietion quickly regained his composure. Senior, if you release me, I will leave at once, ensuring I never invade the Xuangu star system again. However, Lu Daosheng merely smiled, remaining silent. Why did you not say this earlier? Take him away. Yes, Lord Up and Xing cast a sinister smile at Sietion. And this expression sent shivers down Sietion's spine, an ominous premonition flooding his mind. What do you intend to do? I warn you, should anything happen to me, the evil cloud sect will be your sworn enemy. Yet, and Xing did not respond, instead taking Sietion and vanishing from the courtyard. Father, will you kill him? Asked Lu Shui, who stood nearby. In response, Lu Daosheng patted Lu Shui's head and smiled. What do you think would happen if you fell into their hands? At once, Lu Shui fell silent. The outcome was all too predictable. It would not end well. Lu Daosheng chuckled softly and then said earnestly, Little Shui, you must develop your own ability to discern right from wrong. Father can protect you forever, always have your back. However, I do not wish for you to become foolish. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Lu Shui lowered her head. Father, I understand. Seeing Lu Shui's demeanor, Lu Daosheng chose not to say more. With time and experience, everything would become clear. Meanwhile, in the void above, the pressure on the evil cloud sect and the heavenly sword sect intensified. Disbelief etched on their faces. How could a fourth-level star system possess such formidable strength? Even with extraordinary treasures, it was inconceivable that they could achieve this in such a brief period. Young master, this is bad. We have underestimated them. Where is the young master? The elder from the evil cloud sect exclaimed in alarm. Instantly, panic spread among the members of the evil cloud sect as they realized that, amidst their carelessness, many strong fighters have been slain by the Lu family army and the formidable warriors of Wild City. Damn it, retreat. Quickly, withdraw. Retreat. A powerful elder from the evil cloud sect declared, his expression grim. Beside him, another elder from the evil cloud sect wore a similarly distressed expression. They had refrained from joining the battle. As they had been targeted from behind the army, the figure in dark golden armor fixed his gaze upon them, an overwhelming sense of oppression emanating from him. They could scarcely fathom the implications of such a presence. Unknown realm? They dared not ponder further and promptly prepared to flee. Seeing the evil cloud sect retreat, the members of the heavenly sword sect found themselves in a predicament, given their current strength. They were ill-equipped to confront the forces of the Xuangu star system. Without further deliberation, the heavenly sword sect also began to withdraw from the battlefield. General, shall we pursue? A general, upon witnessing the retreat of the enemy, immediately approached to inquire of Yunqi. Observing the crowd from the two factions, Yunqi harbored the desire to completely annihilate them. However, at that moment, a voice resonated in his ears. Come back. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Yunqi promptly replied, understood. Subsequently, in the void above, without hesitation, the crowd returned to the desolate city. Moments later, the void once again calmed, leaving behind only the remnants of its previous chaos. Meanwhile, the entire desolate city erupted in cheers. Inside the Lord's mansion, my lord, Yunqi, his expression brimming with excitement, approached Lu Daosheng. You have worked hard, Lu Daosheng remarked with a smile. Hearing this, Yunqi felt a tinge of embarrassment as he realized he had not exerted much effort himself. At that moment, Lu Daosheng added, what I meant was that you have toiled in training this army. Yunqi then grasped the implication, responding with a smile, it is all thanks to the resources provided by the Lord. No matter how skilled a commander, without resources, nothing can be accomplished at this juncture. Yunqi recalled something and inquired, my lord, Why spare those individuals? With your strength, you could have captured them all. That in response, Lu Daosheng stated. They will return, and when they do, they will be even stronger and more numerous. Upon hearing this, Yunqi immediately understood, assuring, "Rest assured, as long as I am here, the desolate city shall remain secure. That is a sentiment I should express." Came a sudden voice. In the next moment, Huang Shou appeared in their midst. Upon seeing Huang Shou, Yunqi respectfully bowed, "Senior Huang." Huang Shou nodded before turning his gaze toward Lu Daosheng. "Why, Lord? What is it?" Lu Daosheng inquired. "Next time the enemy comes, may I also join the fray?" Observing the fierce battle in the void, he found it increasingly unbearable to remain idle. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng sighed in exasperation. It seemed that all under his command were battle maniacs. At that moment, Lu Shui's expression brightened as she exclaimed, "Father, my master is on the verge of a breakthrough." "Oh, is that so?" Lu Daosheng responded. Lu Shui nodded. "Indeed, my master mentioned that he had been unable to break through due to a lack of combat experience. Now, Gu Chun has successfully overcome the bottleneck of the Dao realm." Instantly, a tremendous commotion erupted from a training chamber within the Lord's mansion. Observing the disturbance caused by Gu Chen's breakthrough, everyone present, save for Lu Shui, nodded in acknowledgement. Such an extraordinary phenomenon indicated that Gu Chen's talent was indeed remarkable. The Lord's discerning eye had proven true. Not long after, a powerful aura emanated from a chamber within the Lord's mansion. In the next moment, Gu Chen's figure appeared before the assembly. "Congratulations on your breakthrough into the ancient realm," Lu Daosheng said with a slow smile. "Congratulations, Brother Gu." "Congratulations," the others chimed in unison. Upon hearing their accolades, Gu Chen's face could not suppress a smile. "I owe this all to the Lord. Without him, I would not be where I am today." As time passed, his gratitude toward Lu Daosheng only deepened. That he often reflected on how fortunate he was to have encountered Lu Daosheng. Undoubtedly, it was Lu Daosheng who had altered the course of his destiny. In response, Lu Daosheng remarked, "Opportunities must be seized by oneself." Thus, the desolate city adeptly navigated this crisis, all while Lu Daosheng and some powerful figures refrained from intervening. This also prompted Lu Daosheng to adopt a more cautious approach. The power of the desolate city remained somewhat inadequate. A true supreme force could not rely solely on superficial strength. Behind the scenes, there must exist a terrifying power capable of intimidating foes. Moments later, the assembly dispersed to prepare for their next defense. According to Lu Daosheng, they were likely to launch a counterattack, for they could not afford to remain passive indefinitely in a vast abyss somewhere in the universe. There was not a trace of vitality, as if it were the very end of existence. That moment, a faint, corrosive black mist began to slowly seep from the abyss, accompanied by an unsettling, eerie sound. Suddenly, a figure appeared above the abyss. Upon witnessing the abyss's state, his expression shifted dramatically. "Retreat!" With a forceful strike, the man pressed down upon the abyss with his palm. In an instant, the entire abyss began to tremble. Yet, the black mist did not dissipate. Rather, it thickened. Observing this, the man's expression darkened significantly. "Damn it, how could this happen?" Just then, a chilling voice echoed from within the abyss. You cannot hinder the advance of our kind." Upon hearing this, the man's expression grew grave as he fixed his gaze upon the abyss below. In the next moment, his face drained of color. The bottom of the abyss, a grotesque fissure was steadily widening, from which the endless black mist surged forth. Suddenly, a pair of eerie purple eyes emerged from the crack, fixating on the man above. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Without further hesitation, the man turned to flee. The situation had evidently spiraled beyond his control. Nearby the abyss, in the direction he fled, there lay a massive defensive line, nearly spanning the entirety of the universe. As if guarding against something. They are indeed coming. A weary sigh emanated from within the defensive line. The voice resonated. Countless formidable presences surged forth from within the line. Darkness descended, and the universe united to face this calamity. Victory would mean the safety of the cosmos. Defeat would spell its annihilation. In a certain location within the Tianxian world, in a shadowy alley, a robust man glared down at a frail, emaciated beggar cowering in the corner. His eyes filled with malice. "Why aren't you running? Damn you, little brat. I swear I'll beat you to death today." The burly man advanced with fists and feet, and under the absolute pressure of strength. The small beggar had no means to retaliate. Time passed, and eventually, the man seemed to tire, spitting on the ground before cursing as he departed. The small beggar struggled to rise from the ground. Leaning once again against the wall, blood streamed from his mouth, and his consciousness began to fade. He knew he was dying. Yet he truly did not wish to perish. Why must the world treat him so cruelly? The small beggar's eyes brimmed with a profound resentment as he gazed skyward. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body, he gritted his teeth and summoned the strength to stand once more. However, in the next moment, bang, the small beggar collapsed to the ground, blood flowing ever more profusely. That moment, he had clearly reached the limits of his life. His mouth opened as if to speak, but no sound emerged. "Do you wish to live?" Just then, a towering figure materialized before the small beggar. In an instant, the beggar felt a miraculous surge of vitality returning to him. "I want to live. I do not wish to die. Daosheng observed the fearful small beggar before him, seeing much within him, but he recognized not only the beggar's resentment, but also the fierce willpower emanating from him. Just how strong was this will? Daosheng could sense it clearly even from his home. This was precisely the purpose of his visit. "I can save you. What can you offer me in return?" Daosheng inquired slowly. Upon hearing this question, the young beggar fell into silence. He truly had nothing left. Observing the beggar's quietude, Daosheng appeared somewhat disheartened, and after a slight shake of his head, he turned to depart. Just then, a faint voice emerged from behind him. "I can offer you a person who will never let you down. I will endeavor to fulfill your request to the best of my abilities. I implore you, save me." By the end of his plea, the young beggar's voice began to tremble with emotion. Hearing this, Daosheng paused his tracks and turned around. "Remember the words you have spoken today." In the next moment, a flash of light surged forth. The injuries on the beggar's body healed instantaneously, and waves of strength began to enhance his physique. "Do you have a name?" The beggar remained silent for a moment before slowly replying. "My name is Kong." This name had not been uttered in a long, long while, so long that he had nearly forgotten it. Upon hearing this, Daosheng nodded and said, "I have now initially improved your constitution, enabling you to cultivate. This proclamation, Kong was immediately filled with excitement that he realized that the individual before him was undoubtedly a legendary master of cultivation. He never anticipated that he would finally have the opportunity to cultivate himself. Once he had dreamt of this, hoping to escape the torment of bullying. Yet reality had dealt him a cruel blow. With his frail physique, cultivation had been an unattainable dream, coupled with long-term nutritional deficiencies. At 12 years of age, he appeared no older than a mere 8-year-old child, lacking even a few pounds of flesh. "Thank you, benefactor." Kong knelt to the ground and bowed his head to Daosheng. However, Daosheng pulled him up. In the next moment, a world appeared within the palm of Daosheng's hand. Inside, countless opportunities awaited. How much one could seize depended solely on one's own fortune. "Remember your promise. You shall not disappoint me." Upon hearing this, Kong's expression hardened with determination. "Rest assured, benefactor, I will not let you down." With that, Kong was drawn into the world within Daosheng's palm. 1 year in the outside world equated to 1,000 years within. From this moment forth, the life of the young beggar named Kong underwent a profound transformation. It is hard to imagine that, after countless ages, the foremost expert beneath the lord of the ruined city was once a beggar on the brink of death. Simultaneously, within the Hongmeng universe, numerous powerful star systems forcefully shattered the boundary barriers, surging in a singular direction. This news instantly captured the attention of the defense line at the edge of the universe. Indeed, the Hongmeng universe is a united entity. The elder leading the group had tears of excitement in his eyes. Around him, many formidable beings nodded in agreement. When a universe is in peril, how could the people of the Hongmeng universe stand idly by? At that moment, a middle-aged man voiced his confusion. "But we haven't informed them yet. Who conveyed this news to them?" Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that was indeed the case. The elder at the forefront snorted coldly and remarked, "It must be that among them, there are capable individuals. The vastness of the Hongmeng universe naturally breeds exceptional talents." Hearing this, no one dared to refute. They all nodded in accord. After all, Elder Yang was the one with the highest seniority, the strongest power, and the most ancient background. Elder Yang is correct. Elder Yang, should we wait for them to gather before taking action? In response, Elder Yang pondered for a moment before nodding. Of course, we must wait. This defense line was established by us powerful beings united with the purpose of repelling foreign invaders. Long ago, nearly traceable to ancient times, the demonic clan had launched a massive invasion of the Hongmeng universe. The entire universe teetered on the brink of survival. Ultimately, countless powerful beings set aside their grievances and banded together to repel the demonic clan. That battle left the Hongmeng universe severely wounded, with numerous formidable warriors perishing. In that era, the Hongmeng universe was at its zenith, with unknown realms as common as dogs and causal realms visible everywhere. Unlike the present, the greatest sacrifices were borne by the once most powerful star system, the Xuangu star system. That time, the Xuangu star system had even boasted 8 beings above the realm of life and death. Known as the 8 Kings, truly invincible throughout the Hongmeng universe. In that battle, those 8 powerful beings charged to the forefront. In the end, the demons were driven back, but they never returned. It was from that moment that the Xuangu star system fell into decline, gradually diminishing from the mightiest star system to a 4th-tier star system, fading entirely from public view. Of course, these events have become nearly forgotten in the present day. Even the demonic clan and the majority of individuals within the universe remain oblivious. They're the beings existing above the unknown realms among the various star systems, once absolute rulers of their respective domains. Once they ascend beyond the unknown realm, they will dispatch individuals to bring them forth to collectively combat the demonic clan. Despite the constant conflicts among the star systems, the forces at the upper echelons are remarkably united. Whenever significant battles erupt among the star systems, they secretly intervene to resolve matters. Now, it was evident that the abyss could no longer contain them. The Hongmeng universe must once again unite. Duin Lao. When will that girl you mentioned finally break through to the causal realm? At that moment, an elderly man approached Du Ning and inquired. Du Ning, the former strongest warrior of the Eternal Star System and the last master of the Eternal Divine Hall, had broken through to the causal realm 40 million years ago and was brought to the edge of the universe. Hearing this, Du Ning hesitated. Perhaps it will still take some time. After all, the current universe is far from its former prosperity. Upon hearing this, the elderly man sighed that we do not have much time left. Indeed, they all understood that the abyss would not hold for long. Once the abyss collapsed, their last line of defense would be the boundary line they had established. Although it was inscribed with countless formations, even ancient formations, it was still not as solid as the abyss itself. Thus, the only true reliance was upon themselves. Every bit of strength they could muster was crucial. After a moment of silence, Du Ning clasped his hands together and said, "In that case, I shall return to check on her. If possible, I wish to bring her here directly. Perhaps she will break through faster in this place." Upon hearing this, the elderly man nodded, and the others chimed in. "Then be careful." Du Ning chuckled. "In this universe, what could be more dangerous than here?" Instantly, the others burst into laughter. Subsequently, Du Ning clasped his fists and departed. "All right, no more watching. Let us continue our suppression." The crowd shook their heads and resumed channeling their immense energies toward the endless abyss. Time passed, and at the boundary barrier of the Xuangu star system, a thunderous roar erupted. Countless fissures spread across the surface, and in the next moment, several massive openings appeared in the barrier. Following this, an uncountable number of forces surged into the Xuangu star system. Instantly, the entire Xuangu star system began to tremble. These were the formidable forces hailing from various star systems within the Hongmeng universe. Indeed, their objective was the treasures within the ruined city of the Xuangu star system. Not to assist at the edge of the universe against the demons, the Xuangu star system. truly a low-tier star system. What star system it is matters not to me. I have merely come to seek treasures. Treasures, naturally, belong to those capable of acquiring them. Suddenly, the various factions ceased their hesitation and surged towards the realm of Tianjin. It is hard to fathom that today, the most formidable powers from the major star systems would converge in one place. Among them are sects, clans, and sacred lands, each standing at the pinnacle of their respective star systems. The majority belong to secondary star systems, with only a scant few from primary star systems, and none from tertiary systems. Tertiary star systems struggle even to breach the barriers of their own systems, and the resources required to traverse the void are exceedingly daunting. Only those above tertiary can afford such expenditures. Within the desolate city of Tianjin, Daosheng gazed once more into the void. This time, his eyes were filled with a chilling intensity. Among the arriving factions were the notorious Xiyun sect and the Tianjin sect, both of which had previously posed a challenge. In truth, had these two factions chosen not to come, Daosheng would have been prepared to let matters slide. Regrettably, they failed to seize this singular opportunity for survival. Incoming, in the next moment, numerous formidable individuals from the City Lord's mansion materialized before Daosheng. My lord, they addressed him. Present were Wei, Huang Shou, Anxing, and Yunqi. This time he intended for them to witness the true strength of Desolate City. Indeed, my lord, they responded in unison. Instantly, a resounding chime reverberated throughout the entire Desolate City. Everyone looked up towards the void, where an overwhelming mass of powerful auras loomed like dark clouds, shrouding the entire city. A palpable sense of dread filled the air. Meanwhile, within the City Lord's mansion, Daosheng clenched his palm, summoning an unyielding barrier that enveloped the entirety of the Tianjin realm. Indeed, it was the entire Tianjin realm. Previously, his negligence had led to certain areas outside Desolate City sustaining damage. This was his responsibility, and thus he resolved to safeguard the entire world this time, in the skies above the Tianjin realm. Amidst the starry expanse, countless factions, akin to ravenous wolves, fixated their gaze upon Desolate City. They were momentarily incredulous. How could such a place harbor so many treasures? Yet, not all factions were naive. Some sensed something amiss and quietly began to withdraw. If the situation turned dire, they would flee. A smaller fraction of factions outright retreated. Meanwhile, the remaining factions were already intoxicated by the allure of the treasures before them. If we seize this realm, all these riches will belong to us. Charge! Charge! Instantly, countless factions surged forward. Boom! A cacophony of thunderous sounds erupted from the barrier, yet it remained steadfast and unyielding. The various factions froze in disbelief. Is it truly that resilient? Meanwhile, at the back, the Xiyun sect and Tianjin sect observed with cold detachment, aware that the strength of the city was formidable. Thus, they resolved to wait until the others had weakened the defenses before making their move. Listen well, you fools within. Open this barrier at once, or else, when we breach it, I shall annihilate your entire world. A fierce ancient realm expert glared menacingly down at Desolate City. Is that so? Just then, a resounding sword cry pierced the in the next instant. The arrogant ancient realm expert stood frozen, his head slowly detaching from his body. The single sword strike had cleaved him in two. Around him, the various factions were struck with profound shock. One sword, and an ancient realm expert is slain. At that moment, Huang Shou emerged amidst the starlit sky. Not only Huang Shou, but countless factions from Desolate City, including the Desolate Guards, the Liu family army, and the Nangong family, joined the fray. Notably, in the previous battle, the Nangong family had received commendations, with nearly half of its members granted the privilege to reside in the inner city, inciting envy among many from the outer city. Consequently, numerous powerful individuals from the outer city rallied to fight alongside Desolate City. Thus, a scene unfolded in the starry skies of the Tianjin realm, where the mightiest force of Desolate City confronted the strongest factions from across the Hongmeng universe. In the face of overwhelming numbers, the warriors of Desolate City exhibited no hint of trepidation. Rather, their spirits soared. Yunqi stood proudly before the Liu family army, his aura significantly stronger than in the previous battle. He regarded the encroaching foreign forces with unbridled murderous intent. His life had been one of relentless warfare. Stained with countless bloodshed, he had never feared battle. In his eyes, enemies ought to be utterly vanquished. This time, they would not escape. Upon hearing Yunqi's words, the Xun sect and Tianjin sect behind him inexplicably shuddered, their bodies trembling involuntarily. You dare to provoke Desolate City? Kill! Without further ado, the warriors of Desolate City charged forth to engage the enemy. In an instant, war drums thundered, and the atmosphere surged with intensity as the clamor of battle reverberated across the heavens. Every individual poured forth their utmost strength. Observing the prowess of the warriors within Desolate City, the various factions outside were left utterly astonished. They realized they had underestimated this lowly star system. The force before them possessed strength that equaled, if not surpassed, their own. Yet, it was merely that, given the circumstances, could they simply retreat? Clearly, that was not an option. Fear not. We are many. If we eliminate them, all these treasures will be ours. Consequently, the factions resumed their charge, invigorated by the prospect of the unparalleled treasures before them. Boom! A torrent of immense power cascaded forth, causing the very fabric of the starry sky to crumble inch by inch. It must be said, the individuals trained by Lu Daosheng were indeed extraordinarily powerful, each capable of contending with 10 foes. Witnessing Yunqi single-handedly engaging 6 other ancient realm experts, he was clearly dominating the skirmish. On the other side, Gu Chan showed no signs of weakness either. No one could withstand his onslaught. Boom! Another deafening explosion reverberated as an overwhelming force surged towards Gu Chan amidst the chaos. His expression shifted as he crossed his arms defensively. With a resounding crash, Gu Chan was sent flying back, his trajectory shattering the surrounding starry expanse, a testament to the formidable strength he faced. Unknown realm, Yu Chun gazed gravely at the distant figure. Indeed, it was a fearsome presence from a primary star system, an expert of the unknown realm. Upon witnessing the emergence of an unknown realm expert, the factions outside were both astonished and elated. Never had they expected that even an unknown realm expert would intervene. Clearly, the adversaries were intent on swiftly concluding the battle. Instantly, the factions began to exert themselves fervently. Meanwhile, the unknown realm expert regarded Gu Chan with icy disdain. Do you believe yourself strong? Until you reach the unknown, you remain but an AT that moment. Huang Shou appeared beside Gu Chan. Are you all right? Gu Chan shook his head. I shall handle this. Yet, he shook his head once more. Let me take care of this myself. Hearing this, Huang Shou hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. Then be cautious. Understood. With that, Gu Chan charged forward once more. Observing this, the unknown realm expert wore a scornful expression. An ant attempting to shake a tree. You truly do not comprehend the heights of heaven or depths of earth. Very well. I shall show you the might of the unknown realm. Suddenly, he unleashed another powerful punch. One that surpassed the last by an immeasurable degree. In the distance, Gu Chan slowly closed his eyes, a unique force emanating from within him. The world aids me. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Countless energies of heaven and earth began to surge into Gu Chen's body from the lower realm of the Tianjin world, as his aura continuously ascended. Soon, he was no weaker than the unknown realm powerhouses. Witnessing this, the various factions were filled with dread. Quick, stop him! Instantly, the unknown realm powerhouse dared not be careless and charged directly towards Gu Chan, leaving a trail of shattered starry skies in his wake. Yet, he was not alone. Another unknown realm powerhouse from a first-level star system joined in the assault. Faced with the 2 unknown realm attackers, Gu Chan remained unfazed. It's too late. Boom! A formidable aura erupted from Gu Chan, an inexhaustible stream of power pouring forth from within him. Die. With a single punch, Gu Chan struck towards the 2 unknown realm powerhouses, infused with boundless energies of the world. Instantly, the 2 unknown realm powerhouses were sent reeling backward. Retreating thousands of zhang away, a collective gasp echoed through the cosmos. Ha! Well done, my ancient brother! Below, within the desolate city, Lu Shui exclaimed, "Wow, father, how did Master suddenly become so powerful?" She gazed at Gu Chan in awe. Lu Daosheng chuckled in response. "Your master is a native of the Tianxian world. Moreover, he sacrificed himself in the past to suppress the evil and protect the entire Tianxian world. This must be the world's favor upon him." "What does that mean?" Lu Shui was somewhat bewildered. In simpler terms, your master is the destined one of the Tianxian world." With a confused nod, Lu Shui attempted to comprehend. Meanwhile, in the starry sky, Gu Chun had seemingly transformed into an invincible entity. No one able to impede his progress. In an instant, the various factions began to retreat in disarray. Just as the thought of retreat crossed their minds, another terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the battlefield. Simultaneously, at the boundary of the Xuangu star system, a colossal rift in space-time manifested. The next moment, a gigantic warship, resembling a planet, slowly emerged from within. The ship's banner bore two powerful characters. "Eternal, what is happening?" It seemed another first-level star system was on the way. That's so. That's wonderful. What nonsense, with so many first-level star systems. How can we, a mere second-level star system, have a chance? We can only pick up the scraps. The various factions quickly realized the situation, some feeling dejected. They had not anticipated that this former fourth-level star system would possess such power. Without the first-level star systems intervening, they truly had no means to contend with them. The next moment, a towering structure began to approach from the depths of the cosmos. It was the Tianwang star system, an immensely powerful first-level star system. It was no exaggeration to say that the Tianwang star system was stronger than all the forces present combined. At that moment, the tower came to a halt. Several powerful figures stepped out, 3 of whom were from the unknown realm, while the rest were ancient realm experts. Such strength was utterly terrifying. The Tianwang star system's experts did not glance at anyone present. Instead, their gaze was fixated on the desolate city below. They had discerned something that everyone else had overlooked. The true treasures were not just those within the massive city, but the city itself was an unparalleled treasure. With eyes filled with insatiable greed, the leader coldly declared, "This city belongs to the Tianwang star system." Instantly, the surrounding crowd was left dumbfounded. After all their efforts, were they to leave empty-handed? "What? Are you unwilling?" Powerful auras surged from the Tianwang star system's experts. In an instant, the entire starry sky began to fracture under the weight of their presence. Clearly, the other factions were unable to withstand the pressure emanating from these formidable beings. Hearing such arrogant words, no one from the surrounding star systems dared to utter a sound. Observing this, the Tianwang star system's members sneered and advanced towards the denizens of the desolate city. Tension hung thick in the air. The citizens of the desolate city regarded the Tianwang star system's members with expressions of disbelief. Their demeanor reddened with embarrassment. With a cold snort, the Tianwang star system's expert continued. "Since you refuse to surrender, then die." Do you truly believe there is no one in the desolate city? From a distance, Yin Qi's voice rang out coldly. In the next moment, Yin Qi unleashed his own aura. Unknown realm. Indeed, after the last great battle, Lu Daosheng had further enhanced Yin Qi's powers. Now, Yin Qi had also reached the unknown realm. What? This was inconceivable. The Xuangu star system had actually produced an unknown realm powerhouse. Did this mean that the Xuangu star system was now a first-level star system? A group of second-level star systems had come to invade a first-level star system. How utterly absurd. In the rear, the members of the Xian sect and the Tianjin sect were nearly petrified with fear upon witnessing this scene. "Retreat, quickly retreat." Instantly, both factions hastily withdrew. Now you wish to flee? It's too late. Yin Qi quickly spotted the fleeing members of the Xian sect and the Jujin sect. Boom! A colossal hand, infused with boundless power from the unknown realm, crushed down upon the Xian sect and the Jujin sect. None of the surrounding factions dared to intervene. In an instant, the two factions were obliterated. Such was the terror of the unknown realm. Is one unknown realm powerhouse really that formidable? A member of the Tianwang star system frowned. What if it's an unknown realm? Even if it's strong, what difference does it make? As if it makes you invincible. Yin Qi remained silent. This only emboldened the Tianwang star system's members further. Very well, let us demonstrate the might of the Tianwang star system. In the next moment, two more unknown realm powerhouses stepped forth from the tower. This time, 5 unknown realm beings had come from the Tianwang star system. They were even holding back. The surrounding factions gasped in astonishment. Is this the true strength of a first-level star system? Truly terrifying. Yet, even this spectacle did not instill a shred of fear in the eyes of the desolate city's defenders, in a corner. The sword-clutching figure of Huang Shou looked on, nearly reduced to tears from boredom. Suddenly, Huang Shou's eyes lit up as he gazed into the depths of the starry sky. The next moment, he vanished from sight. "Ha ha! One of your own has fled. Are you sure you won't surrender?" mocked the Tianwang star system's members. Observing Huang Shou's disappearance, Yun Qi furrowed his brow. Huang Shou was among the most formidable beings aside from the city lord. He would never flee without reason, that he must have sensed something that if war is what they seek, let them come. To enter the desolate city, they must first step over my corpse, Yun Qi declared resolutely. This, too, ignited the fighting spirit of the desolate city's defenders. Witnessing their unwavering resolve, the Tianwang star system's members wore grim expressions. They had merely wished to seize the treasures with minimal effort, for soon they would face resistance from other first-level star systems. They had no certainty. Should they encounter a first-level star system even stronger than themselves, it would spell disaster. Very well then, if that is your choice. I shall grant you your wish, kill. This time, the forces of a Uranus system ceased their chatter and charged directly towards the formidable beings of the desolate city. Instantly, the cosmos reverberated with countless explosive sounds once more. On the other side of the universe, in the eternal star system, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared within the eternal temple. Presumptuous! How dare you trespass into the eternal temple? Do you seek death? In the next moment, an elderly figure clad in ancient robes materialized before the middle-aged man, that if Lu Daosheng were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this elder as the gatekeeper he encountered upon his initial arrival at the eternal star system. Following a past incident, the elder had resigned from guarding the borders of eternity and returned to watch over the temple. This moment, the middle-aged man regarded the elder with a questioning gaze. "Do you not recognize me?" Upon hearing this, the elder was bewildered. "Who do you think you are that I should know you?" However, the elder refrained from speaking and earnestly pondered. As he did so, a sudden realization struck him, causing him to recoil in shock. Gazing at the middle-aged man's visage, astonishment filled the elder's eyes. "Temple Master!" In an instant, the elder stammered he could scarcely fathom that the man before him was the former master of the temple. "I truly deserve to die for having insulted the previous temple master." He recalled that during the time this individual was conquering the world, he was still in his infancy. "Temple Master, I am but a wretched servant." The elder promptly knelt, his expression more grotesque than if he had consumed something vile. Yet Daosheng merely waved his hand, puzzled, and inquired, "Why is the temple so deserted? Where is everyone? Where is Ouyang Yanqing?" Upon returning, he found the eternal temple devoid of so many individuals, and even Ouyang Yanqing, whom he sought, was nowhere to be found. This perplexed him. Could it be that Ouyang Yanqing has already received news and gone to the cosmic border? Contemplating this, a look of satisfaction crept across Daosheng's face, as expected of my chosen successor. Observing Daosheng's expression, the elder, taken aback, hesitated before speaking. "Temple Master, the Divine Master has already departed the eternal star system for quite some time, perhaps several hundred years. As for her destination, I only know it to be a place called the Celestial Xian World. Regarding the powerful beings within the temple, they have all ventured to the Xuangu star system. It is said that a treasure of extraordinary caliber has manifested there, attracting numerous star systems, not just ours." Upon hearing this, Daosheng stood frozen in place. The Xuangu star system? Many star systems have gone there. Thus, it was not as Yang Lao had suggested, that they all went to support the cosmic border, but rather to seize treasures that in an instant. Daosheng unraveled these matters, his countenance darkening significantly. A terrifying aura began to emanate from within him, causing the entire hall to tremble violently. "Calm yourself. Temple Master, please calm yourself," the elder exclaimed in terror upon witnessing Daosheng's state. Katia's words. Daosheng regained a semblance of composure and withdrew his aura. Observing the somewhat desolate eternal temple, he shook his head in disappointment and departed. His destination set for the Xuangu star system, a T present. The universe stood at a critical juncture of life and death. Yet these star system factions still harbored intentions of internal strife over treasures. He must intervene to halt this chaos. As for Ouyang Yanqing, that matter could wait. He could only hope that the cosmic border could endure a little longer. At the border of the Xuangu star system, a massive fleet of interstellar vessels tore through the fabric of space-time, advancing grandly towards the celestial Xian world. The banner prominently displayed the characters Eternal, and the overwhelming aura emanating from it instilled fear in the hearts of countless beings nearby. That moment, a swordsman cradling a blade appeared before the fleet, blocking their path. Upon seeing the characters on the banner, Huang Shou furrowed his brow. "Are you from the Eternal Star System? Knowing our great name, how dare you obstruct our path?" Hearing this, Huang Shou's frown deepened. Had he not heard that Ouyang Yanqing hailed from the Eternal Star System, he would have already cleaved this fleet in two with his sword. Meanwhile, within the desolate city of the celestial Xian world, Ouyang Yanqing abruptly opened her eyes within the Tower of Ascension. Sensing a familiar aura, her expression shifted. This is bad. She hastily exited the Tower of Ascension. However, in the next moment, bang! Ouyang Yanqing collided directly with a solid chest, just as she was about to express her anger. She looked up and was met with a familiar face. Lu, brother Lu. Instantly, Ouyang Yanqing stepped back 2 paces. Lu Daosheng regarded her with a faintly amused expression. "Ouyang, how do you intend to handle this matter?" Ouyang Yanqing, understanding Lu Daosheng's inquiry, replied, "I will attend to it immediately." Without delay, she soared into the sky, and in an instant, a rift appeared above the celestial Xian world, from which she departed, heading into the depths of the cosmos. At that moment, within the desolate city, Lu Daosheng narrowed his eyes, fixating on the cosmic barrier. Interesting. Meanwhile, above the starry sky of the celestial Xian world, the battle escalated in intensity. Not only were the forces from outside the system suffering heavy casualties, but the formidable beings of the desolate city were no less affected. Empowered by the world's might, Gu Chun and Yun Qi were engaged in a fierce confrontation with 7 unknown realm experts. The atmosphere of combat was cataclysmic, with an abundance of true air currents swirling chaotically around them. At this juncture, the formidable beings of the desolate city had transformed distinctly. They had grown increasingly united, and their sense of belonging to the desolate city intensified. They fought not merely for themselves, but also for the desolate city itself. This was precisely why Lu Daosheng refrained from intervening from the very beginning. His subordinates needed to comprehend that this was not solely his desolate city, but theirs as well. He wished for them not to rely on his strength, except under extraordinary circumstances or when the desolate city faced imminent peril. Otherwise, he would not intervene. Exhilarating. Yin Qi's expression twisted with ferocity, his bloodlust unrestrained, as a sea of blood lay before him. "You monster!" An unknown realm expert from the Uranus system scowled, finding this the only term fitting to describe the man before him. Should the battle continue, they might achieve victory, but it would come at a devastating cost. Retreat. Thus, the Uranus system was the first to withdraw. Upon witnessing this, the other forces hastily followed suit. Continue the pursuit. Do not allow them to escape. Understood. The entire Lu family army roared in unison. This moment, over 30,000 of the Lu family army had been reduced to merely 8,000, a stark testament to the battle's ferocity. In the endless ages to follow, these 8,000 would emerge as the elite of the elite within the Lu family army, striking fear across the myriad realms. Kill the remaining 8,000 Lu family soldiers. Their morale soaring, pursued Yun Qi relentlessly. Ji Yu Chun, without hesitation, followed suit. The other formidable beings, witnessing this, also joined the charge. "Master, they are in pursuit." "What?" These madmen. Just then, a terrifying wave of power surged from the cosmic barrier towards them. In an instant, not only did the outside forces falter, but even the pursuing members of the desolate city were thrown into disarray, with many weakened cultivators fainting on the spot. What is this? Countless formidable beings halted, eyes filled with dread as they gazed ahead. Before them loomed a colossal black hole, a result of the overwhelming force causing the very fabric of space to collapse. Swish, from the depths of the cosmos, the sound of a sword resonated throughout the heavens and earth. Sensing a familiar presence, Gu Chun and his companions exclaimed, "It is the elder from the desolate city." What manner of opponent could compel the formidable Huang Shou to unleash such power? It is worth noting that Huang Shou has long since transcended to realms unknown, just as they were engulfed in confusion. An unseen force abruptly yanked them backward. In the next moment, the sounds of battle surged ominously closer. A wave of overwhelming strength erupted forth, and in an instant, those from outside the system who had yet to react suffered devastating losses, including two formidable beings of the unknown realm. Retreat, retreat at once. Had I known, I would never have ventured to this Xin Gu star system. In the distance, Gu Chun and his companions were left in a state of astonishment. Exchanging glances, they bowed deeply in the direction of the city of Huang. "Thank you, esteemed city lord." The source of that earlier power was none other than Luke Daosheng at that moment. They also discerned the figures engaged in combat. One was the sword-wielding Huang Shou, while the other was a middle-aged man whom they did not recognize. General Yunqi. "Who is that man? He appears to be evenly matched with the esteemed Huang," one inquired. Yunqi, equally perplexed, replied, I have never seen him before." Just then, a graceful figure materialized before them. Upon recognizing her, Yunqi and the others were momentarily stunned, then respectfully exclaimed, "Senior Ouyang, what brings you here?" Few within the city of Huang were acquainted with Ouyang Yanqing, and only individuals of Yunqi's caliber could recognize her. They understood that she was a guest of the city lord and had a close relationship with Miss Lu Shui. More importantly, Ouyang Yanqing possessed formidable strength, rivaling that of Huang Shou at this juncture. Ouyang Yanqing gazed with a complex expression at the figure locked in battle with Huang Shou. Noticing her demeanor, Gu Chun hesitated before asking, "Senior Ouyang, do you know that person?" With a nod, she confirmed. Instantly, the group fell silent. Boom! At that moment, Ouyang Yanqing suddenly made her move, targeting those from outside the system who were preparing to flee, under the absolute dominance of the cause and effect realm. None of those forces escaped unscathed. Not even a single cry of despair escaped their lips. Thus, all those external forces perished within the Xian Gu star system, with the exception of the eternal star system. In the distance, sensing Ouyang Yanqing's presence, the powerful beings of the eternal temple within the interstellar fleet were momentarily taken aback. The next moment, the massive fleet maneuvered around the black hole and approached the gathered individuals. Observing the fleet before him, Yunqi felt a mixture of trepidation and excitement, for he too aspired to forge a fleet of such caliber. However, achieving such a feat required not only resources and strength, but also advanced technology, of which he possessed none. He had intended to inquire about it from the city lord after the battle concluded. Meanwhile, countless powerful beings surged toward them from the fleet. Witnessing this, Gu Chun and his companions tensed up. 12 beings of the unknown realm. Such a formidable lineup suggests that the opposing force is an incredibly powerful star system. Just as they anticipated a fierce confrontation, those powerful figures slowly knelt before Ouyang Yanqing. "We pay our respects to the Divine Lord." The response was a sharp slap across the face. Ouyang Yanqing's expression turned frigid as she demanded, "Who sent you here?" At that moment, the members of the Eternal Temple felt a burning sting on their faces and dared not utter a word. The leader stammered, "Divine Lord, it was my subordinate who acted on his own accord, but I had my reasons." "Oh." Ouyang Yanqing's voice dripped with disdain. "You claim there is an astonishing treasure here, and if the Eternal Temple did not arrive, we would suffer a great loss? So, am I to understand that I have wronged you?" Another resounding slap echoed through the air. Ouyang Yanqing's expression remained icy, her gaze filled with disappointment as she addressed them. "You fools! Do you really believe yourselves invincible across the universe?" The members of the Eternal Temple knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe. With so many legendary treasures exposed, do you think this is an ordinary force? Hearing this, the leader fell silent, fully aware of the implications that, in truth, most forces that had come here shared this understanding. Yet, greed was an insatiable beast. It was evident that those who had come were paying a steep price for their avarice. "Bring him!" "Yes, Divine Lord." Ouyang Yanqing pointed at the leader of the Eternal Temple, her voice chilling. "Take him back and imprison him in the divine prison. He shall not be released without my permission." Upon hearing this, he slumped to the ground. The divine prison was a place more terrifying than hell itself. Once one entered, they were utterly deprived of their future. Yes, divine lord. Before he could react further, two formidable beings seized him and dragged him away. Behind Ouyang Yanqing, Gu Chun and his companions dared not utter a word, astonished to discover that the usually amiable Ouyang Yanqing harbored such a side. It was true. No powerful being had risen to such heights without being formidable in their own right. Meanwhile, deep within the black hole, the figure confronting Huang Shou was none other than Daosheng, who had just arrived in the Xiangu star system. Presently, Daosheng regarded Huang Shou with an appreciative gaze that to him. Huang Shou was an unexpected delight. Huang Shou, too, was exhilarated. It had been quite some time since he experienced such a liberating battle. This fight invigorated him, and he sensed that his opponent had yet to unleash their full potential. Daosheng's sentiments echoed Huang Shou's own. There were still such powerful beings in the universe. For countless years, he had sought defeat, only to realize he had been viewing the world through a narrow lens. I am Daosheng from the Eternal Star System, Huang Shou of Huang City. Huang City, where might that be? Daosheng inquired. Huang Shou chuckled. It is a force I have joined. Would you be interested in joining Huang City? I could introduce you to the city lord. Daosheng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that there existed an even higher authority above Huang Shou. Intrigued, Daosheng replied, "Very well. I shall pay a visit to this Huang City you speak of." With that, the two concealed their auras and departed from the black hole. In the next moment, they appeared before Gu Chun and the others. Yanqing. Upon seeing Ouyang Yanqing, Daosheng was momentarily stunned. "Master." Ouyang Yanqing offered a respectful bow to Daosheng. Nearby, the members of the Eternal Temple hastily echoed, "We pay our respects to the Hallmaster." They had encountered Daosheng moments prior. "Yanqing, I have been searching for you. I did not expect you to also come to the Xiangu star system," Daosheng remarked, his brow furrowed, clearly believing that Ouyang Yanqing had come for treasure. A flicker of disappointment crossed his heart. However, Ouyang Yanqing explained, "Master, this is a place of one of my friends, so I've been staying here for a while." "The friend?" Daosheng inquired, puzzled. Just then, he recalled his purpose for being there, to prevent infighting among the factions and preserve strength for the universe. What are the other forces? Daosheng surveyed the surroundings, but apart from the individuals before him and the shattered cosmos, he saw nothing else. "They have all been eliminated by me." "What?" Ouyang Yanqing's expression turned furious. "They sought to seize my friend's belongings and invaded my friend's homeland, so I eradicated them all." Upon hearing this, Daosheng fell silent. At this moment, he seemed to have realized something. This galaxy appeared to harbor a unique existence. For he had never witnessed his disciple forge friendships before. Brother, the friend Miss Ouyang mentioned is none other than our esteemed city lord." Instantly, Daosheng understood he was now exceedingly curious about the identity of the lord of the desolate city, who had managed to captivate his well-nurtured Ouyang Yanqing in such a manner. Casting his gaze over everyone present, Daosheng spoke in a calm tone, "Then I shall pay a visit to your city lord." "Please." Immediately, the denizens of the desolate city escorted Daosheng back with great fanfare. Meanwhile, the members of the Eternal Divine Hall remained stationed amidst the starry expanse. "Father, has it come to an end?" Inside the city lord's residence, Lu Shui gazed at the stillness in the starry sky and promptly inquired. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng chuckled. "I suppose so." He lifted his gaze to the heavens, slowly rising to his feet. "Let us go. More guests are on their way." "Guests?" Lu Shui felt puzzled, yet Lu Daosheng had already walked away. Observing this, Lu Shui pouted and hurriedly followed after him. "Father, wait for me," before the gates of the desolate city. Daosheng stared in awe at the magnificent and imposing colossal city before him, his jaw dropping as if he could swallow an egg whole. They could have entered the desolate city directly without passing through the gates, a privilege granted to the likes of Huang Shou and others. However, upon witnessing the great city in the void, he was so astonished that he insisted on entering through the gates as a sign of respect for the majestic city. At that moment, Daosheng lifted his gaze to the plaque suspended above the city gates, which bore the two characters desolate city to I. In that instant, he felt as though he was ensnared in an endless abyss. Unable to escape, bang, Daosheng collapsed onto the ground. When he regained consciousness, he found himself drenched in cold sweat, with everyone around him staring, save for Ouyang Yanqing, who was supporting him. Instantly, Daosheng's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, realizing he had made a spectacle of himself, and he hastily rose to his feet. "Why didn't you warn me?" Daosheng murmured with a hint of reproach directed at Ouyang Yanqing. Hearing this, Ouyang Yanqing also felt somewhat aggrieved. I had no idea either. She had descended into the desolate city directly with Lu Daosheng and had not ventured out since, unaware that there was such a terrifying plaque at the city gates. Thankfully, she had not looked at it earlier. "Brother Duan, let us proceed." That moment, Huang Shou said with a smile. In response, Daosheng cleared his throat. "Very well. Let us go." Subsequently, the group entered the desolate city. Upon entering the desolate city, Daosheng felt a renewed shock. He sensed a long-lost sensation, a sign of his realm loosening. A sacred place. A true sacred place. Indeed, within the city lord's residence, under the influence of countless extraordinary artifacts, the entire desolate city had undergone a complete transformation, making it the most suitable place for cultivation within the entire Hongmeng universe. Oh wonder, countless individuals from the outside world were eager to gain entry into the desolate city. Unfortunately, times had changed. The entry fee was no longer a mere 100,000 spirit stones. Moreover, the prices of houses within the city had skyrocketed to astronomical levels. Those who were among the first to enter the city had now amassed great wealth, becoming immensely prosperous, especially Ji Shunkai, who was now referred to as Lord Ji by all within the city. "Yanqing, is the city lord truly your friend?" Daosheng asked, his expression dazed. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yanqing hesitated, recalling her various encounters with Lu Daosheng. I suppose so." Hearing this ambiguous response, Daosheng shook his head. Someone of such stature likely would not regard his disciple with much interest. He then continued his journey toward the city lord's residence. Along the way, countless individuals bowed respectfully to the members of Yunqi, with only Inxing remaining unrecognized. The prosperous scene within the desolate city repeatedly reshaped Daosheng's understanding. The entire city was teeming with experts. Although he had yet to encounter another formidable figure of his caliber aside from Huang Shou, it was merely a matter of time before a powerful being of the cause and effect realm emerged in such an environment. Contemplating the passage of time, Daosheng felt a pang of anxiety. He hoped that the city's master would not disappoint him. Soon, they navigated through layers of restrictions and finally arrived at the city lord's residence. Inside the grand hall of the residence, Daosheng took a deep breath before stepping inside. Upon entering the hall, he felt as though he had been transported into the starry expanse. The entire interior radiated an aura of mystery. Deep within the hall, the silhouette of a man, exuding an otherworldly grace, gradually materialized. Witnessing this scene, Daosheng's expression of reverence was evident. He could not fathom the depths of this person's strength, a true powerhouse. Moreover, he sensed an aura emanating from this individual that was even more terrifying than that of Elder Yang. Subordinate pays respects to the city lord. "City lord, we have fulfilled our mission and eliminated all enemies." Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng nodded in satisfaction. "Well done." That moment, Daosheng also offered a respectful bow. "I am Daosheng, the former hall master of the Eternal Divine Hall. I am Lu Daosheng, the city lord of the desolate city." Lu Daosheng replied courteously. Meanwhile, Ouyang Yanqing observed silently, not uttering a word. For some reason, today she felt somewhat hesitant to speak in front of Lu Daosheng. That moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Ouyang Yanqing. "Sister Ouyang." Shui. Upon seeing Lu Shui, Ouyang Yanqing's face brightened with a smile. Subsequently, she was pulled aside by Lu Shui. "City lord, thank you for taking care of Yanqing over these days." At this juncture, Daosheng spoke. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng chuckled. "It's just a small matter." Upon hearing this, Daosheng hesitated. Observing this, Lu Daosheng said, "If you have something to say, feel free to express it." Instantly, Daosheng's expression brightened. City Lord, since you have said as much, I shall not beat around the bush. Are you aware of the evil demon clan? The evil demon clan? At once, Guchun beside Daosheng trembled at the mention. Lu Daosheng also reacted. The evil demon clan was the very faction he had suppressed in the abyss of evil gods many years ago. Of course, there was more to it. During the ancient era, a cosmic-level war had erupted, pitting the Hongmeng universe against the evil demon clan. These were all matters he had gleaned from ancient texts, albeit not in great detail. Continue. Daosheng proceeded, City Lord, the evil demon clan is on the verge of breaking through the cosmic barrier and once again invading our Hongmeng universe. When that time comes, the entire universe will plunge into an abyss of despair. Therefore, I implore you to take action and lend a hand to the Hongmeng universe. Upon hearing this, the entire hall erupted with a sudden fervor. At the highest point, Lu Daosheng fell silent. This meant that the evil demon clan was about to descend upon the Hongmeng universe once more. Lu Daosheng then raised his gaze, sweeping it over Yunqi and Guchun. What are your plans? Yunqi was the first to step forward, saying, City Lord, the foreign races must be eradicated. Awei tightened his grip on the long knife at his waist, declaring, as a subordinate, I am willing to fight for the Hongmeng universe. Huangshou stroked the sword in his hand and spoke slowly. A man should wield a sword in turbulent times and achieve remarkable deeds. Yu Qin's expression was resolute. The Hongmeng universe is in peril. As its inhabitants, we must lend our strength. In Xing chimed in cheerfully, City Lord, I too am willing to assist. Hearing the responses from his subordinates, Lu Daosheng felt an immense satisfaction. If that is the case, our desolate city will also join the fight against the evil demon clan. Upon hearing these words, Daosheng's eyes were already red with emotion. He then bowed deeply before the gathered crowd. I, Daosheng, on behalf of the Hongmeng universe, wish to express my gratitude to you all. Daosheng Sr., you are being too modest. We are all citizens of the Hongmeng universe, came the reply, causing Daosheng's face to light up with a smile. With the addition of such a formidable force, their chances of success had increased significantly. He then bid farewell, resolutely declining the crowd's attempts to retain him, and set forth towards the edge of the universe. Lu Daosheng also pledged that should the demonic clan invade, he would be the first to arrive at the scene. However, although Daosheng had departed, Ouyang Yanqing remained in the desolate city, in the starry sky. The Eternal Temple, having received Ouyang Yanqing's command, promptly retreated back to the Eternal Star System. Father, will you take action when the time comes? Lu Shui inquired curiously within the hall. Ever since the transformation of the desolate city, it seemed she had not witnessed her father's prowess. All external threats had been dealt with by his cultivated subordinates. Upon hearing this, the others in the hall turned their gazes towards Lu Daosheng. Indeed, will the city lord not intervene? Observing the hopeful eyes of those below, Lu Daosheng fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. If you cannot resolve it, then I shall naturally take action. Should he intervene directly, it would likely render the others redundant, a scenario he wished to avoid. Upon hearing these words, the crowd felt a wave of relief wash over them, for it meant that the Hongmeng universe would be secure. In their hearts, Lu Daosheng was an invincible being. City Lord, grant me 1,000,000 strong troops, and I will slay the demons. Yunqi stepped forward at this juncture. Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng's lips twitched slightly. 1,000,000 troops, you speak as if it is simple. While he could indeed muster such forces, the quality would not be optimal within such a short time frame. According to his recent calculations, the demonic clan would breach the cosmic barriers in a century. Directly invading the Hongmeng universe, 100 years was ample time for preparation. Subsequently, Lu Daosheng scoured the system store and handed Yunqi a storage ring. The resources within are sufficient to forge an army of 100,000. Taking the ring, Yunqi's breath quickened. A cursory glance revealed it contained what appeared to be 100,000 supreme treasures. 100,000 supreme treasures. What an unfathomable concept. In his days of leading troops, he had only wielded ordinary artifacts, ranging from 1st to 9th rank, sacred artifacts, quasi-imperial artifacts, imperial artifacts, Dao artifacts, extreme Dao artifacts, treasures, and supreme treasures. Back then, he was merely at the ancient realm. Yet now, the city lord had directly bestowed upon him 100,000 supreme treasures, leaving him feeling like a naive rustic. Truly, he and the city lord were of entirely different realms. Thank you for your trust, city lord. I shall undoubtedly forge an invincible army to ensure the demons return empty-handed. After exchanging a few more words with Lu Daosheng, Yun Shi took his leave. The storage ring was filled with numerous items, including the starship blueprints that Yun Shi had long desired. Observing Yun Shi's bountiful return, the others gazed on enviously. Soon, they turned their fervent eyes towards Lu Daosheng. Sensing their gaze, Lu Daosheng shook his head with a smile. He then produced several more storage rings, handing them out to others in succession. Go forth, enhance your strength diligently, and do not let me down. Instantly, the expressions of the recipients brightened with joy. Yes, city lord. Before long, the hall was left with only Lu Daosheng, Lu Shui, and Ouyang Yanqing. Below, Ouyang Yanqing looked at Lu Daosheng, blinking her eyes, unsure of what to say to this moment. Lu Daosheng broke the silence again. Ouyang Yanqing, what are your intentions? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yanqing was momentarily flustered. Sister Ouyang, why not join our desolate city? Lu Shui proposed with a smile. Lu Daosheng regarded Ouyang Yanqing with a hint of a smile on his face. Hearing this, Ouyang Yanqing paused for a moment before nodding. All right, I shall join. Since I've been lingering here anyway, I might as well make it official that— Oh, wonderful! Lu Shui exclaimed with excitement. Observing this, Lu Daosheng could only smile wryly. In that case, you shall be responsible for Shui's safety from now on. This, Ouyang Yanqing replied with a smile. Certainly, city lord. Thus, within the desolate city lord's estate, aside from a few individuals who were idle, the rest began to either enter seclusion to enhance their strength or expand their influence, preparing for the impending battle a century hence. Within a tavern in the desolate city, several powerful figures with profound auras gathered together, all wearing smiles. They were the once mighty Saint Kings, who had now ascended to the heavenly emperor realm and successfully taken residence in the inner city. The Nangong family, led by Nangong Fong, had also become one of the foremost families within the desolate city, second only to the indigenous clans of the city. These were the true top-tier clans, closely linked to the esteemed city lord. Old man, what are your plans for the future? The broken sword elder inquired, taking a sip of wine, his face slightly flushed. In response, the drunken elder replied nonchalantly, From now on, the desolate city shall be my home. Wherever the desolate city is, there I shall be. Well said. Meanwhile, within the city lord's estate, a deafening dragon's roar suddenly erupted from the demon god tower. In the next moment, the colossal figure of Ao Qing soared skyward from the tower. Father, Shao Qing has emerged from seclusion. Yes, I see it. Outside the hall, Lu Daosheng and his daughter watched as Ao Qing joyously soared through the skies. At that moment, Ao Qing noticed the two and quickly descended before them. Master, Ao Qing exclaimed, leaping into Lu Daosheng's embrace. Lu Daosheng was momentarily taken aback. Isn't your master standing right beside me? However, Ao Qing shook his head and replied, No, that is the young master. You are my true master. A century ago, Lu Daosheng had bestowed upon him a drop of ancestral dragon blood. He had since absorbed it and entered seclusion within the demon god tower. Now he had fully refined that drop of ancestral dragon blood, breaking free from the shackles placed upon him by powerful clan members, restoring his unknown realm, and greatly enhancing his bloodline, promising an illustrious future. Crucially, Lu Daosheng was also Lu Shui's father, allowing him to acknowledge two masters without issue. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng and Lu Shui exchanged glances, their lips twitching slightly. Lu Shui playfully kicked Ao Qing's rear. You treacherous dragon, betraying your master. Young master, your words are misplaced. The master is your true father and cannot be considered an outsider, Lu Shui retorted, leaving her momentarily speechless. All right, Ao Qing, first tell me, where is your dragon clan now? At that moment, Lu Daosheng inquired. Regarding the dragon race, their presence can be found to varying degrees across numerous star systems. However, these are merely wandering dragons, and their bloodlines are far from pure. This piqued Lu Daosheng's curiosity about the true whereabouts of the genuine dragon lineage. When he initially bestowed the blood of the ancestral dragon upon Daosheng, it was intended as a test. To his astonishment, the latter was indeed capable of absorption. That was authentic ancestral dragon blood, produced by the system, and any dragon with even a slight weakness in their bloodline would meet a tragic end upon attempting to absorb it. Yet, Daosheng not only managed to refine it within a century, but also experienced rapid enhancement in strength. Lu Daosheng could see that in the future, Daosheng would soar to great heights. Upon hearing Lu Daosheng's question, Daosheng felt compelled to be forthright. Master, my dragon race does not reside within this universe. I, too, have been relegated to this inferior realm due to past misdeeds. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng suddenly comprehended the situation. He then recalled the rebirth gate. Could it lead to the world where Daosheng resides? Would his long-lost wife be there as well? What is the name of the world where your dragon race dwells? Master, it is called the realm of all spirits. The realm of all spirits. Indeed. Instantly, Lu Daosheng fell into a contemplative silence. Beside him, Lu Shui was filled with questions that Daosheng, is your realm of all spirits significantly more powerful than this place? At this, Daosheng felt a tinge of embarrassment. How should I put it? There is simply no basis for comparison. However, I am only referring to this universe, and not including this desolate city. In my eyes, this desolate city is not inferior to any location in our realm of all spirits. Especially considering my master, Lu Daosheng, that I feel that my master is even more formidable than my own father. Young master, I surmise that your universe is likely a world confined by certain clans of the realm of all spirits. What? Lu Shui found this hard to believe, and Lu Daosheng furrowed his brows in concern. Continue. Yes, master. Master, do you still recall the demon clan within the abyss of the evil gods? Lu Daosheng nodded in acknowledgement. Daosheng continued. That demon clan is one of the factions within the realm of all spirits, and their preferred pastime is to devour the human race. Consequently, some of their powerful members have confined several small worlds for the consumption of their kin. This universe is likely one of those confined small worlds. At once, Lu Daosheng felt as though many things were becoming clear. After a moment's contemplation, he mused internally. System, the purpose of that rebirth gate is to prevent the demon clan from entering the Hongmeng universe. Is it not? Indeed, master. That is the gateway through which the demon clan would enter the Hongmeng universe. Later, a powerful being from the realm of all spirits discovered this world and, feeling compassion, sealed that entrance. However, the demon clan is unwilling to relinquish this world. Thus they chose to forcibly breach the boundary barrier to invade it, correct? You are exceedingly astute, master. How laughable, Lu Daosheng murmured, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. The world he inhabited was merely a place for their sustenance. That moment, his animosity towards the demon clan reached its zenith. Wait for me. The first thing I shall do upon entering the realm of all spirits is to obliterate the entire demon clan. He possessed the strength to do so. Father, what shall we do? Lu Shui spoke with an air of concern. The adversaries they faced were formidable, far beyond their level. What were they to do? Observing his daughter's worried expression, Lu Daosheng gently patted Lu Shui's head, reassuring her, do not fret. With your father here, those beasts shall not return. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui nodded. All right, I believe in you, father. Beside them, Daosheng added, young master, do not worry. With the master present, this world will remain unscathed. After Lu Shui and Daosheng departed, Lu Daosheng gazed through the endless starry expanse, his eyes fixed upon the boundary of the universe. Countless demons were relentlessly assaulting that cosmic barrier. It was difficult to imagine the devastation that would ensue should the barrier shatter. Akati seemed he could not remain idle any longer. Akati, the universe's boundary. Elder Yang, I have returned. Upon his arrival, Daosheng's first action was to seek an audience with Elder Yang. How did it go? Elder Yang nodded and inquired. Consequently, Daosheng relayed the recent event from the outside world to Elder Yang. Upon learning that those star system factions were not there to assist, but rather to plunder treasures from a specific star system, Elder Yang's expression darkened considerably. The surrounding individuals shared his sentiment. What a bunch of short-sighted fools, an angry strongman exclaimed. Elder Yang waved his hand, his expression tinged with sorrow. If there is anything else, please speak up. Duan Heng nodded. Elder Yang, I have another piece of good news. Oh, speak quickly. Upon hearing the mention of good news, a smile returned to Elder Yang's face. Elder Yang, I have discovered a powerful force known as the Desolate City. My subordinates suspect that this faction is a hidden power that has recently emerged, which is why we had not detected it until now. The star system factions felt the immense energy fluctuations from the Desolate City, prompting them to seek treasures there. Upon hearing this, Elder Yang's expression turned astonished. How formidable is this Desolate City? Duan Heng replied gravely. I have only encountered one being above the unknown realm, but there is certainly more than just him, especially the City Lord. Elder Yang, I sense he is even more terrifying than you. What nonsense! As soon as Duan Heng finished speaking, a nearby strongman interjected. The others echoed in disbelief. Duan Heng, that statement seems rather exaggerated. In the vast cosmos, Elder Yang stands at the pinnacle of power. It is impossible for anyone to surpass him. The crowd nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Duan Heng sighed. He, too, found it hard to believe, yet his intuition insisted otherwise. Enough. Just as the debate raged on, Elder Yang interjected, causing everyone to fall silent. Duan Heng, is the opposing force willing to join us in combating the demon clan? Elder Yang regarded Duan Heng. He did not care whether the opposing force was stronger. He only wished to know if they would lend their assistance. Upon hearing this, Duan Heng nodded vigorously. Elder Yang, that is precisely what I wish to convey. They have assured me they will come to our aid when the demons invade. Upon hearing this, Elder Yang's face broke into a smile. Excellent, excellent. He repeated the word thrice, a testament to his elation. Gazing at the tranquil, starry sky, Elder Yang remarked, the endless peace of the Hongmeng universe has been purchased with the lives of our forebears. Now, it is time for us to take action. The surrounding individuals wore solemn expressions. That moment, two powerful beings from the causal realm approached, their expressions grim. Noticing their demeanor, the crowd furrowed their brows. Brother Gu, what is amiss? One inquired. These two had recently traveled among the top forces in the universe to convey messages, specifically urging those factions to assist during the demon invasion. However, seeing their expressions, the crowd felt a sense of unease. One of them spoke in a low voice. Those factions were merely paying lip service. They have no intention of extending their efforts. Upon hearing this, the mood of the crowd plummeted. These short-sighted individuals do not understand the meaning of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. Is it truly the case that the entire universe can rely solely on us? Elder Yang sighed. Let them be. We shall see how many come to our aid when the time arrives. Upon hearing this, the gathered individuals ceased their discussions. After all, the pinnacle of combat prowess in the entire universe was present. The absence of certain powers did not render them incapable. Yet, a sense of despondency permeated their hearts. This was not merely their Hongmeng universe, in a certain galaxy, within a formidable faction. A concerned voice arose. Master, the demonic forces are invading the universe. Shall we truly remain passive? In response, the master snorted lightly. The Hongmeng universe is vast and boundless. The absence of my sect is inconsequential if they cannot withstand the onslaught. That is their own affair. Such words could be deemed remarkably selfish. Nevertheless, those around him nodded in agreement. The master spoke wisely. In the void above, having overheard the exchange within the hall, Daosheng shook his head in disappointment. He had come here to persuade the local powers to unite against the encroaching demonic clan. He did not wish for the valiant souls stationed at the universe's edge to feel disheartened. To this end, he was willing to make the journey personally. Initially, he believed that once the demonic clan invaded the entire Hongmeng universe, the inhabitants would surely band together as one. All he needed to do was elucidate the stakes, and they would comprehend the necessity of cooperation. Yet, it was evident that the situation was far from simple. However, Daosheng did not relent. He possessed an abundance of strength and resources. If he could not persuade these factions to lend their aid voluntarily, he would have to resort to alternative methods. His gaze shifted toward the innermost sanctum of the sect below. There lay an immensely powerful and ancient entity. Deep within the sect, an elderly man on the brink of death suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, he broke through his confinement and appeared outside the meditation chamber. "Who goes there?" he exclaimed, having sensed an exceedingly dangerous aura moments prior to that moment. Lu Daosheng stood before the elder. A being of causal realm, the elder realized why this individual could draw those seeking assistance from the boundary barrier. A strong presence indeed held great allure. Yet, they overlooked a critical detail. The elder was nearing the end of his life, having secluded himself in search of a few more years of vitality and opportunity. Such a grand battle was hardly something he would willingly partake in. Thus their attempts would inevitably lead to failure. But Lu Daosheng was different. "How about a trade?" he proposed with a smile. Seemingly recognizing Lu Daosheng's extraordinary nature, the elder did not react with anger, but instead asked calmly, "Pray, do tell." Then, Lu Daosheng slowly produced a crystal stone, suffused with an abundance of pure energy. Upon seeing this object, the elder's breath quickened, a greedy glint illuminating his eyes as he fixated on the crystal in Lu Daosheng's hand. "What do you wish of me?" he queried urgently. With a slight smile, Lu Daosheng replied, "To combat the demonic clan." Upon hearing this, the elder hesitated. The allure of the crystal was undeniable, yet battling the demonic clan was fraught with peril. A misstep could cost him his life. Noticing the elder's indecision, Lu Daosheng produced another item, a fragrant elixir. In an instant, the elder nearly drooled. Just the aroma alone stirred his cultivation. "What if I were to consume it?" "Very well, I shall agree," the elder acquiesced without reservation. "However, you must first provide me with the elixir." Lu Daosheng nodded, agreed, "But you cannot go alone." The elder responded decisively, "I will bring forth all the powerful members of my sect. The mere demonic clan dares not infringe upon our Hongmeng universe." Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng smiled and refrained from further comment, promptly handing the elixir and crystal to the elder. "Remember your words." With that, Lu Daosheng vanished from sight. The elder, watching Lu Daosheng's departure, felt a surge of excitement. In the next moment, he consumed the elixir. Instantly, the potent medicinal energy surged through his entire being, causing his aura to swell. Feeling his strength burgeon, the elder could not help but erupt into laughter. This is the aura of our ancestor." Soon, countless powerful beings from the sect rushed toward him. Seeing the elder, their faces lit up with astonishment. "The ancestor has broken through." The ancestor has broken through. What splendid news! Time passed, and the elder's aura gradually stabilized. At this juncture, the master hurried to the elder's side, an uncontainable smile gracing his face. "Ancestor, you—" Before he could finish, the elder interrupted him. "Convey my command. The entire sect is to enter a state of readiness. When the demonic clan descends, all Imperial Realm warriors must head to the universe's boundary." Upon hearing this, the master was utterly astonished. "Yes, ancestor." Taking a deep breath, he complied without hesitation. With the ancestor's directive, he dared not voice any objections. Moreover, with the ancestor's recent advancement, he felt he had no grounds to protest. "Let them come. I shall simply keep my distance." Meanwhile, the elder gazed at the spot where Lu Daosheng had vanished, his expression grave. He knew nothing of Lu Daosheng, yet the latter's lavish display of resources was unmistakable. Clearly, he was a figure far beyond his reach. Thus, he willingly agreed to combat the demonic clan, not out of confidence in his own abilities, but in trust of Lu Daosheng, believing that he would not allow the Hongmeng universe to falter. In the starry expanse, Lu Daosheng continued his search for the next faction. The elixir had been purchased from the system shop, possessing immense potency, sufficient for the elder to break through to the realm of life and death. Nevertheless, one must remember the adage, a remedy can also be a poison. Elevating one's realm through drugs was not the optimal path. This was why Lu Daosheng had not forcibly enhanced the cultivation of his subordinates with elixirs, but rather chose to allow them to cultivate themselves. However, prior to the invasion of the demonic clan, Lu Daosheng would ensure they underwent rigorous training. Such strength was hardly adequate in the face of the demonic clan. Soon, Lu Daosheng arrived at another faction of considerable strength. "Apologies, but our sect prefers not to be embroiled in peril." The master of the Dain sect resolutely declined Lu Daosheng's invitation. Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng's brow furrowed. You must understand, the demonic clan's invasion encompasses the entire Hongmeng universe, which includes your dying galaxy. And what of it? The dying sect master replied coolly. Observing the man's demeanor, Lu Daosheng shook his head. In the next moment, a terrifying aura emanated from his being, though it vanished as swiftly as it appeared. Yet, even that fleeting moment was enough for the entire Daosheng sect to feel its weight. Before Lu Daosheng, the Daosheng sect master's expression turned pale with fear. At that moment, another aura resonated from deep within the sect that it is the ancestor. The sect members exclaimed in surprise upon sensing this presence. In the next instant, an elderly man clad in a crimson robe appeared before Lu Daosheng. Upon seeing him, the elder furrowed his brow. "Might I inquire who you are?" Lu Daosheng scrutinized the elder and replied, "My identity is of little consequence. However, does your Daosheng sect truly refuse to unite with the Hongmeng universe against the demonic clan?" Hearing this, the elder's pupils constricted. The demonic clan is set to descend once more. Meanwhile, the Daosheng sect master bowed his head low. Realizing this, Lu Daosheng understood that the elder was unaware of the impending crisis. In a century's time, the demonic clan will breach the cosmic boundary, fully invading the Hongmeng universe. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression turned grim. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly declared, "When the time comes, my Daosheng sect shall lend our utmost support." Looking into the elder's resolute gaze, Lu Daosheng was momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a smile. "Excellent." Subsequently, Lu Daosheng presented an interspatial ring to the elder. "This is sufficient for you to break through to the realm of life and death." Having said that, Lu Daosheng departed from the scene. The elder remained rooted in place, staring at the interspatial ring in his hand, astonished. Upon discovering the contents of the ring, his breath quickened. "Ancestor, silence from this moment forth. You are no longer the leader of the Daosheng sect. What? Seize him and take him away." Instantly, two formidable individuals grasped him and dragged him away. The elder stored the interspatial ring, lifting his gaze towards the starry sky. Murmuring, "Ancestors, the grievances of the past shall be avenged by your descendants in the Tianxian world, within the wild city." "Tianin, I sense that a significant event is about to transpire," said the wealthy merchant Ji Shenkai. Embracing Mu Tianin, his expression grave. Noticing Ji Shenkai's demeanor, Mu Tianin grew cautious. It had been long since she had seen him in such a state. "What has happened?" she inquired hastily. Ji Shenkai responded, "Many within the city lord's mansion have lost contact. And have you not noticed? The guards in the city have dwindled to just a few." Upon hearing this, Mu Tianin was taken aback and felt a surge of anxiety. "What do you believe has occurred?" Ji Shenkai gazed out the window. "It seems another conflict is looming over Wild City, one that may even overwhelm it, hence the urgency within the city lord's mansion. This cannot be." Mu Tianin struggled to accept the notion. Having resided in Wild City for so long, she had developed a sense of invincibility regarding its safety. This sentiment was shared by all its inhabitants. Ji Shenkai shook his head, opting not to dwell further on the matter. Instead, he asked, "Tianin, has your master emerged from seclusion?" In response, Mu Tianin sighed. "Not yet. He insists on remaining in seclusion until he becomes invincible." "What?" Ji Shenkai was momentarily speechless. Then he might as well remain in seclusion for eternity. Mu Tianin's master was one of the few Empyrean-level beings within the Xuangu star system that in the past. Having such a powerful figure backing her in a realm devoid of Empyreans was indeed terrifying. Which was why Ji Wuhui had once regarded Mu Tianin with trepidation. Regrettably, times had changed. With her master now in the Tianxian world, particularly in Wild City, he was just another face among countless experts. She had swiftly become inconspicuous. Thus, shortly after arriving in Wild City, her master had entered seclusion and had yet to emerge. Within the city lord's mansion, Elder Jiang, "Where is my father?" Lu Shui wandered restlessly throughout the premises, only to find that apart from the ubiquitous guards, there was no one else in sight. This left her somewhat bewildered. Where have all the people gone? Upon seeing Lu Shui, Jiang Yuan promptly bowed respectfully. "Esteemed miss, the city lord is exceedingly busy and may have gone to attend to some critical matters." "You mean to say my father has left again?" Jiang Yuan smiled wryly, but did not respond. Realizing this, Lu Shui waved her hand dismissively. All right, I understand. Jiang Yuan then retreated. Why father is out, and the city lord's mansion is bustling, leaving me all alone? Lu Shui straightened her attire, a smile blossoming on her face. Then I can do whatever I please. With that, Lu Shui returned to her residence, made preparations, and then left a note at Lu Daosheng's quarters before stepping outside. Xiaoqing, she called, and in the next moment, Ao Qing appeared before her. Young master, what are your commands? It's nothing. I simply wish to go out, and you shall accompany me. Where are we going, young master? Lu Shui hesitated, for she had already reached the ancient realm. Though she often played around, she was diligent in her training. However, aside from Wild City, it seemed she had never ventured elsewhere, not even to the neighboring state, let alone beyond. Where to, I have no idea. I'm so unfortunate, it's all my father's fault. He never allows me to go out, claiming the outside world is too dangerous. Now that I want to leave, I feel like a fool that ate tea this moment. Ao Qing remarked, Master, it is simple. We can choose any direction and walk. Lu Shui's face brightened at the suggestion, and she patted Ao Qing. Well said. I never expected you, who appears so foolish, to be quite clever. Ao Qing thought to herself. Master, it is you who seems foolish. Do I detect you subtly insulting me? Master, the heavens bear witness. How could I dare to insult you? Soon, Ao Qing transformed in her true form. Becoming a colossal dragon, Lu Shui wasted no time in mounting her, and together, they soared into the heavens, reaching the starry expanse of the Tianxian world, just as they were about to embark on their adventure. A red figure materialized before them, obstructing their path. Xiao Shui, where are you headed? Ouyang Yanqing regarded Lu Shui and Ao Qing with a furrowed brow. Lu Daosheng had previously entrusted her with the responsibility of protecting Lu Shui, insisting she remain close at all times. Sister Ouyang, I simply wish to take a stroll. Upon seeing Ouyang Yanqing, Lu Shui felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Ouyang Yanqing responded firmly, No, your father has instructed me to protect you diligently. What if you encounter danger outside? But you could accompany me. My father never said I couldn't go out. Well, Ouyang Yanqing found herself momentarily speechless. Lu Shui then rushed to Ouyang Yanqing's side, tugging at her arm and pouting. Sister Ouyang, please accompany me. I have never even stepped outside in my entire life. Besides, with your strength, how could there be any danger? At that, Ouyang Yanqing's lips involuntarily curled into a slight smile. Fine, but you must not stray far from me. Understood. Upon hearing Ouyang Yanqing's agreement, Lu Shui's face radiated with delight. All right, you're the best, Sister Ouyang. Thus, their party transformed from one dragon and one person to two people and one dragon. Moreover, with Ouyang Yanqing's vast experience, they no longer wandered aimlessly. Soon, propelled by Ao Qing's incredible speed, the trio swiftly exited the borders of the Xuangu star system. Woohoo! Faster, faster! On Ao Qing's back, Lu Shui reveled in the exhilaration of speed. Shouting excitedly in response, Ao Qing accelerated even more. Master, hold on tight. The velocity was so great that they left behind trails of space scars that remained unrepaired for a long time. Xiao Shui, do you think your father will be angry if he finds out? Beside her, Ouyang Yanqing, unlike the other two, wore a worried expression. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui hesitated. Well, probably, maybe, perhaps, at that moment, Lu Shui could vividly imagine her father, stern-faced, delivering a heartfelt lecture. The thought made her feel quite uncomfortable. Oh, it's fine. At most, I'll get scolded, and why father wouldn't truly punish me. I'm his only precious daughter. Such was the pride of being an only child. Furthermore, Lu Daosheng was quite the doting father. Observing this, Ouyang Yanqing sighed and chose not to add anything further. Just then, a furious voice erupted. Absurd! Who gave you the audacity to act so recklessly in the Tianmong star system? In the next moment, a figure imbued with an ancient aura stood before Ao Qing. However, Ao Qing did not even deign to glance at this figure. With a resounding crash, the figure was sent hurtling thousands of miles away. What was that just now? Lu Shui looked bewilderedly at the resplendent galaxy. Scratching her head, it's nothing, my lord. It was probably just a fly, she concluded Oh, very well, sighed Ouyang Yanqing, exasperatedly rubbing his forehead. Point one was fearless, while the other was blissfully unaware. Fortunately, he was there to accompany them. Otherwise, who knows what kind of chaos might have ensued? Time passed without notice. Point one day. A weary Lu Daosheng finally returned to the desolate city. Phew, that journey was indeed arduous. Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui. Someone. In the next moment, Jiang Yuan appeared before Lu Daosheng. My lord, you have returned. However, Lu Daosheng's expression turned frantic, his brow furrowed as he asked, "Where's Xiao Shui?" "My lord." The young lady left with Lord Ouyang and Lord Ao Qing as for their destination. "I am unaware," the old servant replied. "What? Who allowed her to leave? Why didn't you stop her?" Upon hearing that his daughter had departed without a word, Lu Daosheng's anger flared. Immediately, Jiang Yuan knelt on the ground. "My lord, please calm your anger." This was the first time he had witnessed Lu Daosheng so enraged. Taking a deep breath, Lu Daosheng managed to regain some composure, realizing it was not Jiang Yuan's fault. "Jiang, you may leave." "Yes, my lord." As Jiang Yuan exited, Lu Daosheng gazed up at the starry sky, filled with concern. Although Ao Qing and Ouyang Yanqing, both of considerable strength, were with her, Lu Daosheng remained uneasy. It wasn't about Lu Shui's safety. Rather, he feared that his precious daughter might encounter unsavory characters who could lead her astray. As for Lu Shui's safety, chuckling softly, he reflected that the precautions he had instilled in her were formidable enough to obliterate an entire galaxy. As long as her adversaries lacked strength surpassing his daughter was undoubtedly safe. Just then, Jiang Yuan returned. He respectfully presented a letter to Lu Daosheng. "My lord, this envelope was found at your doorstep. It must be a message from the young lady." Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly accepted the envelope to read. "Father, I wish to explore the vastness of the world. Consider it a birthday gift. Please do not worry." Staring at the envelope, Lu Daosheng fell into a long silence. A birthday. Ever since the system's arrival, it seemed he had not celebrated a single birthday. He had even forgotten his own daughter's birthday. In an instant, Lu Daosheng's heart was a tumult of emotions that it appeared he needed to reflect on his priorities. Very well, perhaps he should allow her some indulgence this once. Shaking his head with a smile, he slowly stepped into the house. Time passes unnoticed in the realm of cultivation, and in the blink of an eye, only 10 years remained before the demonic invasion would breach the universe's borders. Now, the boundary of the cosmos was already shrouded in demonic energy, with eerie forces continuously seeping from the rifts in the universe. "Elder Yang, it seems our time in the Hongmeng universe is running short," a strong warrior remarked as he surveyed the scene before him, a bitter smile gracing his lips. In response, Elder Yang's gaze turned cold. "When the enemy approaches, we shall meet them head-on, just as we repelled the demonic race before. We can do so again." Upon hearing these words, the surrounding warriors regained some measure of confidence. Yet, despite Elder Yang's bravado, he held little assurance. After all, the current strength of the Hongmeng universe was far inferior to that during the last cosmic conflict. This time, the stakes were even higher. Observing the nearly 100 formidable warriors around him, Elder Yang maintained an impassive expression while his heart was filled with sorrow. These individuals represented the pinnacle of strength within the universe. If they could not withstand the onslaught, who could possibly protect the Hongmeng universe? Was it truly destined to fall? Within the desolate city, countless powerful beings in the Lord's manor laid aside their affairs and hurried to the great hall. Summoned by the most illustrious figure within, "Lord Lu, we greet you, my lord." In the hall, Gu Chan and the others respectfully addressed Lu Daosheng. The highest point, Lu Daosheng surveyed the assembly, a satisfied smile breaking across his face. Over the years, his subordinates had made considerable progress. Jiu Chun, Wei, and Xing, and others had all entered the unknown realm. Although Yunqi had not advanced much due to his focus on creating a new army, he had still reached the pinnacle of the unknown realm. However, such strength would still be insufficient to confront the demonic race. Thus, Lu Daosheng needed to facilitate another opportunity for their enhancement. In 10 years, the demonic race will breach the cosmic barrier and invade our Hongmeng universe. Therefore, your strength must be further bolstered, Lu Daosheng stated slowly. With that, the world within his palm materialized, and the laws of time began to flow rapidly. In the outside world, a year would pass, while within, a millennium would unfold. Once again, the extent of your breakthroughs will depend on your own efforts. Upon witnessing the world within his palm, the crowd was filled with exhilaration. The profundities and opportunities contained within could only be comprehended by those who had experienced it. It was truly exhilarating. "Thank you, my lord, we shall not disappoint you." With that, the crowd trembled, all entering the world within the palm. Instantly, the hall returned to tranquility. Observing the inner world, everyone diligently sought opportunities to enhance their strength, allowing Lu Daosheng to relax as he retrieved a mirror. This object was also a rare treasure. A divination artifact. With a thought, an image of a young woman materialized within the mirror. It was none other than his daughter, Lu Shui. Years had passed, and Lu Shui had yet to return, but Lu Daosheng felt no anger. For at that moment, Lu Shui appeared to be seated within a mysterious training ground, surrounded by an abundance of pure energy and various legacies continuously flowing into her body. This was Lu Shui's opportunity. Lu Daosheng had deduced that it would indeed be beneficial for her, and thus refrained from intervening, though he felt the passage of time was excessively prolonged. Not far from Lu Shui, Ouyang Yanqing sat quietly, resembling a mere specter. Yet, should any danger arise, she would spring into action in an instant. As for Ao Qing, she seemed to have fallen asleep, her massive, serpentine form enveloping the entire training ground in the great hall of the Lord's Manor. Lu Daosheng stored away the divination mirror and sat in contemplation. His power, when viewed across the entire Hongmeng universe, was undeniably invincible. But what of the external world? For instance, the Wanling realm. Did it harbor beings beyond the Destiny realm? In an instant, Lu Daosheng's curiosity regarding the strength of the Wanling realm surged. He knew that once the demonic race was dealt with, he would soon set out for the Wanling realm. It would not hurt to gather some knowledge beforehand. Ao Qing, the only being from the Wanling realm currently residing in the Hongmeng universe. Wait, how could he have forgotten that entity? The one guarding the river of time and space. That being was well aware of his strength and had accurately identified his Destiny-level capabilities. With this thought, Lu Daosheng promptly extended his hand into the void. With a sudden motion, he reached out and pulled. And in the next moment, a boundless river of time and space, imbued with the essence of eternal laws and grand principles, appeared before Lu Daosheng. However, the river of time and space was eerily silent, devoid of any figures. This caused Lu Daosheng to furrow his brows slightly. Without hesitation, he stepped into the river of time and space, swimming upstream against the current, a feat unparalleled in history. It is well known that the river of time and space records all events that have transpired throughout history. Thus, as Lu Daosheng swam against the current, he beheld countless events from the primordial universe, including the moment his desolate city was rebuilt, the departure of his wife, the birth of Lu Shui, and the first encounter with his beloved upon arriving in this world. Further back, he witnessed the gradual decline of the primordial universe. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng's brows knitted tighter, and he abruptly quickened his pace. Suddenly, he spotted a towering figure standing above the heavenly mysterious world. Employing an indescribable means to conceal a legacy within a corner of the heavenly mysterious world, that very place was now known as the abyss of the evil gods. Witnessing this scene, Lu Daosheng was somewhat taken aback, yet he refrained from speculating and continued onward. The demonic clan was engaged in a fierce battle with countless top-tier experts from the primordial universe, among whom was the very figure he had just seen. Ancient records spoke of the ancient era, when the Xiangu star system boasted 8 kings in a state of equilibrium. Subsequently, as the demons invaded, the 8 kings fought valiantly, ultimately sacrificing themselves. Hence, that figure was one of the 8 kings of the Xiangu star system. The Xianwang.it seemed he had long anticipated his fate, and had thus preemptively left his legacy within the heavenly mysterious world. Lu Daosheng also gleaned the reason behind the presence of the demonic clan in the heavenly mysterious world. Their objective was likely the legacy left by the Xianwang. However, they had been suppressed by Guchun, and the site of this suppression was coincidentally the abyss of the evil gods. This was indeed absurd. Even more astonishing was the fact that he had remained oblivious to it all. The Xian Wang truly possessed formidable prowess. Moreover, he had been fully aware of his impending demise, yet resolutely chose to confront the demons. For this, Lu Daosheng held immense admiration. Just as he was about to proceed further, a bitter voice suddenly resonated through the space. "Senior, please refrain from advancing any further." In the next moment, a phantom materialized before Lu Daosheng. Upon seeing this, Lu Daosheng chuckled. "I thought you wouldn't come." Hearing this, the figure appeared somewhat embarrassed, and gradually, it took the form of a middle-aged man clad in white robes. From the moment Lu Daosheng entered the river of time and space, he had sensed it, yet he dared not make an appearance. After all, he could never forget the terrifying aura of Lu Daosheng, a powerful figure of the destiny realm. Nevertheless, he eventually emerged, for safeguarding the river of time and space was his duty. Lu Daosheng's actions severely violated the rules, and according to protocol, he was obliged to intervene and punish him. However, there is a saying, rules are rigid, yet the living can also perish if not handled properly. It could very well be his own demise. "Great One, do you require something?" the white-robed man asked cautiously. In response, Lu Daosheng nodded. "I have a few inquiries." Instantly, the white-robed man responded eagerly. "I shall speak without reservation. Tell me, are you familiar with the Wanling realm?" The white-robed man nodded. "Great One, beyond the primordial universe lies the Wanling realm." Upon confirming this, Lu Daosheng continued, "As the overseer of this river of time and space, who appointed you?" This was something Lu Daosheng was keen to uncover. Hearing this, the white-robed man hesitated. "Great One, the river of time and space has many branches. The one I manage is but a minor branch. The lowest in rank. My knowledge is limited. All I know is that there exists a vast power behind us, known as the Hall of Time and Space." He then recounted how he was brought here by a senior from the Hall of Time and Space, and had since been responsible for guarding this river. Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng nodded in realization. Clearly, there were many matters in the outside world of which he was unaware. His knowledge of the Wanling realm stemmed from its proximity to this river of time and space, allowing for occasional communication. "What do you know about the Wanling realm?" Lu Daosheng inquired. The white-robed man shook his head. "Senior, I have never been there. Could you summon the overseer of the river of time and space in the Wanling realm?" Upon hearing this, the white-robed man's expression turned pained. "Great One, I lack the authority to do so." In other words, his rank was too low. Lu Daosheng shook his head, clearly disappointed that he had not acquired the information he sought. Observing Lu Daosheng's reaction, the white-robed man's face turned pale, as if he sensed impending doom. In an instant, he hastily knelt. "Destiny, Great One, please, for the sake of the Hall of Time and Space, grant me mercy." Seeing the near tearful expression on his face, Lu Daosheng felt a twinge of exasperation. "When did I say I intended to kill you?" He then tossed a crystal-clear jade stone, suffused with pure temporal power, to the white-robed man. "Guard the river of time and space well." With that, Lu Daosheng departed from the river of time and space. Back in the desolate city, Lu Daosheng reclined in a grand chair, leisurely swaying back and forth. This journey had not been without its rewards. At the very least, he had gleaned much about the primordial universe, particularly regarding the legacy of the Xian Wang. In Lu Daosheng's view, that legacy undoubtedly belonged to Gu Qian. It seemed that it would not be long before that legacy emerged into the world, as expected. At that moment, at the cosmic border, the demonic clan was frantically tearing at the barriers of the universe. The defenders of the primordial universe wore grim expressions. Suddenly, several terrifying auras surged forth from the border, yet these auras bore no trace of malevolence. Instead, they were filled with a familiar essence. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What are those?" Boom! Several ethereal figures slowly materialized. Upon seeing these figures, someone exclaimed, "That is my ancestor. By the heavens, is that not my forebear?" Those figures were the ancestors who had once battled the demonic clan. At that moment, someone cried out in disbelief. In an instant, everyone gazed at the towering figures with eyes brimming with fervor. Just then, the most formidable figure spoke. Coldly regarding the abyss, he declared, "I knew you demonic clan would not give up easily." "Xian Wang, The primordial world you fought so desperately to protect is now on the brink of collapse. An ominous voice echoed from the abyss. Upon hearing this, Xian Wang's expression darkened. He was the strongest of the primordial universe in those days. The leader of the 8 kings of the Xian star system in the past. He had single-handedly battled 6 demonic kings, ultimately resulting in 2 deaths and 4 injuries among them. His achievements in that grand conflict were unparalleled. The price he paid, however, was his life. At this moment, Xian Wang and the others turned to glance at the border defenders, the last remaining strong figures of the primordial universe. Remember, we of the primordial universe will never submit. Even in death, as the final words hung in the air, all figures dissipated into the starry sky. From that moment on, they became nothing more than echoes of history. Meanwhile, at the border defense line, Elder Yang and his companions were already brimming with tears. Concurrently, across the vast cosmos, numerous ancestral lineages suddenly rose from the ground, astonishing the heavens. Without exception, these were the legacies left behind by their forebears. Among them, the Xian star system witnessed the emergence of 8 such lineages that the cosmic boundary, feeling the peculiar disturbance in the universe. Elder Yang quickly comprehended the situation. Go. Return swiftly. Yes, Elder Yang. Immediately, several individuals hurried back to their respective star systems. They too wished to contend for those legacies, especially since some were inheritances from their own ancestors. After all, one should not allow fertile waters to flow to outsiders. Within the desolate city of the Xian star system, Daosheng released Gu Chun, who had been passionately breaking through in the realm of his inner world. Once, Gu Chun was left bewildered. Lord City Master, has the time not yet arrived? It was evident that Gu Chun felt somewhat unsatisfied. In response, Daosheng smiled and said, "Now, a significant opportunity awaits you, one that is destined to be yours." He then proceeded to share the tale of the inheritance of the Xian Wang. Initially, Gu Chun paid it little mind. However, when Daosheng mentioned that this individual had once been the strongest in the primordial universe and had fought against the evil demon race single-handedly, against 6 foes, Gu Chun's expression shifted to one of reverence. The Xian Wang was indeed such a person. "What say you? Will you go?" Daosheng inquired with a smile. "That I shall go. My thanks to you, Lord City Master," Gu Chun replied eagerly. After all, it was the inheritance of the Xian Wang. To decline would be foolish. Daosheng nodded in agreement. In the next moment, he seized Gu Chun and tore open a rift in time and space, throwing Gu Chun into it. "If you have the fortune to meet the Xian Wang, please tell him that the primordial universe shall no longer face any danger." "Yes, Lord City Master." The final response echoed infinitely to Ji Yuchen successfully entered the lineage of the Xian Wang. Simultaneously, in the Tianxian world, countless cultivators were astonished by the sudden emergence of the lineage. Practitioners from all over the world began to rush towards the abyss of evil gods. Of course, the abyss of evil gods no longer existed. The Xian Wang inheritance? Who is the Xian Wang? As the significance of this lineage was revealed, confusion spread among the crowd. Not a single person could elucidate the identity of the Xian Wang. Upon learning of this matter, Daosheng's expression darkened. Once the king of the Xian star system, the mightiest in the primordial universe, and the pride of the Tianxian world, had now fallen to such obscurity that none knew of him. Truly, he was a hero of great repute. Soon after, Daosheng ascended into the void and recounted the feats of the Xian Wang. His voice resonated profoundly throughout the entire Tianxian world, even reaching beyond its borders. Before long, astonishment rippled through the crowd, and many were already in tears as they gazed back towards the lineage of the Xian Wang. A sense of boundless reverence arose within them. So it turns out our Tianxian world was once so illustrious, having produced such an unparalleled figure as the Xian Wang. The Xian Wang is our model. I shall inherit the Xian Wang's legacy and repel the evil demon race. I hesitate to reveal your naivety. Meanwhile, upon learning of the Xian Wang's power, a portion of the crowd hurried towards the Xian Wang lineage without pause. That a figure of such caliber must possess an inheritance of extraordinary worth. Surely, it would be sufficient to elevate one's self dramatically. With this thought, An increasing number of practitioners made their way towards the Xian Wang lineage. Little did they know that inheritance had already been reserved. However, fortunate enough, the Xian Wang lineage was replete with countless opportunities. One might still stumble upon a treasure of great value. At the same time, the entire Xian Gu star system began to buzz with excitement as the 8 great lineages emerged. Countless spiritual energies surged forth from the depths of the earth. This powerful star system, long dormant for countless epochs, had finally awakened. Within the Lord's residence of the desolate city, Lu Daosheng, after toiling for most of the day, opted for the simplest approach. He directly inquired of the omnipotent system. System, what is the highest cultivation level in the Wanling world? Replying to the host, it is the Fate Realm. Instantly, Lu Daosheng was taken aback. He knew the Fate Realm was formidable, but he had no inkling of just how formidable it truly was. Not only was it invincible in the primordial universe, but it was also unmatched in the Wanling world. He had initially planned to ascend another 10 levels upon reaching the Wanling world, but it seemed that would no longer be necessary. Subsequently, Lu Daosheng reclined once more, cradling a wine jar in his arms, and began to drift into slumber. Outside the desolate city, a shop named Tianshan Ice Cream suddenly became a sensation. It was said that the ice cream here not only benefited the body, but also significantly enhanced the cultivation of ice-related skills, prompting long queues of eager customers in shoving, form an orderly line. Everyone gets their share. Inside the shop, several young, fair-skinned girls cheerfully shouted while collecting payments, their faces alight with smiles. "Master, you are truly brilliant from now on. Our Hanji Hall shall prosper." Hearing her subordinate's flattery, Yi Hanzhuang felt a bit embarrassed. The once top-tier force, Hanji Hall, had now turned to selling ice cream. How absurd it seemed. If their ancestors were to find out, they would surely have much to say. However, the thought of the money to be made excited her. In the desolate city, who didn't engage in lucrative business, especially with a product as popular as hers. She could even envision herself standing shoulder to shoulder with the major bosses of the outer city. Just then, a couple approached with bright smiles. Upon seeing them, the surrounding crowd gasped and quickly parted to make way. The duo was none other than the proprietor and proprietress of the Baihua Tower, Ji Shankai and Mu Tianin. Ji Boss, what brings you here? Upon seeing Ji Shankai, Yi Hanzhuang stepped forward personally. In times past, this would have been unimaginable. Yet now, even the heavenly emperor level, Yi Hanzhuang felt compelled to greet Ji Shankai politely. Such was the stature of the great boss of the desolate city. Haha, I heard a new ice cream shop opened here, so I came purely out of curiosity. I never expected the owner to be you. Yi Xinbei, had a pleasure to finally meet you, Ji Shankai remarked, his demeanor devoid of any airs. Witnessing his humility, Yi Hanzhuang couldn't help but admire him. It was no wonder his business thrived so well. She promptly instructed someone to send a box of ice cream to Ji Shankai. Ji Boss, should you wish for ice cream in the future, I will have someone deliver it directly to Baihua Tower. Yi Hanzhuang smiled. Upon hearing this, Ji Xingsai's smile grew even broader. However, he then led Yi Hanzhuang aside. Yi Xinbei, I won't beat around the bush. The reason I came today is to discuss a partnership with you. Ji Shankai spoke. He took a bite of the ice cream, and his face lit up with delight. Wife, you must try this. It's truly delicious. Mu Tianin accepted the ice cream and took a bite, her expression equally astonished. Quite good indeed. Yi Hanzhuang smiled at the side. May I ask what sort of collaboration you have in mind? Ji Boss? At this moment, she felt a thrill of anticipation. Although her ice cream was currently a hit, it was still a small shop, and it would take time to grow. However, with the backing of a large enterprise like Baihua Tower, the benefits would be immense, especially in terms of building a reputation. Yi Xinbei, I would like to supply your ice cream at my Baihua Tower. How about we split the earnings 70-30? Upon hearing this, Yi Hanzhuang smiled knowingly. Ji Boss, who gets the larger share? Ah, that would naturally be me taking the 70, he replied. Ji Shankai felt somewhat awkward. Upon hearing this, Yi Hanzhuang decisively shook her head. 50-50? What? How is that possible, Senior Yi? You can't do this. 50-50. I procure the goods, sell one, and still have to give half away. That's not feasible. If it weren't for Ji Shankai recognizing the market potential of this ice cream, he would have left long ago. However, Yihan Huang fell silent. Beside them, Mu Qiannin's eyes darted around before she said, 40-60 is our final bottom line, though we take 6. You take 4, all right. It's a deal. Instantly, Yihan Huang agreed. This collaboration ensured that both parties would reap profits. Thus, the 100 Flowers Pavilion in the desolate city began to offer Tianshan ice cream. Just imagine, after a passionate moment, indulging in an ice cream. What a delightful experience. Meanwhile, various new establishments began to emerge throughout the inner city. The drunken old man opened a tavern. When this news reached Lu Daosheng of the city lord's mansion, he promptly sent someone to transform it into a bar. From then on, this bar became the only one in the entire desolate city, thriving immensely under the promotion of the esteemed city lord. Time flew, and soon the day of the demonic invasion was approaching. In the grand hall of the city lord's mansion, Lu Daosheng summoned forth several figures from within his palm world. It was none other than Yunqi and his companions. Upon seeing Lu Daosheng, they hurriedly bowed, saying, "Subordinates pay their respects to the city lord." Lu Daosheng nodded, observing Yunqi and the others. Not bad. Everyone has made significant progress. I could see this moment. Their strengths had indeed increased remarkably. Awei and Anqing had directly surpassed the causality realm and entered the life and death realm. Even more astonishing, Yunqi had reached a terrifying level beyond the life and death realm, attaining the cycle realm. The cycle realm that in the past, those ancestors of the Hongmeng universe who battled against the demonic clan reached their highest pinnacle in the cycle realm. Just then, a terrifying aura suddenly surged from a certain part of the Tianxian world, identical to Yunqi's current aura, another powerful being in the cycle realm. Instantly, all cultivators in the Tianxian world turned their astonished gazes toward that direction. There lay the Xianwang Dao sect. It seemed someone had acquired the Xuanwang's inheritance. Upon hearing this, everyone gazed enviously in that direction. Why couldn't that person be themselves? In the grand hall of the city lord's mansion, Yunqi exchanged knowing glances with others, saying, "It's our brother Gu." They had long known that Gu Chun had been summoned by the city lord. It turned out there was such an opportunity. Indeed, in the next moment, a familiar figure slowly stepped out as the space cracked open. It was Gu Chun, who had successfully broken through to the cycle realm, standing at the pinnacle of the Hongmeng universe, looking down upon all. "Subordinate, thank you. City Lord, this gratitude cannot be repaid. I can only pledge my lifelong allegiance." Gu Chun knelt on one knee before Lu Daosheng. The others followed suit, expressing their allegiance to Lu Daosheng. Seeing this, Lu Daosheng chuckled, "Then you all better put in considerable effort during the great battle. Don't make me have to step in personally." His words carried a teasing tone, prompting laughter from everyone. "The city lord need not worry, with my blade in hand and bow at my side. 1,000 foes will meet their demise, as long as I am here. These demons shall not enter the Hongmeng universe." Yunqi declared confidently. Having just broken through to the cycle realm, he was brimming with pride. To him, the demons had already become mere insignificant creatures. Observing Yunqi's demeanor, Lu Daosheng couldn't help but smile wryly. One must remember that even the Xianwang of the Invincible universe fell in that great battle. Underestimating the demons would only lead to grave consequences. Thus, Lu Daosheng reminded them, "Do not underestimate those demons. The world they inhabit is far stronger than the Hongmeng universe." At Kati's words, the others appeared surprised. It seemed the city lord might know something. Just then, a tremor reverberated at the edge of the universe. Instantly, this sensation spread throughout the entire Hongmeng universe. "They are here." The expressions of everyone turned serious. Lu Daosheng's gaze pierced through the endless starry sky, directly focusing on the edge of the universe. There, a massive rift was being torn open by a terrifying force, its size increasing rapidly. Countless eerie and sinister auras surged forth from the rift. Lu Daosheng then commanded, "All cultivators above the Heavenly Emperor realm in the desolate city, proceed to the edge of the universe. Those of weaker strength would only serve as cannon fodder, or perhaps even less than that." "Understood, City Lord." Immediately, the entire desolate city began to mobilize. Numerous experts, regardless of their previous engagements, set aside their tasks to gather in the void. An army of 100,000 was officially assembled. Within this army, A fierce battle intent surged forth that it was none other than the new army forged by Yunqi, including the elite 8,000 Lu family troops, alongside other talented individuals from across the world. Their equipment was extraordinarily luxurious, clad in top-grade armor and wielding weapons of the highest quality, nearly armed to the teeth. Looking across the entire Hongmeng universe, one could hardly find a more elite army. Soon, another force of tens of thousands arrived in the void, the Desolate Guards, led by Wei. After years of development, the Desolate Guards had grown increasingly formidable. Moreover, Wei's close relationship with the city lord had brought him immense benefits. Each member of the Desolate Guards was adorned in unique attire, brandishing long knives that exuded a dominating aura. This moment, a contingent of several thousand individuals cloaked in mysterious capes appeared in the void. Their figures flickered in and out, thanks to the enchantment of their capes. Upon witnessing this, Wei and Yunqi exchanged amused glances. That guy was at it again, trying to be mysterious. "Wait, everyone, we're here too!" A shout rang out, followed by a group soaring from within the desolate city into the void. These were the residents of the inner city, each possessing formidable strength, all above the heavenly emperor realm. Among them were members of the Zhang and Li families, along with newcomers who had recently settled in the inner city. Seeing them, Yunqi's expression turned solemn. "Everyone, this journey is extremely perilous. You must prepare thoroughly." In response, the others declared, "When the Hongmeng universe is in peril, we naturally must act. How can we simply watch as foreign races invade?" Hearing this, Yunqi's expression became grave. Thus, Yunqi led them toward the edge of the universe. Back in the desolate city, Daosheng gazed into the void, a look of satisfaction on his face. Just then, his expression suddenly changed, a sense of crisis enveloping his heart. Xiaoxue. In the next moment, Daosheng vanished from his spot in a certain part of the universe. Lu Shui was currently receiving an inheritance. However, at the critical moment, a terrifying force of absorption suddenly emerged, attempting to swallow her whole. Beside her, Ouyang Yanqing's expression changed dramatically. "Xiaoxue, come out!" Ao Qing, hearing the commotion, also jolted awake, rushing to save Lu Shui. Just then, with a crack, the space where Lu Shui stood suddenly tore open. In the next moment, an invisible force yanked her in. With a scream, Lu Shui completely vanished from a spot. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as Daosheng appeared on the scene. Behind him, a terrifyingly jagged tear in space could be seen, illustrating just how swiftly he had arrived. Yet, he was still a step too late. "Where's Xiaoxue?" Daosheng roared in fury. Upon hearing his words, Ouyang Yanqing trembled, lowering her head and stammering. "Xiaoxue seems to have been taken by something." Beside her, Ao Qing desperately shrank her form, striving to appear less conspicuous. The moment Ouyang Yanqing's words reached his ears, an unimaginable aura of terror surged forth from Daosheng's being. In an instant, the entire dojo shattered into fragments. Dark fissures radiated outward from Daosheng, spreading relentlessly in all directions. The entire Hongmeng universe began to tremble at that moment. The boundary of the Hongmeng universe. The onlookers were struck with astonishment, hastily turning to see what was amiss. "What is that? In all my years, I have never encountered such a terrifying presence." Elder Yang also gazed at the aura with a solemn expression. Such a being exists within the Hongmeng universe. Why must it appear at this time? At this moment, Elder Yang fervently prayed within, hoping it was not a hostile entity. Otherwise, the Hongmeng universe would face utter annihilation. Just then, that dreadful aura vanished abruptly. Seeing this, Elder Yang let out a sigh of relief and spoke in a grave tone. "Let us not concern ourselves with that aura for now, for at this moment they had already glimpsed their enemies through the boundary fissure." Meanwhile, Daosheng had regained his composure and swiftly reigned in his aura. However, Ouyang Yanqing and Ao Qing had already collapsed on the ground, blood streaming from their bodies, unconscious. The overwhelming pressure from the Tianming realm was beyond their endurance. Even a fleeting moment was too much to bear. Had their realms been any lower, they would have surely been crushed by that oppressive force. And this was merely an unintentional overflow from Daosheng. Taking a deep breath, Lu Daosheng extended his hand, channeling two streams of pure energy to restore Ouyang Yanqing and Ao Qing. In the next moment, the two gradually awakened. Upon seeing Lu Daosheng, they froze for a moment before hurriedly kneeling before him. "My lord, I am guilty. Master, for the sake of Xiaozhu's safety, please spare me." Ao Qing, bound by contract with Lu Shui, since that she was currently unharmed. Lu Daosheng was aware of this too, which is why he did not fully erupt in wrath. Though Lu Daosheng usually exuded a gentle demeanor, if anything would happen to Lu Shui, the consequences would be unimaginable. Nothing could quell Lu Daosheng's fury. Ignoring the two, he directly inquired, "System, where's my daughter now?" "And what has transpired?" Returning to the host, "Your daughter has reached the WNLing realm. Due to certain special circumstances, she has been summoned and transported there. Rest assured, she is safe and will encounter significant opportunities, though they may not be as abundant as those available beside you." After all, the opportunities surrounding Lu Daosheng were virtually limitless. The wretched circumstances outside could hardly compare to the resources at his disposal. Upon hearing the system's words, Lu Daosheng felt a wave of relief. His daughter had unexpectedly arrived at the WNLing realm ahead of him, which he had not anticipated. However, as long as she was safe, he was content. Initially, he had planned to remain in the Hongmeng world for a while before heading to the WNLing realm, but now it seemed he might have to expedite his journey. After all, being worlds apart from his daughter left him feeling uneasy. "Rise, this matter is not your fault," Lu Daosheng said. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yanqing and Ao Qing exchanged glances, trembling as they stood up. Simultaneously, they would forever remember the sheer terror of that overwhelming pressure, as if it were an existence they could never hope to reach. Ao Qing also came to realize that her master was truly more formidable than her own father. Did she still need to return to her clan? In place, Lu Daosheng pondered for a moment before turning his gaze towards the direction of the universe's boundary. At that moment, the malevolent forces were growing impatient. "Let us proceed," Lu Daosheng declared, seizing Ouyang Yanqing and Ao Qing with a single motion, and taking a step towards the universe's boundary. This time, at the boundary of the universe, a thunderous crash resounded. The fissure in the boundary was completely torn open. In the next moment, countless sinister figures surged forth from within. "They're here." At the boundary, Elder Yang and the others tensed, their eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. They beheld innumerable evil entities crossing the endless abyss, rushing towards them with frenzied intent. "Ha! At last, I can savor the delicacies of humanity once more. How dare the inferior human race defy my kin? They shall perish." At this moment, the number of malevolent beings was rapidly increasing. On the defensive line, Elder Yang and his companions found themselves isolated, akin to a solitary fortress against the tide of evil. "Hold the line." Instantly, ancient formations sprang to life along the defensive line. For a moment, they truly seemed to have succeeded in keeping the evil forces at bay. Yet, this was but an illusion. Within moments, numerous fissures appeared along the defensive line. Witnessing this, Elder Yang and his companions wore grave expressions, but soon a fierce determination shone upon their faces. For the sake of the Hongmeng universe, they all roared. Just as they prepared to fight to the death, a terrifying aura surged from behind them. The city of the wild comes to lend you strength in driving back the evil. Following this, a massive warship exuding an aura of dread slowly emerged from the void. The mysterious, radiant material of the ship signified its immense value. Upon the banner of the warship, the words "City of the Wild" were boldly inscribed. They had truly arrived. At the sight of the warship, the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. In the next moment, the Lu family army, led by Yunqi, stepped forth from the vessel, standing resolutely amidst the stars. Witnessing this formidable force of 100,000 soldiers, all on the defensive line were left dumbfounded. The City of the Wild possessed such terrifying power, yet this was not the end. Wei then led the wild guards from the warship, clad in uniform attire, their blades gleaming ominously. Finally, there were the valiant warriors who had voluntarily come from within the City of the Wild. Without exception, all gazed with shared fury at the malevolent kin at the boundary of the universe. "Follow me and slay the foreign invaders," Yunqi bellowed, and in an instant, the countless soldiers behind him erupted into frenzied roars. The momentum reached its zenith. Slay the foreign invaders. On the defensive line, everyone was galvanized by this fervor. Their faces alight with fervent zeal. Let these brutes witness the might of our Hongmeng universe. In the next moment, the entire defensive line collapsed utterly. Yet the malevolent beings could see no trace of fear in the eyes of the Hongmeng universe's denizens. Instead, they were met with expressions brimming with murderous intent. In an instant, the evil entities sensed something was amiss, but the arrow had already left the bowstring. Retreat was no longer an option. Charge in an instant. The forces of the Hongmeng universe collided with the malevolent kin. The boundary began to tremble violently. Countless black holes emerged from the terrifying clash of powers. However, faced with the overwhelming numbers of the evil beings, the forces of the Hongmeng universe soon found themselves at a disadvantage. In that moment, Awei led the wild guards into the fray. Oh, not forget us! A ghostly voice echoed from the shadows. Suddenly, tens of thousands of ethereal warriors emerged from the battlefield, like reapers harvesting heads. With each flicker of dark light, another malevolent being fell. This was one of the City of the Wild's most enigmatic forces, known as the Root. Yet, these assassins and the wild guards were but a drop in the ocean compared to the countless evil beings in comparison. It seemed rather insignificant. Soon, the sinister demon clan relied on their tactics of sheer numbers and surged forward once more. In the rear, Gu Chun and Yun Qi exchanged glances upon witnessing this scene, and they both nodded in agreement. In the next moment, two terrifying pressures from the realm of reincarnation erupted from behind, momentarily freezing the entire battlefield. Could it be that these are the legendary beings of the realm of reincarnation? My heavens, there are indeed beings of the realm of reincarnation in our Hongmeng universe. Ha ha! The heavens do not forsake my Hongmeng universe. Instantly, the powerful individuals along the border became invigorated. Duan Heng observed this scene with a bitter smile on his face. This desolate city has deceived me most thoroughly. Faced with the two mighty beings of the realm of reincarnation, the countless demons fell like mere cannon fodder, all perishing in an instant. In that moment, not a single demon remained within the entire Hongmeng universe. Is it over? Certainly not. Everyone fixed their gaze upon the rift, not daring to slacken their vigilance, for they knew that this was merely the initial wave of assault. Indeed, the cosmic boundary, which had fallen into silence for a brief moment, began to boil anew. Countless even more formidable demonic presences surged forth from the rift. After all these years, who would have thought that such powerful beings could still emerge from this small world? In the next moment, several terrifying demons stood in the starry sky, disdainfully regarding the denizens of the Hongmeng universe. Their aura unmistakably belonged to the realm of reincarnation. That is the Demon Kings. Elder Yang exclaimed. The 6 adversaries that the Xian King once battled were of this caliber, and now, in the starry sky, there were as many as 10 such demon kings. The disparity in strength was stark. The expressions of the powerful individuals at the border turned grim. If it were only them present, the consequences would be unimaginable. Watching the ever-increasing number of demons in the starry sky, Elder Yang inhaled deeply and solemnly declared, "They, too, must awaken." Instantly, everyone looked on in astonishment before nodding in agreement. Elder Yang ascended into the starry sky and bellowed, "Esteemed elders, the Hongmeng universe is in peril. Please lend us your aid to weather this calamity." As his voice fell, the entire starry sky began to tremble violently. The people of the desolate city exchanged glances of surprise at this unfolding spectacle. Ji Yu-chun and Yun Qi's eyes sparkled with hope. Indeed, it was impossible that only they were stationed at the cosmic boundary. Otherwise, it would be utterly dire. With a resounding boom, the sound of a coffin lid being flung open echoed. Those who dare to offend my Hongmeng universe shall be hunted down, no matter how far they are. With a furious roar, countless powerful beings surged forth from the void toward this location. Each one exuded an aura of terror, with the weakest among them being of the causality realm. Among them were even those of the life and death realm, and there were 3 beings of the realm of reincarnation. However, without exception, these powerful beings were all nearing the end of their lifespans, forced to prolong their existence through an endless slumber. All for the sake of this battle. This was their true trump card. Kill. These powerful beings spoke no further, charging toward the demons. With their lifespans running out, they could collapse at any moment during the fight. Yet they fought with extraordinary ferocity, pushing the demon forces back relentlessly, for they fought without regard for their own lives. Charged together, Yin Shi and the others immediately led their subordinates in a charge against the demon clan. Seeing the advantage taken by the Hongmeng universe, the demon clan seethed with anger. Very well, you have thoroughly enraged my kin. Let us show you the terror of the demon clan. In the next moment, over a dozen demon kings erupted from the rift in the cosmic boundary. Simultaneously, the number of lower-tier demons began to surge at an exponential rate. Witnessing this scene, the people of the Hongmeng universe could not help but turn pale. They even felt an overwhelming sense of hopelessness, thinking that there was no end to this slaughter. So many. How can we possibly fight? Just as despair began to take hold, a multitude of powerful auras suddenly surged from behind. The Daosheng sect has come to aid us. The Divine King Palace has come to aid us. And our Hao Yu sect has come to aid us. In an instant, over a dozen formidable factions from across the Hongmeng universe had come to offer their assistance. Upon seeing this, Elder Yang was already in tears. Our Hongmeng universe is truly united once more. Ha! What a welcome sight. With the addition of these factions, the morale of the Hongmeng universe soared, and they managed to regain some ground. However, the top-tier combat strength was still lacking. Even though Gu Chun and Yin Qi were each facing 5 opponents, there were still several demon kings unrestrained, leading to heavy losses among their side. No matter how many people your Hongmeng universe brings, you will ultimately face defeat. You might as well resign yourselves to being our next meal. Observing the grotesque expressions of the demon clan, everyone wore solemn faces. Could it truly end here? Of course not. Just as the battle reached its peak, a blood-red longsword suddenly shot forth from the depths of the void, slicing through space as it passed. This sword, I wonder if your demon clan can withstand it. Swish! With a single strike, countless demon heads soared into the air, and black blood instantly stained the entire starry sky. It is the Elder Huang. When they emerged from their seclusion, they had not seen Huang's show. Initially, they were somewhat puzzled, but now it became clear that Huang's show had surpassed even the realm of reincarnation. Indeed, at that moment, Huang's show was in the midst of a crucial breakthrough. That was why Lu Daosheng had not summoned him from the realm of the palm. As expected, from a void behind them, Huang's show slowly approached. With Ouyang Yanqing and Ao Qing trailing behind, this moment, Ouyang Yanqing looked at Huang's show with an expression of profound complexity. Once, she and Huang's show were equals. Yet now, Huang's show had left her far behind. All of this was a result of choices made. Had she known to follow Lu Daosheng when she first encountered him, her fate would have been entirely different. In the shadows, Lu Daosheng observed the battlefield with a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, my Huang city is the strongest. However, when Lu Daosheng caught sight of a silent battleship in another part of the void, he could not help but twitch his mouth. That was a battleship blueprint he had acquired from the system store. Although he had modified it, it was no longer as astonishing as it once was. It still possessed terrifying destructive capabilities. His original intention was for this battleship to astonish during the battle against the demon clan. Yet now, it resembled a ghost ship, silently isolated to the side. Subsequently, Lu Daosheng slowly approached the battleship. Instantly, a dull sound emanated from within the ship, as if lamenting its own unfulfilled potential. Little ship, I apologize for your grievances. Lu Daosheng gently caressed the bow of the battleship, and in that moment, the entire vessel began to tremble. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, with Huang Shou's arrival, the tides of battle shifted dramatically. Impossible! Impossible! How could such a lowly world give rise to a being of the Earth realm? What nonsense about being an Imperial realm powerhouse. I am already at the life and death realm. Feel my strike. The ancestor of the Daosheng sect paid no heed to the roars of the demon clan's powerful beings, instead growing even more fervent in battle. Damn it, quickly report this matter. A malevolent overlord bellowed with fury. Immediately, the entire army of darkness began to retreat gradually. Witnessing this scene, the myriad beings of the Hongmeng universe erupted in uncontainable excitement. They had successfully repelled the sinister race, in the void. Only Yunqi, Guqin, and Huangshu wore solemn expressions, their eyes fixated on the ominous rift, tinged with a hint of trepidation. What manner of place lay beyond? And what could invoke such a palpable sense of dread? They were perplexed. Yet, fear eluded them, for behind them stood the city of Huang and the stalwart Lu Daosheng. Continue the assault. Do not let them escape. The thunderous sounds of battle persisted, reverberating through the cosmos, which lay in tatters at the fringes. Yet, the eyes of the crowd sparkled with glimmers of hope, for they had glimpsed the dawn of victory. Look, there truly is light. However, why was this light enveloped in darkness? With a thunderous roar, a terrifying beam infused with malevolent energy surged forth from the rift. In an instant, all beings of the Hongmeng universe that came into contact with it perished. That was no victorious dawn. It was the might of the malevolent race. This is bad. Block it. Yunqi, Guqin, and Huangshu rushed forward, channeling all their powers to shield the army from the dreadful light. A deafening crash echoed as Yunqi and Guqin were sent flying back several thousand feet, while Huangshu staggered back a few steps, each movement causing the void around him to shatter. The three gazed ahead with grave expressions, and for a brief moment, the battlefield fell silent. It is the Lord of Demons. The malevolent race erupted in exhilaration, their gazes filled with reverence as they focused on the rift. Slowly, a formidable demon clad in black armor and wielding a long blade emerged from the fissure, exuding a terrifying aura that caused the very fabric of the cosmic boundary to tremble and collapse. The presence was undeniably imposing. How dare a pack of inferior beings act so brazenly before my esteemed malevolent race? The demon lord spoke coldly, casting a frigid glance at the beings of the Hongmeng universe. In an instant, all felt as though they had plunged into a millennia-long ice cellar, chilled to the bone. Huangshu gripped his sword tighter, sensing the overwhelming power of this being that towered above the battlefield. Why had such a formidable entity appeared? The malevolent race was not to be trifled with. However, if the malevolent race could not afford to play, they ought not to underestimate a certain presence lurking in the shadows either. Snap! A crisp sound echoed, and suddenly, the entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence. An irresistible force suppressing all beings present, including the demon lord. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Yet the inhabitants of Huang City rejoiced. In the void, a robed figure approached with measured steps. It was Lu Daosheng. We pay homage to the city lord. Yunqi and the others shouted in unison, their voices brimming with excitement. Instantly, disbelief washed over the crowd as they turned to the figure. Some recognized him, while others did not. Yet, all in Huang City looked upon Lu Daosheng with deep respect, many seeing him for the first time. This truly the great city lord of Huang. He is indeed beyond the reach of mere mortals. He is like a deity. Who might you be? The demon lord's face reflected incredulity, a profound fear welling up within him. How could such a powerful being exist in this small world? Yet, Lu Daosheng did not respond to the demon lord. Instead, he waved his hand, restoring all beings of the Hongmeng universe, who then stood behind him. Now, it is time to bring this to an end. Lu Daosheng surveyed the ravaged Hongmeng universe and spoke slowly. In the next moment, he reached out, and the rift that the malevolent race had violently torn open instantly healed. Witnessing this, the members of the malevolent race appeared as though they had seen a ghost. What kind of defiance was this? They realized they were finished, with no escape left. The doomed demon lord glared at Lu Daosheng and declared, "You shall face the retribution of my malevolent race. If you possess any courage, remain here for eternity. Should you dare venture into the myriad realms, I assure you, your demise is inevitable, for the power of their malevolent race was unimaginable in this small world. If not for certain constraints preventing their true might from entering, they would have long since devoured the beings of this realm, that a being of Lu Daosheng's caliber was hardly worth noting among them. However, sending him into this world had cost them a significant portion of their resources, and yet, he had still failed. Upon hearing the demon lord's words, Lu Daosheng regarded him with a bemused expression. Rest assured, I shall be visiting your domain soon. You will soon reunite with your companions. With that, Lu Daosheng waved his hand, and in an instant, all malevolent beings within the Hongmeng universe were reduced to ashes. The spectators behind Lu Daosheng were left utterly speechless. Bang! Elder Yang knelt before Lu Daosheng, tears brimming his eyes as he said, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving the entire Hongmeng universe." Upon seeing this, Lu Daosheng's expression shifted slightly, and he hastily helped Elder Yang to his feet. No, no. This is a true elder of the Hongmeng universe. Meanwhile, some of the elder beings who had not yet completely perished observed the scene with smiles in their eyes. To think there exists such a powerful being in our Hongmeng universe. We can rest easy about the future. As their voices faded, those powerful beings began to dissipate from the Hongmeng universe, destined to become mere history. That moment, Lu Daosheng took action. With a gesture, the souls of those elders froze in place. Do you wish to join my Huang city? Lu Daosheng inquired. The elders were momentarily stunned. After a lengthy silence, one of them stammered, "Esteemed elder, we have no future. I can offer you a future." Lu Daosheng replied directly. Instantly, the elders took a deep breath and prostrated themselves before Lu Daosheng. "We willingly join Huang City." Although they were unfamiliar with Huang City, they understood that the chance to continue living was all that mattered. Who could have imagined that, even in their twilight years, they would be granted such an opportunity? Truly, it echoed the saying, "Do not underestimate the elderly in poverty." Seeing them consent, Lu Daosheng smiled faintly, subsequently gathering these powerful beings into his palm world. He intended to forge an elite force, one that would heed only his command. That moment, Lu Daosheng's gaze swept across all present. Even after enduring a cataclysmic battle, hope shone brightly in their eyes, a hope for the future. From this day forth, the Hongmeng universe shall know no worries. As his words fell, the void resonated with cheers. The name of Lu Daosheng echoed throughout the entire Hongmeng universe. Countless years later, should one chance upon the Hongmeng universe, they would find statues of a great man dotting the landscape, and that man would indeed be Lu Daosheng. Just as Lu Daosheng prepared to depart with everyone, he suddenly turned to face Elder Yang and the others. "What are your plans for the future?" Upon hearing this, Elder Yang and the others were momentarily taken aback. Presuming nothing unexpected occurred, they would soon return to their respective star systems to enjoy their twilight years, until one day they would quietly depart from this beautiful world. Yet now, gazing at Lu Daosheng before them, they found themselves hesitating. An extraordinary opportunity lay before them. Lu Daosheng's inquiry undoubtedly prompted them to begin deliberating their choices. After a brief silence, one individual stepped forward respectfully and said, "Lord Lu, may I inquire if I could join the Wild City?" Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng smiled warmly. "Welcome, in this realm." Each of them had reached the pinnacle of their respective star systems. What they lacked were merely resources and opportunities, both of which Lu Daosheng could provide. As the first individual stepped forward, the others soon followed suit, expressing their desire to join the Wild City. So Lu Daosheng welcomed each of them in turn. Soon, only a small handful of the formidable guardians who had stood vigil at the borders for countless years remained, among them Elder Yang and Daosheng. Master, behind Lu Daosheng, Ouyang Yanqing looked at Daosheng with a complex expression. Upon seeing Ouyang Yanqing, Daosheng chuckled heartily. "Yanqing, you must stay close to Lord Lu and refrain from foolishness that I can accompany you no further. I shall remain in the eternal star system, for the eternal divine hall cannot be without its leader." Hearing this, Ouyang Yanqing's eyes gradually welled with tears. "Master, it seems you have hardly spent any time with me." However, Daosheng paid no heed to Ouyang Yanqing's sentiments. Instead, he turned to Lu Daosheng with a solemn expression and said, "Lord Lu, I entrust Yanqing to your care from now on." Lu Daosheng was taken aback, feeling a strange discomfort of the situation. Around them, the others regarded Daosheng with puzzled expressions. "It seems you are the one," they thought. Meanwhile, Ouyang Yanqing's face flushed as she lowered her head, unable to meet Lu Daosheng's gaze. Upon noticing this, Lu Daosheng couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. "Why are you acting like this, master? Yanqing, why are you lingering back there?" Shaking his head, he chose to ignore the pair and focused his attention on Elder Yang. Before Lu Daosheng could speak, Elder Yang interjected, "Lord Lu, I have guarded this border for the better part of my life." With that, Elder Yang turned to gaze at the cosmic boundary behind him. At this moment, the border lay in ruins, ravaged by the recent conflict. I shall remain here from now on. A complex array of expressions crossed the faces of those surrounding Elder Yang. Elder Yang. "Why must you do this?" they questioned. "Indeed, Elder Yang, the evil has retreated. It holds no significance to remain here. Why not join us in the wild city?" Listening to the pleas of his former comrades, Elder Yang shook his head resolutely. "My mind is made up. Do not speak further. From now on, follow Lord Lu diligently." Upon hearing this, the others could only acquiesce. Meanwhile, Lu Daosheng regarded Elder Yang, a man who had devoted his entire life to the Hongmeng universe. At that moment, Lu Daosheng pondered what the fate of the Hongmeng universe would have been without Elder Yang. Would it have truly been obliterated by the evil clan? No, undoubtedly not in an instant. Lu Daosheng comprehended. Elder Yang was not merely an individual. He represented a spirit, a selfless dedication, a spirit of unity and renewal. Consequently, Lu Daosheng no longer felt conflicted. "Elder Yang, the gates of the wild city shall always remain open to you." Upon hearing this, Elder Yang smiled. "Then I shall gratefully accept your kindness, Lord Lu." Thereafter, various star system factions exchanged casual words with Lu Daosheng before he and the people of the wild city embarked on their journey home. "Hey, Lord, where is my warship? It says it doesn't wish to associate with you." Within the wild city, the Tianqian world experienced its most bustling moment. The news of Lu Daosheng saving the entire Hongmeng universe swiftly spread throughout it. The name of the wild city also became widely known in no time. The number of visitors to the Xuangu star system reached an unprecedented peak. The Tianqian world was nearly at full capacity. Despite the exorbitant entrance fee to the wild city, the Zhang brothers were still frantically collecting payments, their hands cramping from the effort. As the crowd continued to swell, Lu Daosheng hastily infused the world laws once more, expanding the space within the wild city slightly, preventing it from overflowing. Goodness, is this truly the legendary wild city? I've lived for so long and have never seen such a luxurious place. Who among us hasn't? Oh my God, look at these floor tiles. They are even more durable than the finest treasures. And this rushing stream. It's simply unbelievable. Everyone, without exception, was left in awe upon entering the wild city. Such a sacred place exists within the Hongmeng universe. Meanwhile, the Xuangu star system was once again positioned at the center of the universe, reclaiming its status of supremacy from ancient times. In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Lu Daosheng spoke slowly. "A century from now, we shall set forth, departing the Hongmeng universe for the WNL world." This was a decision he had contemplated deeply. In truth, he wished to hasten their journey, for his daughter remained in the WNL world, alone and forlorn. Yet he feared that his subordinates might not withstand the overwhelming power of the WNL world, which far surpassed that of the Hongmeng universe. "My daughter, please bear with it a little longer. Any grievances you endure shall be compensated by your father." Upon hearing Lu Daosheng's words, the crowd below was taken aback, their astonishment palpable. It was their first time learning that beyond the Hongmeng universe lay a realm known as the WNL world. "Lord, what is this WNL world like?" Ancient Dust inquired. In response, Lu Daosheng turned to the proud Qing below. "Qing." Upon hearing her master call her name, Qing perked up. "The WNL world is significantly stronger than here. In that realm, even the strength of a guardian like me is hardly notable." The crowd gasped collectively at this revelation. Is that terrifying? "Then why are you so weak?" a guardian immediately questioned. Qing fell silent, glancing at the guardian with disdain before continuing. "Yes, master, in the WNL world, there exists a multitude of ethnic powers, a world where countless races coexist, among which are numerous powerful clans." As she spoke, Qing lifted her head proudly and declared, "Among them is my dragon clan." "What about our human clan strength?" the others wondered. "Surely our human clan must hold some status in the WNL world." Yet Lu Daosheng held a different perspective. If the human clan were indeed powerful in the WNLing world, how could they tolerate the evil clan's treatment of them? As expected, Daosheng's answer left everyone dumbfounded. There are no humans in the WNLing world. What? No humans? How can that be? Is there truly no one in the WNLing world? Daosheng, why is that? Daosheng shook her head, saying, I am not entirely sure, but I can confirm that there are indeed no humans in the WNLing world. There are some people, but they are scarce, and very few live with dignity. Hearing how poorly humans fared in the WNLing world, the crowd felt a pang of discomfort. A century hence, the name of the human clan will resonate throughout the WNLing world. Daosheng spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily stunned before a surge of fervor coursed through them. It seemed their esteemed lord intended to make a grand mark in the WNLing world. What should we do, lord? At this moment, Daosheng, who had remained silent beside them, respectfully spoke up. Upon hearing this question, Daosheng scanned the crowd before responding. In a century's time, all of you shall elevate at least 8 realms. Following this, Daosheng unleashed the world in his palm. A formidable aura of temporal laws began to permeate the surroundings. Sensing that it was insufficient, he opened his left hand, and the time-space divine tower conspicuously appeared within his grasp. Concentrate. With a resonating hum, the flow of time within the world in his palm underwent a dramatic transformation. This time, for every day outside, a decade would pass within 8 realms. It is worth noting that as one progresses, the rate of breakthrough becomes increasingly sluggish and challenging. Yet now, Daosheng was urging them to transcend 8 realms in the time that lay ahead. One must acknowledge, this was indeed a daunting task, extremely challenging. However, when they lifted their gazes to behold Daosheng's earnest yet somber expression, a shiver ran through their hearts. Lord City Master, we shall undoubtedly succeed. With that, everyone entered the world in his palm, including Daosheng and Ouyang Yanking. Seated atop the dais, Daosheng's expression grew grave as he surveyed the empty hall. Ever since he learned of the hardships faced by individuals in the Hongmeng universe, a sense of unease had settled within him, but he worried for his daughter who resided in the myriad spirits realm, wondering if she would be hindered due to her human identity. Furthermore, as a member of the human race himself, he felt the weight of their struggles. Thus, it became imperative for him to do something for the human populace of the myriad spirits realm in a certain part of the myriad spirits realm. Lu Shui awakened groggily, only to hear hushed whispers nearby. Chief, why have we summoned a human? Indeed, Chief, did you not mention that this ritual could invoke a being of great fortune to protect our clan? Well, I'm not entirely certain about that. Once, Lu Shui became a bit more alert and quickly stood up. To her astonishment, she found herself surrounded by a group of fluffy white bears. White bear monsters. Chief, look, she has awakened. Instantly, the white bears encircled Lu Shui, trapping her within their midst. What do you want? Lu Shui stammered, feeling flustered. Simultaneously, she began to assess her surroundings, realizing she was amidst a snow-covered landscape, a sea of white stretching as far as the eye could see. Just then, the largest bear approached, sniffing at Lu Shui. After a moment of contemplation, it produced a peculiar staff and pointed at her. Confused, Lu Shui could only stare. The next moment, the staff erupted with blinding light, nearly overwhelming the bear's keen eyesight. But with a crack, the staff shattered. Lu Shui. The bears? Chief of the bear clan, my fortune staff. Chief, what just happened? A white bear inquired perplexedly. The largest bear, the chief of the bear clan, had tears in its eyes. Upon hearing his clan's question, he wiped away his tears and responded, she truly possesses great fortune, and it is extraordinarily high. So high that... High to what? Oh, Chief, please don't leave us hanging. Cough, cough. The bear clan chief cleared his throat and continued. This human's fortune seems to surpass the combined fortune of the entire myriad spirits realm. At this point, the chief's expression grew exceedingly serious. In his eyes, this was simply impossible. This is absurd. Yet, the fortune staff, a treasured heirloom of their clan, had shattered under the weight of this human girl's fortune. Such an event was unprecedented. Upon hearing this, the bears gazed at Lu Shui in disbelief. A few even reached out to poke this being of immense fortune. Hey look, she's glaring at me. Lu Shui, irritated all of you, get away from me. What on earth is happening? A group of white bears has inexplicably appeared around me. Babbling in a language I cannot comprehend, I possess great fortune. She was unaware, only knowing that she had an invincible father. Everyone, step back at tea that moment. The Bear Clan chief commanded. The white bears obediently retreated to the side. The chief then turned to Lu Shui and proclaimed, I hereby declare that you shall henceforth be a member of the White Bear Clan. Lu Shui, wait, I haven't agreed to this. However, the bears paid no heed to Lu Shui's furious protests and erupted in cheers. Oh yeah, the White Bear Clan is rising. Long live the chief, long live. After a considerable time within a stone dwelling, Lu Shui lay despondently atop a table, her face etched with grievance. These detestable bears. If I could overpower them, I would turn them into black bears and make them steal robes. At that moment, the door creaked open. The Bear Clan chief slowly entered the room. Upon seeing him, Lu Shui huffed, turning her head away in disdain. Yet the chief took a seat across from her unperturbed. You were summoned by me, and you must lead the bears towards glory. The future of our clan rests upon your shoulders. Upon hearing this unexpected burden, Lu Shui's temples pulsed with anger, struggling to contain her rage. Patience. I must endure. I shall wait for my father to come to my rescue. Just then, the Bear Clan chief continued, by the way, you still lack a name, right? Henceforth you shall be called, Observing Lu Shui's light blue attire and her human-like appearance, he slowly declared, you shall be named Broccoli. Taking a step back only fuels my anger. Enough is enough. Lu Shui could no longer contain herself. You are the one named Broccoli. Your entire family is named Broccoli. In an instant, Lu Shui leaped onto the Bear Clan chief's head, her tiny fists flailing, though the impact was negligible. Yet the insult was potent. How dare you? I'm a chief. Ouch! Let go of my nose. After a prolonged struggle, Lu Shui finally collapsed in a heap nearby, panting heavily. The Bear Clan chief, too, was not unscathed, nursing his nose and glaring at Lu Shui with resentment. I am the chief. You must heed my words. At this, Lu Shui spat. I only listen to my father. You have father? Ah, I will devour you. Just then, a thunderous noise erupted from outside. The Bear Clan chief's expression shifted dramatically. Chief, it's bad. Those fellows are back. He swiftly dragged Lu Shui outside. There, they beheld countless tiger-shaped monsters surrounding the entire white bear tribe. Here's your last chance. Either leave or face death. A robust tiger warrior stepped forward. Roaring, upon hearing these words, the Bear Clan chief spoke solemnly. This territory was first claimed by my White Bear Clan. In response, the Tiger Clan merely chuckled derisively. What does that matter? Do you possess the strength to back it up? Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from the Tiger Warrior, causing all the white bears to retreat in alarm. However, what was astonishing was that Lu Shui remained standing firm, unaffected. The Tiger Clan members exchanged puzzled glances. A human? Just when I was feeling hungry. The Tiger Warrior, upon realizing she was human, displayed a disdainful expression and advanced towards Lu Shui, intent on capturing her. Seeing this, the Bear Clan chief panicked. She is the one I summoned at great cost. Stop! The Bear Clan chief immediately positioned himself in front of Lu Shui. Get away from her! With a thunderous boom, the chieftain of the bear tribe was sent flying, the disparity in strength glaringly evident. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Shui's heart raced. Was life in the 10,000 spirits realm truly so terrifying? Standing her ground, Lu Shui showed no inclination to flee, while those around her appeared utterly astounded. Truly a bunch of worthless fools. Yet, in the very next moment, as a powerful figure from the Tiger tribe was about to reach Lu Shui, a terrifying force erupted from within her. Boom! In an instant. That Tiger Warrior was obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. The fearsome power surged onward, cleaving through the heavens, shattering the entire void with a resounding crash. In that moment, both the Tiger and White Bear tribes stood dumbfounded. A third-tier Earth Realm warrior had simply vanished. Moreover, was this force truly so formidable that it could rend the sky asunder? As fragments of the void fell from above, all beings present were struck with dread. Meanwhile, Lu Shui exhaled in relief. Her father truly was reliable. Daddy, I love you." Extending her hands to embrace the power, Lu Shui raised an eyebrow and, with a single punch, struck at the remaining tiger tribe members. How dare they attempt to harm her? There was no way she would let them off. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, and a colossal mushroom cloud rose from the area where the tiger warriors had gathered. The smoke slowly dissipating. What remained was a desolate ruin, with a few stray tiger hairs hinting at the presence of the fallen warriors. The remaining members of the tiger tribe, upon witnessing this scene, dared not linger. Run, run for your lives. In an instant, the tiger warriors either perished or fled. Observing this, Lu Shui chose not to pursue further, instead turning away with a triumphant grin to face the adorable white bears. The bears trembled and feared. "My lord, are you comfortable?" The chieftain of the bear tribe cautiously massaged Lu Shui's shoulders and legs, occasionally offering her delectable fruits. Quite nice." Enjoying this attentive service, Lu Shui beamed with satisfaction. Suddenly, she remarked, "By the way, you still lack a name to my lord." "I am. From now on, you shall be called Zelanoa." "Huh? What? Are you unwilling?" No, my lord. I shall be called Zelanoa." Upon hearing this, Lu Shui nodded in approval. "Now that's more like it." The bear chieftain thought to himself, "This is no way to treat a bear." After a brief moment of enjoyment, Lu Shui stretched lazily and then rose. Now in a foreign realm, it was imperative for her to establish a firm foothold. Her father was not here to protect her. The first thought that crossed her mind was of Daosheng. Although Daosheng was not by her side at the moment, seeking refuge with the dragon clan should pose no problem, given her close ties with him. However, where could she find the dragon clan in this unfamiliar territory? Observing Lu Shui lost in contemplation, the bear chieftain hesitated. "My lord, what are you pondering?" Startled, Lu Shui replied. "Do you know where the dragon clan is?" At the mention of the dragon clan, the bear chieftain's white fur bristled, clearly agitated. "The dragon clan? My lord, why do you seek the dragons?" He trembled, noting his reaction. Lu Shui frowned slightly. This reaction warranted. "Are you afraid of them? Have you been bullied by dragons?" The bear chieftain hastily shook his head. "My lord, the dragon clan is among the most powerful in the 10,000 spirits realm. Any random warrior from their ranks could annihilate my bear tribe countless times over. Moreover, their temperament is volatile. They look down upon us lowly races." Hearing this, Lu Shui's expression darkened, although the bear chieftain's response seemed disjointed. She understood that seeking the dragon clan's protection might indeed be a challenge. Did she not observe how the tiger tribe regarded her with disdain? What was she to do? Wait here for her father to rescue her? No. Lu Shui resolutely shook her head, dismissing that notion. This time, she intended to carve out her own path, to prove herself, to demonstrate that she could stand on her own. Otherwise, would her father dare to let her venture out again? With that in mind, she decided to embark on an adventure. "Tell me, where is the dwelling of the human race, and how do I get there?" "Huh? What do you mean, huh?" "I am asking you where the human race is." The bear chieftain looked utterly bewildered. In the 10,000 spirits realm, there were no humans. In his entire life, he had seen fewer than a handful. After a moment's hesitation, the bear chieftain replied, "My lord, there are no humans in the 10,000 spirits realm." "What?" Lu Shui was taken aback. The 10,000 spirits realm had no humans. Was it entirely inhabited by other races? Yet the bear chieftain continued. "However, while there are no human tribes, there are indeed individuals, though they are exceedingly rare." Hearing this, Lu Shui breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there were some humans, it was bearable. If she were truly the only human in this vast realm, she might have wept in isolation. In that case, I shall take my leave." "Huh? My lord, where are you going?" Lu Shui gazed into the distant skies and, mimicking Lute Daosheng, spoke slowly to behold the grandeur of this world. "To traverse rivers and mountains, to conquer." "Conquer what?" pondered the bear chieftain, perplexed. However, he soon realized that Lu Shui had already dashed away, as she had run out of words. "Chieftain, what shall we do now that she has left?" "Who will protect us?" A bear tribesman stepped forward, filled with concern. Instantly, the wise expression of the bear chieftain vanished, replaced by an expression of grave concern. Watching Lu Shui's retreating figure, he spoke solemnly. This individual harbors a destiny that defies the heavens. She is not someone our tribe can entangle with. Her vanquishing of the tiger tribe has done us a favor. Let her depart, that of course. Even if he wished to stop her, he could not. Far away, Lu Shui suddenly came to a halt. The 10,000 spirits realm was fraught with peril. It would be prudent to proceed with caution. She rummaged through her storage ring and was dazzled by the array of treasures within, nearly blinding her sparkling eyes. These were gifts bestowed upon her by Lu Daosheng long ago. Brimming with paternal affection, this one seems quite nice, in her hand appeared a small bell, which the next moment flew directly into her sea of consciousness. Simultaneously, an indescribable power enveloped her limbs, shielding her from external harm, a defensive treasure. The name of this artifact surfaced in her mind, the Chaos Bell. Meanwhile, in a certain location within the 10,000 spirits realm, an ancient azure hall began to tremble. A deep, resonant voice echoed, the aura of destiny. Instantly, an aggressive gaze pierced through the endless void, directed toward a certain location in the 10,000 spirits realm. Yet there, aside from a group of feeble white bears, there was nothing else to be seen. Have I misperceived? Or is he deliberately hiding from me? On the other side, Lu Shui gradually emerged from the desolate wasteland into a more prosperous city. Gazing at the bustling metropolis before her, memories of the desolate city flooded her mind, evoking an undeniable sense of homesickness. Soon, Lu Shui stepped into the grand city, known as Tianying City. As she entered, an array of bizarre and peculiar creatures greeted her eyes. However, it was the many humanoid beings that particularly captured her attention. In her perspective, these beings were no different from herself, merely appearing more robust. The inhabitants of the city paid little heed to Lu Shui, at most casting her a glance filled with ill intentions. Taking a deep breath, Lu Shui slowly made her way further into the city. Unbeknownst to her, a pair of captivating eyes were intently watching her from the shadows. Moments later, Lu Shui halted in front of a tea house, where an elderly man sat quietly sipping tea, a human. "Elder, are you human?" Lu Shui asked nervously as she took a seat opposite him. This was the first human she had encountered in this realm of myriad beings. Upon hearing her words, the elder nearly choked. "You little girl, are you insulting me?" Discovering that he was indeed human, Lu Shui's heart soared with joy. Finally, she had found another of her kind. Her journey had been filled with bizarre creatures that had left her feeling somewhat nauseated. "Elder, are you here alone?" Lu Shui inquired. The elder nodded nonchalantly, then glanced at her and said, "Is this your first time venturing out?" Lu Shui nodded in affirmation. "Sort of, and I arrived in this unfamiliar world right away." The elder nodded in understanding. No wonder tea that moment. Lu Shui continued, "Elder, I am new to this place and don't understand many things. Could you enlighten me?" She looked at him with a pitiful gaze. The elder scoffed lightly. "Don't assume that just because we are of the same race, I will help you." However, before he could finish his sentence, a translucent crystal stone was placed before him. The elder was instantly taken aback, swiftly stowing the crystal away with an indescribable speed. "Ahem, we are of the same kin. Currently, our race is at a disadvantage, so we must support each other. Feel free to ask me anything you do not understand. Though my strength may not be great, I possess considerable knowledge in an instant." The elder's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Swayed by the allure of wealth, Lu Shui breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that she had plenty of valuables, even more precious than the crystal stored in her spatial ring. She was undoubtedly wealthy. No, more accurately, a rich second generation. Subsequently, Lu Shui began to inquire about the most fundamental matters, such as the classification of realms in this world. The realms of the myriad beings were primarily divided into the Earth realm and the Sky realm. The Earth realm is further subdivided into 9 levels, from 1 to 9. The disparity in strength becomes increasingly pronounced at higher levels. As for the Sky realm, there are few openly known experts within the entire world. Typically, one becomes a formidable figure upon reaching the 8th or 9th level of the Earth realm. Sky realm experts are usually found among powerful clans. Of course, the Sky realm is also categorized into 4 tiers: the Celestial Being realm, the Celestial King realm, the Celestial Sovereign realm, and the Legendary Fate realm. However, the elder was unaware of such details. merely knowing that above the earth realm lies the sky realm, as he himself was only a practitioner of the third level of the earth realm. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui felt somewhat speechless. She had not anticipated being so weak, lacking even the earth realm status. Fortunately, she was equipped with divine armor and had her father's contingency plans, ensuring her safety. She wondered what level her father might be at in this world. Surely, he must be around the 7th or 8th level of the earth realm, as she pondered. The elder remarked, "Little girl, I still do not know where you come from. Your generosity is quite astonishing." He began to suspect that she might be a disciple of some powerful being, as it was not uncommon for great figures to take in disciples regardless of their race. Hearing this, Lu Shui hesitated before responding. I come from the desolate city." Desolate city? The elder's brow furrowed. And no matter how he thought about it, he could not recall any information regarding the desolate city. Could it be that this girl truly emerged from some obscure corner and happened upon some fortuitous encounters? If that were the case, she would be in grave danger. However, he could not rule out the possibility that she was lying. The elder took a sip of his tea and fell into deep contemplation. Just then, a figure suddenly materialized beside them. It was a being with 3 eyes. Three-eyed tribe. "Old man, I want to buy this human. What is your price?" It spoke directly to the elder, clearly under the impression that Lu Shui belonged to him. After all, the elder was a third-level practitioner of the earth realm, not weak by any means. As for Lu Shui, he did not pay her much attention, sensing her feeble aura. The elder was taken aback and replied, "I am sorry, but this girl is not mine. We have only just met." Upon hearing this, the three-eyed being laughed. "So, she's a free agent then." The elder remained silent, despite being of the same race. It would be unwise to offend the three-eyed tribe for Lu Shui's sake, especially considering their considerable influence in the world. He hesitated, contemplating whether or not to intervene. Meanwhile, the three-eyed being's grin widened. Oblivious to Lu Shui's increasingly darkening expression, did it really think her an easy target? Rising from her seat, Lu Shui glared fiercely at the three-eyed creature. A mere insect dares to glare at me? You should consider it a blessing that I have taken an interest in you," it sneered, reaching out a hand toward Lu Shui. However, in the next moment, a resounding crash echoed as a force sent the being staggering backward. An indescribable power enveloped Lu Shui perfectly. Did she possess a treasure? The three-eyed being's expression shifted in astonishment. The elder beside them released a quiet sigh of relief. It appeared he had underestimated the girl. She was indeed remarkable. At this moment, Lu Shui had once again activated her spatial ring. The three-eyed being remained unaware that its demise was imminent. "You are the one," Lu Shui declared as she withdrew a sharp sword, adorned with swirling, exquisite runes in the next instant, the sword floated into the air, circling around Lu Shui in an affectionate manner. This sword possessed a spirit, and a remarkably high one at that. The onlookers were taken aback, astonished that such a powerful sword belonged to a seemingly frail human. The three-eyed being furrowed its brow, clearly becoming more cautious. "Which faction do you belong to?" it asked gravely. To human wielding such a precious artifact could only mean affiliation with a significant power, especially given her apparent weakness. Lu Shui glared at the three-eyed being and calmly replied, "Desolate city." Desolate city? The three-eyed being's face was filled with confusion, having never heard of it before. The surrounding beings echoed its sentiments. Observing the perplexity of the crowd, Lu Shui shook her head helplessly before pointing at the three-eyed being and commanding, "Kill him." At that very moment, the floating sword beside Lu Shui erupted with a thunderous sword aura. With a resounding clang, the three-eyed creature stood frozen in place. A gentle breeze swept by, and its head gradually fell to the ground. In that instant, the atmosphere was so still that one could hear a pin drop. The onlookers, unable to contain their shock, instinctively began to retreat, their gazes towards Lu Shui filled with terror. This sword was indeed fearsome. However, what was even more terrifying was that such a divine weapon had acknowledged this human woman as its master. In an instant, all beings present regarded Lu Shui with profound wariness and gravity. The elder, too, was left speechless in astonishment. This chance encounter with a fellow clan member was far from ordinary. He realized he had truly underestimated her. Observing their astonished expressions, Lu Shui snorted coldly, determined to show that no one dared to bully her so brazenly. Just then, a terrifying aura suddenly descended. The crowd felt a chill run down their spines and looked up in unison. Above them loomed a colossal figure that obscured the sky, a giant eagle. Its overwhelming presence sent shivers through all present. It was over. The Lord of Tunning City had arrived. With such a commotion, it was only natural that the city lord would be drawn here. The surrounding beings whispered among themselves. The next moment, the giant eagle transformed into the form of a middle-aged man, who immediately fixed his gaze on Lu Shui. "Did you kill it?" Lu Shui shook her head. Upon seeing this, the city lord furrowed his brow. "Not you." Lu Shui pointed at the sword beside her and replied, "It was at Xin Yuan's sword." At her words, the city lord was momentarily a loss for words. "Do you not realize that killing is forbidden within the city?" Lu Shui continued to shake her head. Having just arrived, how could she know of such rules? Especially since it was the other party who would provoke her first? Just then, a beautiful woman appeared beside the city lord. She cast a fleeting glance at Lu Shui, but suddenly froze. When Lu Shui saw the woman, she too was taken aback. The bloodline within her surged with a sudden tremor. In the next instant, a resounding cry of a phoenix echoed through the heavens. A magnificent ice phoenix manifested from Lu Shui's body, causing the temperature around them to plummet dramatically, an aura of frost enveloping the air. The Ice Phoenix bloodline, she is a descendant of the Ice Phoenix clan. The Lord of Fang City exclaimed in astonishment, and then abruptly turned to look at the beautiful woman. The woman, too, wore an expression of disbelief, for she was indeed a member of the Ice Phoenix clan. Sensing the restlessness of her own bloodline, Lu Shui hurriedly suppressed it. Fortunately, she possessed the extreme Dao Ice Spirit body, or she would have struggled to maintain control. Witnessing Lu Shui effortlessly quell the Ice Phoenix bloodline, the beautiful woman was once again taken aback. She promptly appeared beside Lu Shui and was about to speak when a long sword suddenly blocked her path, should she dare to take another step forward. The Xin Yuan sword would unhesitatingly sever her from her very being. Ew. The beautiful woman regarded Lu Shui with hesitation. The city lord immediately grasped the situation. "Everyone, retreat," he barked, causing all present to scatter in a frenzy, leaving only the elders seated in place. The city lord frowned slightly at the elder. "Are you deaf to my command?" The elder hesitated. "My lord, I reside here." An awkward tension filled the air. The beautiful woman turned to Lu Shui and softly inquired, "May we converse?" Sensing the familiar aura emanating from her, Lu Shui hesitated but ultimately nodded. Thus, the three of them made their way toward the city lord's residence. Inside the city lord's abode, the beautiful woman introduced herself. "I am Yin Luo, a member of the Ice Phoenix clan." The city lord of Tianying City then spoke. "I am Ing Qi, the city lord of Tianying." In response, Lu Shui stated, "I am Lu Shui, a denizen of the Wasteland City." Wasteland City, both were perplexed. Lu Shui had grown accustomed to such reactions. In this realm of myriad beings, no one recognized Wasteland City, as it lay within the primordial universe. Noticing Lu Shui's lack of explanation, they said nothing further. "Lu Shui, who are your parents?" Yin Luo asked urgently. Lu Shui hesitated. "My father is the city lord of Wasteland City. And your mother?" I have never met my mother. Since her earliest memories, she had only known her father, Lu Daosheng, and the two had relied on one another. Hearing this, Yin Luo's brow furrowed. She took a deep breath and finally asked, "Do you know if your mother is human?" Lu Shui was momentarily bewildered. Did it sound like she was being insulted? Yet she had no evidence to refute it. After a moment of silence, she replied, I suppose so. After all, her father had never claimed her mother was anything but human. At her words, Yin Luo staggered back, her face a mask of shock. "Miss Yin, what troubles you?" Ing Qi asked with concern. That moment, Yin Luo's eyes were already reddening. Lu Shui, may I have a drop of your blood? Yin Luo looked at Lu Shui with pleading eyes. This scene left Lu Shui bewildered, unsure of what was happening. Clearly, her not-so-bright mind had yet to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Nevertheless, she complied. Upon receiving the drop of crimson blood, Yin Luo swiftly took a drop of her own. After some intricate motions, The two droplets resonated in unison. In that moment, Yin Luo broke into tears. Ing Chi, keenly sensing the significance of the event, thought to himself, could it be? He glanced at Lu Shui, then back at Yin Luo. It seemed increasingly plausible that Lu Shui was momentarily stunned, but then realization dawned upon her. Her eyes reddened as she turned to Yin Luo. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and embraced Yin Luo. Mother, after all these years, why did you abandon me and father? Lu Shui sobbed uncontrollably, burying her face in Yin Luo's bosom. In that moment, Yin Luo was taken aback. Well, Lu Shui, I'm not your mother. The atmosphere grew incredibly awkward once more. Lu Shui. Hearing this, she quickly released Yin Luo. Ahem, I was just joking, Lu Shui said with an awkward yet polite smile. Hastily retreating to a corner, yet Yin Luo continued, I am indeed not your mother, but I am your kin. Taking a deep breath, Yin Luo slowly added, I am your aunt, your mother's sister. Huh. After a long pause, Yin Luo recounted the story of Lu Shui's mother. Lu Shui's biological mother, named Yin Lingyun, was also of the human race and bore the Ice Phoenix bloodline, much like Lu Shui. Years ago, due to her human heritage, despite possessing the Ice Phoenix bloodline, she faced discrimination from the Ice Phoenix clan. Moreover, Yin Lingyun's mother held a lowly status as a maid, and ultimately, Lu Shui's grandfather, succumbing to the clan's pressure, exiled Yin Lingyun to a lesser world. Hearing all this, Lu Shui fell into a long silence. The fate of her mother was so tragically cruel. Where was she now? And why did she leave her and her father? Lu Shui was perplexed. Aunt, do you know where my mother is now? Lu Shui inquired. Upon hearing this, Yin Luo fell silent. In truth, this was also her concern. She had assumed that her sister was still within that small world. But it now appeared otherwise. Given the opponent's cultivation level, it should be impossible for her to escape that small world on her own. Observing Lu Shui's worried expression, Yin Luo sighed internally and offered reassurance. Your mother should be fine. Lu Shui nodded in agreement. She believed this. Otherwise, with her father's temperament and capabilities, if anything had happened to her mother, he would have stormed in without hesitation. How could she still be diligently pursuing her career in the Hongmeng universe? Xiao Shui, how did you end up here? Yin Luo asked again. Upon hearing this question, Lu Shui let out a sigh. That's a good question. I don't really know. It seems the patriarch of the White Bear clan summoned me, claiming I possess great fortune. Yin Luo was evidently surprised by this revelation, yet she thought little of it. It seemed likely to be a coincidence. Is your father in this world? Lu Shui shook her head. My father is still in the Hongmeng universe, but I believe you will come to find me soon. As she spoke, Lu Shui's eyes sparkled with determination. Noticing this, Yin Luo nodded in agreement. Xiao Shui, come back with me to the Feng clan. It's too dangerous out here, and as the daughter of my sister, it is my duty to ensure your safety, Yin Luo said, gazing at Lu Shui. Although she and Lu Shui's mother, Yin Lingyun, were half-sisters, their bond remained strong, and she was deeply fond of Lu Shui. She regretted her past helplessness in voicing support for Lu Shui's mother. Now, fate had brought her sister's child before her, and she would not neglect her care. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Shui ultimately acquiesced, realizing that this was indeed her aunt, who would not betray her trust. Seeing Lu Shui agree, Yin Luo felt a surge of joy. The two promptly set off towards the Feng clan's territory. Fenyu, Xiao Shui, what kind of person is your father? Yin Luo asked curiously during their journey. In response, Lu Shui looked up, recalling for a moment before replying. He asked nothing particularly special, just very powerful and quite wealthy. Upon hearing this, Yin Luo smiled, though disappointment flickered within her. She had not expected her sister to marry and have children with someone so ordinary. What Lu Shui described as powerful and wealthy seemed to Yin Luo a mere reflection of her youth and limited experience. As for that divine sword, it appeared impressive, likely a fortuitous acquisition by Lu Shui. Shaking her head, Yin Luo continued leading Lu Shui towards Fenyu. Yin Luo, why have you brought a human girl back? After an undetermined period, Yin Luo and Lu Shui finally arrived at Fenyu. Shortly after entering, They encountered a fifth-grade fire phoenix, which fixated its hostile gaze on Lu Shui. Yin Luo frowned slightly at this. "What concern is it of yours? Step aside. I wish to see my father," she retorted coldly. In the next moment, an aura of sixth-grade strength erupted from her, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet under the pressure of her icy might. The fire phoenix's expression changed, and it quickly moved aside. With a huff, Yin Luo continued deeper into the territory with Lu Shui. The fire phoenix, left behind, wore an ugly expression. Another human. "Ha! If the clan leader finds out, I wonder how you'll fare," with a cold laugh. It departed. "Where is my father?" Upon returning to her residence, Yin Luo inquired of the guards. "Miss, Lord Yin is currently in seclusion. Orders have been given not to disturb him," the guard replied respectfully. Upon hearing this, Yin Luo's brow furrowed, but she refrained from commenting. "Xiao Shui, let me take you to your quarters. Actually, never mind. You can stay with me," she said, pulling Lu Shui close, a hint of concern in her tone. Lu Shui obediently nodded, feeling somewhat at ease despite being in unfamiliar surroundings. Perhaps due to her Ice Phoenix bloodline, she did not feel particularly out of place here. However, unbeknownst to them, news of Lu Shui's arrival at the Feng clan quickly spread. "Did you hear? Another human has appeared at Lord Yan's place. No way, is that true? Didn't the clan leader decree that no foreign races are allowed? Let me tell you, this time it was personally brought back by Yin Luo. Truly like mother, like daughter. Years ago, due to an incident involving Yin Luo's mother, Yin Fengtian had lost face within the clan and was ultimately stripped of his position. Soon, this matter reached the ears of the Fire Phoenix clan leader, who was immediately enraged. He gathered a group and headed towards Yin Luo's residence. "Yin Luo, you have brought a human into the clan without permission. What punishment do you deserve for this? Someone, take that human away." The Fire Phoenix clan leader bellowed upon arriving. This sudden confrontation terrified Lu Shui, while Yin Luo's expression darkened. "Clan leader, she is not an outsider. She possesses the bloodline of our Ice Phoenix clan." The word stunned everyone present. "What did you say?" The Fire Phoenix clan leader asked in disbelief. "I said, she possesses the bloodline of our Ice Phoenix clan. She is not an outsider," Yin Luo reiterated firmly. The Fire Phoenix clan leader's expression shifted as he realized the implications. This girl was closely tied to the woman from years ago. Rules are rules. She is a human and should not be present in our Feng clan. At this moment, the Fire Phoenix clan leader appeared adamant about expelling Lu Shui, as it directly challenged his authority. Seeing the leader's unwavering stance, Yin Luo looked up at the void. "Clan leader Han, she bears the bloodline of our Ice Phoenix clan. Will you truly turn a blind eye?" As her voice fell, a sigh echoed from the void. In the next moment, a middle-aged man, radiating an aura of chilling coldness, appeared on the scene. The Feng clan was divided into Ice Phoenix and Fire Phoenix factions, and there were two clan leaders. When either faction faced peril, the other would never stand idly by. This middle-aged man was the leader of the Ice Phoenix clan. He regarded Lu Shui with a tinge of regret. However, the long-standing rule against outsiders within the clan had been established long ago. Years ago, when Yin Fengtian brought back a human woman, his high status allowed for some leniency. But once the matter escalated, they could no longer overlook it. This remained unchanged even now. "Yin Luo, you should not have brought her here." The Ice Phoenix clan leader finally spoke after a moment of hesitation. Instantly, the Fire Phoenix clan leader felt a sense of relief. If the Ice Phoenix clan leader had insisted on protecting the human girl, he would have been at a loss. After all, ultimately, this was a matter concerning the Ice Phoenix clan. Hearing this response, Yin Luo's expression darkened. Behind her, Lu Shui tugged at Yin Luo's arm and softly suggested, "Aunt, perhaps I should just leave these words." Yin Luo's heart ached. However, she suddenly seemed to recall something and placed her hand firmly on Lu Shui's shoulder. In the next moment, the Ice Phoenix bloodline within Lu Shui surged to life, unleashing a magnificent Ice Phoenix manifestation that erupted from her being. That a powerful aura of bloodline pressure radiated outward, causing the entire snowy mountain to tremble. The Ice Phoenix bloodline had awakened perfectly. This occurrence was unprecedented within a human. Upon witnessing this scene, the leader of the Ice Phoenix clan was immediately taken aback. this moment, he found himself faced with a critical decision regarding Lu Shue's fate. Feeling the formidable pressure emanating from her bloodline, which rivaled his own, the leader's expression turned grave. Such a prodigy, with just a modicum of nurturing, would undoubtedly transform into an unparalleled powerhouse for the Phoenix clan. Observing the leader's conflicted demeanor, the Fire Phoenix leader gritted his teeth in frustration. The surrounding members of the Phoenix clan gasped in astonishment. Yet the spectacle was far from over. Another unique aura surged forth from Lu Shue. In an instant, everything in the vicinity was enveloped in a layer of frost, leaving the Fire Phoenix clan members severely weakened and retreating in haste. The Fire Phoenix leader's countenance shifted dramatically, flames erupting from his body to counteract the chilling an extreme ice spirit body. He murmured, his eyes filled with disbelief. Not only did she possess the Ice Phoenix bloodline, but she also harbored the exceedingly rare extreme ice spirit body, with both traits complementing one another. This was no longer merely a genius. This girl was truly one of the Ice Phoenix clan. The leader exclaimed fervently. Upon hearing his declaration, none of the assembled Phoenix clan members dared to dissent, for they were still reeling under Lu Shue's terrifying aura. Moments later, as the pressure dissipated and reality set in, they beheld the Ice Phoenix leader approaching Lu Shue, gently inquiring, "Dear girl, what is your name?" At this moment, all notions of clan rules were cast aside. This was a rare and extraordinary talent, particularly a prodigy of the ice element. How could he possibly refuse? I am Lu Shue," she replied timidly. She was not naive. She understood the significance of the individual before her. The leader of the Ice Phoenix clan was a figure of immense renown, comparable to the Dragon clan Lu Shue, a beautiful name. "Would you do me the honor of becoming my disciple?" The Ice Phoenix leader continued, confidence radiating from his demeanor. He was certain she would not refuse. If he were to express his desire to take on a disciple in the outside world, countless beings would flock to their clan. After all, he was the leader of the Ice Phoenix clan. The surrounding Phoenix clan members were left astounded. Their leader was actually seeking to take that human girl as his disciple. Witnessing this scene, the Fire Phoenix leader scoffed, then turned away in indignation. He realized it was futile to attempt to expel the human girl. If his clan could produce a talent of such caliber, he would gladly welcome even a pig. Meanwhile, before Lu Shue could process the Ice Phoenix leader's words, Yin Luo excitedly tugged at her arm. "Xiao Shue, quickly agree. What are you waiting for?" If Lu Shue were to become a disciple of their Ice Phoenix clan leader, her safety would be assured. More importantly, she could reside openly within their clan. However, the next moment left everyone in shock. Lu Shue hesitated. I already have a master, to her words. Both Yin Luo and the Ice Phoenix leader were momentarily stunned. Was this a rejection? What a jest. Yin Luo quickly interjected, "Xiao Shue, having a master doesn't preclude you from taking on another. Each teacher imparts different lessons." The Ice Phoenix leader nodded in agreement. It was entirely reasonable for such a prodigious talent to have a master. However, the teacher she spoke of could not possibly compare to him, as evidenced by Lu Shue's current meager cultivation. Hearing Yin Luo's words, Lu Shue appeared somewhat taken aback. Could one really have two masters? Yin Luo promptly affirmed, "Of course." With this, Lu Shue glanced at the Ice Phoenix leader, paused for a moment, then said, "All right then, I shall accept your apprenticeship." There was a hint of resignation in her tone. Instantly, the remaining onlookers from the Phoenix clan were left dumbfounded once more. Was this reluctance? It seemed as though the leader was the one begging her to become his disciple. Was there no sense of justice in this? Meanwhile, the Phoenix clan leader's mouth twitched. Who was truly the one becoming a disciple of whom? Should he bow in gratitude for being accepted? Taking a deep breath, Han Yin repeatedly reminded himself that this was an exceptionally rare and extraordinary talent, especially one of the ice element. He had to exercise restraint. Subsequently, he forced a gentle smile, saying, "Then let us proceed with the acceptance ceremony." Fearing Lu Shue might say something else, Yin Luo quickly gestured for her to comply. Seeing this, Lu Shue ceased her hesitation and performed the apprenticeship ritual. Thus, Lu Shue officially became the disciple of Han Yin, the leader of the Ice Phoenix clan, and from that moment on, she would be under the protection of the Ice Phoenix clan. However, surprises often come unexpectedly. One day, Due to a failed breakthrough, the elder of the Ice Phoenix clan emerged from seclusion, with little time left in his lifespan. Yet, at this moment, he encountered Lu Shui. Sensing the purity of her Ice Phoenix bloodline and her formidable physique, the elder's expression brightened. Disregarding Han Yun's objections, he attempted to force Lu Shui to become his furnace. Han Yun found himself powerless to intervene. While Lu Shui could indeed become a formidable force for their Ice Phoenix clan in the future, potentially leading them to glory, that was merely a prospect for the future. Presently, immediate benefits took precedence. The elder was a celestial-level powerhouse, and the Ice Phoenix clan could not afford to lose him. Thus, he could only watch helplessly as Lu Shui faced peril. However, to his astonishment, Lu Shui possessed a rare treasure. Not only did she successfully injure the elder, but she also escaped from the Phoenix domain. In a fit of rage, the elder issued a bounty for Lu Shui throughout the entire myriad realms. The reward was enticing enough to attract countless beings, with the most coveted prize being a favor from the elder of the Ice Phoenix clan, a favor from celestial-level powerhouse. Consequently, throughout the myriad realms, countless beings sought to locate Lu Shui and deliver her to the Ice Phoenix clan. It appears that fate does not favor us as master and disciple, Han Yun mused, gazing at the distant horizon, his expression tinged with regret. Turning to the weeping Yen Luo, he gently said, "Let us return. There is little I can do in this matter." Upon hearing this, Yen Luo's face turned pale. "Xiao Shui, I'm sorry. I am the one who has brought you trouble that I should never have brought you to the Phoenix clan." Meanwhile, in another part of the myriad realms, Lu Shui, cloaked in a heavy mantle, concealed herself thoroughly. Fearing exposure, she never anticipated that the elder would be so malevolent. Fortunately, she had her treasures. "Sigh, father, please come quickly. I've become a pariah," she lamented. Time passed swiftly in the primordial universe within the Tianxian world. An unsettling sensation arose within the depths of Lu Daosheng's heart, stirring him from slumber. Xiao Shui, for reasons unknown, he had felt increasingly uneasy in recent days as a destined realm powerhouse. This was certainly not mere illusion. Had it not been for the assurance that his daughter remained unharmed, he would have already charged into the myriad realms. Taking a deep breath, Lu Daosheng calmly stated, "It is time." The next moment, within the ancient city, the long silent bell began to resonate once more. The resounding chimes soon echoed throughout the entire Xian star system. Instantly, countless powerful beings rushed towards this location. Meanwhile, within the ancient city, it was already teeming with people. Over a century ago, Lu Daosheng had announced his intention to embark on a journey to another world in 100 years, a world of higher tiers. In an instant, beings from across the primordial universe flocked to the ancient city. The time has come. Finally, it was here. I have waited for several decades. I have waited for a century that a multitude of eager eyes gaze toward the Lord's manor, their hearts already conjuring images of a realm far more exalted than their own. Within the grand hall of the Lord's manor, Lu Daosheng waved his hand, and the world within his palm unfolded. Ancient dust, Yunqi, and others emerged from this ethereal realm. Since the establishment of this hall, this was the first instance of a ripple stirring within its confines, a testament to the formidable presence of ancient dust and his companions. "Greetings, Lord." Upon sighting Lu Daosheng, ancient dust and the others immediately bowed in reverence. It was as it had always been. Lu Daosheng's gaze swept over them one by one. They had all grown stronger, and significantly so. Each of them had reached at least the 8th tier of Earth Realm, while Huang Shou had ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th tier. His overwhelming aura left those nearby in awe. With such strength, their journey to the 10,000 Spirits realm would be more than sufficient. They had not disappointed Lu Daosheng. "Now, it is time to venture to the 10,000 Spirits realm," Lu Daosheng announced slowly. Upon hearing this, excitement surged among the crowd. He continued, "This time, our Huang city need not adopt a low profile in the 10,000 Spirits realm. Moreover, I shall no longer remain subdued. For in that realm, countless compatriots are engulfed in calamity. A formidable human force must emerge to instill hope among all that we understand." Ancient dust and the others replied in unison. Below, Ao Qing was the most exhilarated. For the dragon clan resided in the 10,000 spirits realm. More importantly, the young master was also there. He still felt a twinge of guilt regarding past events. Had he exercised a bit more caution, the young master would not have been ensnared within that mysterious rift. Simultaneously, the entire Huang city began to tremble. Outside the city, amidst the ongoing expansion, the number of inhabitants was staggering. Most had chosen to remain within the Hongmeng universe. After all, not everyone welcomed new experiences at this moment. People were bidding their final farewells. Take care, father. Master, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Brother, I leave my wife in your hands. The commotion within Huang City intensified. And as the crowd witnessed this, tears flowed as they bid farewell. Before rushing into the city, in the void, Lu Daosheng appeared and looked down below. He unleashed his great powers, reaching out toward Huang City with one hand. Instantly, the entire city was lifted from the ground. Within Huang City, the people exhibited no signs of panic. Rather, they joyfully raised their voices to the heavens in a jubilant shout. Through the protective barrier of Huang City, they could clearly see Lu Daosheng's visage. Is that truly the Lord? Utterly dashing. Why, at last, I have glimpsed the Lord's true form. Artist, where's the artist? Quick, sketch this down. I wish to enshrine the Lord in my home. The crowd responded with confusion. Meanwhile, Huangshou hurriedly led the Huang guards to maintain order within the city. As Lu Daosheng held Huang City, he took one last glance at the Tianxian world, ensuring nothing was amiss. Before cradling the city in his grasp and heading into the depths of the cosmos, he felt a sense of urgency. Xiaoxua, father is coming. Before the gate of rebirth, Lu Daosheng beheld the portal once more after many years. This time, no one obstructed him, and he did not hesitate. With a resounding strike, he unleashed a devastating force toward the gate of rebirth. This blow contained no excess energy. All of it surged toward the gate. With an explosive sound, the gate of rebirth shattered, revealing a mysterious passageway. Through this passage, the silhouette of another world could be faintly discerned. 10,000 spirits realm. I have arrived. With that, Lu Daosheng stepped into the passage. In the depths of the evil domain within the 10,000 spirits realm, a voice exclaimed, "My lord, the seal has been broken." What? An evil creature gasped in shock. That seal had been left by a formidable being of the celestial realm. For ages, their kind had refrained from indulging in excess due to its presence. Now that the seal had been lifted, did it mean they could once again feast without restraint? Ha ha ha! The creature laughed heartily and made its way toward the passage. Forget everything else. It was time to indulge. Previously, they had expended considerable effort tearing a rift from the outside, only for it to heal shortly thereafter, leaving them with nothing and causing the dispatched evil beings to perish. They likely had not entered the small world, but had instead wandered into chaotic void currents. Now standing before the passage, the seal had vanished, fully exposing the entrance. Heaven truly favors my kind. Meanwhile, countless evil beings, upon hearing the news, hastily made their way toward this location. However, just as the creature was about to move, the passage trembled slightly. In the next instant, a humanoid silhouette gradually emerged. Is someone foolish enough to come forth? The creature reached out toward the figure. Boom! At that moment, an unfathomable aura erupted from the figure, obliterating all evil beings in the vicinity. As the silhouette became clearer, it revealed Lu Daosheng, holding Huang City in one hand. His expression was grim. The evil race was a presence that all beings of the Hongmeng universe loathe. Today, the evil race shall be eradicated. In the next moment, Lu Daosheng stepped forward. Thus, he and Huang City completely descended into the 10,000 spirits realm. Presumptuous, how dare you slay my kind? Before the creature could finish its words, Lu Daosheng had already seized it. You! The creature's face drained of color. What a terrifying powerhouse, and why does it appear among our kind? Wait, it seems to be human. However, Lu Daosheng paid no heed to the creature and extracted a drop of its blood. Next, Lu Daosheng slowly closed his eyes, and an indescribable power began to invigorate the drop of blood. This drop began to tremble, transforming into the characters for evil that moment. Lu Daosheng opened his eyes, and with a clench of his hand, the characters shattered, along with the entire evil race, In an instant. All beings of the evil race perished. Thus, the evil race was consigned to history. Daosheng's complexion turned pale, indicating the immense toll of such an act. Yet, it was worth it. Is this the 10,000 spirits realm? After annihilating the entire evil race, Daosheng finally surveyed the vast expanse of the 10,000 spirits realm. One could not help but acknowledge that the 10,000 spirits realm was indeed far superior to the Hongmeng universe. The entire realm was an expansive continent, teeming with a multitude of races coexisting. Among them were many places that Daosheng could not yet perceive as he was immersed in his observations. He suddenly paused, turning his gaze toward a distant direction. "Who art thou?" An ancient voice resonated from within a time-worn temple, echoing across the boundless void and reaching Daosheng's ears, "A being of destiny." This marks the first encounter for Daosheng with an entity of his own caliber. However, he remains unperturbed, merely taken aback. Him. The concept of realms holds little significance. Is it not simply a matter of ascending when one wishes? Right, system? Does the esteemed host require an upgrade? This system is at your service without charge. The system interjected, long absent from conversation. Upon hearing this, Daosheng chuckled softly, suggesting a later time. The other party posed no immediate threat, and there was no rush to ascend just yet. Consequently, Daosheng responded, "I'm the lord of the desolate city. Should you have an interest, feel free to visit my domain." Upon hearing this reply, the other party fell silent for an extended moment before finally replying, "Very well." With that, the presence of the other party dissipated that moment. Daosheng turned to gaze at the passageway. After a brief moment of contemplation, he extended a palm, exerting a formidable force that began to refine the primordial universe beyond the passage. This passage could not be destroyed. Should it be, the beings within the primordial universe would face an irrevocable fate. Yet, remaining here posed too great a danger to the primordial universe. Thus, the optimal solution was to bring it under his control. Before long, the entirety of the primordial universe was wholly refined within his grasp, rendering him the supreme entity of the primordial universe, akin to the heavenly Tao. Then, with a mere thought, the sound of the great Tao reverberated throughout the primordial universe. All beings within, those who had reached the cycle realm, were granted the opportunity to ascend. Instantly, the primordial universe erupted with excitement, countless beings exclaiming in fervent joy. Ascension. Meanwhile, in the remnants of the desolate city within the Tianxian world, although the city had vanished, the countless treasures once within had already transformed the environment here. Even in the absence of the desolate city, this place remained one of the foremost sanctuaries for cultivation in the entire universe. Upon receiving this news, many began to diligently pursue their cultivation. Those who had chosen not to accompany the desolate city to another realm were not averse to departing. Rather, they remained tethered by various attachments. However, this situation would not persist indefinitely. Thus, the primordial universe fully entered an era of great cultivation. All beings exerted themselves tirelessly to reach the cycle realm, in the realm of myriad spirits, under Daosheng's influence. The cultivation environment within the primordial universe began to improve continuously. He believed that in the near future, the primordial universe would undoubtedly be teeming with talented individuals. Having accomplished these tasks, Daosheng breathed a sigh of relief. Yet his expression remained taut, for he had yet to sense the presence of his daughter. After pondering for a moment, he grew increasingly uneasy. His daughter possessed numerous treasures of no rank that he had bestowed upon her, making it simple to conceal her presence. Moreover, as he was merely at the destined realm, it was entirely reasonable that he could not perceive her. However, if she were unharmed, why would she choose to shield her presence? Something must have gone awry. With this thought, a grim expression crossed Daosheng's face. In the next moment, he unleashed his profound abilities to begin a divination. Suddenly, the name of a city materialized in his mind, Tuning City. There he had sensed his daughter's presence before. Casting a glance at the remnants of the desolate city in his hand, he waved his hand, creating a barrier that enveloped the entire desolate city. Ultimately, he hurled the desolate city onto the site once occupied by the demonic clan and promptly set off towards Tuning City. At this juncture, his daughter was of utmost importance. He could always find a new location for the desolate city later. Simultaneously, news of the annihilation of the demonic clan began to spread rapidly. The sudden eradication of such a sizable race would undoubtedly attract attention. After all, while the demonic clan was not a top-tier lineage, it was by no means weak. The abruptness of their extinction, unnoticed by anyone, was chilling upon reflection. Within Tuning City, on this day, a terrifying presence suddenly descended upon the city. Daosheng, as he surveyed the surroundings. Countless beings gazed at him in terror. This aura, was this truly a legendary heavenly realm powerhouse? Moreover, he was a member of the human race. A wave of shock washed over the hearts of all present. Yet Daosheng's gaze was fixed upon an elder seated in a tea house. From the elder, he detected a hint of his daughter's presence. Without hesitation, Daosheng advanced toward the human elder. Peerless one, what brings you here? The elder stammered, rising to greet Daosheng with utmost reverence. He was both astonished and delighted. The human race had indeed produced such a formidable being, affirming the tales of their illustrious past. At this moment, Daosheng produced a drawing from his hand, upon which was the likeness of his daughter, Shui. Have you seen this woman? Daosheng inquired in a deep voice, upon seeing the portrait. The elder stood frozen in place. It is she, the elder exclaimed, astonished. Instantly, Daosheng's expression brightened. Quickly, tell me where she is, he urged. The elder, taken aback, stammered, Peerless one, I only met her once, and later she departed with the lord of Tuning City. Of course, he neglected to mention that she was currently being pursued by the Phoenix clan. This was not a secret. Once Daosheng reached the city lord, he would be informed. The elder kept his head bowed, clearly nervous and having forgotten this detail. The aura emanating from Daosheng was overwhelmingly potent, causing all nearby beings to keep their distance, too intimidated to utter a word. Upon hearing that his daughter had left with the city lord of Tuning City, Daosheng did not hesitate. With a flash, he arrived directly at the city lord's mansion. Where is the city lord of Tuning City? He demanded. Yes, as soon as the words left his mouth, Ingqi appeared before him. Peerless one, I'm the city lord of Tuning City, Ingqi said, bowing respectfully. Upon Daosheng's arrival in Tuning City, Ingqi had been aware of his presence. However, he had not dared to approach. Fully aware of the might of a heavenly realm powerhouse, who could ascertain the level of power he possessed, even the weakest heavenly realm being could effortlessly crush him. Gazing at Ingqi, Daosheng revealed Shui's portrait. Tell me, where is this woman now? Upon seeing Shui's likeness, Ingqi's pupils constricted. This change did not escape Daosheng's notice. Immediately, a terrifying pressure bore down upon Ingqi. I will grant you 3 breaths of time to confess truthfully. Otherwise, do not blame me for unleashing a massacre, Daosheng warned coldly. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Ingqi's heart churned like a tempest. He had encountered a celestial being before and felt their pressure, yet compared to the current might, it was like comparing a firefly to the moon. Utterly insignificant. This was a being beyond the realm of celestial beings. Ingqi dared not take it lightly and quickly replied, Peerless one, she traveled to the Phoenix domain with a member of the Phoenix clan a century ago. The Phoenix domain? Daosheng murmured, preparing to depart. Yet at that moment, Ingqi hesitated. Observing this, Daosheng furrowed his brow. What else is there? Speak. Sighing internally, Ingqi revealed, Peerless one, the woman you seek was soon after her arrival in the Phoenix domain. Targeted by the entire Phoenix clan, with a wanted notice issued by the elder of the Ice Phoenix clan. Since then, there has been no news of her. After speaking, Ingqi lowered his head, rendered speechless that if he still did not recognize the identities of the person before him and Shui at this point, then he was unworthy of his position as the city lord. It was evident that they must be closely related. That moment, Daosheng was utterly stunned upon hearing this. In the next instant, a terrifying wave of murderous intent surged violently from within him, instantly turning the skies above Tuning City a blood-red hue. Countless beings gazed in horror at the direction of Tuning City. What kind of existence could emit such a fearsome aura of murder? Within the Lord's mansion of Tuning City, Ingqi lay prostrate on the ground, clutching his head in a desperate attempt to maintain his composure. However, the intensity of the murderous intent was overwhelming, causing him excruciating pain, his eyes bloodshot, and his lips mumbled silent prayers. I could see that moment. Lu Daosheng soared into the sky, and no longer able to restrain himself, he unleashed the terrifying aura of the Destiny realm, causing all beings in Tianying City to lose consciousness in an instant. In the void, Lu Daosheng's gaze fixated on the direction of the Feng domain, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. The Feng clan dared to hunt my daughter. If I do not avenge this, I, Lu Daosheng, am unworthy to be called a father. Meanwhile, in the Feng domain, at the Ice Phoenix clan's headquarters, the Supreme Elder suddenly burst forth from the Grand Hall, his expression grave as he gazed towards the horizon. Supreme Elder! At that moment, the clan leader, Han Yun, arrived, panic evident in his voice. You felt it too? The Supreme Elder cast a glance at Han Yun and replied coolly. Han Yun nodded. Supreme Elder, what kind of existence is this? Why has our Feng clan provoked such a formidable foe? Han Yun questioned, bewildered. Just moments ago, a profound sense of danger had surged from the depths of his being. At their level, sensing peril was quite ordinary, and now, that danger was drawing ever nearer, aimed squarely at their entire Feng clan. The Supreme Elder gazed skyward, scoffing, no matter who they are, anyone who dares to wreak havoc in my Feng clan will undoubtedly pay the price. The Feng clan was among the most prominent clans in the Myriad Realms, and their relationship with the neighboring Dragon clan was exceptionally strong. The bond between dragons and phoenixes was not to be trifled with. Should the Feng clan encounter difficulties, the Dragon clan would surely come to their aid. At that moment, two figures appeared, the leaders of the Fire Phoenix clan and another Supreme Elder. Who are they? The Supreme Elder of the Fire Phoenix clan inquired solemnly. Upon hearing this, the Ice Phoenix clan Supreme Elder shook his head. We are still unaware of their identity. Upon hearing this, the Fire Phoenix clan Supreme Elder furrowed his brow. His intuition warned him that this danger was far from simple. Subsequently, he discreetly shattered a flame phoenix feather. Just then, from the distant horizon, a terrifying aura pressed down upon them. Even a mere presence caused their faces to pale significantly. This is bad. Activate the clan's protective formation. In an instant, they realized that the strength of their adversary was beyond their capacity to confront. The overwhelming pressure even made the two Supreme Elders of the Celestial Realm feel a chill of apprehension. Soon, a massive, formidable protective formation erupted from the Ice Phoenix clan's stronghold. At that moment, a figure appeared outside the formation. Observing the protective array, he unleashed a single punch. With a resounding crash, the long-dormant protective formation shattered into pieces. It had been many years since the Feng clan had activated their protective formation to do so signified that the clan was in a life-and-death crisis. Yet now, this protective formation had been utterly obliterated. In the skies, fragments of the formation rained down. Countless members of the Feng clan stared in terror at the figure hovering in the void. The two clan leaders and the two Supreme Elders were left agape in shock. How had their Feng clan attracted such a being? At that moment, the figure approached them. Who is the Supreme Elder of the Feng clan? Lu Daosheng inquired slowly, his tone icy and laced with a hint of murderous intent. Upon hearing this, both Supreme Elders trembled, then cautiously stepped forward. Esteemed one, may I ask how our Feng clan has offended you? Please enlighten us. However, Lu Daosheng coldly replied, I will ask you one last time. Who is the Supreme Elder? The two Supreme Elders exchanged a glance, steeling themselves. Replying to the Esteemed one, I am the Supreme Elder of the Fire Phoenix clan. Esteemed one, I am the Supreme Elder of the Ice Phoenix clan. Both of you? Lu Daosheng's brow furrowed slightly. He then produced a wanted notice bearing the likeness of his daughter. He had obtained it during his journey. Upon seeing this notice, Lu Daosheng's murderous intent surged uncontrollably once more. Who issued this wanted notice? Lu Daosheng ground his teeth. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Elder of the Ice Phoenix clan began to tremble uncontrollably, rendered speechless. Just then, the Supreme Elder of the Fire Phoenix clan interjected, pointing at him with a loud declaration. Esteemed one, this wanted notice was issued by him. It has nothing to do with me. This matter had never involved him. He only learned of it later, and it truly had no bearing on him at all. Meanwhile, Han Yun was internally engulfed in turmoil. He seemed to grasp the situation. The fearsome presence before him was a human, which meant it was over. Their Feng clan was doomed. Han Yun collapsed to the ground at this moment. Lu Daosheng's gaze turned toward the Supreme Elder of the Ice Phoenix clan. In the next instant, he reached out and effortlessly seized the Supreme Elder of the Ice Phoenix clan. This scene left countless members of the Feng clan pale with horror. The Supreme Elder was utterly powerless in the grip of this being. Esteemed one, spare me. This is all a misunderstanding. The Supreme Elder of the Ice Phoenix clan exclaimed in terror as a wave of deathly dread surged within him. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng revealed an eerie smile. A misunderstanding. After 100 years of hunting my daughter, you dare tell me it's a misunderstanding? At this proclamation, the Supreme Elder of the Ice Phoenix clan stood frozen. Realization dawning upon him. The fearsome being before him was indeed the father of that human girl from years past. In an instant, the Supreme Elder of the Ice Phoenix clan was filled with regret. Had he known it would come to this, he would have acted differently. Alas, it was far too late. With a piercing scream, the Supreme Elder of the Ice Phoenix clan ignited in flames, including his very soul. At that moment, Lu Daosheng extracted his soul directly, employing a brutally cruel method to search it. Instantly, the Supreme Elder's screams intensified in their horror. Meanwhile, Lu Daosheng learned everything about the Supreme Elder's intentions. Discovering that they sought to turn his daughter into a vessel, Lu Daosheng's murderous intent surged once more. Kill you would be too merciful. He gritted through clenched teeth. He then cast the Supreme Elder into a realm of his own creation, a place akin to hell where he would endure endless torment for eternity. The Supreme Elder of the Ice Phoenix clan vanished. All members of the Feng clan began to pray fervently. Han Yun was no different. They could only hope that the Supreme Elder would appease the wrath of this fearsome being. However, it was evident that merely punishing the Supreme Elder of the Ice Phoenix clan did not satisfy Lu Daosheng. At that moment, Lu Daosheng cast his gaze downward, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Instantly, all members of the Feng clan turned pale, yet just then an aura suddenly descended upon the scene, followed by a hoarse voice declaring, "Is it not enough that you have slain my Ice Phoenix clan Supreme Elder?" Upon hearing the sound, the members of the Feng clan displayed expressions of confusion, clearly unacquainted with it. However, Han Yun, along with the clan leader and the esteemed elder of the Fire Phoenix clan, felt a surge of joy in their hearts. It was the ancestor at the moment of Lu Daosheng's arrival. The esteemed elder of the Fire Phoenix clan had awakened the ancestor of the Feng clan. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Daosheng let out a cold laugh. Enough? If my daughter loses even a single hair, it would not suffice to annihilate your entire Feng clan. Such arrogant words rendered countless members of the Feng clan with grim faces. After all, the Feng clan was one of the most illustrious clans in the myriad realms. And which of their members was not revered by beings from the outside world? Yet now, someone dared to threaten their annihilation. How could they possibly accept this? Do you truly wish to proceed in such a manner? At this moment, the voice of the Feng clan ancestor resonated once more, tinged with helplessness. Gazing towards a certain direction of the Feng clan, Lu Daosheng's expression remained cold. He could distinctly sense that the opponent was merely a formidable figure at the Heavenly King realm. As long as he was intent on eradicating the entire Feng clan, the other party would be powerless to resist. Yet, Lu Daosheng hesitated. His daughter bore the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix clan, and his long-lost wife was likely a member of that very clan. However, he could not sense his wife's presence. Where could she be? Just then, a choked voice suddenly arose from below. Brother-in-law. Instantly, Lu Daosheng looked down sharply. There stood a member of the Ice Phoenix clan. What did you call me? Yin Luo wiped her tears and trembled as she spoke. Yin Lingyun, she is my sister. Boom! Lu Daosheng was left utterly stunned. For Yin Lingyun was indeed the name of his wife. His wife was truly a member of the Feng clan. Gradually, Lu Daosheng approached Yin Luo. He looked upon her face, which bore resemblance to his wife's. His murderous intent began to dissipate. "Where is your sister now?" Lu Daosheng inquired. Hearing this, Yin Luo shook her head. I do not know." Upon witnessing this, Lu Daosheng's expression darkened. "Brother-in-law, this matter is my fault. I brought Xiaoxua back." Can you spare the Feng clan? Yin Luo pleaded at this moment. From the memories gleaned from the esteemed elder, Lu Daosheng had learned many things that he was aware that prior to the esteemed elder of the Ice Phoenix clan's departure from seclusion, they had treated her daughter quite well. The fault lay solely with the esteemed elder. With a slight sigh, Lu Daosheng spoke. Let us pray that my daughter remains safe. Otherwise, your Feng clan will undoubtedly face annihilation. Having said this, Lu Daosheng departed from the Feng clan. In an instant, all members of the Feng clan collapsed to the ground. As the terrifying aura dissipated, they finally realized they had been drenched in cold sweat. Yin Luo stared blankly in the direction Lu Daosheng had left, her expression dazed. What Xiao Xue had said about being wealthy and powerful turned out to be true. In the end, it was she who had been short-sighted. Meanwhile, at a certain location within the Feng clan, the leaders of the Feng clan and the esteemed elder of the Fire Phoenix clan respectfully bowed to an elderly man before them. Ancestor, the elder nodded. From now on, our Feng clan must remain low-key. The times have changed. As he spoke, the elder's profound gaze turned towards the distant horizon, slowly declaring, the human race is on the verge of rebirth. Upon hearing this, the three were filled with uncertainty. Present. Only a small number of old forces within the myriad realms were aware of the former splendor of the human race, the former lair of the evil demon clan. Lu Daosheng soon returned. Observing the blood-soaked evil domain, Lu Daosheng furrowed his brow and then produced a jade vial. Instantly, a stream of pure essence poured forth from the vial, swiftly cleansing the filthy ground. Henceforth, the evil domain shall be renamed the Wasteland, the territory of my wasteland city, Lu Daosheng murmured. This proclamation quickly spread throughout the entire myriad realms. Countless beings were left astonished. Wasteland? What power is Wasteland City to directly seize the entire evil domain? The evil demon clan has just been destroyed, and now a force emerges to occupy the entire evil domain. Could it be that Wasteland City was the one that eradicated the evil demon clan? In an instant, discussions erupted among the beings. Yet before long, another shocking piece of information emerged. Wasteland City is a human force. A human force. What nonsense is this? Humans can have a force. In an instant, countless beings set off towards the wasteland. Most of them eager to witness what capabilities this so-called human force possessed. A small portion consisted of humans scattered across various realms, having lived in confusion for half their lives. The emergence of Wasteland City undoubtedly offered them hope. Within the Feng clan, upon hearing this news, the Feng clan ancestor personally prepared to set off for the wasteland with a grand gift to offer congratulations. Meanwhile, at another location in the myriad realms, an overwhelming darkness pervaded the surroundings, even more so than the former evil domain. Here, an incredibly powerful force resided, the demon clan. Yet at this moment, all members of the demon clan bore pale faces. Their auras faint. This was all due to the recent calamity of bloodlines, a disaster stemming from their very bloodlines. That calamity nearly obliterated their entire demon clan. The culprit behind this was none other than Lu Daosheng. The bloodline massacre Lu Daosheng unleashed upon the evil demon clan not only annihilated them, but also impacted the demon clan. You may wonder, does the bloodline of the evil demon clan have any relation to the demon clan? The answer is affirmative. This fact is known only to a select few powerful beings in the myriad realms. The evil demon clan was, in fact, a branch of the demon clan from a long time ago. To be precise, the evil demon clan was merely a failed offshoot of the demon clan, a lower-tier creation. The true demon clan possessed not only immense power, but also terrifying talents, incomparable to the endless greed of the evil demon clan. The demon clan is also one of the top forces within the myriad realms. After the bloodline massacre was executed by Lu Daosheng, the evil demon clan was eradicated, and the demon clan was severely weakened. Had it not been for the awakening of powerful beings within the demon clan who forcefully employed great divine abilities to protect the entire clan, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Clan leader, that Wasteland City is likely connected to this matter. A powerful member of the demon clan spoke solemnly to the clan leader. Upon hearing this, the demon clan leader nodded, his expression grave as he gazed towards the direction of Wasteland City. If that is the case, then I shall personally pay a visit. This matter must be addressed, and the other party must provide our demon clan with an explanation. No, no, no. Oh, quickly get away. Ah, father, save me, with a cry. Lu Shui abruptly awoke from her slumber. Phew, it was just a dream. Lu Shui patted her chest and gradually exhaled. However, at that moment, Lu Daosheng's voice echoed in her mind. The evil domain has transformed into the wasteland. Wasteland City. Instantly, Lu Shui sprang up. Father has come to the myriad realms. Haha, I'm finally liberated. Beside her, a white bear looked on in confusion at the ecstatic Lu Shui, its small eyes brimming with bewilderment. What has happened to the master this time? Indeed, after the Feng clan issued a bounty on her head, Lu Shui had returned to the territory of the White Bear clan. Although this group was rather unreliable, the remote location meant there were almost no outsiders. Thus, hiding here felt quite safe. As Lu Shui came to her senses, she immediately began to pack her belongings. Observing this, the White Bear asked, Master, are you leaving again? What do you mean by again? I'm going home. In response, the White Bear scratched its head. Over the years, Lu Shui had departed numerous times, only to return in disgrace each time. The longest absence lasted 2 days, while the shortest was merely 5 minutes before she returned. Seeing the disbelief etched on the White Bear's face, Lu Shui gritted her teeth and declared, This time, I am truly serious. The White Bear sniffled quietly, refraining from uttering a word. Observing this, Lu Shui let out a huff and promptly sought out the clan leader. What? You want my White Bear clan to relocate to the barren city? My lord, why is that? This place is quite satisfactory. Upon hearing Lu Shui's words, the White Bear clan leader appeared somewhat reluctant. After all, this territory had been hard-won. However, Lu Shui, with a lack of restraint, retorted, Can you not have some aspirations? The barren city is 100 times better than here. No, 1,000 times better, 1,000,000 times better. What use is it to remain in this wretched place? In response, the White Bear clan leader waved his hand dismissively. My lord, please do not jest. The White Bear clan cannot withstand such upheaval. These words. Lu Shui became exasperated. Were it not for the care the White Bear clan had shown her over the past century, she would have been disinclined to bother with these fools. Since gentle persuasion was futile, she resolved to adopt a firmer approach. Just as she was about to use a treasured item to forcibly gather the entire White Bear clan, a thought struck her. Wait, my father has already come to the myriad spirit realm. I can contact him directly. Can I? No, he can contact me directly. The thought of her absent-minded father caused her eyes to redden. At that moment, she had completely forgotten that she had masked her presence with a mixed motion clock, akin to a girlfriend having blocked her partner, yet still yearning for their affection. Fortunately, given the father-daughter relationship, Lu Shui would take the initiative. She then took out the token her father had given her, raised it high above her head, and exclaimed, Father, come! Instantaneously, elsewhere in the myriad spirit realm, Lu Daosheng, who had recently returned to the barren city, felt a shiver run through him. It's Xiaoxua. In the next moment, Lu Daosheng pinpointed Lu Shui's location. With a hum, he tore open a rift in the void, forcefully creating a passageway, and stepped through it on the other side. The White Bear clan leader stood in bewilderment, about to speak when suddenly, the entire void began to tremble. In the next instant, a rift appeared beside them, and a middle-aged man emerged from within. Upon seeing the terrifying, chaotic void behind the man, the White Bear clan leader was nearly rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Lu Shui was already teary-eyed, gazing at the man. Father, she choked out. Meeting her gaze, Lu Daosheng felt his own eyes moisten. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and enveloped Lu Shui in a warm embrace. Xiaoxua, it's my fault. I should have come sooner. She felt her father's embrace once more. Lu Shui's tears flowed uncontrollably. 1,000 words were left unspoken in that moment, and they simply held each other tightly. The White Bear clan leader, standing awkwardly to the side, observed the scene with a mix of confusion and embarrassment. Just then, a clan member hurried over. Clan bang! The White Bear clan leader lunged forward, covering the member's mouth and gesturing towards Lu Daosheng and Lu Shui. Sure, that is the Lord's father, and he is exceptionally formidable. If this powerful being were to be displeased, he could easily eradicate our White Bear clan. Time passed, and eventually Lu Daosheng and his daughter separated. Xiaoxue, let us return home. Lu Shui obediently nodded. She did not inquire further. At that moment, all she desired was to return to the barren city and rest. As they prepared to leave, Lu Shui suddenly recalled something and pointed towards the White Bear clan. Father, let us bring them along. They have taken good care of me over the years. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng nodded in agreement. All right, as you wish. With a wave of his hand, the entire White Bear clan was drawn into Lu Daosheng's realm. From this day forth, the White Bear clan would ascend to new heights. Upon returning to the barren city, Lu Daosheng lifted the restrictions placed upon it. The inhabitants of the barren city had already descended into a frenzy. We've arrived. Is this the new world? The air feels so fresh. I want to go out. Can we go out? The crowd erupted in excitement. At that moment, Lu Daosheng's figure appeared above the barren city. Everyone, he called out, and immediately, the crowd fell silent, gazing up at him with respect in their eyes. Lu Daosheng continued, we have now entered the myriad spirit realm. Next, I will impart to you the fundamental knowledge of this realm, and you may choose how to proceed from there. Whether to stay or leave is entirely up to you. With that, a wealth of information regarding the myriad spirit realm, the realms, powers, and various locations, resonated in the minds of the inhabitants of the barren city. Upon discovering the hierarchical system of the myriad spirit realm, the crowd was utterly astounded. The once invincible cycle realm in the Hongmeng universe was nothing in this new realm. Their excitement was swiftly doused by a wave of reality. The notion of venturing out was now met with hesitation. More importantly, the outside world was filled with alien races. The barren city was the only human stronghold in this myriad spirit realm. Venturing out seemed akin to courting disaster. Forget it, they collectively decided, opting to remain in the safety of the barren city, where they might occasionally indulge in some leisure at the Myriad Flower Pavilion. I heard the Myriad Flower Pavilion has raised its prices again. Yet amidst the crowd, a few bold individuals ignored the warnings and stepped out of the barren city's gates. However, before long, one returned with a look of disdain. Sigh, brother, didn't you say you wanted to venture out? Why are you back so soon? The others turned to look at the man who had just returned. He scoffed, what myriad spirit realm? It's not even as good as the city, yes, latrines. The crowd paused in surprise before shaking their heads in disappointment. They had not anticipated that the eagerly awaited new world would be so unremarkable. Yet, one could hardly blame the myriad spirit realm. For the barren city's amenities were simply too luxurious. It was likely that no other place in the countless realms could rival its opulence. Shortly thereafter, another announcement rang out from within the barren city. The alien races of the myriad spirit realm would also be allowed to enter the barren city for visits. Upon hearing this, countless merchants within the barren city were filled with excitement that wouldn't this be a golden opportunity to profit from those alien races? Anticipation began to swell among the people. While they bore no inherent prejudice against the alien races, they were undeniably curious about what these beings looked like. Within the hall of the city lord's mansion, Lu Shui's arrival left her master, Ouyang Jie, and Xiao Qing momentarily stunned, in the next instant. Ao Qing could no longer contain herself and rushed forward. Little master, I'm sorry for not being there for you, she said, tears welling in her eyes. Meanwhile, Ouyang Yanqing looked at Lu Shui with a face full of remorse. Xiaoxue, I'm sorry. I let you suffer. In response, Lu Shui simply shook her head lightly, choosing not to elaborate like a tea that moment. All she desired was a moment of peace and rest. She had come merely to check on everyone. Noticing Lu Shui's weary demeanor, Gu Chan spoke up. Xiaoxue, you should return and rest. Lu Shui nodded and departed. Once she left, Gu Chun and the others were immediately enveloped by a fierce aura. Jiu Chun then turned to Lu Daosheng above and inquired, My lord, may I ask what grievances Xiaoxue has faced in this myriad spirit realm? With hands clasped in respect, Gu Chun spoke seriously. Ouyang Yanqing and Ao Qing also looked expectantly at Lu Daosheng. Awaiting his response, Lu Shui's current state was quite concerning. They were determined to seek justice for her. Only Yun Qi and Yin Xing seemed somewhat out of the loop, due to Lu Daosheng's decision not to disclose the matter to them. He gazed down at the crowd, his expression slightly somber. Taking a deep breath, Lu Daosheng ultimately chose to inform them of Lu Shue's experiences in the 10,000 Spirits realm. Upon hearing that the elder of the Phoenix clan had issued a bounty for Lu Shue that had persisted for a century, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth from several individuals. Daosheng, in particular, erupted with expletives, exclaiming, "Curse their ancestors! I always knew the Phoenix clan was no good. From this day forth, my dragon clan shall sever all ties with them." Gu Chun boldly asserted, "Lord City Master, please permit me to pay a visit to the Phoenix clan." His tone was laced with a palpable desire for vengeance. Ouyang Yanqing, standing nearby, echoed his sentiments. "I shall accompany you." At that moment, Yin Shi, having grasped the situation, stepped forward and inquired, "Lord City Master, should we dispatch troops to the Phoenix clan?" It was evident that the Phoenix clan had deeply offended the leaders of several major factions in the Wild City. Lu Shue was no ordinary individual. She was the cherished jewel of the city lord. They typically sought to curry favor with her, yet the audacity of the Phoenix clan to issue a bounty against her for such an extended period was intolerable. Witnessing the resolute expressions on the faces of those gathered, Lu Daosheng subtly shook his head. "There is no need for that. The elder who issued the bounty has already been dealt with. Moreover, in due time, the ancestral figure of the Phoenix clan will personally arrive in the Wild City." The revelation startled the crowd. The ancestral figure of the Phoenix clan dared to come here. A myriad of thoughts raced through their minds at this juncture. Lu Daosheng turned his attention to Daosheng. Daosheng, you claim that your dragon clan intends to sever all ties with the Phoenix clan? Daosheng nodded firmly, declaring, "Master, the Phoenix clan has gone too far. My young mistress has endured too much injustice, and I must stand up for her." In response, Lu Daosheng slowly remarked, "Do you believe you can represent the entire dragon clan?" Upon hearing this, Daosheng fell silent for a brief moment before replying, "I can, but master, I need to return to the dragon clan. It was time for him to make that journey. This return would be a pivotal moment for the dragon clan." Observing Daosheng's determined gaze, Lu Daosheng felt a flicker of surprise. It seemed Daosheng was not as simple-minded as he appeared. He had discerned the implications of his intentions. Lu Daosheng smiled, and subsequently granted Daosheng permission to return to the Dragon Clan. "Daosheng, do not push yourself too hard. The Wild City is not inferior to the Dragon Clan." Upon hearing these words, Daosheng trembled slightly before nodding vigorously. He understood. Daosheng departed, heading toward the Dragon Domain. He should have taken Lu Shue with him, but given her current state, he chose to return alone. Inside the Grand Hall, Lu Daosheng sighed as he watched Daosheng's departing figure. He had not given much thought to the Dragon Clan in the 10,000 Spirits realm. But since Daosheng was so resolute, he would support his wishes, thus lending a hand to Daosheng. With a wave of his hand, a figure suddenly appeared before Lu Daosheng. It was a somewhat handsome young man. Although his attire was somewhat tattered, an aura emanated from him that made everyone in the hall feel a sense of trepidation. Who was this person? The crowd was both astonished and puzzled. At that moment, Lu Daosheng regarded the young man and instructed, "Follow Daosheng and ensure he encounters no trouble." The young man respectfully replied, "Yes, Lord City Master." He then vanished from sight, leaving no trace for anyone present to discern. The crowd fell silent, realizing that the city master had more formidable forces at his disposal than they had previously understood. Lu Daosheng then addressed the others, "You may all disperse. Attend to your respective duties and avoid making any mistakes." In response, the crowd nodded in unison, "Yes, Lord City Master." Once they departed, Lu Daosheng did not linger but made his way to Lu Shue's quarters. As he pushed the door open, Lu Shue abruptly sat up in bed. Upon witnessing Lu Shue's startled reaction, Lu Daosheng felt a profound ache in his heart. He could only imagine how she had endured over the past century. Now, all he could do was strive to make amends. "Shue, do not be afraid. It is your father." Lu Daosheng gently approached the bedside and sat down. Upon seeing him, Lu Shue immediately leaped into his embrace. "Father, what kind of person is my mother?" After a moment, Lu Shue suddenly asked. She harbored a dislike for the Ice Phoenix clan and even felt some disdain, yet she bore their bloodline, and her mother belonged to the Ice Phoenix clan. This contradiction left her in turmoil. Moreover, she was filled with curiosity about her mother, wondering what sort of person she truly was. Hearing Lu Shui's question, Lu Daosheng paused. Memories from long ago flooded his mind, recalling the time shortly after he had traversed into this realm. He had encountered a beautiful woman whose smile was enchanting, evoking a feeling reminiscent of first love, despite never having experienced such a thing. The woman gazed at him with a radiant smile. Her cheeks slightly flushed, saying, "Daosheng, shall we be together? Daosheng, I will protect you in the future." That a wave of longing surged from deep within him until Lu Shui's voice pulled him back from his reverie. "Father, father." After a moment of silence, Lu Daosheng smiled and said, "In the future, I will take you to find her, all right?" At his words, Lu Shuin nodded with a smile. Okay. After a considerable time had passed, Lu Daosheng exited Lu Shui's room. Once back in his own quarters, he let out a slow breath. System. Yes, dear host, my wife truly absent from the 10,000 spirits realm? Why can I sense not even a trace of her presence? Even a hint would allow me to trace some clues. Yet, it was as if Yin Ling Yun had never set foot in the 10,000 spirits realm, with no traces left behind. Dear host, she is not in the 10,000 spirits realm. What? The system's response incited Lu Daosheng's ire. You jest with me, do you? You told me she was in the 10,000 spirits realm when we were in the Hongmeng universe. And now you say she isn't? Are you playing with me? Dear host, please do not be angry. The system would never deceive you. Your wife was indeed in the 10,000 spirits realm not long ago, but she has recently departed. Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng's brow furrowed tightly. Has she gone to a higher realm? Yes. After a prolonged silence, Lu Daosheng slowly mused, System, my wife is not merely a descendant of the Phoenix clan. It is more complex than that, is it not? Indeed. Then why does she not wish to see me? This time, the system remained silent. Lu Daosheng gazed up at the starry sky, a hint of confusion in his eyes. But it soon dissipated. After pondering for a moment, Lu Daosheng resolved, once the strength of the wild city is sufficient to leave the 10,000 spirits realm, regardless of what occurs, I will seek her out and demand answers. All these years, why did she abandon us, father and daughter? Why has she not returned all this time? Meanwhile, within the wild domain, countless beings from various regions of the 10,000 spirits realm were hastening toward the wild city. At the city gate stood the Zhang brothers. Their strength had now reached the ancient realm. While they might appear weak in their current environment, their cultivation speed had been remarkably swift. After all, the wild city had only been established for a mere 1,000 years, in a millennium. The majority of cultivators within the Hongmeng universe might still be below the saint level. Yet the two of them remained unfazed. As they had the wild city as their backing down on the city walls, the city guard, Huang Shou, sat in wait. I could see this moment. His strength was no longer as simple as it had been in the Hongmeng universe. Standing at the pinnacle of the 9th tier of the Earth realm. This was a significant concept. He had 1 foot firmly in the threshold of the heavenly realm. Many clan leaders from top-tier families had only just reached the 9th tier of the Earth realm. Look, there are people. Oh no, wait. Something is approaching. Zhang Hai pointed in astonishment towards the distance. Following his gaze, a humanoid figure was seen approaching. With 3 eyes upon its head, it was unmistakably a member of the 3-eyed clan. Upon reaching the base of the desolate city, the 3-eyed being was utterly taken aback that IT had come to investigate the nature of this so-called human power, only to discover something so terrifying. Merely gazing at it, he felt akin to an ant. Yet, he then turned his attention to the 2 individuals at the city gates, and immediately sneered, there truly no one else among your kind? You dare send 2 insects to guard the entrance or are you merely bluffing with this so-called desolate city? Observing the cultivation of the Zhang brothers, he resumed his haughty demeanor, disdain evident in his 3 eyes, clearly looking down upon humanity. Upon hearing this, the brothers furrowed their brows and promptly replied, if you wish to enter the city, you must pay the entrance fee. If not, then begone. Lu Daosheng had previously instructed that there was no need to show courtesy to outsiders. Upon hearing this, the 3-eyed being was filled with rage. What did you say? A wave of pressure, emanating from the 4th stage of the Earth realm, surged toward the Zhang brothers. However, as the aura reached the base of the desolate city, it dissipated into nothingness, The creature felt a tinge of fear. It seemed this massive city was indeed extraordinary. That moment, a blood-red longsword appeared before him, its terrifying intent directed straight at him. If you refuse to leave, then prepare to die. A cold, murderous voice echoed from atop the towering city walls. The three-eyed being trembled, looking up to see the imposing figure of the city guard, who regarded him with a gaze one might reserve for a corpse. What a formidable powerhouse! And yet, he was one of humanity. It dawned upon him that the two individuals at the gate were merely a fade. The true guardians were those atop the walls that in an instant, the three-eyed being understood. After careful consideration, he decided to relent and slowly approach the city gates. That I wished to enter the city. Zhang Hai extended his hand. 1,000,000 realm crystals. Realm crystals were the universal currency within the myriad realms. Upon hearing this, the three-eyed being roared, 1,000,000 realm crystals just to enter. Why don't you go rob someone instead? 2,000,000 realm crystals. Zhang Hai responded directly. The three-eyed being was momentarily stunned, then his murderous intent surfaced. You. At this juncture, the aura from the city guard returned, causing him to wilt once more. Can't you make it cheaper? Absolutely not, Zhang Hai replied resolutely. Just then, another figure approached from a distance. A human. Could it be that this truly was the might of our human race? The man arrived at the desolate city. Gazing up at the magnificent structure with a mix of reverence and disbelief, he could scarcely fathom that a human power could exist within the myriad realms, let alone one so formidable. Standing at the foot of this colossal city, he could distinctly feel the overwhelming aura emanating from within. Seeing this, Zhang Hai hurriedly approached to assist him. My fellow countrymen, this is the might of our human race. From now on, we need no longer cower within the myriad realms. Hearing these words, the man was moved to tears. The human race shall rise. He then entered the desolate city without any hindrance. Witnessing this scene, the three-eyed being erupted in rage. Why does that fellow not have to pay the entrance fee? In response, Zhang Hai coldly retorted, he is of a human race. What are you in comparison? You dare to compare yourself to humanity? Confronted with Zhang Hai's blatant racial prejudice, the three-eyed being was momentarily dumbfounded. This was the first time he had experienced discrimination based on his race within the myriad realms. Previously, he had always looked down upon humans as, this was what it felt like to be discriminated against. 0.2 million realm crystals. If you do not pay, then be gone, Zhang Hai continued, taking a deep breath. The three-eyed being gritted his teeth. Fine, I will pay. He had been dispatched by his clan to gather intelligence. If he could not even enter the city, he would surely face punishment upon his return. Being swindled was better than facing his clan's wrath. At worst, he could report it for reimbursement. Thus, with a pained expression, he handed over a storage ring containing 2,000,000 realm crystals to Zhang Hai and successfully entered the desolate city. Of course, gaining entry with that sum was undoubtedly a profitable venture. Once inside, he quickly realized the truth of this. Observing the bustling streets and the rich energy surrounding him, he, having lived for half a lifetime among the three-eyed clan, felt the unfairness of the world for the first time. Why was this place so opulent? Why was it not the domain of the three-eyed clan? As these thoughts occupied his mind, whispers began to circulate around him. Look, this guy actually has 3 eyes. That's so ugly that if we sold him, will we fetch a good price? Upon hearing the murmurs, the three-eyed being was filled with rage. How dare they treat him as merchandise? In that moment, he completely forgot that in the myriad realms, it was they who had previously captured isolated humans as commodities. You insolent fools! Boom! A wave of pressure from the 4th stage of the Earth realm erupted from within him. Yet in mere moments, it was suppressed by a mysterious force from within the city. This moment, he failed to notice the shift in the onlookers' gazes, which had morphed into expressions of pity, though most still wore mocking smiles. Just as he was lost in confusion, a powerful aura approached from a distance. In the next moment, several guards clad in uniform robes, swords at their waists, arrived on the scene. The city guards at the forefront stood away. This was it, the end for him. The leader of the city guards had personally arrived. That Away's strength was at the 8th stage of the Earth realm, and since most of the guards had not yet reached the average level within the myriad realms, he had to take matters into his own hands. However, This was merely one of his avatars. Upon seeing Away, the three-eyed being's pupils constricted. That it was over. He had encountered a formidable opponent. Indeed, Away's cold voice resonated through the air. You have disrupted the order of the city. What punishment do you deserve? Suppressing his inner fear, the three-eyed being replied, I am a member of the three-eyed clan. Your human power has no right to punish me. Hearing this, Away merely laughed coldly, and oh right, once you enter my desolate city, you are subject to its laws. Even if your clan leader were to arrive, it would be the same. Seize him. With a mere wave of his hand. Away rendered Sanhong utterly defenseless. Thus, he was taken away by Huangwei, leaving no one aware of what awaited him. Meanwhile, within the desolate city, an increasing number of beings entered its confines. Among them, the human race was met with fervent welcomes from the inhabitants of the desolate city. In contrast, other races were observed like animals in a zoo, subjected to scrutiny. However, not all were treated so. Some aesthetically pleasing races, such as the elves with their pointed ears, renowned for their beauty, and the angelic beings adorned with snow-white wings, garnered appreciation from certain onlookers. Within a tea house, Chun Gui leisurely observed these diverse races, his mind calculating possibilities. If he could capture even one of them to sell, it would surely yield a fortune. Yet he could only indulge in such thoughts, as his cultivation was merely at the heavenly emperor realm. Capturing a being from the myriad spirits realm would require countless years of arduous training. On the rooftop of the Wanhua Tower, Ji Shankai and his wife were also engrossed in the lively scene below. Upon seeing the enchanting elves and angels, a wicked and audacious idea unexpectedly arose in Ji Shingsai's mind. Noticing Ji Shingsai's mischievous grin, Mu Tianyin promptly pinched his waist. What are you thinking about now? Ouch, dear wife, that hurts. Ji Shankai gasped, his thoughts abruptly interrupted. Nevertheless, that idea took root deep within him. As the festivities outside the city continued, many residents from the inner city emerged, including members of the Nangong family and the elder with the broken sword. Grandfather, what is the city lord's intention in allowing these foreign races to enter the city? Nangong Yu inquired, furrowing his brow at the bizarrely shaped beings. In response, Nangong Fong stroked his beard and replied calmly, Did the city lord not say that our human race is at a disadvantage in this myriad spirits realm, with many of our kin suffering greatly? Our arrival in the myriad spirits realm as a human faction is to demonstrate our strength and instill a sense of awe in these foreign races. Nangong Fong's expression then turned serious. I boldly speculate that the city lord may very well take action himself to intimidate some unscrupulous individuals. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yu nodded in realization that I see. The elder with the broken sword and others also nodded in agreement. As fellow humans, they could not remain passive while their kind struggled in the myriad spirits realm. However, given the high cultivation levels in this realm, they would need to retreat and focus on their training for a considerable time. Fortunately, the city was rich in resources, making it merely a matter of time before they reached the corresponding realm in the myriad spirits realm. Just then, a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from outside the city. The true clans of the myriad spirits realm were arriving. Outside the desolate city, a searing heat washed over them. Several towering beings, engulfed in blazing flames, approached slowly. They were members of the Fire Spirit Clan, one of the most powerful races in the myriad spirits realm, renowned for their extensive fire-based offensive capabilities. Though not the strongest, as the Phoenix Clan and the Dragon Clan's breath were equally formidable. Elder, this desolate city appears quite extraordinary, remarked a member of the Fire Spirit Clan, gazing in awe at the massive city. The leader, the Grand Elder of the Fire Spirit Clan, nodded gravely and instructed. Once we enter, keep a low profile. I sense an extremely terrifying presence within this city. Upon hearing this, several Fire Spirit Clan members looked astonished. If even their Grand Elder deemed it terrifying, what sort of existence awaited them? Their Grand Elder was a formidable being at the 8th tier of the Earth realm. With apprehensive expressions, they paid the entry fee and entered the desolate city. Shortly thereafter, another race arrived, the Demon Clan. Although only their clan leader came, his imposing aura was nothing to be trifled with. The Demon Clan leader surveyed the desolate city from above, his expression marked by shock. Initially, he intended to unleash a powerful attack to intimidate the inhabitants, but hesitated, fearing it might lead to his demise. At that moment, the guardian of the city, Huang Shou, cast a casual glance in his direction. Instantly, the demon clan leader felt as if he had been pierced by 1,000 swords. Frozen in place, in that instant, he discerned the other's cultivation level, pinnacle of the 9th tier of the Earth realm. He had only just reached the 9th tier himself. Not worth the trouble, he promptly descended from the air, addressing Huang Shou with respect. "Might you be the city lord of the desolate city?" Huang Shou replied nonchalantly. "The city lord is in the city lord's residence. I am merely a gatekeeper." "A gatekeeper?" The demon clan leader's heart raced with tumultuous wave. That a gatekeeper at the 9th tier of the Earth realm? Was this desolate city truly so formidable? Did that mean he was inferior even to the gatekeeper? Taking a deep breath, the demon clan leader abandoned his initial intent of seeking retribution and instead shifted his approach to congratulate the desolate city. After paying the entry fee, he hurried inside, eager to discover the wonders within. Indeed, upon entering the desolate city, he was once again astounded. However, before he could fully process this, countless hostile gazes suddenly fell upon him, even from several prominent figures within the city lord's residence. In the next moment, Yun Shi, Gu Chun, and others appeared before the demon clan leader. Upon seeing them, the demon clan leader comprehended the sheer power of the desolate city. At that moment, Yun Shi scrutinized the demon clan leader, his brow furrowing slightly. "A demon? No, that's not right." The demon clan leader quickly clarified, "I'm the leader of the demon clan, here to extend my congratulations to the desolate city. May I inquire where your city lord is?" "The demon clan?" Yin Shi exchanged glances with his companions before responding, "You wish to meet the city lord?" The demon clan leader nodded. "Then follow me." Daosheng had previously instructed that anyone of the 9th tier of the Earth realm wishing to meet him could do so. Those who fell short could forget it, as he was not someone who entertained just anyone. Thus, the demon clan leader followed Gu Chun into the inner city. Along the way, everything he witnessed shattered his previous perceptions. The opulence of this city was beyond compare. One could say that even the bathwater in the inner city was of a higher quality than what he typically consumed at that moment. The ancestral elder of the Phoenix clan also arrived outside the desolate city. This time he was not alone. A father and daughter accompanied him. The woman was Lu Shui's aunt, Yin Luo, while the middle-aged man was Yin Luo's father. Yin Fengtian, he had just exited seclusion and, upon learning about the recent events during his retreat, was left utterly bewildered. His granddaughter was being pursued by the Supreme Elder, and then his son-in-law annihilated the Supreme Elder of the Phoenix clan. What was going on? Now, he was being compelled to accompany the Supreme Elder to meet the so-called human faction established by his son-in-law. Initially resistant to the idea, he found himself unable to defy the Elder's orders. However, as he gazed upon the magnificent city before him, his heart soared. This was undoubtedly a golden opportunity for a son-in-law. Yet whether the other party would acknowledge him remained uncertain, considering that even his daughter had disowned him. With a sigh, he shook his head in resignation. Within the city lord's residence, and Xing reported to Lu Daosheng, "City lord, the ancestral elder of the Phoenix clan has arrived." Lu Daosheng nodded in acknowledgement. "Please invite them in." "Yes, city lord." And Xing promptly departed. At this moment, the demon clan leader, under Gu Chen's guidance, also entered the grand hall. "City lord." Lu Daosheng nodded and then turned his gaze toward the leader of the demon clan. At that moment, he was slightly taken aback. This bloodline, why does it seem so familiar? Wait a moment, it reminds me of the bloodline of the evil demon clan, and this individual bears a striking resemblance to them in terms of aura. Beside him, Gu Chen also looked at the demon clan leader with a puzzled expression. What is the connection between this person and the evil demon clan? At this time, the demon clan leader, unable to withstand the unusual gazes from the others, took the initiative to speak. "Lord Huang, I'm the leader of the demon clan, Han Cheng." After speaking, the hall fell silent once again. Han Cheng felt somewhat embarrassed and then recalled the now extinct evil demon clan. Suddenly realizing, "Ahaha, I suppose you are all quite puzzled as to why I share many similarities with the evil demon clan." Han Cheng said, taking the initiative to explain. Ji Yu Chun and the others nodded in agreement. At this moment, Lu Daosheng had already deduced the situation in secret. I see. However, if the demon clan has brought this calamity upon yourselves, you deserve it for creating the evil demon clan to harm the world. At this point, Han Sheng, the leader of the demon clan, began to explain. After a long while, Gu Chun and the others finally understood, and their gaze toward Han Sheng lost some of its hostility. At the very least, they could ascertain that this individual was indeed not an evil demon, but he still had some connection to them. Below, Han Sheng looked up at Lu Daosheng, his heart racing with contemplation. When did such a powerful being appear in the 10,000 spirits realm? This person must at least be of the heavenly king realm. The human forces are indeed not to be underestimated. Just then, the ancestor of the Phoenix clan arrived at the Great Hall with Yin Luo and her father. Upon seeing Yin Luo, Lu Daosheng smiled faintly, while he completely ignored the other two, leaving them feeling quite awkward. Ahem, I'm the current ancestor of the Phoenix clan, and to congratulate Huang City today. Oh, Lu Daosheng replied nonchalantly, then turned to Yin Luo. Yin Luo, would you be willing to come to my Huang City? Lu Daosheng smiled. After all, she was his sister-in-law, and she treated his daughter quite well. He had forgotten about this matter in his previous anger, but it was not too late to bring it up now. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Luo nodded. Sure, she had been chatting nonstop throughout the journey, and knew her husband would be quite wealthy, but she never imagined he would be this rich that a single tile from the floor could likely fetch an astronomical price if taken back. Upon seeing Yin Luo agree, a guard led her out of the great hall at Lu Daosheng's gesture. Meanwhile, the Phoenix clan ancestor and Yin Feng Tian stood by, dumbfounded. At this moment, the Phoenix clan ancestor discreetly nudged Yin Feng Tian with his elbow, indicating with his eyes. Seeing this, Yin Feng Tian nodded and then looked up at Lu Daosheng, saying, son-in-law, we traveled quite a distance. You can't just leave us standing here, can you? Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng raised an eyebrow. This fellow really dared to call himself son-in-law. He was well aware of his wife, Yin Lingyun's experiences in the Phoenix clan, which were nothing short of disgraceful. Even though Yin Lingyun was Yin Feng Tian's daughter, he harbored some disdain towards her and often doubted whether she was truly his own flesh and blood. Consequently, when Yin Lingyun was cast into a small world, Yin Feng Tian did not intervene much. Lu Daosheng regarded Yin Feng Tian with a piercing gaze, eager to see just how thick-skinned this man could be. After a moment, Yin Feng Tian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, lowered his head. The psychological pressure of being scrutinized by such a formidable figure was overwhelming. He was merely at the 8th stage of the Earth realm. How could he dare to compare himself to someone far more terrifying than his own ancestor? Realizing he could not gain any advantage from Lu Daosheng, Yin Feng Tian's mind raced, and he suddenly asked, by the way, where is Xiao Xue? The last time she visited the Phoenix clan, I was in seclusion and didn't treat her well. This time, I must see her properly. Clearly, he had now turned his attention to Lu Xiaoxue. Immediately, Lu Daosheng snorted coldly and pointed a finger at Yin Feng Tian, saying in a chilling tone, do you think you are worthy to be a father? Instantly, the great hall fell into utter silence. Han Sheng, the demon clan elder, felt a pang of regret at that moment. Y&T brought some snacks along. To meet the Lord of Huang City and witness such a spectacle was unexpected. The mysterious and powerful ruler of the human clan, the Lord of Huang City, actually had such a relationship with the Phoenix clan. How thrilling! At this moment, being scolded by Lu Daosheng, Yin Feng Tian not only felt no anger, but instead lowered his head, his eyes betraying a hint of guilt. This detail did not escape Lu Daosheng's notice. Lu Daosheng furrowed his brow. Do you have something to explain? Upon hearing this, Yin Feng Tian hurriedly waved his hands, saying, no, nothing at all. However, the next instant, a terrifying pressure bore down on Yin Feng Tian. Speak! In an instant, Yin Feng Tian found himself on the ground, the overwhelming force causing his bones to creak under the strain. Ah, ancestor, save me! At that moment, the Phoenix clan elder was sweating profusely. Save you? I'd be lucky to save myself. His heart was in turmoil, but he had severely underestimated the strength of the Lord of Huang City. This individual was undoubtedly beyond the heavenly king realm, and he did not resemble a heavenly sovereign either. Could it be? Impossible, impossible. The Phoenix clan elder shook his head repeatedly, unwilling to entertain such a possibility. That would be the realm of legends. Clearly, he had underestimated the situation and could see this moment. Lu Daosheng's gaze toward Yin Feng Tian was frigid. Yin Feng Tian, feeling the pressure, finally spoke up. Stop. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Instantly, the oppressive force dissipated, and Lu Daosheng coldly fixed his gaze on Yin Feng Tian. In response, Yin Feng Tian took a breath, casting a wary glance at Lu Daosheng, then slowly said, Some time ago, Ling Yun came to see me. Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng's heart jolted. Yin Feng Tian continued, When she came to see me, it was for one thing, to sever our father-daughter relationship. After saying this, Yin Feng Tian seemed to lose all vitality. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng's brow furrowed tightly. Is there anything else? Yin Feng Tian pondered for a moment and replied. She seemed to have changed drastically. At that time, I could not even see through her, and she felt extremely unfamiliar, as if she had become a different person. Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng fell silent. Could it be that his wife was the reincarnation of such a powerful being? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Meanwhile, Yin Feng Tian sighed repeatedly, feeling humiliated by his daughter's decision to sever ties. Now that this matter had come to the attention of a lord of Huang City, he would likely be disregarded entirely. Of course, in reality, whether he spoke or not, Lu Daosheng would have no interest in him. Indeed, Lu Daosheng merely cast a cold glance at Yin Feng Tian and the Phoenix clan elder before stating, See them out. In the next moment, several powerful guards appeared beside the two gentlemen. Please. Upon witnessing this, the Phoenix clan elder's expression darkened. However, in the end, he still led Yin Feng Tian away from Huang City, although they failed to establish any friendly relations. At the very least, they would not be enemies. As for the lavish gifts brought by the Phoenix clan elder, Lu Daosheng did not even spare them a glance to TO him. They were merely a pile of refuse. Subsequently, leaders from various major clans began to arrive at Huang City to investigate. Undoubtedly, these forces were astonished by the strength embodied by this human force known as Huang City, especially the Lord of Huang City, whose power was unfathomable. In an instant, the status of the human clan within the 10,000 spirits realm rose dramatically. The treatment of those human beings still wandering in the outside world gradually improved as well. In the Dragon Domain, one of the major clans in the 10,000 spirits realm, Daosheng, have returned. Upon returning to the Dragon Clan, Daosheng proclaimed with great fervor. Instantly, the entire clan reverberated with his presence. Deep within the heart of the clan, a colossal ice dragon abruptly opened its eyes, and my son has returned. With a thunderous roar, it soared into the sky. At the same moment, countless dragons rushed towards Daosheng's direction. Upon seeing him, the dragons exclaimed with excitement, Lord Dragon's son, you have returned. Indeed, Daosheng held a prestigious status within the Dragon Clan as the Dragon's son, the future leader of the clan. Years ago, he had been banished to the Hongmeng universe, partly due to an accidental mishap involving a treasured artifact of the clan, and partly to undergo a period of tempering. Most importantly, a powerful seer within the clan had prophesied that Daosheng would encounter an entity in a small world that could alter the fate of the entire Dragon Clan. That entity was said to possess the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix. However, the seer had overlooked one individual. Lu Daosheng was Lu Daosheng who changed everything, as the person Daosheng was meant to meet was not Lu Shui, but Yin Lingyun. Unfortunately, Lu Daosheng appeared unexpectedly and fell in love with Yin Lingyun, resulting in her failure to awaken her Ice Phoenix bloodline. Fortunately, Lu Shui also possessed the Ice Phoenix bloodline, and with Lu Daosheng's assistance, she successfully awakened it. It can only be said that fate is a fickle mistress. Daosheng's choice had indeed brought about tremendous changes for the future of the Dragon Clan. That moment, a rugged voice resonated. Ching. Upon seeing the massive ice dragon, Daosheng felt a surge of excitement. Father, the ice dragon paused in astonishment, then erupted with joy, for he suddenly realized that Daosheng had reached the formidable realm of 9th stage in the Earth realm. Even more astonishingly, he could distinctly sense the bloodline within Daosheng had grown exceedingly powerful. What a tremendous opportunity! In that instant, he felt immense relief for having cast Daosheng into that small world. Clan leader, the dragons respectfully greeted Daosheng's father, who is currently the clan leader of the dragon clan. Hearing the clan members address his father as the clan leader filled Daosheng with surprise and joy. Father, you have become the clan leader? Daosheng chuckled sheepishly. I just assumed the position not long ago. The previous clan leader had faced failure in breaking through to the heavenly realm and ultimately succumbed to madness, necessitating the clan's suppression of him. Consequently, the clan had suffered some injuries, and it was only after Daosheng ascended to leadership that stability was restored at that moment. A powerful dragon spoke, Lord Dragon's son. May I inquire if you encountered that prophesied individual during your time in the lower realm? Hearing this question, all the dragons turned their gaze towards Daosheng, eagerly awaiting his response. Daosheng responded with pride. Naturally, to his affirmation, the dragons could no longer contain their elation. Erupting into a frenzy of joy, the entire dragon domain trembled with their excitement. Lord Dragon's son, where is that prophesied individual now? Daosheng pointed towards the distant horizon and replied nonchalantly. In the Wasteland City, the dragons were taken aback, as they had recently deliberated whether to investigate that very place due to its formidable reputation and its association with the human race. Daosheng, what is the meaning of this? Why did you not bring that prophesied individual back to the dragon clan? Daosheng frowned, clearly displeased with his son's handling of the matter. Daosheng's lips twitched slightly at the ease with which his father spoke. Did he not realize how long it would take to persuade that esteemed individual to come to the dragon clan? Moreover, given that Lu Shui had just undergone such a significant ordeal, it was likely that he would have to sacrifice his own dignity to make the request. Recalling his purpose, Daosheng quickly interjected, Father, let us set that matter aside for now. I have something of great importance to discuss with you. Daosheng, puzzled, inquired of great importance. What is it? Daosheng boldly stated, you should relinquish the position of clan leader to me. Are you jesting? Daosheng's voice rose in anger. After finally seizing such a substantial advantage and becoming the clan leader, how could he so easily hand it over, even to his own son? Observing his father's unwillingness, Daosheng scoffed inwardly. If he were so eager for the position, he was far better off in Wasteland City than he ever was in the Dragon Clan. Father, you must think long-term that if you hand over the clan leader position to me, I can lead the Dragon Clan toward a path of infinite glory. This. Daosheng huffed. Then tell me how you intend to lead the Dragon Clan to such heights. With a swift flick of his head and a pointed claw, Daosheng gestured towards the horizon. It's simple. We shall align the Dragon Clan with Wasteland City. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere fell into a stunned silence. The next moment, a multitude of powerful auras erupted. Impossible! To have a Dragon Clan submit to another power would be akin to asking for death. Lord Dragon's son, tread carefully. Even Daosheng glared at Daosheng in anger. Daosheng, do you comprehend the weight of your words? Our Dragon Clan has endured countless ages of heritage. How could we cling to another power for survival? We would rather die standing than live on our knees. With these words, the dragons gazed at Daosheng with deep respect. The clan leader speaks wisely. Lord Dragon's son, in this regard, you ought to learn from your father. Observing the reactions of the dragons, Daosheng's brow furrowed. Wasteland City was a realm brimming with boundless opportunities. Yet now, the Dragon Clan possessed the means to enter Wasteland City, but the clan's folk were unwilling. After a moment of contemplation, Daosheng spoke solemnly. Father, I speak the truth. Wasteland City is not as simple as it appears, and the prophesied individual you speak of is none other than the daughter of the Wasteland City Lord. At these words, all the dragons fell into a stunned silence. The prophesied individual, the daughter of the Wasteland City Lord. Daosheng's pupils constricted as numerous possibilities flooded his mind. Just then, a terrifying aura surged from the depths of the dragon domain. Sensing that overwhelming presence along with the resonating dragon roars, the dragons exclaimed in shock, the ancestor has emerged from seclusion. Indeed, as the words fell, a colossal figure materialized in the skies above the dragon domain. Exuding an unparalleled sense of oppression, In comparison to the dragon's ethereal forms, they seemed like infants beside a towering adult. Daosheng, do you know your sins? A voice of authority echoed through the void. An immense pressure bore down upon Daosheng. His expression shifted slightly, yet his body did not waver. After years of honing himself in Wasteland City, Daosheng had undergone a complete transformation. Even in the face of a heavenly realm powerhouse's pressure, he remained unafraid. Gazing into the void, Daosheng's demeanor turned grave. Ancestor, what crimes does Daosheng bear? The voice resonated again, laced with a terrifying dragon might that lingered in the the dragon son of our clan. You incite our kin to become the mounts of others. You have sullied the honor of the dragon clan, yet you remain oblivious to your transgressions. At this moment, the ancestor's fury was palpable. Casting doubt upon the prophecy of your Daosheng was indeed a great benefactor to the dragon clan, but did that prophesied individual truly exist? Hearing this, Daosheng's expression darkened, ready to retort, but Lai's face turned grave as he admonished. Ching quickly apologized to the ancestor. Subsequently, Lai implored into the void, Ancestor, my son Daosheng was led astray by ill intentions and acted impulsively. I beseech you to forgive him. Father, as he gazed at Lai. Daosheng found himself hesitating. He was acutely aware that the dragon clan was steadily losing its former glory. Yet, despite this decline, the dragons remained unbearably proud, looking down upon nearly everyone if this continued. The dragon clan would inevitably face catastrophic ruin. While he pondered strategy, the ancient ancestor of the dragon clan declared, from this day forth, strip Daosheng of his status as the dragon prince and confine him within the dragon suppression valley for a millennium of reflection. In that instant, a massive dragon claw emerged from the void, reaching toward Daosheng. Startled by the menacing aura of that colossal claw, Daosheng's eyelids twitched. Master, save me! Boom! In the next moment, a tremendous roar reverberated. Daosheng stared in bewilderment at the diminutive figure before him. Who is this? At that moment, all members of the dragon clan were aghast. Gazing at that figure, he had actually blocked the ancestor's attack with a single hand. It was a human. Who could he possibly be? The human man before Daosheng coldly fixed his gaze upon the enormous phantom in the air, then turned to Daosheng and said, The Lord of the city has commanded me to ensure your safety. Upon hearing this, Daosheng's eyes turned red. Master, I am overwhelmed with emotion. Who are you? The dragon ancestor demanded, extending his colossal dragon head from the void, his voice deep and resonant. The human man replied icily, You have no right to know my identity, that I in this world. I heed only the commands of the Lord of the city, Luke Daosheng, that it was Luke Daosheng who, in the darkest hour of his life, had extended a hand of assistance to him and granted him the opportunity to become a formidable being. From that moment on, he lived solely to fulfill the tasks entrusted to him by Luke Daosheng. Upon hearing such audacious words, the dragon ancestor's expression turned furious. I care not who you are. Daring to cause trouble in my dragon clan shall lead to your utter annihilation. Boom! The massive dragon tail swung down with ferocity, shattering the void in an instant. Witnessing this, Daosheng was left in a state of shock. Was the ancestor truly intent on eliminating him as well? Lai looked on in disbelief. This was his only son. A dark flash surged forth, and the human man swiftly retreated 100 zhong with Daosheng in tow. Just then, a voice of astonishment echoed from the void. The mark of death. Who on earth are you? The dragon ancestor gazed in horror at the strange, glowing mark in the human man's hand. Moments ago, it was the power emanating from that mark that had thwarted his strike. The human man's realm was also evident. He was at the celestial being level. Wow, brother, you are truly remarkable. Daosheng was internally shaken at this sight. To withstand such a powerful blow from their ancestor at the celestial being level was no small feat. Their ancestor was a bona fide king-level powerhouse who had resided in that realm for countless ages. With no exaggeration in that claim, that moment, everyone regarded the human man before Daosheng as if he were a monster to them. It seemed utterly impossible. Moreover, what exactly was the mark of death? Yet the human man turned to Daosheng and inquired, "Do you wish to remain with the dragon clan?" Upon hearing this, Daosheng understood. Although the powerful individual sent by his master was formidable, he could not contend with his ancestor. After a moment of contemplation, Daosheng sighed. Let us return. He felt a growing sense of disappointment toward the dragon clan. Perhaps this was indeed the fate of the dragons. Upon hearing this, the human man said nothing further but transformed Daosheng back into human form and promptly vanished from the scene. Observing Daosheng's departure, Lai's expression was complicated. Daosheng, your father has always believed in you. However, transforming the current state of the dragon clan is far more complex than mere words. That I look forward to your next return to the clan. Ancestor, the dragon prince has escaped. At that moment, a member of the dragon clan spoke up. In the void, the dragon ancestor glared towards the distant horizon and coldly declared, "From this day forth, Daosheng is no longer a member of my dragon clan." Upon hearing this, the dragons trembled in unison. Within the wild city, Daosheng lifted his gaze and furrowed his brow, though it soon relaxed. This turn of events was anticipated. System, your humble host is at your service. After a moment of contemplation, Daosheng slowly stated, "Let's level up." After much deliberation, Daosheng resolved to enhance his cultivation once more. It felt far more comfortable to possess everything under control. Currently, he was at the destiny level and remained invincible within the myriad realms. Yet he was aware of at least one individual of equal caliber, who knew if there were any hidden threats lurking in the shadows. Besides, he had many uncertainties, and only by growing stronger could he hope to resolve them. Upon receiving Daosheng's command, the system promptly obliged. Please select your desired level of upgrade. Let us increase by 10 levels for now. Understood. Please hold for a moment. As soon as the words left its mouth, Daosheng underwent a profound transformation. A terrifying aura surged within him, accompanied by an unending roar. Such a colossal upheaval went largely unnoticed within the wild city. Yet it sent ripples throughout the entire myriad realms. That moment. Above the wild city, countless celestial phenomena erupted. No one seemed to notice that the entire myriad realms trembled slightly, as if in fear of something. As the disturbances subsided, an invisible halo spread from above the wild city, only to vanish swiftly thereafter. Within the wild city, the inhabitants remarked, "The lord of the city is training again." Such a disturbance. Truly befitting the lord of the city. Enough watching. We haven't even paid for the ice pops yet. The people of the wild city displayed little reaction to this change, while only a few beings within the myriad realms were struck with awe at the power of the wild city lord. Meanwhile, in certain forbidden areas of the myriad realms, strange occurrences began to unfold. Within an ancient azure hall, a figure suddenly soared into the sky, gazing gravely towards the direction of the wild city. After a prolonged silence, as if sensing something, the figure began to move towards the wild city. Inside the wild city lord's mansion, Daosheng finally digested the vast amount of knowledge that had suddenly flooded his mind. With a deep breath, the entire space collapsed around him. It was then that Daosheng noticed an eerie ring of space forming around him, continuously dissipating. True self-realm. This is my current level. Now, as he surveyed the surroundings, everything appeared transformed. System, have I leveled up a bit too much? At this moment, the myriad realms seemed almost unable to contain him. Yet, the myriad realms dared not expel him. For at this moment, he could obliterate the entirety of the myriad realms with a mere gesture. Dear host, as your realm advances, the disparities widen. A gentle reminder. Please refrain from excessive emotional fluctuations, as they may inflict great harm upon the myriad realms. Daosheng, is it really this impressive to have leveled up 10 times? At that moment, a voice broke through. Father, what happened to you? Father, Lu Shui gasped in astonishment upon seeing Daosheng's current form. Stay back. Daosheng quickly positioned himself to shield Lu Shui from entering. Father, you have grown stronger again. Lu Shui stammered, her voice trembling as she gazed at her father. Would she still be able to snuggle with him in this state? At that moment, Daosheng gradually closed his eyes, and the terrifying aura began to recede. After a considerable time, he managed to return to his previous appearance. Shui, what is it? Daosheng smiled at Lu Shui. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui shook her head. It's nothing. I just came to see you. She had just sensed a tremendous shift within the house, which left her feeling somewhat apprehensive. Subsequently, after conversing with Lu Daosheng for a while, Lu Shui took her leave. Once she departed, Lu Daosheng's expression suddenly grew solemn. This was due to the cold indifference he had detected in his daughter's gaze moments earlier. Such a look was only manifested when he regarded those who were inconsequential to him. Yet now, it had appeared in his daughter's eyes. Was this a consequence of having reached such a lofty realm? Shaking his head, Lu Daosheng hastily sought to calm himself and adjust his state of mind. The essence of the true self realm lies in discovering one's authentic self. Logically, he should not be experiencing this. Host, you have yet to acclimatize to this realm. Such occurrences will cease in the future. The system's voice chimed, I in the future. Lu Daosheng's brows furrowed. Indeed, it might take years, or perhaps even millennia. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng replied, that is far too long. Is there no quicker method? He could not afford to wait that long. Although these were merely trivial matters, he still desired perfection. You can adapt through combat. Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that since the system had come into existence, he had scarcely engaged in any battles, merely defeating weak opponents occasionally. Wait a moment, defeating weak foes. That might work, but they shouldn't be too weak. Just as Lu Daosheng pondered this, a powerful aura suddenly descended upon the outskirts of the wild city. Instantly, the entire wild city entered a state of vigilance. Even the guards atop the city walls wore expressions of grave concern. There, amidst the void beyond the city, a figure was gazing intently at the entire wild city. That appears to be a human. One of the beings inside the wild city exclaimed. Meanwhile, in the realm of myriad spirits, several ancient beings turned their attention toward the wild city, and upon sensing the aura of the figure in the void, a stunned cry erupted. Heavenly destiny realm. How is that possible? Indeed, the aura emanating from the figure in the void unmistakably belonged to a being of the heavenly destiny realm, and it was devoid of any concealment. In an instant, the entire realm of myriad spirits was set abuzz that a powerhouse of the heavenly destiny realm has emerged. Within the Lord's manor of the wild city, Lu Daosheng cast a cool glance at the figure in the void outside the city. It was the same entity from the Azure Hall. When Lu Daosheng had first arrived in the realm of myriad spirits, he had exchanged pleasantries with this individual. The latter had mentioned that he would visit the wild city, and Lu Daosheng had merely been polite, never expecting that the individual would truly come to this moment. The mysterious man in the void remained oblivious to Lu Daosheng's gaze, for the disparity between them had grown too vast. However, he was unaware of this fact. Thus, his stare directed at the wild city held merely a hint of surprise. I did not expect such power to exist in this world. Might I ask the purpose of your visit to my wild city? The guard inquired, stepping forward with cupped fists. Internally, the guard was somewhat shaken, for the aura of this being was indistinguishable from that of their city lord. This was a powerhouse of equal caliber. If such a being were to harbor ill intentions toward them, it would undoubtedly spell catastrophic consequences. In the void, the mysterious man paid no heed to the guard and instead focused on the depths of the wild city. I have come in person. Are you not going to emerge to greet me? Feeling ignored, the guard furrowed his brow but dared not display any dissatisfaction. Promptly retreating, he was no fool. Provoking such a formidable being without the strength to back it up would be akin to seeking disaster. Within the Lord's manor, Lu Daosheng observed this scene with a faint smirk. He had not anticipated that this individual would turn out to be a human. How ironic. While there was a powerhouse of the heavenly destiny realm among the humans, the humans in the realm of myriad spirits lived in such a wretched state that in an instant, Lu Daosheng's regard for this human powerhouse plummeted. Why wild city stands here. Whether you enter or not is entirely up to you, Lu Daosheng stated nonchalantly. Immediately, the mysterious man in the void was taken aback. He had not expected the other party to be so brazen. Interesting, he remarked, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Before taking a step forward, directly bypassing all defenses of the wild city and striding inside. This spectacle left all within the wild city wide-eyed in astonishment. It was their first encounter with someone capable of flying directly into the city from the air. Was this what constituted a top-tier powerhouse? Inside the Lord's manor, Gu Chun and the others also witnessed this scene, their brows knitting together. Lord, this fellow is rather too arrogant, isn't he? And Xing nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng merely smiled lightly, saying nothing further. As the city's prohibitions had yet to be upgraded, it was no wonder the other could easily enter IT this moment. The figure before him was akin to an ant in his eyes. More precisely, everything within his sight appeared as mere ants. Observing Lu Daosheng's reaction, Gu Chun and the others felt a sense of unease. They had not anticipated that even the city lord would be at a loss against this individual. After all, their city lord could not be invincible forever. Presently, it seemed that the city lord had reached his limit. Clearly, moving forward, the responsibility of safeguarding the wild city could not rest solely on the city lord. They too must strive for improvement. In an instant, the resolve of the group solidified rather than waned. Noticing this change, Lu Daosheng was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Just then, a figure appeared within the great hall. It was none other than the mysterious man of the heavenly destiny realm. This moment, a hazy aura enveloped the mysterious man, obscuring his features. Jiu Chun and the others were unable to discern his form. However, to Lu Daosheng, the man appeared as exposed as a naked man. "Are you the city lord of the wild city?" the mysterious man inquired. Hearing this, Lu Daosheng nodded. "That is correct." Yet at that moment, the mysterious man furrowed his brow tightly. He suddenly sensed something amiss. Why could he not perceive Lu Daosheng at this moment? Just as he prepared to scrutinize further, a trickle of bright red blood unexpectedly flowed from the corner of his eye. "You, what have you done?" The mysterious man retreated several steps, regarding Lu Daosheng with trepidation. Witnessing this scene, Gu Chun and the others instinctively took several steps back. Could it be that the city lord had already made a move in secret? As for all of this, Lu Daosheng felt somewhat helpless. He had done nothing. It was merely that he had grown too powerful, and that even an ant of the heavenly destiny realm dared to stare at him without consequence was almost laughable. "Do not be alarmed. You are simply too weak," Lu Daosheng said slowly. Upon hearing this, the mysterious man suddenly erupted in laughter. "I am weak. Ha ha." The booming laugh erupted from the mysterious man, followed by a cold sneer. "Do you know who I am?" In response, Lu Daosheng replied coolly, "I do not know, nor do I wish to this point." He felt a sense of disappointment toward the heavenly destiny realm powerhouse before him. He had not expected this individual to be so arrogant. Lu Daosheng indeed had some inquiries he wished to pose to this human powerhouse. However, at this juncture, such questions were rendered unnecessary. You think you are strong?" At that moment, the mysterious man cast a cold smile at Lu Daosheng. Upon hearing these words, Lu Daosheng rose abruptly to his feet. Meanwhile, Gu Chun and the others exchanged glances, aware that the lord of the city was about to take action. Without delay, they hastily retreated. In an instant, all the restrictions surrounding the desolate city activated. Powerful divine senses from all directions turned their attention toward the desolate city, which had suddenly become the focal point of the 10,000 spirits realm. "Make your move," the mysterious man said casually. Regarding Lu Daosheng, he intended to demonstrate to this unexpected intruder what it truly meant to be a master of the celestial destiny realm. In response, Lu Daosheng made no attempt to decline. As you wished, he placed the tip of his index finger against his thumb and flicked it. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as an indescribable, terrifying force surged toward the mysterious man. The entire desolate city, along with the entirety of the 10,000 spirits realm, trembled at that moment. Observing the approaching force, the mysterious man's pupils constricted, a dazzling light manifested at his chest. Unparalleled power. With another resounding explosion, from the depths of the desolate city, a force soared into the sky, creating an irreparable breach in the firmament of the 10,000 spirits realm. In the next instant, a figure was hurled from within the desolate city. The very fabric of the void shattered at that moment, and countless fragments rained down from the sky, filling the air with an aura of destruction. The entire 10,000 spirits realm fell into a profound silence, as every living being, without exception, stared in awe at the direction of the desolate city. An instant kill. The master of the celestial destiny realm was vanquished in a heartbeat by the lord of the desolate city. Inside the desolate city, after recovering from the shock, everyone finally reacted and erupted into cheers. In no time, the name of the lord of the desolate city resonated throughout the 10,000 spirits realm. Somewhere within the realm, amidst a mountain range, a colossal pit suddenly appeared. At its center lay the mysterious man, devoid of any will to live. That he was not dead, but he understood that his opponent had deliberately shown mercy. How could he be so powerful? Wasn't he a master of the celestial destiny realm? A multitude of questions flooded the mysterious man's mind. That he stood up again, his expression hardened, and he gazed toward the desolate city. Despite the blood flowing from his body, he resolutely made his way toward the desolate city. Within the Lord's hall of the desolate city, Gu Chun and the others entered anxiously. The hall was still permeated with the remnants of the recent devastation, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. They realized that the Lord had no limits. He was truly invincible. In the hall, Lu Daosheng glanced at Gu Chun and the others before breaking into a slight smile. "You may leave now." Hearing this, they dared not linger till we take our leave. They hurriedly exited on the way, and Xing inquired, "Do you think the Lord was concealing his strength all along?" Gu Chun hesitated before responding, and Xing pondered for a moment and then replied with a wry smile, "The Lord was already unfathomable to me. If he was hiding his power, how could we possibly survive?" At that moment, he was merely at the pinnacle of the 8th stage of the Earth realm, a far cry from Lu Daosheng, who stood at the celestial destiny realm. By the way, I heard Brother Yun is training new recruits. And Xing added. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen's lips twitched. That war maniac. And Xing patted Gu Chen's shoulder and chuckled. "Don't concern yourself with them. I believe the Lord's actions this time are far more than just a moment of restraint." Gu Chen's expression brightened. "Oh, what do you mean?" And Xing cautiously glanced around before continuing. "The Lord must have discovered something, prompting him to act and intimidate those lurking in the shadows. That I've dispatched numerous subordinates to infiltrate various parts of the 10,000 spirits realm to gather intelligence. I suspect that this realm is far more complex than it appears on the surface, with portions of its history leaving no trace whatsoever." Hearing this, Gu Chen's expression turned serious. "Have you shared this with the Lord?" And Xing nodded. "Naturally, and I am certain he will soon be informed." With that, and Xing chose not to elaborate further, casting a glance at Gu Chan before taking his leave. Left alone, Gu Chan furrowed his brow. And Xing's sudden revelation carried significant weight. This fellow commanded a formidable intelligence network. Was he suggesting that Gu Chan should prepare for something? With these questions in mind, Gu Chan returned to his residence, immersing himself in relentless cultivation. Back in the hall, Lu Daosheng observed a luminous sphere before him, revealing the recent conversation between Xing and Gu Chun. That Xing, Lu Daosheng shook his head. He seldom monitored his subordinates, only assisting them occasionally in elevating their strength. He feared that if he accelerated their growth too swiftly, they would fall behind. Therefore, he remained detached from their daily interactions. Now, it seemed that Xing harbored intentions of winning Gu Chun over. Inside the desolate city, although Gu Chun had no substantial followers, his standing was undeniably high, as he was the mentor of the Lord's daughter, Lu Shui. Anyone who encountered him would show him respect. Lu Daosheng paid little heed to such matters, provided that Xing remained loyal to the desolate city and himself. As he sensed the entirety of the 10,000 spirits realm. A faint smile graced Lu Daosheng's lips. The realm now held no secrets, as if a maiden stood before him, stripped bare. Clearly, two parties were up to no good. Lu Daosheng's gaze shifted to two locations within the 10,000 spirits realm, both radiating energy and commotion, indicating that something was about to emerge. For a long time, these places had been forbidden zones, untouched by any. That moment, outside the desolate city, a bloodied figure suddenly appeared at the city gates. It was the mysterious human warrior whom Lu Daosheng had previously sent flying. Upon seeing him, the sentry, Ao Shou, felt a jolt of alarm. What nonsense is this? He dares to return. Is he truly that bold? Yet in the next instant he was taken aback. The mysterious man knelt before the city gates, blood streaming down his face, and solemnly declared, "Heavenly Court War General, Yi Qing, seeks an audience with the Lord of the desolate city. His voice resonated powerfully, infused with the aura of the celestial destiny realm, swiftly echoing throughout the 10,000 spirits realm. The mention of heavenly court war general left most beings bewildered. What kind of force was this? Yet a small fraction of ancient entities turned pale with terror upon hearing those words. The heavenly court. It had been years since anyone had uttered the name of that force. How could a powerful figure from the heavenly court still exist in the current 10,000 spirits realm? This was implausible. Hadn't the heavenly court been obliterated long ago? Within the Lord's hall of the desolate city, Lu Daosheng also heard these words, but remained uncertain. Nevertheless, he still did not permit the man named Yi Qing to enter the desolate city. Thus, Yi Qing remained kneeling outside, bloodied. Witnessing this scene, the ancient warriors were nearly rendered unconscious with shock. Was the Lord of the desolate city truly that formidable? After all, this was the heavenly court. Moreover, he is a general of the celestial court. In an instant, numerous powerful races issued edicts, declaring that henceforth, upon encountering the human race, they must show utmost respect. The era of humanity may be on the verge of resurgence. Celestial court? Dipping sauce, Lu Daosheng mumbled to himself, pondering for a moment, when suddenly an idea struck him. Immediately, he stepped directly into the void. In the next instant, an ethereal river of time and space appeared before Lu Daosheng. Any questions he had would be answered by history itself. Without hesitation, Lu Daosheng stepped into the river of time and space. Impudent, do you dare to trespass into the river of time and space? Do you seek death? As soon as he entered, a furious voice echoed. In the next moment, an aura surpassing the celestial fate realm surged toward Lu Daosheng with overwhelming force. This time, Lu Daosheng refrained from releasing his own aura, for this river of time and space could not withstand it. Should it collapse due to his presence, the entire realm of myriad beings would be doomed to hate that moment. A figure abruptly materialized before Lu Daosheng. Did you not hear me speaking to you? How dare you intrude? The voice trailed off as the man stood dumbfounded, staring at Lu Daosheng. Although Lu Daosheng did not actively emanate his aura, the man discerned something unusual with his keen perception. Ew. The middle-aged man gazed at Lu Daosheng in astonishment, unable to believe what he was witnessing. How could such a powerful being exist in this place? Is he from the Hall of Time and Space? Lu Daosheng replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man was taken aback, hastily bowing in respect. Yang Daosheng of the Hall of Time and Space pays his respects to the senior. May I inquire as to your esteemed identity? The middle-aged man regarded his counterpart with confusion, questioning who this individual truly was. That in the realm of myriad beings, there should not be anyone stronger than him. Noting the middle-aged man's puzzled gaze, Lu Daosheng merely shook his head lightly. Who I am is of little consequence. I have come to the river of time and space today out of curiosity, seeking to uncover certain truths that as for you. Consider this an encounter you did not witness. All right. Lu Daosheng spoke amiably. Hesitant, Yang Daosheng responded, Senior, you must be aware of the rules of our Hall of Time and Space. Entry into the river of time and space is strictly forbidden. Before he could finish his sentence, a crystal appeared in his hand. The time-space divine crystal. Upon seeing this item, Yang Daosheng gasped in astonishment. Is this sufficient? Yes, Senior. Do you require me to guide you? Lu Daosheng waved his hand dismissively. Just do not disturb me, of course, Senior. I shall take my leave. With that, Yang Daosheng hastily departed, his eyes gleaming with frenzied excitement. His fate might just change due to that time-space divine crystal. Within the river of time and space, Lu Daosheng observed Yang Daosheng's hurried retreat, shaking his head with a smile before advancing forward. He was eager to discover what changes had transpired within the blank segment of history concerning humanity. According to Enshing's reports, long ago, humanity seemed to have a remarkably glorious past. Subsequently, however, they mysteriously vanished. The realm of myriad beings contained no records regarding the cause of this disappearance. Not even a trace. Filled with curiosity, Lu Daosheng began to peruse the river of time and space. The moment he made contact with it, the entire river trembled. Fear not, as long as you remain obedient, I shall not bring you harm. Before long, The images Lu Daosheng sought materialized before his eyes. He beheld the realm of myriad beings at that time, far more splendid than it was now. Celestial beings were plentiful. Witnessing this scene, Lu Daosheng fell into silence. How closely it resembled the initial state of the Hongmeng universe. Could it be that the realm of myriad beings faced formidable adversaries as well? Consequently, Lu Daosheng leaped forward to the moment when humanity's tribulations began to at this juncture. Humanity was experiencing its most glorious era. The three major powers of humanity jointly governed the entire realm of myriad beings, ushering in an age of prosperity where all races paid homage. Among these powers was the Celestial Court. The other two were the Human Emperor's Hall and the Holy Sect. Lu Daosheng recalled Yi Qing, who was still kneeling before the gates of the barren city. The individual claimed to be a general of the Celestial Court. No wonder he was so arrogant. Indeed, the Celestial Court at its peak had the right to such pride. The 36 generals of the Celestial Court, with their leader reaching a realm beyond celestial fate, possessed unfathomable strength. The other two human powers, the Human Emperor's Hall and the Holy Sect, were nearly equal in might to the Celestial Court. What could have caused such a powerful human race to vanish so suddenly from the realm of myriad beings? As time flowed, the answer soon unveiled itself. Within an ancient hall, three formidable beings sat across from one another. Their expressions filled with gravity and reluctance. There's truly no way out. They will not grant us any opportunities. These three were the leaders of the Human Emperor's Hall, the Holy Sect, and the Celestial Court. At that moment, the leader of the Celestial Court stood up. Escaping is not an option. Begging for mercy is even less so. If that is the case, then let the Celestial Court resist to the very end. Upon hearing this, the other two leaders exchanged glances and nodded resolutely. The human race had no cowards among them. Then let us fight. On that day, a colossal rift in time and space suddenly appeared above the realm of myriad beings. Countless terrifying beings, far surpassing the strength of the myriad beings, surged forth from within. On that day, the entire realm of myriad beings trembled. That battle turned the land into a river of blood. That calamity was fated. In the end, humanity was annihilated, and the three major powers were nearly wiped out, leaving only a minuscule number of survivors clinging to life, devoid of any hope for the future. Among them was Yi Qing. Afterward, the realm of myriad beings fell into a prolonged silence, and civilization experienced a near-complete rupture. Many moons later, various races that had survived that great battle gradually regained some vitality, re-emerging within the realm of myriad beings. Though they were far from their former strength, the basic races still persisted. However, humanity could never return, for there was no one left in the realm of myriad beings capable of shouldering the entirety of the human race. Before the river of time and space, Lu Daosheng remained silent for an extended period. Once again, he encountered this pattern. From the records of the river of time and space, Lu Daosheng learned of the identity of the adversary, the Alliance of Realms. He had no knowledge of this force, but he understood that they would undoubtedly become his enemy. They had annihilated humanity at its most glorious period, thus they would likely take action against this barren city as well. It was merely a matter of time. Their motives appeared to stem from humanity's refusal to submit to them. For such a reason, they acted against the entire realm of myriad beings. This was an act of great evil. With that, Lu Daosheng departed from the river of time and space, returning to the Lord's mansion. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand, summoning Yi Qing, who had been waiting outside the gates of the barren city, to suddenly appear before him. Seeing Lu Daosheng, Yi Qing was momentarily taken aback before respectfully declaring, "Yi Qing pays his respects to the senior." This time, he no longer possessed the same air of arrogance as before. Rather, he humbled himself greatly. At this moment, Lu Daosheng gazed at Yi Qing and understood why the latter had refrained from taking action to protect the human race over the years. Ever since that fateful battle, the surviving Yi Qing had lost all fighting spirit, ultimately confining himself within a relic of the heavenly court, unwilling to confront the reality of it all. As for revenge, it had never even crossed his mind. The human race had once thrived to such an extent, yet still faced annihilation at the hands of their adversaries, the once invincible lord of the heavenly court, who had always loomed large in his heart. had perished in that cataclysm. He had thought to merely survive the remainder of his days. But unexpectedly, he encountered Lu Daosheng. During their first communication across the void, Yi Qing held only a fleeting curiosity towards Lu Daosheng. Upon his second visit to the desolate city, he was taken aback by its vibrant prosperity. However, he surmised that Lu Daosheng's strength could not possibly match his own. After all, becoming a general of the heavenly court was far more complex than merely reaching the destiny realm. Thus, he felt compelled to make Lu Daosheng aware of his own prowess, serving as a cautionary reminder not to attract undue attention in the myriad realms, lest he provoke a calamity akin to that which befell the human race in the past. It was only when Lu Daosheng took action that all this came to an end. It turned out that everything had merely been a farcical delusion on his part. At this juncture, Lu Daosheng spoke. "You have returned to see me. What is it that you seek?" In response, Yi Qing knelt and solemnly declared, "I wish to join your desolate city and revive the human race." Lu Daosheng regarded Yi Qing and inquired, "Revenge?" Upon hearing those two words, Yi Qing could not suppress a shudder. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength and resolutely affirmed, "Revenge." After uttering this, Yi Qing collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed. After countless years, this was the first time he had spoken the word revenge. At that moment, he was unaware that his strength was beginning to transform, growing more formidable. Witnessing this, Lu Daosheng smiled. "I can offer you the opportunity for revenge. But determination is not merely a matter of words." Hearing this, Yi Qing breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was granted an opportunity, that would suffice. If there remained a chance in this life to avenge the heavenly court and the human race, he would have no regrets at that moment. Lu Daosheng stated, "Surely, you are not the only one from the heavenly court who survived." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing's expression flickered. "Senior, do you mean?" Lu Daosheng replied nonchalantly. "Go and find them all. I will assist you in enhancing their strength. When the Alliance of Realms arrives, you will be poised for revenge." In response, Yi Qing decisively nodded and said, "Then, Senior, I shall take my leave." However, just as Yi Qing rose, he stumbled once more, his consciousness gradually fading. He had sustained grave injuries and had yet to recover. Observing this, Lu Daosheng sighed, then waved his hand, channeling pure energy to restore Yi Qing. Feeling vitality surging within him, Yi Qing quickly rose, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Thank you, Senior." He then hastily departed from the desolate city. Indeed, the heavenly court was not devoid of survivors. The human emperor's hall and the sacred gate were also intact. Yet in recent years, there had been almost no communication among them, and some had even perished. Whether they retained any fighting spirit remained a mystery to Yi Qing. Thus, the task entrusted to him by Lu Daosheng was not without its challenges. Nevertheless, in the pursuit of avenging the heavenly court and the human race, he was determined to rally his former comrades before Lu Daosheng, but he believed that when those comrades beheld Lu Daosheng, they would undoubtedly rekindle their faith, for such a terrifying powerhouse was, after all, one of their own. Meanwhile, the entire myriad realms seemed to have fallen into a tranquil state. Yet Lu Daosheng understood this was merely the calm before the storm. Nevertheless, it was indeed time for the desolate city to settle down. Lu Daosheng cast his gaze towards a certain point in the myriad realms, his expression serene. Just then, Ao Qing returned in the grand hall. A human male tossed Ao Qing onto the ground. "Ouch, brother, be gentle." Ao Qing scrambled to his feet, and upon seeing Lu Daosheng, felt an overwhelming sense of shame. "Master, I have failed." Recalling his initial fervor, he felt a burning embarrassment upon his face. Even his thick skin could not shield him from it. However, Lu Daosheng paid no heed to Ao Qing, instead addressing the man beside him. "Kong, thank you for your efforts." Lu Daosheng's gaze towards him carried a hint of appreciation. Kong was the very little beggar Lu Daosheng had encountered in that meager alley of the Tianxian world, who had later been brought into the Palm world for training. Even Lu Daosheng had not anticipated that this little fellow would successfully navigate the hellish secret realm and emerge with the mark of death. The strength of his will was indeed formidable. Here, Lu Daosheng could not help but take pride in his discerning eye. Hearing Lu Daosheng's words, Kong quickly knelt on one knee, respectfully stating, I am at your service, willing to do whatever it takes. Subsequently, at Lu Daosheng's gesture, Kong withdrew. Meanwhile, Daosheng assumed that Lu Daosheng was indifferent due to his failure, perhaps even considering abandoning him altogether. Instantly, Daosheng felt utterly humiliated, his head hanging as if he wished to burrow into the ground. Observing Daosheng's demeanor, Lu Daosheng spoke. Daosheng. Upon hearing Lu Daosheng's call, Daosheng hurriedly replied, Master, I have failed in my duties. I am willing to accept punishment, just do not cast him away. In response, Lu Daosheng shook his head with a smile that I have already stated that the desolate city is no less than the dragon tribe. In truth, I anticipated your failure. Had you chosen to remain with the dragon tribe, I would not have interfered. However, since you opted for the desolate city, you must be prepared. Upon hearing this, Daosheng's pupils constricted, and his eyes turned Master at that moment. Daosheng recalled something and hesitated. Master, what about the dragon tribe? Before he could finish, Lu Daosheng raised his hand to interrupt the for the dragon tribe. I shall not intervene. The decision rests with you. The future of the dragon tribe will be determined by Daosheng, not Lu Daosheng. Instantly, Daosheng understood Lu Daosheng's meaning. Master, I understand. You may go now. Spend some time with Xiaoxue. Yes, master. With that, Daosheng departed. Left behind, Lu Daosheng let out a faint sigh, gazing into the distance. The desolate city had also entered a period of tranquility. Time flew by in the realm of cultivation. And soon, 30,000 years had passed. Undoubtedly, in the span of 30 millennia, the desolate city had become the most formidable force within the myriad realms. The status of the human race within the myriad realms seemed to have returned to its former glory. Within the desolate city, a formidable aura of the heavenly king realm surged forth from a certain location. The inhabitants of the desolate city merely cast a casual glance at this phenomenon before continuing with their affairs. In the myriad realms, the myriad beings had long since grown numb to this aura. Over the years, the desolate city had continuously produced breakthroughs, seemingly announcing to the world their dominance. Not to mention the heavenly king realm. Even beings of the heavenly sovereign realm had emerged. That occasion had seen nearly all the forces of the myriad realms converge upon the desolate city to extend their congratulations. The heavenly sovereign realm, a presence that was virtually invisible to the public eye. Some powerful races might possess such beings, but they would never reveal them to the world, for they were their trump cards. Yet the desolate city showed no inclination to conceal its strength. After all, the Lord of the desolate city was a terrifying entity capable of annihilating those of the destiny realm. Did they really need to hide? Within the Lord's palace of the desolate city, the newly ascended Guchun entered the grand hall. At this moment, and Xing, Wei, Yunqi, and others were also present in the hall. Old brother, you're a bit slow. Upon encountering Guchun, Yunqi smiled and spoke. Hearing this, Guchun offered a faint smile, but refrained from responding. Although his talent was undoubtedly commendable among this group, he preferred a more methodical approach to his cultivation for the pace of breakthroughs. It was not that he was slow, but rather that others were exceedingly extraordinary. Notably, Xing frequently approached Lu Daosheng to seek assistance in making breakthroughs. However, while Lu Daosheng would indeed help Xing to advance, the consequences were often dire. Adhering to the principle of solidifying one's foundation, after aiding in Xing's breakthrough, Lu Daosheng would then subject him to the trials he had devised. Though termed a trial, it was essentially a means of enduring punishment. Yet, the results were remarkable. Despite Xing's rapid advancement, his foundation remained remarkably solid. Must be said, and Xing was exceptionally ruthless, both to himself and others. At that moment, Lu Daosheng spoke again. If that is the case, then we are all present. Instantly, everyone in the grand hall stood at attention, respectfully gazing forward. Observing the few individuals below, these were the prominent representatives of their strength in the wild city. Huangsho stood at the forefront, having reached the celestial monarch realm, seemingly only a step away from the destiny realm. Yunqi had also recently achieved the celestial monarch realm. Following them were Guchun, Wei, and Xing, all of whom had attained the king realm, including Ouyang Yanqing and Daosheng. Especially Daosheng, that on the day Daosheng broke through to the king realm at Lu Daosheng's behest. An overwhelming dragon pressure surged forth from within the wild city, cascading in all directions, shaking the entire 10,000 spirits realm. The energy of a king realm ice dragon was indeed immense. In a moment, countless factions gazed upon the dragon clan with envy. However, it was not long before news spread that Daosheng, upon breaking through to the king realm, had long been expelled from the dragon clan. Instantly, the previously immeasurable envy transformed into mockery. Everyone's attention was drawn to the movements of the dragon clan. Inside the dragon clan, the ancestral elders seethed with rage, while the other clan members were filled with regret. Only the clan leader, Aolai, remained silent. In the grand hall, Daosheng continued. Next, remnants of the once great human factions will emerge in the 10,000 spirits realm, accompanied by both opportunities and dangers. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Opportunities? What opportunities could possibly rival those within the wild city? Observing the flicker of disdain in their eyes, Daosheng's lips twitched, having lingered in the wild city for too long. They had indeed grown overly lofty. He then declared, "This time, all of you must participate. Remember, the primary focus is not the opportunity, but the chance for training." Hearing this, the crowd dared not decline and hastily agreed. There were 3 factions in total: the Human Emperor Hall, the Celestial Court, and the Sacred Mountain. You may divide yourselves as you wish. Understood, Lord City Master. Given the time Daosheng had projected, it was already drawing near. Meanwhile, within 2 forbidden zones of the 10,000 spirits realm, at the same moment, a powerful aura erupted from both locations. Sensing these 2 presences, several formidable factions trembled. Indeed, had those 2 clans emerged. Lord City Master. What is this? In the grand hall, Gu Chun and the others felt the 2 auras, their expressions filled with confusion. Those places had yet to be explored by the wild city, so they had little understanding of them. At this moment, and Xing spoke, from what I know, there seemed to be powerful factions secluding themselves within those 2 forbidden zones. Upon hearing this, the crowd was astonished. Powerful factions. And Xing chuckled awkwardly to those external factions. Yes, however, to us in the wild city, they may be quite ordinary, and to Daosheng, well, they are merely 2 heaps of refuse. The realms are as follows: Destiny Realm, Breaking Heaven Realm, Divine Presence Realm, Divine Being Realm, Divine King Realm, Celestial Monarch Realm, Celestial Lord Realm, Celestial Emperor Realm, Super Divine Realm, Breaking Divine Realm, True Self Realm. These are the subsequent realms that I had initially planned to release this after a couple more chapters. But I couldn't withstand your persistent inquiries. Lord City Master, what are those 2 factions? At this time, Gu Chun inquired. In response, Daosheng replied calmly. Indeed, these 2 factions are rather impressive. Point 1 is named the Longevity, Celestial Clan, and the other is the Undying Emperor Clan. Both factions are remnants from a very long time ago, roughly from the same era as the human race. Daosheng then recounted the grandeur of the 10,000 spirits realm from years past. Upon learning that the human race had been annihilated for refusing to submit, the entire grand hall fell into a contemplative silence. So, this was how the human race met its demise. Lord City Master, should we prepare in advance against that realm alliance? The realm alliance had obliterated the 3 major factions of the human race. They could very well be next. Hearing this, Daosheng chuckled. Are we not preparing right now? The realm alliance indeed possessed terrifying power. Given the current strength of the wild city, it was somewhat fanciful to contend against them. After all, even the once mighty human race had been unable to withstand their advance. Of course, all of this was predicated on Daosheng not intervening personally, that if he were to take action, the realm alliance would likely face immediate destruction. Meanwhile, in one of the forbidden zones of the 10,000 spirits realm, an ancient and formidable faction had long been in slumber. Over time, this area had gradually transformed into a forbidden zone, the Longevity Celestial Clan. This clan is characterized by its immense celestial power and exceedingly long lifespans. Unfortunately, this clan had encountered the invincible human race in the past and had no choice but to become mere embellishments to them. Celestial power was, at that time, second only to the astonishing power cultivated by the human race. With a hum, as the light screen opened, a white-haired elder emerged slowly, draped in a white robe, truly resembling an immortal. This moment, A middle-aged man appeared behind him. Clan leader. Most of the clan members have awakened. Hearing this, the white-haired elder nodded that he was the clan leader of the Longevity Celestial Clan, Li Changyue, a terrifying powerhouse of the Destiny Realm. The elder's gaze turned towards the desolate domain, the direction of the wild city. After long silence, he spoke softly. Prepare offerings. We shall visit the wild city. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man did not question further, merely nodding, yes, clan leader. The Longevity Celestial Clan had awakened a portion of their members long ago. In recent years, they had kept abreast of the happenings in the 10,000 Spirits realm. The invincible reputation of the Wild City Master had resonated throughout the entire realm, reflecting on how the other had effortlessly slain a war general of the Celestial Court. The elder felt a pang of trepidation. While he could defeat a war general of the Celestial Court, he could never achieve such a swift victory. Above the Destiny realm, Wild City Master, who exactly are you? The elder murmured to himself, gazing towards the Wild City, in another forbidden zone. This was the territory of the Undying Emperor clan. The name Undying Emperor clan is quite fitting. Their vitality is extraordinarily robust, though the term undying may be somewhat exaggerated. As long as one's strength does not significantly surpass that of the Undying Emperor clan members, it is exceedingly difficult to eliminate one of their kin. This very trait has fostered the clan's arrogance. Prepare offerings. We shall go to the wild city. Upon awakening, the leader of the Undying Emperor clan, Di Ming, immediately declared. Despite the clan's arrogance, as the leader, he could not afford to be. Every decision he made would impact the entire Undying Emperor clan. Hearing this, a member of the Undying Emperor clan frowned slightly. Clan leader, while the wild city is indeed impressive, are we not showing weakness by proceeding? Another member echoed, yes, clan leader, while the Undying Emperor clan may struggle against the wild city. We are not afraid of them. As soon as the words left their mouths, a sharp sound echoed. The two were met with two crisp slaps across their faces. Am I the clan leader? Or are you? Both of them instantly felt a burning sensation on their cheeks, covering their faces in grievance. Yes, you are the clan leader. Then hurry and prepare. Yes, of course. The two individuals hastily departed from the scene, resembling a fleeting escape. Meanwhile, Di Ming stood still, gazing intently in the direction of the desolate city, as if struck by a sudden realization. He then turned his head towards another direction, a faint smile gracing his lips. Before long, a tremendous tremor reverberated throughout the realm of all spirits. The divine aura suddenly emanated from a specific area at the heart of this realm. Almost immediately, three terrifying celestial phenomena manifested in distinct locations. Interlinked to form a stable triangle T last, they have come into existence. A murmuring voice echoed from somewhere within the realm of all spirits. Within the desolate city, Lu Daosheng abruptly opened his eyes, raising a hand to summon a figure who appeared before him. Kong did this moment. The aura surrounding Kong was particularly formidable. He had, astonishingly, ascended beyond the realm of destiny, reaching the breaking sky stage. Such swiftness is truly unparalleled throughout history. Lord City Master. Upon seeing Lu Daosheng, Kong displayed no trace of arrogance from his recent breakthrough. Instead, bowing respectfully, Lu Daosheng nodded in acknowledgement. It must be said that ever since he rescued Kong, the latter had continuously surprised him. Kong, during the emergence of the three great powers of humanity, you are tasked with discreetly observing to prevent any unforeseen incidents, Lu Daosheng instructed. Hearing this, Kong replied, Understood, Lord City Master. Go then. With that, Kong vanished from the Grand Hall. Lu Daosheng smiled, pleasantly surprised by Kong's rapid advancement to the breaking sky stage. This development allowed him to feel more at ease regarding Gu Chun and the others. The breaking sky stage is sufficient in the current realm of all spirits. Lu Daosheng could easily sense that, aside from a few exceptional beings, no one else possessed the strength to reach the breaking sky stage. Moreover, those exceptional beings could not contend with Kong at that moment, and Xing entered the Grand Hall. Lord City Master, two factions have arrived outside the city, seeking an audience with you, and Xing reported respectfully. Upon hearing this, Lu Daosheng replied with a smile, Then let them in. Yes, Lord City Master, As he gazed towards the entrance, Lu Daosheng bore a smile that was almost enigmatic. Outside the city, Di Ming, the patriarch of the undying imperial clan, coldly remarked, I never expected the Eternal Life Celestial clan to also grace this place. Historically, there's been animosity between their two clans. Had it not been for the restraint imposed by humanity in the past, they would have clashed long ago. Upon hearing Di Ming's mockery, Li Changyue scoffed, What? Only your undying imperial clan is permitted to come. Is it forbidden for my Eternal Life Celestial clan to attend? Ha ha! Aren't you all supposed to consider yourselves immortals, looking down upon others? Why the eagerness this time? Back when humanity was still around, we never saw you act this way. Before Li Changyue could respond, others from the Eternal Life Celestial clan could no longer contain themselves. Sensing this, Li Changyue quickly restrained them. Patriarch, he shook his head, urging them not to engage, reminding them not to forget their purpose for being there. Noticing Li Changyue's demeanor, Di Ming merely sneered and refrained from further comment that a few jabs were sufficient. A true conflict would be detrimental to both parties. They then turned their gaze towards the magnificent city before them, their hearts tumultuous with astonishment. They had not anticipated the sheer terror emanating from this city. Particularly, the plaque above the city gates radiated a forbidding aura that sent shivers down their spines. Wait, the city walls seemed to be infused with primordial divine gold. Primordial divine gold, an exceedingly rare and resilient material, often indispensable in the forging of artifacts. The undying imperial clan had only managed to acquire a small fragment in the past. Now, to find it used in the construction of these walls was sheer extravagance. Yet at that moment, Li Changyue exclaimed, No! The entire wall is forged from primordial divine gold. Suddenly, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. How could this be possible? Di Ming's disbelief was palpable. That was primordial divine gold, not some commonplace stone. Though he verbally expressed his skepticism, he could not resist approaching the wall, his hand reaching out to caress its surface. This truly is primordial divine gold. Beside him, Li Changyue's expression became grave. The scale of such an undertaking to build an immense city raised questions about its onerous mindset. Did they truly view wealth as worthless? At that moment, Li Changyue's eyes widened as he observed Di Ming, who had inexplicably produced a pickaxe, swinging it with fervor. What the hell? Patriarch, please remain calm. The members of the undying imperial clan rushed forward to restrain Di Ming. After a brief interval, Di Ming finally regained his composure. Gazing at the entirety of the city wall crafted from primordial divine gold, his heart ached. Even a small piece would suffice at that moment. And Xing appeared at the city gates. Esteemed guests, please proceed. Upon hearing this, the outsiders turned their attention to Xing Heavenly King realm. Instantly, their eyes narrowed. The desolate city truly deserved its reputation as the most formidable power in the present realm of all spirits. Merely sending forth one individual revealed a heavenly realm's strength. Moreover, they were acutely aware of the presence of a powerful sword cultivator residing atop the city walls. Desolate city, indeed a place of hidden talents. Consequently, the two factions dared not underestimate the situation, promptly expressing their gratitude and following Xing into the desolate city. Upon entering the desolate city, both the members of the Eternal Life Celestial clan and the Undying Imperial clan were rendered speechless. As if struck by lightning, they beheld a city entirely constructed from primordial divine gold, interspersed with even rare materials. Opulent, exceedingly opulent. To reside in such a place for a lifetime would leave one with no regrets. At that moment, Li Changyue's attention was drawn to a stream within the city, causing him to halt in his tracks. Patriarch, what's the matter? The others from the Eternal Life Celestial clan approached, concerned by Li Changyue's unusual behavior. Nearby, members of the Undying Imperial clan furrowed their brows in confusion. Di Ming quickly suppressed his astonishment, clearing his throat to mock. You claim to be the Eternal Life Celestial clan, calling yourselves immortals, yet you are merely a group of Navi individuals. However, Di Ming could not help but be intrigued, slowly approaching the stream. This little river is quite nice. Wait a moment, this, the nectar of creation. No, this cannot be. I must be mistaken. This was the nectar of creation. How could it possibly flow in a river? Yet the refreshing aura emanating from it could not deceive anyone. Witnessing both factions halted in front of the stream. And Xing hurried over. "Esteemed sir, what is this river?" Li Changyue inquired, bewildered at all this. "It's simply a small river within the city. The residents use it for their daily water needs." And Xing replied nonchalantly, "What? Are you suggesting that the people in your city use this water?" Indeed, in an instant, the two factions fell silent, momentarily befuddled. Such extravagance. In comparison, they felt as if they were country bumpkins visiting the city for the first time. No, at this moment, they truly were a group of country bumpkins. May I take some back with me?" Di Ming cautiously asked. Upon hearing this, the others eagerly turned their gaze towards Xing, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, awaiting his response. That moment, and Xing regarded these individuals with a newfound pity. "Alas, what a pitiful bunch. Haha, my friend, you jest. It is merely water. Please take as much as you like." As soon as the word was spoken, the members of the Eternal Life Immortal clan and the Undying Emperor clan brandished their tools, fervently drawing in the precious water. "Damn it, you over there, get away. You've drained all the water. Oh no, don't snatch it away. I'm out of water." In an instant, the two clans nearly came to blows over the precious resource. Meanwhile, the crowd within the city took notice of the commotion and began to gather around. "What are they doing?" a bystander inquired of Xing. In response, and Xing explained, "They're merely unfortunate souls who have never encountered good water. Let them take what they can." Upon hearing this, the crowd looked upon the members of the two clans with pity. They were blissfully unaware of their fortune, for outside, there were countless others who had never even tasted water. Soon, the onlookers began to offer their own water to Li Changyue, Emperor Ming, and others, with some even providing food. The members of the two clans were momentarily taken aback. "What's going on? Why are they all staring at us?" These fellows think we're beggars. Clan leader, let me teach them a lesson." One member of the Undying Emperor clan stepped forward, ready to take action. However, Emperor Ming stopped him, fixating on the food handed to them. Emperor Ming's expression suddenly brightened. In the next moment, he took a bite of a fruit that was sweet and refreshing. Yet, this was not the most significant aspect. What truly mattered was that the long-dormant power within Emperor Ming began to stir. Though faint, it was an unprecedented sign of awakening. After all, he was a formidable figure of the heavenly destiny realm, and not just any ordinary one. This is a remarkable find. The others from the Eternal Life Immortal clan quickly noticed this development as well. Soon, the members of both clans disregarded the peculiar gazes of the crowd and accepted whatever was offered. We're striking it rich." Just as the two clans reveled in their excitement, a group approached them. The onlookers hastily stepped aside. The Wilderness Guard, the leader, wielding a long knife, coldly addressed Li Changyue and Emperor Ming, begging is prohibited within the city. After some minor interruptions, the two clans finally arrived at the Lord's mansion and entered the Grand Hall. By this time, Lu Daosheng had been waiting for quite a while. Upon seeing them, he couldn't help but jest. "It seems that you all have taken quite a liking to my wilderness city." Hearing this, the members of the Eternal Life Immortal clan and the Undying Emperor clan felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Reflecting on their behavior, they realized just how unbecoming it had been. But they could not help themselves at this moment. Li Changyue cleared his throat and said, "You must be the Lord of Wilderness City, that I am the clan leader of the Eternal Life Immortal clan." Emperor Ming added, "And I am the clan leader of the Undying Emperor clan." In response, Lu Daosheng remarked, "I'm already aware of that. Now, tell me, what is your purpose in seeking me out?" Instantly, both men felt a jolt of unease. Li Changyue discreetly glanced at Emperor Ming, and seeing that he remained silent, he proceeded, "Lord of Wilderness City, do you know why the human race suddenly vanished years ago?" Lu Daosheng nodded. "I do." Hearing this, Li Changyue continued, "Lord of Wilderness City, I have come to inform you." "What, you know?" Li Changyue was momentarily taken aback. The other party was already aware of this. Why? Could it be? Countless possibilities flooded his mind. At this moment, Lu Daosheng chuckled. "Are you wondering why I still dare to rebuild the human race's influence, and why I do so brazenly?" Upon hearing this, both Li Changyue and Emperor Ming nodded in unison. Observing their reactions, Lu Daosheng continued with a smile. What makes you think I have the audacity to do so? The two men fell silent. Why did he dare? At this point, they were hesitant to even speculate. Noticing their silence, Lu Daosheng shook his head with a smile. Their perspective was still too narrow. However, it was understandable. After all, he was truly invincible. After a lengthy pause, Li Changyue suddenly spoke up. Lord of Wilderness City, may I inquire if my Eternal Life Immortal clan could become a subsidiary force of Wilderness City? Upon hearing this, the members of the Eternal Life Immortal clan and the Undying Emperor clan stared in shock at Li Changyue. Clan leader, why? They gazed at their leader in disbelief. Unable to fathom that such words had escaped his lips, it was worth noting that the human race had once been immensely powerful, and they had never entertained the thought of subjugation. Instead, they had chosen to retreat from the world. Emperor Ming was equally astonished, but he quickly regained his composure, furrowing his brow. Above, Lu Daosheng contemplated. He understood their line of thought. The calamity that befell the myriad realms had led to the downfall of the once glorious human race. Meanwhile, the Eternal Life Immortal clan and the Undying Emperor clan had expended great resources to remain hidden, even causing their entire lineage to fall in a slumber to evade that disaster. But what about the next time? Or the time after that? They were ill-equipped to confront the Alliance of Realms, and thus, they needed to find a powerful ally. It was evident that Li Changyue had chosen Wilderness City, placing his faith in its strength. One could not deny that Li Changyue was audacious and possessed keen insight. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Daosheng finally nodded. Very well. The Eternal Life Immortal clan had inherited countless ages. Their foundation was unfathomable. Although Wilderness City was not weak, it lacked the depth of time. Allowing the Eternal Life Immortal clan to join would provide a strategic advantage, and with his presence, he was confident that they would not dare to betray Wilderness City. Upon hearing Lu Daosheng's agreement, a smile blossomed on Li Changyue's face. That I am grateful, Lord of Wilderness City. Meanwhile, the clan leader of the Undying Emperor clan, Emperor Ming, opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately held his tongue. This scene did not go unnoticed by Lu Daosheng, yet he refrained from commenting that if they also wished to join, he would not refuse. However, if they did not bring it up, he would not either. After all, Wilderness City could thrive without the Undying Emperor clan or the Eternal Life Immortal clan. As for the Alliance of Realms, they would confront whatever came their way. If they truly could not withstand it, there was always Lu Daosheng. What about the emergence of the relics of the three great powers of the human race? Are you not interested? Noticing the silence among the crowd, Lu Daosheng took the initiative to speak with a smile. In response, Emperor Ming was the first to say, Lord of Wilderness City, the Undying Emperor clan is very interested in this and would like to collaborate with Wilderness City to explore it. Li Changyue chimed in. The same goes for my Eternal Life Immortal clan. Hearing their responses, Lu Daosheng nodded. Excellent. Then the three of us shall assist one another. Soon after, Gu Qinyunqi and others entered the Grand Hall. My lord, Lu Daosheng nodded. These two are the clan leaders of the Eternal Life Immortal clan and the Undying Emperor clan, seeking to collaborate with Wilderness City in exploring the relics. Yes, my lord. Inside the Grand Hall, upon seeing Gu Chun and the others, the members of the Eternal Life Immortal clan and the Undying Emperor clan were immediately taken aback. Such formidable auras, though they were not of the heavenly destiny realm. Each exuded an overwhelming presence, rivaling that of those at the heavenly destiny level. It was hard to fathom how these powerful beings of Wilderness City trained in their daily lives. Before long, Gu Chun and others began discussions with the two clans regarding the exploration of the relics of the three great powers of the human race. Witnessing this, Lu Daosheng smiled slightly before departing, though his calculations indicated that these relics were fraught with peril. However, he firmly believed that his subordinates would undoubtedly remain safe and sound. Moreover, with his contingency measures embedded within them, coupled with the covert watch of Kong from the Breaking Heaven realm, there was no cause for concern for the Longsheng Immortal clan and the Undying Imperial clan. Their ability to endure countless ages while remaining unscathed clearly attested to their formidable prowess. Lu Daosheng had never underestimated them. Thus, with these two clans in tow, he felt utterly reassured. Within a secluded space meticulously crafted in the City Lord's mansion, Lu Daosheng sat amidst a myriad of enigmatic patterns. Each intricate line seemed to signify something profound. With a gentle exhale, all the patterns extinguished simultaneously. True self-realm, Lu Daosheng murmured to himself. There existed a chasm of 9 realms between the destiny realm and the true self-realm, with each realm presenting an insurmountable difference. Gazing at his hands, Lu Daosheng remained silent for a considerable time before ultimately employing the method of divination. Before long, an image began to materialize before him. He beheld a towering black spire, atop which several powerful figures sat in meditation at its pinnacle. The Realm Alliance? Lu Daosheng inquired. Instantly, the figures snapped open their eyes. However, upon surveying their surroundings, they found no one and sensed no presence. Their brows furrowed in confusion. One figure, the most formidable among them, was the first to regain composure and inquired, "Esteemed guest, do you seek our Realm Alliance for a particular matter?" In response, Lu Daosheng replied nonchalantly. You could say that, upon hearing his words, the figures trembled involuntarily. What manner of being was this that rendered them utterly incapable of sensing his presence? A bead of cold sweat trickled down their cheeks. "What is your purpose, esteemed one?" Lu Daosheng smirked coldly. "This matter is neither trivial nor monumental." The figures exchanged bewildered glances. What could it possibly be? At that moment, Lu Daosheng continued, "I find you displeasing and wish to give you a thrashing. Do you have any objections?" The figures were taken aback by his declaration. Yet, in the next instant, an ethereal giant hand materialized above them. What? Boom! With a resounding crash, the entire black tower shattered. The figures found themselves sprawled amidst the ruins. Gazing blankly at the sky, utterly perplexed by their inexplicable defeat, what manner of existence was this that rendered them completely defenseless? Meanwhile, in the desolate city, Lu Daosheng observed the scene before him, retracting his hand. His expression grew solemn. He had not anticipated the Realm Alliance to possess such formidable strength. Although they appeared as mere ants before him, they were vastly superior to the current state of the desolate city and the present realm of myriad spirits. His intervention was aimed at buying more time for the realm of myriad spirits. Henceforth, both the realm and the desolate city must undergo significant advancement. Otherwise, when the Realm Alliance arrived, should he refrain from acting, the realm of myriad spirits would undoubtedly face annihilation. After all, his intention in establishing a faction was not merely to gather a horde of insignificant beings for their protection.